Ming traversed into the Beast Master Continent, witnessing a gradual decline in his innate abilities, transforming from a once celebrated genius into an ordinary individual. The epic beast egg he inherited was forcibly exchanged by his parents for a mere ordinary pet from pet shop. As he gazed upon the commonplace creatures within the shop, a sense of helplessness washed over Ming, who in the Beast Master Continent would bother purchasing pets. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the word entry system. By completing tasks, he could draw entries, which could be integrated into pets, allowing ordinary creatures to ascend to mythical beasts. Upon seeing the entries from the beginner's package, Ming grasped that he was on the brink of prosperity. What should he do with the initial entries? Luminous crimson, tail long, arms 6 ears. Golden silk monkey, luminous stone monkey. Whitehead water, ape disaster of Huai water Wuji Chi. Had he inadvertently disturbed a monkey's nest? Ming extended his ambitions towards other pets. Blazing feather crow, solar wing, 3-legged golden crow. White lizard slave god of 1,000 faces, celestial beast Kaiming. Golden-mouthed catfish, heavenly watered vein, lord of 10,000 rivers. Desiring to acquire his own mythical beast. Not for sale, these are non-negotiable items. As for those peculiar creatures that could not withstand the fusion of entries, he might consider selling them at a stretch. Observing the throngs of customers rushing into the pet shop, clamoring for the failed fusion creatures, Ming gently stroked the 3-legged golden crow on his shoulder, shaking his head in resignation. Although they all failed to fuse, they have already absorbed a touch of mythical aura. In my business, I value authenticity. Years later, when the abyss truly descended and the abyssal corpse emerged, poised to consume the Beast Master Continent, they were met with the direct suppression of countless divine pets, and the legendary beasts were revered by the masses as deities. Chapter 1. The Genius Returns to the Mundane. Soul Power, Stage 3. Before the soul power testing stone of a Lu family, a young man maintained a calm demeanor, as though the results did not pertain to him. A middle-aged man, however, displayed a look of confirmation, coldly addressing the onlookers. Ming, Soul Power Stage 3. Having failed to advance to Stage 1 before the age of 18, he possesses no beast mastery aptitude. As his words echoed, the crowd erupted in a clamor, followed by a chorus of schadenfreude. Indeed, all claims of genius were mere bluster. It was anticipated that Ming was stagnating, yet he has grown weaker year after year. He has truly brought shame upon the late patriarch. One can only imagine how regretful the deceased patriarch must be for entrusting the family's epic beast egg to Ming for. Hatching 3 years ago. 3 years ago, he possessed Stage 9 soul power, and now he is reduced to Stage 3. At this rate, he may not even retain any soul power next year. I've heard that his grade unnamed talent is but a useless trinket. How could such a person hope to hatch the family's legacy beast? It's a waste. The voices surrounding him fell on Ming's ears, yet they held no sway over him. Merely a whisper of the wind. Ming smiled faintly, surveying the crowd as memories surged within him. He was a transmigrator, possessing memories from his previous life upon his birth in this world. This realm was distinct from the blue star he once inhabited. It was a digitized world of beast mastery, where individuals explored the world through contracts with mythical beasts, acquiring rare artifacts and resources. In this world, a powerful mythical beast symbolized a promising future, while soul power was the foundation for contracting beasts and providing them with strength. As a transmigrator, Ming had been in contact with soul power from a young age, maintaining a significant lead in his cultivation. At the age of 15, during his first soul power assessment, Ming's power had reached Stage 9, only a hair's breadth away from breaking through to Stage 1, thus becoming a certified Beastmaster. This was unprecedented in the entire Nine-Leaf City, where the youngest Beastmaster was 17. If the Lu family could produce a certified Beastmaster of 15, or even 16, it would undoubtedly elevate their status. That year, Ming soared high, with everyone anticipating him to shatter long-standing records. Numerous relatives and clansmen flattered him, hoping that once he became a Beastmaster, he would usher in a brighter future for the family. The old patriarch even entrusted him with the family's ancestral beast egg of the Howling Snow Phoenix, hoping he could successfully hatch this 8th-tier epic beast egg and gain an edge over other Beastmasters from the very start. The epic beast Howling Snow Phoenix symbolized the Lu family patriarch's legacy, this egg having been reborn from the previous generation's Howling Snow Phoenix, nurtured by the new generation of contractors to achieve perfect synergy between contractor and beast. The secret of the Howling Snow Phoenix's rebirth was also the cornerstone of the Liu family's strength in Nine-Leaf City. Liu Ming sighed 3 years ago, when the old patriarch revealed the secret of the beast egg and the rebirth of the Snow Phoenix to him. It was tantamount to designating him as the future head of the Liu family. Yet, no one anticipated that the following year, the old patriarch would pass away due to a grave illness, while Liu Ming's soul power inexplicably began to wane, culminating in this final assessment at 18, rendering him the laughingstock of the entire clan. Is this the future chosen by the old patriarch? Is this the master of the Howling Snow Phoenix? Don't be absurd. The Liu family has no future. Amidst the derisive remarks, the middle-aged man's voice rang out once more. Next tester, Liu Jinghong. The crowd's attention shifted to the voice as a striking young man who bore resemblance to Liu Ming stepped forward. Liu Jinghong's expression mirrored Liu Ming's calmness. Yet within that calm lay an undeniable confidence. He approached the testing stone, placing his right hand upon it. The blue abyssal magic stone emanated waves of blue light, and as the aura dissipated, the middle-aged tester's expression shifted from surprise to astonishment. Thighs Liu Jinghong, Soul Power Stage 10. He has achieved the standard of a Beast Master. As the tester's announcement reached their ears, Liu Jinghong cast a fleeting glance at Liu Ming, his emotions inscrutable. Isn't Liu Jinghong only 17? To achieve Stage 10 at 17 is akin to stepping through the threshold of Stage 1, allowing him to contract mythical beasts and officially become a Beast Master. Never would I have imagined that Liu Jinghong's prowess would escalate so swiftly. 2 years prior, he was Stage 1, and just last year, he was merely Stage 3. Yet, this year, he has soared directly to Stage 10. While he may not have broken the record for the youngest Beast Master, his aptitude far surpasses that of other families. Truly, the branch of the main family is exceptional. Can Liu Ming, who falters at the finish line, even be compared to the steady and methodical Liu Jinghong? In an instant, all attention was drawn to Liu Jinghong, and when Liu Ming was mentioned, it was merely to juxtapose him unfavorably against his younger brother. Liu Ming locked eyes with Liu Jinghong, a wave of sentiment washing over him. He watched his younger brother, a year his junior, and reminisced about the days when Liu Jinghong would playfully follow him around as a child. What a picture of brotherly camaraderie it was that in the blink of an eye, Liu Jinghong had become a certified Beast Master. Talent revealed. Liu Jinghong, Scrade, Talent Supreme, Sovereign of the Skies. As the tester's voice rang out once more, gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. A 17-year-old Beast Master, endowed with Scrade talent. Such a combination of advantages was nothing short of a template for a future legendary Beast Master. In the Beast Master Continent, every prospective Beast Master displayed their unique talents upon reaching Stage 9 in Soul Power. While one might catch up in Soul Power with diligent effort, talent was an inherent quality varying from grade to Scrade, with vast disparities between each tier. The reason why Liu Ming initially garnered the attention of the previous family head was not solely due to his 15-year-old 9-year Soul Power. Rather, it was primarily his strength talent. That distinguished him. Phantasm Resonance, the strength talent of Liu Ming. The talents of beast tamers vary greatly. Some are inherited from ancestral bloodlines, while others manifest entirely new capabilities. Which is superior or inferior remains a mystery. However, known talents equate to a predetermined future, allowing one to navigate the exploration phase of their abilities by following the paths laid out by predecessors. Conversely, unknown talents resemble an unscratched lottery ticket. Are they truly suitable? Will they harmonize with the contracted phantasmal beast? These inquiries remain unanswered. Liu Ming's Phantasm Resonance is an unrecorded unknown talent, and even its bearer, Liu Ming, only knows its classification as Shrank without any understanding of its specific effects. 3 years ago, when the Shrank talent and the 90-year Soul Power manifested simultaneously in Liu Ming, no one deemed this Shrank talent to be superfluous. Everyone believed that Liu Ming would carve a path of genius, bolstered by Shrank talent and extraordinary Soul Power. However, today's testing results revealed to the Liu family that even in Shrank talent might not suffice to become a beast tamer. The lottery of Liu Ming's unknown talent likely amounts to a mere thank you for your patronage. In stark contrast, Liu Jinghong's recently identified Sky Sovereign talent stands in a league of its own when compared to Liu Ming's nameless ability. Although both are classified as Shrank talents, there exists a hierarchy among them. Sky Sovereign is a clearly defined grand prize, once possessed by the ancestors of the Lu family and recorded as the most potent strength talent in the family's legacy. Every member of the Lu family is aware of its effect. Wings-bearing phantasmal beasts receive a damage amplification of 5-0. IT is straightforward and brutally effective, directly enhancing the innate capabilities of the phantasmal beasts. As long as they contract a winged phantasmal beast under the augmentation of Sky Sovereign, the beast's damage is fortified by 50. The higher the quality of the phantasmal beast, the more formidable the effects a Beast-Tamer can achieve. A straightforward, damage-enhancing talent. Our Lu family members who possess the Sky Sovereign talent are essentially the future heads of the family. Indeed, Jinghong is the future of the Lu clan. To unleash its fullest potential, a rare winged phantasmal beast is required. Our Lu family possesses a legendary phantasmal beast passed down through generations. Indeed, the Crying Snow Phoenix and the Sky Sovereign are a perfect match, are they not? The crowd buzzed with speculation, their gazes shifting incessantly between Lu Ming and Lu Jinghong. If the previous family head were still alive, he might regret entrusting the Crying Snow Phoenix egg to Lu Ming. It's a pity that the Crying Snow Phoenix has already been nurtured by Lu Ming. Imbued with his essence, it has likely recognized him as its master. Such a waste, the spectators lamented, expressing their sentiments regarding Lu Jinghong's ill-fated timing. They pondered that had he awakened his talents sooner and reached 9 tiers earlier, perhaps the Crying Snow Phoenix egg would not have fallen into the hands of this perceived failure, Lu Ming. The atmosphere in the hall grew increasingly peculiar. At that moment, the sound of footsteps echoed, and a middle-aged couple emerged from the crowd. Chapter 2. Congratulations on obtaining the entry system. Minger, it appears that you have yet to successfully nurture that epic phantom beast egg. Given your current soul power, you are not yet capable of becoming a beast master. You should hand that beast egg over to your younger brother. The middle-aged man gazed at Lu Ming with an impassive expression, and an immediate hush fell over the surroundings. Even though the original testing process had been interrupted, the crowd felt no discontent. Instead, they settled into a state of eager anticipation. The eldest son is being abandoned in favor of the youngest. It is quite understandable. One is a confirmed future star with the qualifications of a beast master, while the other is a well-known failure. It is clear which choice one should make. However, after 3 years, has the epic phantom beast egg not absorbed any of Lu Ming's aura? Can it still be used by Lu Jinghong? In the eyes of most, a glimmer of schadenfreude emerged. Though they belonged to the same clan, the spectacle of a fallen genius was a source of delight for the mediocre. Upon hearing these words, Lu Ming sighed inwardly. He glanced at his younger brother, who feigned an expressionless demeanor, and felt a whirlwind of complex emotions. As a transmigrator, he was not naive. He understood that his father desired Lu Jinghong to possess the best phantom beast of the Lu family, which was hardly unreasonable. Yet, must it be done so impatiently in front of such a large audience? Indeed, being unable to become a beast master renders one worthless in this world. Lu Ming's silence was perceived by the crowd as a mute rebellion against his father, Lu Chenjue. Lu Chenjue's face was as cold as ice, his brow furrowed. Lu Ming, your brother possesses the talent of the sovereign of the skies, and the family heirloom, the howling snow phoenix, is the most fitting phantom beast for him. As perceptive as you are, you should understand the principle of possessing a treasure brings about envy. Your mother and I have already secured that pet shop in Jaya City that you frequent. You have always had a fondness for various animals, haven't you? This past 3 years nurturing the phantom beast egg has consumed most of your energy. Now that you have no opportunity to become a beast master, why not accept reality and live as an ordinary person? Lu Chenjue seemed reluctant to escalate the situation, adopting a somewhat earnest tone. After all, it was hardly honorable to pressure his own son into sacrifice. Meanwhile, he discreetly signaled to the woman beside him. Minger, once your brother becomes a beast master, you will be his greatest benefactor. With him by your side, no one in Jaya City will dare to bully you. He will be your strongest support. Receiving her husband's signal, Gu Panchi stepped forward to grasp Lu Ming's hand, believing he was merely sulking and seeking to comfort him as a mother. However, given that such gestures had been few and far between over the years, Gu Panchi's actions felt somewhat awkward, even causing Lu Ming a bit of discomfort with her grip. So concerned about me giving up the phantom beast egg, employing both soft and hard tactics. Sensing his mother's subconscious strength, Lu Ming could only smile wryly. After all, he was merely an ordinary person, without the standing to resist the pressure exerted by a pair of esteemed beast master parents. It was no surprise that, as a transmigrator who had exhibited maturity from a young age, his relationship with his mother had never been particularly close, even bordering on estrangement. Subsequently, Lu Ming turned to cast another glance at Lu Chenjue. When had his relationship with his father begun to shift? It seemed to have started after his grandfather handed him the phantom beast egg, leading to a gradual distancing. Was it because possessing the howling snow phoenix would threaten his future position as the family head? In the face of power, even blood relations appeared to hold little weight. Lu Ming sighed, realizing that his father's eagerness to strip him of the howling snow phoenix phantom beast egg was ostensibly for Lu Jinghong's development. But perhaps it was also to secure his own position as the family head and maintain control over the Lu family's authority. Finally, he glanced at the expectant Lu Jinghong, recognizing that his younger brother also coveted the howling snow phoenix. What he initially thought to be a mere illusion regarding their sibling bond over the past 3 years now seemed rather absurd. The younger brother he had cared for had indeed harbored jealousy towards him all along. The howling snow phoenix rightfully belonged to the capable. Since Jinghong had awakened the sovereign of the skies, it was only fitting that Lu Ming yield. He was a sensible individual. It was clear he could not retain the phantom beast egg. However, the indifference from his parents and brother left the remnants of his familial affection as a transmigrator nearly extinguished. But I am weary. From this day forth, I shall sever ties with the Lu family and live independently. Upon hearing Lu Ming's declaration, Gu Panqi's expression shifted dramatically. She had not anticipated his outright intention to sever their relationship. However, just as she was about to speak, Lu Qinjue pulled her back. At this critical juncture, he wished to avoid unnecessary complications. Moreover, with Lu Ming having lost the potential to become a beast master, he held little value for the family. As long as Lu Jinghong remained the family's future, the main branch of the Lu family would not falter. And Lu Qinjue could maintain his position as head of the family. Nevertheless, their lack of reaction did not mean that the other members of the Lu family shared their tranquility. Upon hearing Lu Ming's proclamation, the rest of the clan began murmuring among themselves, their glances frequently darting towards Lu Ming. They understood his feelings, for the disparity from prodigy to family outcast was staggering. However, was it truly necessary to sever ties with the family? They believed Lu Ming was being driven by emotion and would regret his decision before long. After all, the Lu family wielded immense influence throughout Jia City. Without their protection, Lu Ming would likely struggle to survive there. Was he relying solely on that so-called pet shop? Regardless of others' thoughts, Lu Ming was unconcerned. After making his declaration, he felt a weight lift from his heart, and he appeared considerably more at ease. He extended his right hand, revealing a phantom beast egg shimmering with an orange-hued radiance. As the orange glow faded, the true form of the egg emerged before the crowd. The howling snow phoenix's egg was a translucent, icy blue, its surface adorned with a delicate layer of frost, seemingly sculpted from ice and snow. The shell bore intricate and mysterious patterns that glimmered with a faint blue light, resembling the intricate veins of snowflakes or the currents of wind, imbued with enigmatic power. Under the illumination, the shell refracted a dazzling array of colors, evoking a sense of dreamlike mystery. It looked just like this 3 years ago, and 3 years later. It remains unchanged. Lu Ming shook his head, placing the howling snow phoenix egg atop the testing stone, and turned to leave. Witnessing Lu Ming voluntarily relinquish the phantom beast egg, Lu Jinghong and Gu Panqi's expressions softened considerably. As for Lu Ming's earlier declaration of severance, it was entirely forgotten in light of the egg's appearance. Lu Ming is quite sensible. In the future, we should allow him to manage some of the family affairs, enabling him to support Jinghong. United, brothers can achieve great feats. Gu Panqi continued to ponder how Lu Ming might assist Lu Jinghong in the future. Entirely oblivious to the impact their actions, conducted before the entire Lu family, would have on Lu Ming, who had once been groomed as the family's heir. Jinghong, step forward and feel it. Conduct a check, Lu Qinjue commanded. And the beast masters present instinctively opened their phantom beast compendiums to assess the status of the howling snow phoenix egg. Lu Ming had surrendered it too easily. What if there were some issue with this egg? As the radiance of the beast codex shimmered, the identity and status of the beast egg materialized before all. Beast, howling snow phoenix. Status, beast egg, unhatched. Attributes, ice, wind. Ice element affinity, 8. Performance, exhibits an exceptionally high affinity for the ice element. In environments rich in ice elements, the beast egg emits a more intense azure glow, and the frost upon its surface becomes more pronounced. Effect, possesses a natural advantage in learning and utilizing ice-related skills, enhancing the power and efficacy of its ice-based abilities. Wind element affinity, 7. Performance, the patterns on the shell flicker gently in response to the flow of surrounding wind elements, as if engaged in a form of communication with them. Effect, allows for a more agile manipulation of wind powers, thereby increasing speed and dexterity, enabling swift navigation through the battlefield to evade enemy attacks and launch unexpected strikes. Health points, 100. Mana points, 100. Strength, 5. Intelligence, 10. Agility, 10. Stamina, 5. Luck, 10. Potential, 8 stars. Innate talent, unknown. Special ability, unknown. Lu Chenjue gazed at the plethora of information presented in the codex, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. The Howling Snow Phoenix beast egg was in excellent condition. Indeed, the failure to hatch appeared to be linked to Lu Ming himself. At that moment, Lu Jinghong's attention was entirely captivated by the exquisite beast egg, sensing the Howling Snow Phoenix calling to him. The instant the egg appeared, the flow of his soul power quickened slightly. As he approached, the Howling Snow Phoenix beast egg stirred, guiding him to touch its icy exterior. This is my beast. The most fitting epic beast for me. Lu Jinghong completely disregarded his departing brother, cradling the Howling Snow Phoenix beast egg in his arms. The fact that the Howling Snow Phoenix possessed a dual-element affinity was a testament to the legacy of the Lu family. It was fortunate that Lu Ming had failed to hatch it for 3 years. Otherwise, it would have truly been a waste. Indeed, an 8-star potential. Truly befitting an epic beast, with maximum levels in intelligence, agility, and luck. If this had been given to Lu Ming, that good for nothing. The family patriarch would have surely risen from his grave in shock. Alas, why didn't our child possess such extraordinary talent as Lu Jinghong from the first branch? Well, at least he isn't as worthless as Lu Ming. A chorus of murmurs surrounded them, with every mention of Lu Ming laced with ridicule and scorn. Indeed, a fallen phoenix is not as grand as a chicken. Listening to the disparagement directed at him and witnessing the affection the Howling Snow Phoenix displayed towards Lu Jinghong, Lu Ming could only shake his head in resignation. Had it not been for the necessity of nurturing the Howling Snow Phoenix beast egg with his soul power over the past 3 years, his own soul power would not have diminished to such a degree. By now, he should have advanced a tier rather than regressing to the 3rd tier. 3 years spent without nurturing you properly, and the moment I release you, you're already fawning over Lu Jinghong. Sigh, it truly feels like I've been betrayed. Lu Ming shook his head. He did not regret it, but felt an uncomfortable sensation in his heart. Suddenly, a series of crisp cracking sounds echoed, followed by an eruption of cheers. Hurry, the Howling Snow Phoenix is about to hatch. We are fortunate to witness the hatching process of an epic beast. Numerous clan members gathered around Lu Jinghong and the others, eager to behold the moment of the Howling Snow Phoenix's birth. While only Lu Ming turned his back to the crowd, stepping away slowly. Everyone present understood that the Howling Snow Phoenix's birth today was entirely due to Lu Ming's nurturing over the past 3 years. However, who truly cared? Lu Ming had already been deemed the family's outcast. The Lu family no longer needed him. Human joy and sorrow do not resonate. And Lu Ming found their clamor to be nothing but noise. I wonder when this wretched system of the transmigrator will be fixed. Truly preparing to let me live as an ordinary person in this world? Standing at the end of the path, Lu Ming gazed at the radiant emergence of the azure snow phoenix in the distance, internally lamenting. He was a transmigrator, equipped with a system. Yet this system had never truly responded to him. Initially, Lu Ming believed that his spirit and wisdom as a transmigrator would grant him a significant advantage. Now, with the Howling Snow Phoenix beast egg changing hands and his soul power inexplicably regressing, he had essentially become an ordinary person. At that moment, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! Detecting the absence of a beast egg competing for soul power with the system energy sufficient, binding successful. Chapter 3, Mythical Attributes. Ling Ming, 6-ear, red butt, arm through. Detecting current world background. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the attribute system. System function introduction. The host can bestow special attributes upon creatures, enhancing their potential. Those who withstand the baptism of attributes will merge with the special attribute abilities, becoming entirely new mythical beasts. Listening to the voice in his mind, the typically composed Lu Ming felt an overwhelming urge to weep with joy. The system that had slumbered for so long had finally awakened. He never expected that it was the Howling Snow Phoenix's competition for soul power that had caused the system's energy deficiency, preventing its awakening. So, you were the burden all along. Lu Ming cast a glance at the epic beast Howling Snow Phoenix, regarded as a treasure by the masses, and shook his head. This was for the best. The Howling Snow Phoenix had found a new master, and he had finally acquired a true system. Mythical beasts? I have never heard of such a thing before. In his memories, beasts were categorized from low to high based on potential, divided into 9 tiers according to the dazzling luminescence of their eggs. Tier 1 to 2 were white, ordinary beasts. Tier 3 to 4 were blue, advanced beasts. Tier 5 to 6 were purple, rare beasts. Tier 7 was pink, legendary beasts. Tier 8 was orange, epic beasts. And Tier 9 was gold, legendary beasts. The higher the tier, the scarcer the numbers and the greater the power. The Howling Snow Phoenix beast egg that Lu Ming had relinquished was indeed an epic beast with a potential of 8 stars, evidenced by the orange luminescence it emitted when summoned. However, the mere classification as an epic beast only indicated potential. If the nurturing was improper or the contractor's strength could not be surpassed, the Howling Snow Phoenix would remain an epic beast and never attain true epicosity. However, this no longer concerned Lu Ming. He was now solely focused on the system's mention of mythical beasts, which, in the standard 9-tier beast classification of this continent, indeed did not exist. If special attributes could be bestowed upon the epic Howling Snow Phoenix, could that not elevate its potential to the 9th-tier legendary level? If that is possible, could I not create numerous legendary beasts at will? A spark of inspiration ignited in Lu Ming's mind. Yet soon, the system's voice shattered his fantasies. Kind reminder, special attributes exhibit a strong rejection response with the beasts of this world. The higher the beast's tier, the exponentially greater the difficulty of attribute fusion. Lu Ming felt a sense of helplessness. The system's prompts had effectively stifled his thoughts. Yet, amidst this despair, he glimpsed a flicker of hope, an opportunity for exponential enhancement, albeit not an absolute impossibility. In essence, it seemed that ordinary beings might possess a greater chance to endure the trials of the entry and ascend to the status of mythic beasts. I must give it a try. I had thought that after today, my invitation to the Abyssal Party would become void. It appears I still have a chance to become an abyssal being, provided I can truly acquire this mythic beast. Lu Ming slightly raised his hand, observing the faintly emerging silver cross-star pattern on the back of his hand, a glimmer of anticipation shining in his eyes. Any Beastmaster would not relinquish the chance to become an abyssal being if given the opportunity. A Beastmaster unable to enter the abyss is merely a slightly stronger ordinary person. The abyss itself is a testament to the arrival of an unnamed creator, bringing forth creatures known as abyssal corpses and treasures referred to as oddities to the Beastmaster continent. Only abyssal beings are entitled to procure oddities from the Abyssal Party, and only they can vanquish the abyssal corpses emerging from the depths. It is the abyssal beings who are the true protagonists of the entire Beastmaster continent. In this realm, every individual capable of harnessing soul energy will receive an invitation from the abyss. This invitation manifests as a silver cross-star imprint on a designated area of the awakened soul energy user's body, remaining valid until their 18th birthday or the day they form their first contract with a mythical beast. Should the awakened soul energy user choose to forego this final invitation to the Abyssal Party after the reminder at midnight on their 18th birthday or on the day of their first contract, the invitation will vanish entirely, and the individual will irrevocably lose the opportunity to challenge the Abyssal Party and the qualification to become an abyssal being. The Abyssal Party is a realm where peril and reward coexist. Any individual capable of awakening soul energy, barring those of timid disposition seeking stability, will almost invariably choose to contract their mythical beast after making adequate preparations and enter the Abyssal Party alongside their contracted beast on that fateful day. However, Lu Ming had yet to form a contract due to the prolonged incubation of the lamenting Snow Phoenix's egg, which had hindered his progress. This delay had consequently resulted in his reluctance to accept the invitation. Lu Ming's invitation to the abyss had appeared on the back of his right hand when he was merely 5 years old, and this silver cross star had accompanied him for over a decade. Today marks Lu Ming's 18th birthday, and the reminder for the Abyssal Party at midnight tonight signifies his last chance to become an abyssal being. System, whether I can become an abyssal being rests upon you. To become an abyssal being, 2 prerequisites must be met: acceptance of the Abyssal Party invitation and survival within its confines. While Lu Ming harbored aspirations of becoming an abyssal being, making the Lu family regret their decision today, he would not recklessly attempt to join the Abyssal Party without any special advantages. For an ordinary Beastmaster lacking a quality mythical beast, the Abyssal Party presents a formidable challenge. Survival would be extraordinarily difficult unless one were exceptionally fortunate. Only 8 hours and 36 minutes remain until the final Abyssal Party commences. I must hasten to find my worthy companion. Contracting a mythic beast is Lu Ming's sole opportunity to navigate the Abyssal Party successfully. With this determination, he strode away from the opulent Lu family residence. From this day forth, he wished to sever ties with the Lu family and savor the splendid moments of this otherworldly realm in solitude. His current destination was indeed the pet shop in Nine Leaf City, which had now transferred into his ownership. Isn't it true that the higher the potential of the mythical beast, the greater the incompatibility with the entries? Thus, a pet shop selling only ordinary animals might be the most suitable place for him to undergo the trial of entries. An epic mythical beast egg exchange for a base of mythic beast births? Quite a bargain indeed. In a secluded corner of Nine Leaf City South Commercial Street, The quaint pet shop appeared rather desolate. As he gazed at the somewhat worn signboard above the entrance, Ming felt the rights to the establishment firmly belonged to him. He approached directly, and as the shop's intelligence system confirmed his status as the new owner, the door swung open. How advanced? Back in my previous life, such a large pet shop would require at least 3 or 4 staff members to operate. Now, with exclusive intelligent management, this will save a great deal of trouble. Upon entering the first floor of the pet shop, Ming was greeted by a spacious and well-lit hall. The floor was adorned with a soft carpet, emanating a subtle wave of energy. In the center of the hall stood rows of display racks, each partitioned into smaller compartments, each housing a unique pet. Beside the racks, a large interactive touchscreen provided detailed information about each pet, including its species, temperament, abilities, and care requirements. The screen also showcased videos of the pets' lives, offering customers a more vivid understanding of their personalities and behaviors. Along the walls of the hall were several specialized display areas for larger or more unique pets, such as flying creatures and aquatic beings, designed to simulate their natural habitats. These were the public areas of the wondrous pet shop. After surveying the surroundings, Ming's gaze shifted toward the spiral staircase at the far end of the hall. The shop was divided into 2 levels, the second of which was not open to the public, a curiosity he had long harbored. Now, as the owner, he was eager to explore the second floor. Ascending the spiral staircase, Ming arrived at the second floor, a more private and specialized area primarily designated for pet training, medical care, and breeding. The training area occupied a substantial space, divided into various functional zones, including physical training, skill development, and intelligence training. Each section was equipped with advanced training apparatuses and supervised by professional AI trainers who tailored personalized training regimens for each pet based on their distinct characteristics and needs. Adjacent to the training area lay the medical and breeding sections, though the transfer of ownership had left the entire second floor somewhat vacant. Ming's living quarters were also situated on this floor. The space is ample. For an ordinary person, such wealth could indeed be considered a form of semi-freedom. Ming glanced at his watch once more. Less than 8 hours remained. Surely, he could complete a special entry trial within this time frame. As long as he accomplished a single trial, he would be ready for tonight's abyssal party. However, as he pondered which creature to select for the trial, he suddenly realized he lacked any entries whatsoever. Without an entry, how could he undergo the mythic baptism? Hey, system, shouldn't you provide a novice gift pack first? Ding. Novice gift pack being issued. Would the host like to open it? This was rather unreliable. If he hadn't inquired, would the gift pack have been withheld entirely? Ming gave a gentle nod, confirming in his heart. Open the gift pack. Novice gift pack activated. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the mythical attribute gift package, Spirit Clarity, Crimson Tail, Universal Arm, and 6 Ears. The host has successfully embarked on the path of myth. As the system's voice echoed, Ming fell into deep contemplation. Chapter 4. The Baptism of Attributes. Failure? Did this novice gift package provide 4 mythical attributes all at once? Upon hearing the first attribute, Spirit Clarity, Ming was momentarily taken aback, but as he connected the 4 attributes, even his dulled senses could not help but recall the relevant knowledge from before his transmigration. Is this not the attributes associated with the 4 primordial apes from the myths prior to his crossing? The Spirit Clarity Stone Monkey, adept in transformation, capable of discerning celestial timings and terrestrial advantages, shifting stars, and changing constellations. The 6-eared macaque, a master of auditory perception, able to comprehend principles, understand sequences, and grasp the essence of all things. The crimson-tailed macaque, knowledgeable of yin and yang, skilled in human affairs, adept at navigating life and death. The universal arm monkey, wielding the sun and moon, shrinking mountains, discerning fortunes and misfortunes, manipulating the universe. Among the mythological tales, his favorite, the great sage equal to heaven, is none other than the Spirit Clarity Stone Monkey. Had he not, in essence, acquired the attributes of the great sage? Ming raised his eyebrows slightly. Is it possible that by finding the corresponding creatures, as long as they endure the baptism of these mythical attributes, they could manifest the great sage in this world? If he could form an initial beast contract with a Spirit Clarity Stone Monkey akin to the great sage, he would undoubtedly be an invincible entity within the current first-tier Beastmaster ranks. Simultaneously, another thought burgeoned in his mind, having acquired 4 attributes at once. Could he perhaps find a creature capable of enduring the baptism of all 4 attributes simultaneously? With this thought, Ming's impatience grew. Since he had drawn the mythical attributes of the 4 primordial apes, his focus naturally gravitated towards the simian species. Conveniently, within this pet store, he discovered a group of golden-haired macaques intended to accompany children in play. With the Spirit Clarity attribute paired with the golden-haired macaque, is this not the quintessential configuration for the great sage? Lu Ming felt an overwhelming sense of fortune in the myths before his transmigration. The great sage was indeed characterized as a golden-haired monkey, and now, his pet store housed golden-haired macaques. While they were undoubtedly not of the same species, this group of golden-haired macaques seemed most suited to endure the baptism of the spirit clarity attribute. As for the other pets in the catalog, such as the crimson sparrow, golden catfish, and white raccoon, in Lu Ming's subconscious, they had already been dismissed. He felt that birds, fish, and cats had no relevance to the spirit clarity attribute. Perhaps among this group, he could indeed find a golden-haired macaque capable of enduring the baptism of multiple attributes. Mythical baptism, spirit clarity, failure. Mythical baptism, spirit clarity, failure. Mythical baptism, spirit clarity, failure. Mythical baptism, 6 ears, failure. Mythical baptism, 6 ears, failure. Mythical baptism, 6 ears, failure. Lu Ming's expression grew increasingly solemn. For a full 5 hours, all 9 golden-haired macaques in the pet store had failed under the baptism of the spirit clarity and 6 ears attributes. At this moment, the 9 macaques, having failed the baptism, appeared lethargic. While their lives were not in danger, enduring 2 rounds of mythical baptism had nearly reached the limits of these golden-haired macaques, most of whom could no longer withstand another round. It was only then that Lu Ming realized how arduous it was for ordinary animals to endure the mythical baptism. Observing the 9 golden-haired macaques sprawled on the ground, alongside the white raccoon and crimson sparrow that had been brought in as a control group, Lu Ming could no longer harbor overly optimistic thoughts. His current direction was correct. During the baptism process of the 4 primordial apes attributes, the golden-haired macaques had held out the longest, managing to last nearly half an hour. Conversely, the control group, the crimson sparrow and white raccoon, had only persisted for about 10 minutes before failing under the baptism of the 4 primordial apes attributes. Clearly, the golden-haired macaques had a better affinity with the 4 primordial apes attributes. Yet, why had they consistently failed? Was it possible that, despite the multitude of animals in this pet store, none could complete the mythical baptism? With less than 3 hours remaining until midnight, he had little time to find other beasts to serve as his initial contract beast. Lu Ming's gaze fell upon the last golden-haired macaque, which still appeared relatively spirited. He hesitated, uncertain whether to continue attempting the new attribute baptism. This particular macaque, though the weakest in stature, seemed to possess the highest intellect and appeared capable of enduring another baptism. Most crucially, its rear was notably red, making it the most fitting candidate for the crimson tail attribute among the group. Previously, a golden-haired macaque with a folded ear had exceeded half an hour during the 6 ears baptism. Although it failed, it indicated a greater affinity. Now, he could only try and see if this golden-haired macaque could withstand the mythical baptism of the crimson tail. Lu Ming sighed, recognizing this was the only macaque to enter the 3rd round of baptism. If this last golden-haired macaque also failed, he truly had no idea how he would proceed with the ensuing Abyss Party. Although the invitation to the Abyss Party was precious, he certainly could not enter unarmed into such a perilous gathering. Could he? Shaking his head, Lu Ming's gaze hardened. Mythical attribute, crimson tail, baptism commences. Time was slipping away, and whether this golden-haired macaque could embrace the crimson tail attribute, whether it could inherit the powers of the crimson-tailed macaque from the 4 primordial apes, all hinged on this baptism process. As he watched the little golden-haired macaque undergo the baptism, Lu Ming began to tidy up the aftermath. I wonder if any changes will manifest in the animals that have undergone baptism. Lu Ming pondered, scanning through the beast catalog for each baptized creature. Yet no prompts appeared. Observing the unresponsive beast catalog, Lu Ming chuckled bitterly. Indeed, having already failed the baptism, it was improbable for the beast catalog to react. He closed the beast catalog and returned the weakened golden-haired macaques, white raccoons, and golden catfish to the 1st floor area. At the Lu residence, Lu Qingjue and Gu Panqi gazed at the blue fledgling perched on Lu Jinghong's shoulder, their faces brimming with anticipation. Jinghong, are you certain you wish to contract with the Crying Snow Phoenix tonight? If you sign the contract today, you will have to attend the Abyss Party this evening. Wouldn't it be better to wait a few days and prepare? Lu Qingjue furrowed his brow, sensing that it seemed a bit rushed. Gu Panqi looked at her son with concern, nodding in agreement. Both parents, being abyss dwellers themselves, were fully aware of the dangers inherent in the abyss. Especially for someone like Lu Jinghong, who had no prior experience. The first entry into the abyss was fraught with potential pitfalls. Yet, Lu Jinghong shook his head resolutely. Father, Mother, do not worry. With the Crying Snow Phoenix as my initial contract beast, my starting point is already significantly higher than others. Since the Crying Snow Phoenix has hatched, I cannot afford to procrastinate. Lu Jinghong sensed the soul power of Lu Ming within the Crying Snow Phoenix. After all, Lu Ming had nurtured it for 3 years, and he worried that delaying might lead to unforeseen changes. Understanding his son's determination, Lu Qingyuan nodded in acknowledgement. Ah, Jinghong, you are the hope of the Lu family's future. Since the Phoenix of Snow, Li Xiao Shui Huang, has chosen you, it is time for you to embark upon the path of the abyss from this day forth. Your mother and I will impart to you the necessary precautions for this initial foray into the depths, with the epic qualifications bestowed by Li Xiao Shui Huang. Once you complete the contract, you shall undoubtedly master the powers of the illusory armor. With the assistance of the illusory armor, navigating the abyssal party will not prove to be an arduous task. Lu Jinghong nodded, suppressing the excitement within, as he extended his hand towards the Li Xiao Shui Huang perched upon his shoulder. The fact that his initial illusory beast was of epic caliber signaled his destined rise to the pinnacle of beast tamers. The cerulean bird upon his shoulder turned its crystalline eyes and lightly leaped into Lu Jinghong's palm. It sensed that this young man was most compatible with its essence, and it held firm belief that its choice would not be in vain. In that moment, a dazzling orange light enveloped Lu Jinghong, signifying the successful contract between him and the epic illusory beast, Li Xiao Shui Huang. The silver cross star markings on Lu Jinghong's back shimmered slightly, accompanied by a gentle sting. This was a reminder from the abyssal party. At midnight tonight, he would step into the abyss. Chapter 5, Failure? The 4th round of mythical baptism. Meanwhile, at the Dream University of Jiyue City, in the Department of Illusory Beast Identification, Gu Qianyu and Yang Qingxian were enjoying the moonlight while sipping tea on the balcony. Their expressions relaxed. Qingxian, at midnight tonight, my daughter will make her debut at the abyssal party. Consider yourself fortunate, as you shall witness her achieve first place this evening. Gu Qianyu boasted, adjusting the gold-rimmed glasses perched on his nose, a smug expression on his face. Yang Qingxian, the mentor for newcomers entering the abyss in Jiyue City, was responsible for the initiation and guidance of the abyssal parties over the past 3 months. He anticipated that his daughter's first venture would at least earn an A-grade evaluation, thereby bringing accolades to his old friend. Yang Qingxian smiled and nodded, acknowledging the remarkable talent of his goddaughter, Gu Xiaoying. The Gu family was a prominent clan in Jiyue City, possessing not only a lineage of illusory beasts but also expertise in beast identification and cultivation. Gu Qianyu was a professor of illusory beast cultivation at the Dream University. The esteemed Illusory Beast Compendium was developed with his involvement, granting him significant prestige throughout Jiyue City. However, I have just received news that the young prodigy of the Lu family seems to have contracted an illusory beast today, becoming a beast tamer himself. It appears that his initial illusory beast is none other than Li Xiao Shui Huang. Yang Qingxuan's expression turned playful, as he, being a mentor for newcomers, had his own sources of information. An epic illusory beast was a formidable counterpart to the Gu family's inherited beasts. Gu Qianyu furrowed his brow. Did that lad Lu Ming hatch an illusory beast egg? Yang Qingxian shook his head. I told you not to seclude yourself in the laboratory every day. Your information is outdated. That lad Lu Ming has nurtured the illusory beast egg for 3 years, only to make it a wedding garment for others. The one who has contracted Li Xiao Shui Huang is Lu Jinghong, the youngest son of the Lu family's main branch, whose soul power has reached the 1st tier, comparable to Xiaoyin. In terms of both the illusory beast's potential and soul power, Lu Jinghong is not inferior to Xiaoyin. It remains to be seen who will ultimately emerge victorious. Nevertheless, the Lu and Gu families have a long-standing tradition of intermarriage. Thus, the distinction between 1st and 2nd place may not matter much. After all, there is the Qi Rong Huafeng and the Li Xiao Shui Huang. Before Yang Qingxian could finish his thought, Gu Qianyu shot him a sharp glare. Fine. I won't say another word, truly. As a devoted father, do you expect Xiaoyin to remain unmarried for life? The engagement between the Gu and Lu families was established long ago. Gu Qianyu sighed in exasperation. What about that lad Lu Ming? If I recall correctly, today marks his 18th birthday? Yang Qingxian raised an eyebrow. You seem to remember that clearly. From what I understand, his soul power has weakened once again, rendering him unable to become a beast tamer. Even if he were to have the chance to contract an illusory beast in the future, he would likely only have the option to pursue a mundane profession, joining the divine arts department. He certainly will not become an abyssal being. Yang Qingxian and Gu Qianyu exchanged knowing glances, both harboring the same thought. A genius fallen from grace. 3 years ago, Lu Ming shone brightly with S-class talent and an epic illusory beast egg. Now, he could not even meet the threshold for the abyssal party. It seems they had mistaken their hypothetical adversary all along. Unable to become an abyssal being, his future was destined to be ordinary, and Xiaoyin would undoubtedly not take a liking to someone who could not even qualify as a mere abyssal being. Gu Qianyu stretched and gazed up at the crimson moon in the sky. It seems that after today, He must thoroughly investigate the youngest son of the Lu family's main branch. Yang Qingxian nodded, finishing his tea. In an hour and a half, he too would enter the abyssal party to carry out his guiding duties, taking this opportunity to rest well. As the night deepened, many families across Juyu City found it difficult to sleep. Young men and women touched the silver cross star markings on their bodies, sensing the aura of the abyssal party invitation, eagerly anticipating their extraordinary futures. At that moment, Gu Qiuanyu felt a notification emanating from the identification department, and his expression shifted as he rushed into the laboratory. What happened? Qiuanyu? Yang Qingxian inquired, puzzled. Gu Qiuanyu pointed at the red dots displayed on the screen, his face filled with astonishment. There are entirely new illusory beasts detected in Juyu City. 1, 2, 3. How is this possible? The illusory beast compendium should be exceptionally comprehensive. Even if there are mutated beasts, the compendium's intelligence should have been able to identify similar creatures. How could they be so unfamiliar? Monkeys, birds, and feline beasts. How could 3 new illusory beasts suddenly appear? Yang Qingshuan's face mirrored the shock. 3 entirely new illusory beasts meant that if this were true, the entire illusory beast compendium would need to be recompiled. Can we determine the location within Juyu City? Yang Qingxian asked, immediately realizing the futility of his question. Each person possessed an illusory beast compendium. To protect the privacy of the holders, even the founder Gu Qiuanyu did not have the authority to access the information. Gu Qiuanyu chuckled ruefully. We can only confirm that it is within Juyu City. This city has 3 entirely new illusory beasts. I doubt I will sleep tonight. As an expert in illusory beast cultivation, the allure of these new creatures was irresistibly captivating to Gu Qiuanyu. Originally, he had been eagerly anticipating his daughter Gu Xiaoyin's performance in her first abyssal party, but now, his mind was consumed with the information about these 3 new illusory beasts. Yang Qingxian patted his old friend's shoulder. Since they are within Juyu City, you will surely encounter them in the future. Dream University is the aspiration of every beast tamer. If there are new illusory beasts, their holders will undoubtedly seek you for identification. Rest assured. Let us hope so, Gu Qiuanyu replied. Adjusting his glasses, his previous nonchalance entirely vanished. He was utterly absorbed in the world of illusory beasts. Each new creature represented an uncharted realm that he found utterly irresistible. Yet, failure had indeed befallen him. Lu Ming gazed bitterly at the listless golden silk macaque, the creature among the monkeys that had endured the longest during the baptism. He had hoped that it could withstand the mythic baptism of the red-bottomed, but to his dismay, it ultimately ended in failure. With merely an hour remaining before the final abyssal party, he had no opportunity to seek out another illusory beast. The crux of the matter was that even if he hastily found an illusory beast and completed the initial contract, bringing such a beast into the abyssal party would only result in a fate of utter annihilation. Although history had shown that some had managed to survive the abyssal party empty-handed, Lu Ming did not believe he possessed such miraculous fortune. Could it be that his only option is to join the divine art department, with no possibility of entering the armored warrior or phantom sorcery departments? He certainly does not wish to be merely a tool in this world. To Lu Ming, the armored warrior department represents the warriors in online games. The phantom sorcery department embodies the mages, while the divine art department resembles various life professions, all closely tied to the mythical beasts. However, choosing the divine art department would mean resigning himself to a lifetime as mere support personnel, devoid of any substantial combat prowess, let alone the opportunity to enhance himself through abyss parties. Unless one specializes in a specific function, it is unlikely that the beast tamers from the armored warrior and phantom sorcery departments would wish to include the divine art department's burdens in their teams. He did not come to this world merely to play a supportive role. Yet, even in a supportive capacity, that premise hinges on Lu Ming becoming an abyssal hunter. Otherwise, he wouldn't even qualify to assist the armored warrior or phantom sorcery departments. Just as he was about to give up on the golden-furred monkey in his hands and return it to recuperation, contemplating how to find other mythical beasts, this little golden-furred monkey slowly opened its eyes, its brown irises transforming into a brilliant gold. Could it be that it succeeded? Lu Ming felt a jolt of surprise. Mythical baptism of the scarlet rear failed. The system's voice coldly delivered this verdict, leaving Lu Ming utterly disheartened. Sensing Lu Ming's intention to abandon hope, the little golden-furred monkey wearily tugged at his sleeve, refusing to let him go, its golden eyes radiating a glimmer of resolve. Having undergone 3 baptisms, Lu Ming seemed to grasp the monkey's thoughts and softly inquired, "Are you urging me to continue? But you have already endured 3 rounds of baptism, and the one most suitable for you, the scarlet rear, has failed. Your body can hardly withstand a 4th round." Yet the golden-furred monkey nodded, indicating its willingness to persist. A twinge of reluctance appeared on Lu Ming's face. The little monkey was the smallest and youngest among its kin, yet it was demonstrating such unwavering determination. Though he had not personally experienced the ordeal, he could sense that each baptism was a dual trial of both body and spirit. It must be an excruciating experience, as evidenced by the weakened states of the other golden-furred monkeys, white raccoons, and golden catfish after their baptisms. Little monkey, if you truly can endure this final round of baptism, perhaps you will become the first mythical beast in this world. Are you certain you wish to proceed with the fourth round? The golden-furred monkey seemed to understand Lu Ming's words, its golden markings gleaming with excitement. It possessed a higher intellect than its kin and understood the significance of this opportunity. It did not wish to be merely a pet, to be observed and played with. It yearned for its own future. Hope was now within reach, and it felt compelled to grasp this lifeline, even if it meant risking its life. The little monkey nodded vigorously, affirming its final decision. Lu Ming recognized this as his last opportunity. He could not afford to give up so soon. Little monkey, it rests upon your shoulders. I hope you can become the great sage equal to heaven in this world. If you truly endure the universal penetration mythical baptism, I shall call you little sage. The little golden-furred monkey seemed delighted by the name, and although it was weak, its spirit remained high. In this state, Lu Ming bestowed upon the golden-furred monkey its final mythical attribute, universal penetration. Chapter 6, Mythical Baptism Success. Little sage emerges. In that moment, the golden-furred monkey entered the state of baptism, and it was then that Lu Ming took a serious look at the appearance of this little monkey for the first time. Though its spirit was lacking, its fur remained soft and smooth, akin to golden silk, shimmering with a captivating luster under the indoor lights. The golden fur flowed from its head down its back and along its limbs, as if draping it in a magnificent golden cloak. It was not the most striking among its peers, but it was undoubtedly the one with the strongest will. The legacy of the 4 mischievous monkeys lay before it. Whether it could obtain it depended solely on itself. Lu Ming began to close his eyes and gather his thoughts. Regardless of whether this golden-furred monkey could succeed, he needed to prepare for the upcoming Abyss Party. At the very least, if he could survive the Abyss Party and become an abyssal hunter, he could at least join the Divine Art Department, even if he did not wish to tread that path. However, Lu Ming believed that with this mythical attribute in hand, even if he could only become a beast cultivator in the Divine Art Department, he could still change the landscape of this world. Xiaoyin, for such an important matter tonight. Your father hasn't he returned to see you? It's truly. In the Gu family mansion, a beautiful woman looked at the girl before her with concern, her tone laced with complaint. As the pride of the Gu family, Gu Xiaoyin had already made all the necessary preparations for this Abyss Party, eagerly anticipating the experience it would bring. Dressed in a sleek outfit, she appeared remarkably spirited. Mom, you know my father's work. It's just an Abyss Party. With the Fire Phoenix present, my safety is assured. Even if there are dangers, I can afford to disregard any grades. Survival is paramount. I have no idle burden. The beautiful woman nodded, her expression tinged with helplessness. This generation of the Gu family lacks any exceptionally gifted individuals. It falls upon you, the sole S-grade talent, to shoulder the burden of the Fire Phoenix. Your father, as a professor, might as well not be one. He doesn't seem to invest his thoughts in you. Gu Xiaoyin leaned gently against her mother, observing her mother's childlike complaints. Mom, Dad is in the lab, and everything he does is for me. You're not secretly missing him, are you? And using this as an excuse? The beautiful woman's face flushed, and she playfully patted her daughter's small hand. What nonsense. You little rascal have too many thoughts. I just don't want you to be bound to the Lu family in the future. Others say that the Fire Phoenix and the Snow Phoenix are a match made in heaven, but I don't believe it. Today, coincidentally, your father called to tell me that that boy from the Lu family has also contracted the Snow Phoenix, and they insist on choosing the same day. Xiaoyin, Mom knows you have a strong competitive spirit, so this time, as long as you ensure your own safety, I agree that you should strive to win as much as possible. Gu Xiaoyin gradually fell into silence, gently nodding. Lu Ming, huh? It's been 3 years since we last met. I've heard he has been in a difficult situation in the Lu family. Yet today he has hatched that epic mythical beast egg. Choosing today to contract is perhaps an expression of his discontent regarding my resistance to the marriage 3 years ago. In the Lu family mansion, Lu Jinghong had just released his phantom armor, appearing somewhat fatigued, yet his spirit was undeniably exuberant. Truly, an epic-level mythical beast, despite just hatching. It had an attachment rate of 80 to the phantom armor. Lu Qinjue felt deeply moved as he glanced at his wife. Their soul power had already reached the 6th tier, and they had passed the corresponding Abyssal Hunter assessment, both currently holding the title of Abyssal-level controllers. Although they were among the notable figures in the entire GUS city, due to limited resources, the highest quality mythical beast they had contracted was merely a 6th tier purple rare mythical beast. Legendary and epic mythical beasts were elusive presences. while legendary-level mythical beasts were something an ordinary person might never encounter in their lifetime. Though beast tamers can contract different mythical beasts throughout their lives, their spirit power limits the combined tier of the beasts they can control to no more than 10 tiers. Thus, aside from the 6-tier purple rare phantom beasts, they contracted 2 additional 2-tier white phantom beasts as functional supplements. The attachment rate of phantom armor is correlated with the quality of the phantom beast. For instance, their strongest purple rare phantom beast typically maintains an attachment rate of around 50 to 60, effectively safeguarding the vital areas of the contractor. Conversely, as the quality of the phantom beast diminishes, so too does the attachment rate of the armor. Should it be a common white phantom beast, the armor may only attach to a single area of the contractor, with an attachment rate insufficient to exceed 10. This predicament has led numerous beast tamers, who can only contract low-quality phantom beasts, to opt for enrollment in the divine arts department. After all, it is preferable to abandon the paths of armor or phantom magic departments, and instead choose to transform phantom beasts into tools that resonate with oneself, thereby securing a future employment direction. Of course, these are merely the dilemmas faced by impoverished beast tamers. Such matters would not arise within the Lu family, nor would they concern Lu Jinghong. Witnessing his son contract an epic phantom beast and observing the astonishing 80 armor attachment rate, Lu Qinjue felt a profound sense of pride. With Jinghong now possessing the Crying Snow Phoenix, victory in the upcoming Abyssal Gathering was assured. Regrettably, the inaugural Abyssal Gathering would only be a solo endeavor, precluding the possibility of a group competition. Thus, Jinghong's remarkable prowess would only be witnessed by himself. Gu Panqi displayed a tender affection, completely forgetting about her other child. Lu Qinjue nodded in agreement. Although Jinghong would participate alone, there would ultimately still be evaluative rankings. With Jinghong and the Crying Snow Phoenix combined, an A-rank evaluation was certainly achievable. An A-rank evaluation? Lu Jinghong felt discontent with the prospect of merely attaining an A rank, having contracted the Crying Snow Phoenix. His heart brimmed with confidence. Father, mother, this time, I shall undoubtedly secure an S-rank evaluation. While others may face peril in this abyssal gathering, I possess the Crying Snow Phoenix with an 80 armor attachment rate. In this abyss, I can have my way. Lu Jinghong could hardly contain his excitement, lamenting only that the minute hand could not hasten to the stroke of midnight. Jinghong, having acquired the Lu family's Crying Snow Phoenix and successfully passing the abyssal gathering to become an abyssal hunter, it would then be quite natural for you to inherit your brother's engagement. Work hard, and upon your return, I shall assist you in proposing to the Gu family. Lu Qinjue and Gu Panqi harbored the same thought, feeling an overwhelming sense of optimism for the Lu family's future. As for their other son, at this moment, there was no space left in their hearts to accommodate him. In the quaint pet shop, on the 2nd floor, with only 30 minutes remaining until midnight, Lu Ming gradually opened his eyes, having adjusted his state to optimal levels. Once the system awakened, it ceased to absorb his soul power. At this moment, his soul power had also recovered to 10 segments, meeting the standards of a first-tier beast tamer. The next task at hand was to contract his first phantom beast. Lu Ming focused intently ahead. The area where the golden silk monkey had once rested had undergone a remarkable transformation, presenting him with a cocoon woven of golden light, emanating an inexplicable sense of intimacy. Is it successful? Lu Ming's heart raced with excitement. This state felt distinctly different from previous mythic baptisms. The aura of the golden silk monkey had undergone a profound metamorphosis in just half an hour. Chapter 7, 100 Armor Rate. Little Saint. As soon as Lu Ming's words fell, the golden cocoon cracked open, fissures rapidly spreading like a spider's web across its surface. A gentle white radiance flowed from the cracks, neither harsh nor blinding, but rather imbued with a warm vitality. White radiance. A common phantom beast? Lu Ming's heart sank. Instinctively, he opened the Phantom Beast Encyclopedia for inspection, yet the encyclopedia showed no response to Little Saint. According to the common knowledge of the Beast-Taming Continent, white radiance signifies a common phantom beast of the 1st or 2nd tier with limited potential. Could it be that after all the tribulations and enduring 4 rounds of mythic trials, he had merely birthed an ordinary phantom beast? That would be far too. Just as a whirlwind of emotions surged within Lu Ming, the system's prompt chimed in at the right moment. Ding. Mythic baptism successful. Congratulations, host. The ordinary golden silk monkey has successfully fused with the mythic attribute long arms and evolved into a new mythic phantom beast, long-armed golden silk monkey. Lu Ming was momentarily stunned, quickly followed by an overwhelming surge of joy. It worked. It truly succeeded. He inhaled deeply, his gaze fixed intently on the remnants of the shattered golden cocoon. As the last shard of cocoon shell fell away, A golden silk monkey radically different from before appeared before him. It remained curled up, yet at this moment, the little monkey radiated an indescribable aura of authority. Slowly, it opened its eyes, which had once been ordinary brown, now transformed into pure gold, seemingly harboring boundless wisdom and strength, with celestial bodies swirling within its pupils. Its physique appeared slightly more robust than before. The once soft golden silk fur now appeared denser and smoother, each strand shimmering with a faint golden glow. Particularly the fur on its arms, which seemed thicker and longer than that on its body, subtly entwined with a vigorous aura. Its limbs also exuded greater strength, especially the arms, creating an illusion of being able to grasp the sun and moon and to shrink mountains. Little Saint, Ming tentatively called out once more. The long-armed golden silk monkey turned its golden gaze towards Ming, a flicker of lively brilliance crossing its eyes, before it slowly stood upright. It nodded at Ming, then extended its remarkably powerful arm, gently patting its own chest, emitting a youthful yet resounding roar. Is this the mythic phantom beast? The encyclopedia showed no effect on Little Saint, but Ming's system clearly displayed its status. Phantom beast, long-armed golden silk monkey, Little Saint. Status, juvenile stage. Attributes, strength. Spirit, soul power level, first tier beginner. Potential level, unknown, exceeding the current rating system. Loyalty, 100 absolute loyalty. Strength, 15. Performance, innate divine strength, particularly prominent in arm strength. Intelligence, 12. Performance, exceptionally intelligent, capable of rapid understanding and learning. Agility, 10. Performance, agile and swift. Stamina, 13. Performance, energetic with exceptional endurance. Luck, performance, appears to be under some unknown favor. Talent, 1. Long arm power, mythic level fragment. Innately grasps part of the secrets of long arms, increasing arm strength by 100. With the enhancement of strength, the abilities to grasp the sun and moon, shrink mountains, discern fortunes, and manipulate the universe will gradually unlock. Current unlock, arm strength enhancement. 2. Mythic body, passive. As a mythic phantom beast, possesses high resistance to negative states, and the growth rate far exceeds that of common phantom beasts. Skills. 1. Monkey King Strike. Converges power in both arms to unleash a powerful attack. 2. Spirit Monkey Flash. Rapidly evades over short distances. Special ability. Mythic Attribute Bearer. Unique. Ming gazed at this splendid status panel, his heart brimming with excitement. Attributes of spirit and strength, not belonging to the current elemental attributes. Potential level unknown. Transcending the existing rating system. This is nothing short of astonishing. And that, might of the extending arms, although currently in a fragmented state, has merely unlocked the amplification of my dual arm strength. Yet, the subsequent descriptions of seizing the sun and moon, compressing mountains, discerning fortunes, and manipulating the cosmos are enough to stir one's blood to a fervent boil. Is this not the legendary power of the extending arm monkey? Wonderful, exquisite, Little Saint. From this day forth, we shall be companions. Ming could hardly contain the exhilaration bubbling within him, although it merely radiated a white, radiant fluorescence. He had come to realize that this milky glow emitted by Little Saint seemed to belong to no known spectrum of brilliance. Is this a unique luminescence belonging to mythical beasts? Ming was uncertain for the moment. The secrets enveloping Little Saint would require his continued exploration of time and effort in the future. Meanwhile, Little Saint appeared to sense Ming's joy, and began to dance with glee, albeit clumsily, as it had just been born, adding a touch of endearing charm to its movements. Little Saint, do you wish to enter into a contract with me? Ming inquired, gazing at the golden-furred monkey before him. Though he had implicitly accepted Little Saint as his mythical beast, he still felt it courteous to ask. Little Saint nodded, extending its hand to touch his. With the flash of the milky fluorescence, Ming felt an indelible connection with Little Saint, while a sharp pain began to emerge from the silver star pattern on the back of his right hand. The Abyss invitation sensed his contract with the mythical beast and issued a reminder for the Abyss party. Ming exhaled deeply. He would not miss today as Abyss party, even without the prompt. He looked down at Little Saint, who squatted before him, gradually calming his tumultuous emotions while contemplating how to approach the Abyss party. Though Little Saint was indeed a mythical beast, he could not afford to be arrogant and assume that passage through the Abyss party would be effortless. According to his previous knowledge, once a beast master forms a contract with a mythical beast, they can attempt to manifest a beast armor. Both beast armor and magic armor are extensions of the mythical beast's power, significantly enhancing the beast master's abilities, with their coverage and intensity closely related to the mythical beast's potential, strength, and compatibility with the beast master. I wonder what Little Saint's armor will be like. Will it be beast armor or magic armor? Lu Ming steadied himself and, recalling the method, concentrated his spirit, attempting to forge a deeper connection with Little Saint, guiding it to channel its power to him. Little Saint, manifest. With Lu Ming's quiet command, a dazzling golden light erupted from Little Saint, cascading streams of golden radiance from its body, wrapping around Lu Ming like a living entity. A warm and potent sensation flooded his limbs and core. The golden light swiftly shaped itself into a magnificent suit of armor, beginning with a fierce and dynamic monkey-faced helmet that covered his head, 2 golden beams shining from its eye sockets. Following that were the chest plate, arm guards, and leg armor. In mere seconds, a complete suit of golden armor enveloped Lu Ming entirely. The armor glimmered in a dark gold hue, its surface adorned with intricate, ancient cloud patterns, while vivid red gemstone-like protrusions sparkled ominously at the joints. Particularly, the armor on his arms appeared robust and substantial, radiating an explosive sense of power. With the gauntlets sharp enough to effortlessly rend steel, Lu Ming moved his body, feeling an inexhaustible surge of strength coursing through him, his senses heightened to an extraordinary degree. Indeed, it was beast armor. After the manifestation, Little Saint had enhanced Lu Ming's physical capabilities. This was the hallmark of beast armor. The coverage rate was nearly 100%. As Lu Ming reveled in the integrity of the armor enveloping him, his heart swelled with astonishment. The initial doubts sown by the white fluorescence had completely dissipated. He was now utterly convinced of Little Saint's identity as a mythical beast. After all, such a near-perfect attachment rate for armor had never been recorded across the continent. Even legendary mythical beasts boasted merely a 90% attachment rate. Moreover, Lu Ming was further astonished to discover a small, miniature golden monkey perched upon his right shoulder. This little monkey was vividly animated, fitting comfortably in the palm of his hand, curiously surveying its surroundings, mirroring Little Saint's demeanor perfectly. Is this a buy one get one free? Lu Ming chuckled. Could this shoulder monkey be part of the beast armor? He had never heard of such a manifestation within beast armor before. Just as Lu Ming marveled at this flawless beast armor, a wave of intense fatigue suddenly washed over him. He felt a darkness cloud his vision, as if all his energy had been instantaneously siphoned away. Bang! The golden beast armor promptly transformed into glimmering specks of light and dissipated, causing Lu Ming to stagger, nearly collapsing to the ground. But he managed to steady himself against a nearby table. Panting heavily, beads of sweat formed on his forehead. Little Saint, noticing his distress, quickly leaped to his side, chirping anxiously and nudging his arm with its small head. It's all right, Little Saint, I'm fine. Lu Ming forced a smile to reassure, reflecting that with his current soul power, he was yet unable to sustain the manifestation of such formidable beast armor for an extended period. His soul power had been absorbed by the system, rendering his physical constitution mediocre. Having just restored his soul power to the first-tier standard, it was only natural that suddenly activating such a powerful beast armor would leave him drained. Nevertheless, Lu Ming felt little despair. He glanced at the clock on the wall. Less than 15 minutes remained until the Abyss party commenced. That was ample time. With Little Saint by his side, and this nearly perfect beast armor, he, Lu Ming, was ready for the Abyss party. Sitting cross-legged, Lu Ming began to gradually restore his soul power. With only 15 minutes until the Abyss party began, he needed to seize every moment to recover his soul power as much as possible. During Lu Ming's meditation, Little Saint mimicked his actions with remarkable precision. If one overlooked Little Saint's appearance, the golden-furred monkey truly resembled a little person. Chapter 8. The Abyss Party commences. Buzz. The silver star pattern on the back of Lu Ming's hand suddenly grew scorching, emitting a faint silver light, as if urging him. Slowly, Lu Ming opened his eyes and glanced at the wall clock. The hands pointed unwaveringly at midnight. The Abyss party had begun, and participants needed to enter within half an hour. Lu Ming remained unhurried, continuing to meditate for another 10 minutes to recover his soul power, before rising to his feet and looking at the golden-furred monkey. Little Saint, let us proceed. Lu Ming spoke softly, his tone steady. The extending arm golden-furred monkey chirped in response, deftly jumping onto his shoulder, its golden little claws gripping his collar tightly. As Lu Ming mentally accepted the invitation, the space before him began to warp, rippling like the surface of water, forming a vortex that radiated an ethereal blue light, within which the depths of the starry sky and fractured staircases could be faintly discerned. Without hesitation, Lu Ming stepped forward. A slight sensation of weightlessness enveloped him, and the scenery around him transformed in an instant. He found himself in a bizarre corridor that seemed endless. The corridor's walls were not solid but composed of continuously shifting, fragmented lights and shadows, revealing glimpses of countless worlds being born and extinguished within. In a cataclysm marked by rolling lava, a celestial palace suspended amidst the clouds. A technologically advanced metropolis of steel, and primal jungles echoing with the roars of colossal beasts, the path beneath one's feet is paved with an enigmatic black crystal. Cold and unyielding, emanating a subtle chill. The air is thick with a laying of sulfur, stardust, and decay, inducing an involuntary tension within one's spirit. Is this the abyssal corridor? Lu Ming pondered as he surveyed his surroundings. On his shoulder, Xiaosheng appeared somewhat restless, emitting a low whimper as if unsettled by the atmosphere. Fear not, for I am here, Lu Ming gently reassured, patting Xiaosheng's head to convey a sense of calm. The corridor was not excessively lengthy. After traversing about 100 steps, a brilliant light emerged ahead. Upon passing through this illumination, he found himself in a vast circular stone chamber, at the center of which stood a massive black round table, its surface intricately engraved with complex and arcane runes that glimmered faintly. At this moment, a sparse assembly of figures occupied the perimeter of the table, shrouded in a hazy glow that obscured their features and attire, rendering it a challenge to discern their precise forms. Some figures were tall and imposing, others diminutive and delicate. Some exuded a calm demeanor like a mountain, while others radiated a razor-sharp intensity. The entrance of Lu Ming immediately seized the attention of all present. "Oh, another newcomer?" a somewhat hoarse voice remarked, tinged with amusement. I had presumed that by this hour, all expected guests would have arrived. To step in now suggests either confidence or perhaps a case of procrastination. A light, teasing female voice chimed in. Lu Ming chose to disregard the murmurs and proceeded directly to an empty seat. His own figure was similarly cloaked in the ethereal glow, indistinguishable from the others. He sensed that this illumination not only obscured their appearances, but also, to some extent, shielded their auras from detection, unless there existed a significant disparity in strength. It would be difficult to gauge one another's capabilities. Curious, Xiaosheng peeked from Lu Ming's shoulder, its golden eyes darting about, assessing these peculiar shadowy figures. At that moment, a silhouette more substantial and towering than the rest materialized at the head of the table. It emanated an aura of authority and composure. Clearly the facilitator of this abyssal gathering. Esteemed guests, welcome to the abyssal party. The facilitator's voice resonated powerfully and clearly throughout the stone chamber. I am your instructor from the Dragon Kingdom, Yang Qingxian. The murmurs within the chamber immediately subsided. First and foremost, congratulations to each of you on earning the right to enter the abyss. The abyssal party presents both opportunity and challenge. At each gathering, you will enter a unique space projected by the abyssal will. Tonight, all newcomers will embark on the same journey, codenamed Flower Fruit Mountain. However, heed this warning. Although the stages may be identical, your experiences will be independent. Forming alliances or teams is prohibited, and you must rely solely on your own abilities. Upon hearing the name Flower Fruit Mountain, Lu Ming's heart jolted. The name resonated like thunder, compelling him to recall a certain locale from the myths of his past life. Why would Flower Fruit Mountain appear in the abyssal party? What could this signify? Lu Ming's curiosity about the forthcoming abyssal gathering intensified. Next, let us discuss rewards and risks. Yang Qingxuan's tone grew solemn. The rewards for the inaugural abyssal party tend to be the most generous. You may acquire powerful artifacts, rare materials, or even enhance your own strength directly. However, high rewards also come with high risks. The abyss is fraught with peril, and every year, numerous so-called prodigies meet their demise during their first party, sometimes at the cost of their very lives. He paused, as if surveying each shimmering figure. Thus, my first piece of advice, and indeed the most crucial, is to act within your means. Prioritize survival. Do not be blinded by the allure of immediate gain, especially when unaware of your own limitations. Recklessly delving into the unknown will only lead to your own demise. To live is to have a future. As the instructor's words resonated, a subtle shift in the atmosphere enveloped the round table. Several figures nodded slightly, clearly acknowledging the instructor's warning with profound understanding. Their auras were a medley of experiences, suggesting they had faced numerous trials during their contracts with phantom beasts, grasping the significance of prioritizing survival. Most of these individuals were beast tamers of humble origins, navigating each step with caution. In contrast, others appeared unfazed, even eager to embrace the challenge. Among them, one figure stood out, leaning casually against the back of his chair, his outline exuding unabashed arrogance. Though his expression remained obscured, the others could sense his innate superiority and disdain for the instructor's cautionary words. This figure was Lu Jinghong, cradling the newly contracted epic-class phantom beast, the Howling Snow Phoenix. The confidence bestowed by such a formidable companion rendered the notion of risk trivial in his eyes. To him, those who faltered were merely mediocre talents masquerading as geniuses. Humph. A bunch of cowards, Lu Jinghong scoffed inwardly, believing the instructor's admonitions were entirely superfluous, only serving to dull the newcomer's enthusiasm. The Abyssal Party was, after all, an arena for transcending limits and achieving greatness. Seated not far from Lu Jinghong, Gu Xiaoyin could not discern his precise form, but could distinctly feel the unsettling arrogance emanating from him. Her brows knitted in discontent, cultivating an aversion towards the owner of that shadowy figure. While she too was confident in her abilities alongside her phoenix, she also respected the cautious words of her mentor, Yang Qingxian. Excessive pride often heralds the onset of failure. Yang Qingxian observed the reactions of the attendees, shaking his head slightly within. Each time he guided newcomers, a few would invariably consider themselves above all, deaf to sound advice. He opted not to elaborate further. Experience is the best teacher, and the abyss would impart its lessons. Yet, whether they would survive the instruction remained uncertain. Now then, that summarizes the essential information. Yang Qingxian transitioned smoothly. Before the party officially commences, I would like to confirm, most of you are likely practitioners of the Beast Phantom Armor system, correct? Is there anyone skilled in the magic armor? Silence reigned in the chamber. It appeared that this cohort of newcomers predominantly adhered to the mainstream path of Beast Phantom Armor. Lu Ming listened intently. He too belonged to this category. However, a flicker of curiosity about the elusive magic armor sparked within him, for among beast tamers, those capable of wielding magic armor were exceedingly rare. Chapter 9. Has this person transformed into armor? Very well, since all of you are following the Beast Phantom Armor path. It simplifies matters considerably. Yang Qingshuan's voice broke the brief silence once more. The entrance to Flower Fruit Mountain for the Abyssal Party will open in 3 minutes, and will remain accessible for half an hour. Before that, I urge you all to begin manifesting your Beast Phantom Armor, so you may enter in peak condition. As Yang Qingshuan's words concluded, the atmosphere within the stone chamber tightened palpably. Even the haughty Lu Jinghong became fully engaged. Before entering the Abyssal Party's corridor, Gu Panqi and Lu Qin also issued such a caution. Even if Yang Qingxian had remained silent, he would have taken similar precautions. However, he felt a twinge of dissatisfaction with Yang Qingshuan's warning. If Yang Qingxian had refrained from making such a reminder, perhaps this group of participants from the same batch would meet a dire fate upon entering. Wouldn't he that better demonstrate his own might? No one was privy to Lu Jinghong's dark musings. Despite possessing the immensely powerful Snow Phoenix, he still harbored such malevolent thoughts within. No one would know that this heir of the Lu family's epic beast was, in fact, so internally twisted. As waves of light began to undulate, it was evident that everyone was preparing to summon their magical beasts. Yang Qingxian nodded in satisfaction. Let us commence. In an instant, the stone chamber erupted in splendid radiance. Multicolored soul power illuminated the air as various ethereal forms of magical beasts materialized behind or beside their summoners. Roars, screeches, whinnies. Although the genuine cries of beasts were inaudible, the palpable aura emanating from the magical beasts was unmistakable. Amidst the blue light, an ethereal form resembling a tiger, clad in scales, roared as it melded into its master, transforming into a formidable blue armor that enveloped approximately 40% of the body, indicative of a 4th-tier advanced magical beast. In the purple radiance, a lithe, winged cheetah manifested, bestowing its master with a graceful purple battle armor, covering 50% of the body, a hallmark of a rare 5th-tier beast. Subsequently, several more figures completed their armor transformations, predominantly adorned in blues and purples, with coverage rates fluctuating between 30 and 60%. These initial magical beasts, belonging to various families or fortunate common beast tamers, were already quite impressive. At that moment, a powerful aura suddenly erupted. A dazzling orange light shot upward, suffusing the entire room with a warm hue. Within that orange glow, an extraordinary ice-blue phoenix soared, exuding a chilling grandeur. The phoenix gracefully circled, then transformed into a cascade of ice crystals and shimmering light, enveloping a proud figure. A stunning ice-blue armor swiftly formed, its lines smooth and elegant, with the shoulders adorned by lifelike phoenix heads and magnificent wings of ice crystals extending from its back. The armor's coverage was exceptionally high, visibly surpassing 80%, nearly encasing the figure completely, leaving only slight gaps at the joints. An orange hue, an 8th-tier epic magical beast. The coverage rate, at least 80%, was astounding. No wonder that individual had been so confident. It was clear he was accompanied by an epic beast. Voices of envy and awe surged. Possessing an epic magical beast as an initial companion set a starting point so high that it left most present in the dust. The figure clad in the Ice Phoenix armor was none other than Lu Jinghong. As he felt the gazes of those around him, his pride threatened to overflow. He raised his head slightly, savoring the sensation of being the center of attention. The Snow Phoenix had indeed not let him down. Beside him, Gu Xiaoyin recognized the ice-blue armor of the ethereal beast, instantly discerning that it belonged to the Snow Phoenix. The long-standing alliance between the Gu and Lu families was not merely a matter of camaraderie. Their epic beasts shared a unique bond. Is Lu Ming's demeanor truly this arrogant? Gu Xiaoyin recalled Lu Ming's previous demeanor, which had not been so haughty. Could it be that his behavior had shifted due to her actions 3 years prior? It seemed her judgment had not been in error. Gu Xiaoyin frowned, her expression cooling as she summoned the Fire Phoenix. While everyone remained stunned by Lu Jinghong's ethereal armor, still reeling from the spectacle, an equally formidable presence began to rise. Another wave of orange light. This time, a colossal bird wreathed in crimson flames appeared, its magnificence and majesty rivaling that of the Ice Phoenix. The fiery bird emitted a resounding cry, transforming into a cascade of flames that enveloped another petite figure. A striking red bird-shaped battle armor materialized, equally magnificent and powerful, with coverage slightly less than the Ice Phoenix's armor, achieving an astonishing 75%. Another epic magical beast. What in the world? Today must be extraordinary, with 2 newcomers possessing epic magical beasts emerging simultaneously. Moreover, both were avian creatures, one ice, one fire. Was this to be a duel of frost and flame? The crowd was thoroughly astonished. Epic magical beasts were already a rarity. Encountering one at an abyssal party was remarkable, yet now 2 appeared at once. Lu Jinghong's brow furrowed as he cast a wary glance at the figure cloaked in the fiery bird armor, his eyes betraying a mixture of surprise and a hint of apprehension. He sensed that this woman would be his greatest rival in the quest for victory at the abyssal party. In the corner, Lu Ming's gaze sharpened. After nurturing the snow phoenix egg for 3 years, he was intimately familiar with its aura. Lu Jinghong? He is also among this batch of participants? Has he rushed to complete his contract immediately after hatching the snow phoenix? He hadn't anticipated that his brother would enter the abyss so soon. He recognized the snow phoenix, but what could this other fiery giant bird be? Its might was certainly on par with the snow phoenix. Although Lu Ming was astonished, he did not overly concern himself with these 2 epic beasts. After all, the little saint at his shoulder had already surpassed the epic tier, being the first mythic magical beast in existence. On the dais, Yang Qingxian's gaze swept over Gu Xiaoyin clad in the red bird armor, a subtle smile gracing his lips. The Gu family's little phoenix, his goddaughter, had indeed not disappointed him. He discreetly assessed the magical armors of the other participants, most ranging from 4th to 6th tier, all of commendable quality, ensuring no ordinary 2nd-tier beasts had recklessly ventured into this perilous gathering. Until his gaze landed on Lu Ming and the seemingly ordinary little monkey on his shoulder. Yang Qingxian paused momentarily. Has this individual undergone armor transformation? He sensed an energy fluctuation emanating from Lu Ming, suggesting he had completed the manifestation of the beast armor. However, what had flickered past him earlier was a white light. No, it seemed more translucent. What perplexed him further was the complete absence of any traces of armor on Lu Ming. Aside from the seemingly ordinary little monkey, he appeared almost identical to his unarmored self. A coverage rate of 0. What is the meaning of this? Yang Qingxian felt bewildered. Could his perception have faltered? Or was this a type of magical armor he had never encountered before? Not only him, but also the other beast tamers in the stone chamber noticed Lu Ming's peculiarities. What was the matter with that individual? It seemed he had not undergone armor transformation. No. Had he not just glimpsed a flash of white or colorless light from him? A coverage rate of 0? How could he dare to enter the abyssal party in such a state? A clamor ensued. Lu Jinghong cast a glance in the direction of Lu Ming. Although the latter's appearance was obscured, the almost negligible effect of his armor transformation struck him as nothing short of a farce. Such a waste of space. How could he possibly possess an invitation to the abyss party? Truly lamentable. He scoffed disdainfully, feeling that even a second glance would tarnish his dignity. Gu Xiaoyin also noticed Lu Ming, her delicate brows furrowed slightly, a flicker of concern glimmering in her eyes. Although the abyss party was a test of skill, witnessing someone seemingly ill-prepared about to step into peril stirred a sense of compassion within her. A person like that entering the abyss party will likely meet a swift demise. The others mostly held a sense of schadenfreude or were simply there to spectate, with some even finding it somewhat tragic, believing Lu Ming's actions were akin to courting death. Yang Qingxian frowned, his gaze darting between Lu Ming and the seemingly harmless little monkey perched on his shoulder. The small creature was oblivious to the tense atmosphere, staring back at Lu Ming. Young man, Yang Qingxuan's voice bore an undertone of gravity as he raised his hand, revealing a finely crafted silver beast tome. Are you certain you wish to enter the abyss party in such a state? His tone was laced with earnest concern. The creature on your shoulder paused, as if weighing its words, seemingly not registered as a magical beast. Yang Qingxian shook the tome, and a faint light swept over the little monkey. The tome screen merely displayed cold words indicating a common creature with no magical beast response. This outcome tightened his brow even further. He sighed, lowering his voice. The Abyss Party is no trifling matter, lad. Without a competent magical beast, it is tantamount to courting death. Although Huagua Mountain sounds ethereal, it is fraught with danger. Every year, newcomers perish here. I advise you to reconsider. Before Yang Qingxian could finish, a wave of suppressed laughter erupted around them, mocking and unabashed. What? That monkey, could it be his magical beast? A shrill voice screeched. What a joke, he can't even get the magical beast tome to recognize it. It must be some pet snatched from a zoo. Planning to perform monkey tricks for the Abyss? Goodness, how did such a person obtain an invitation? Does he think the Abyss Party is a leisurely stroll? Even if he miraculously survives the Abyss, this pet that isn't even a magical beast would probably not even meet the threshold of the Divine Arts Department. Let alone the Divine Arts Department, I reckon he should consider the Pet Grooming Department. Lu Jinghong's lips curled into a smirk beneath his Ice Phoenix armor, not even deigning to spare a glance. Indeed, a fool unaware of the vastness of the heavens and the earth, a being from an entirely different realm. To share the same stage is nothing short of a desecration of my status. He felt as though the very air had become tainted by this person's presence. Gu Xiaoyin's crimson phoenix armor quivered slightly, her brows knitting tighter. What audacity does this person possess? To bring along a companion that isn't even a magical beast in such circumstances, he is surely courting death. However, one must never speak deeply with those of shallow acquaintance. If he disregarded the guidance of his godfather Yang Qingxian, then her words would hold little significance. Faced with the crowd's derision and Yang Qingshuan's well-meaning counsel, Lu Ming simply stood there calmly. His gaze swept across the scornful and pitying looks, and he felt not the slightest ripple within, but rather found it somewhat amusing. The might of mythical magical beasts is beyond your comprehension. A summer insect cannot speak of ice. Mortals cannot fathom the sacred. He understood that the near 100% armor coverage of the little saint, given his current first-tier soul power, would consume an astronomical amount of energy. Were it not for this, he would not have deliberately allowed the little saint to maintain this seemingly unguarded half-armor state. At this moment, the little saint squatted on his shoulder, leisurely like a playful pet rather than a battle-ready magical beast. Although I am currently unarmored, the little saint's power is already poised to unleash. This restraint minimizes soul power consumption and allows for a surprise attack. Should an unforeseen danger arise, he could, in an instant, achieve complete fusion with the little saint, showcasing the astonishing 100% armor coverage. Until then, he could rely solely on the little saint's strength. Magical beasts are not sheltered flowers, without weathering storms. How can one behold the rainbow? Maintaining this state allows me to conserve soul power for the upcoming challenges. A panicked reaction would only lead to disadvantage. Lu Ming raised his eyes to Yang Qingxian, his tone flat and unperturbed, as though stating the most ordinary of facts. Thank you for the reminder, instructor. I know my limits. The phrase I know my limits was delivered with an air of nonchalance, yet it deepened Yang Qingshuan's furrowed brow. This lad, does he truly have some basis for confidence, or has he resigned himself to fate? He scrutinized Lu Ming, his features obscured in shadows, rendering his true emotions indiscernible, ultimately choosing not to speak further. Some paths must be traversed alone to discern their depths. The counsel has been given. The choice lies with the individual. Time is running short. Yang Qingxian ceased his deliberation regarding Lu Ming, raised his hand, and pointed to the enormous black round table in the center of the stone chamber. In that instant, the runes upon the table blazed to life, a surge of azure light erupting forth like a fountain. A robust beam shooting toward the vaulted ceiling of the stone chamber, rippling with waves of energy. The beam converged at the apex before suddenly expanding outward, forming a colossal and unstable azure vortex far larger than the previously opened entrance to the abyss corridor. The vortex slowly rotated, emanating a disquieting spatial fluctuation. At its core, a verdant landscape was faintly visible, with cascading waterfalls and swirling mists, exuding an aura of celestial grandeur. It was the designated scene for this abyss party, Huagua Mountain. Chapter 11. More tasks? The entrance to the abyss party at Huagua Mountain has been opened. Yang Qingshuan's voice resonated clearly in everyone's ears, carrying an undeniable authority. Remember, you exist independently within. No form of teaming or alliance is permitted. Everything must be reliant on yourself. I wish you all good fortune. As his words fell, his towering silhouette gradually faded like ink diffusing in water, ultimately vanishing completely, evidently departing from this gathering point and leaving the stage entirely to the newcomers. The entrance has opened. Unknown challenges and opportunities lay ahead. Tension, excitement, and apprehension permeated the stone chamber, the very air seeming to thicken. However, in the face of the now open abyss party, Lu Ming remained undisturbed. Taking a deep breath, he directly settled cross-legged upon the cold black crystal floor. His eyes gently closed as the little saint obediently nestled beside his legs, its golden eyes vigilantly surveying the agitated shadows around them, seemingly entering a state of cultivation. His unusual behavior drew a wave of astonished and perplexed glances from those around him, along with some hushed discussions. What on earth is he doing? The entrance is open, and he still has the composure to meditate? The previously sharp voice resurfaced, dripping with sarcasm. Has he been scared into stupidity? Trying to sharpen his sword at the last moment? I reckon it's more like he's trying to shrink back. I think he just wants to wait until we all go in before sneaking away to avoid embarrassment. The monkey perched upon his shoulder appeared astute, yet alas, it had chosen the wrong master. Lu Jinghong's countenance had become a mere mask of indifference, displaying even a lack of disdain for the one before him. Delaying time. As if that could alter his pathetic fate? How utterly laughable. To enter alongside me is nothing short of an affront. A cold scoff echoed within his heart. He deemed it a waste of energy to even spare Lu Ming a glance. Thus, he took the lead, striding forth with resolute steps, a resplendent azure light enveloping him. His figure transforming into a swift shadow of ice, unhesitatingly plunging into the cerulean vortex, vanishing without a trace. He sought to be the first to enter, the first to seize the glory that rightfully belonged to him. Gu Xiaoyin, clad in crimson phoenix armor, cast a quiet glance in Lu Ming's direction, her brow slightly furrowing in the shifting light. Each individual must bear the weight of their own choices. However, such a choice seems rather frivolous. No longer hesitating, Gu Xiaoyin summoned flames that surged around her, resembling a blazing meteor, and transformed into a crimson arc, following closely behind Lu Jinghong into the entrance of Huahua Mountain. The remaining beast tamers, witnessing this, no longer tarried. They exchanged excited, apprehensive, and mildly voyeuristic murmurs, entering the vortex in small groups. Some, before entering, glanced back at Lu Ming, as if observing a jest. Soon, the once crowded stone chamber, filled with a dozen figures, grew desolate, leaving only Lu Ming, the small sage upon his shoulder, and the vortex entrance, which was beginning to contract, its energy fluctuations increasingly unstable. Yang Qingxian remained seated, employing special means to observe the final moments here. As time ticked away, he could not help but release a barely audible sigh at the sight of the unmoving figure on the ground. It appears this lad has ultimately decided to forfeit. Well, at least he may preserve his life. It is merely unfortunate that he will be relegated to the status of an ordinary person thereafter. However, with a companion that is not even a phantom beast, being ordinary may not be such a bad fate. Yang Qingxian silently awaited the countdown's conclusion, knowing that once time expired and the individual before him was eliminated, his guiding role would also reach its end. However, in the final minute before the abyssal party's entrance vortex closed completely, the energy fluctuations grew chaotic, emanating a perilous aura. Lu Ming, who had remained in meditative silence, suddenly opened his eyes. A glimmer of profound insight flashed from his depths, and his entire essence seemed more solidified than before. The soul power previously expended by forcibly activating the beast phantom armor had now restored to a significant degree. The soul power has recovered to 80%. That is sufficient. Each person faces their own independent abyssal party. What difference does it make whether one enters first or later? If one truly lacks the strength, is rushing in merely inviting death? He rose with composure, leisurely brushing off non-existent dust from his robes, as if he had merely completed a typical breathing exercise. The small sage chirped, nimbly flipping back onto his shoulder, his golden claws instinctively clutching at Lu Ming's garment. Let us proceed, little sage, to explore our old home. A meaningful smile graced Lu Ming's lips, and without a moment's hesitation, accompanied by the small sage, he strode deliberately toward the azure vortex on the verge of closing, its edges already shimmering with obliterating light, and stepped forward. Yang Qingxuan's consciousness captured this final scene, the calm demeanor, the hint of a teasing smile, leaving him engulfed in a mix of astonishment and indescribable emotions. He truly went through, and just as the last moment ticked away, what on earth does this child intend to do? This time, it seems he is genuinely in grave danger. I doubt I shall witness his return alive. Yet, I hope I am mistaken in my judgment. The scenery before him shifted instantaneously. Lu Ming found himself amidst a vibrant forest. Towering ancient trees surrounded him, their dense foliage nearly obscuring the sky, while sunlight struggled to filter through the leaves, casting playful dappled shadows. The air was rich with the refreshing scent of vegetation and the dampness of post-rain earth, forming a stark contrast to the repugnant decay that lingered in the abyssal corridor. In the distance, verdant mountains rose, and the thunderous roar of water cascading over rocks could be faintly heard, interspersed with the occasional cries of monkeys and birds, lending an air of tranquility. Is this truly Huahua Mountain? As Lu Ming surveyed his surroundings, his curiosity deepened. The scene before him bore a striking resemblance to the descriptions from the book prior to his transmigration. Such coincidences seemed too uncanny. Was this abyssal party merely a projection of the abyssal will? Or did this abyss hold some undiscovered connection to the world he had known? He found himself somewhat hopeful that a monkey claiming to be the great sage, equal to heaven, Sun Wukong might emerge here, though ideally it would not seek to form a brotherhood with him. Just as Lu Ming's mind wandered, the familiar chime of the system notification echoed in his ears. Ding! You have entered the abyssal party of Huahua Mountain. System task activated. Achieve an S-rank evaluation in this abyssal party. Task reward. Random mythological entry 1. The system's announcement caused Lu Ming's brows to arch in surprise. The abyssal party could indeed trigger a task linked to the entry system. This was an unexpected boon. Originally, he had merely intended to pass through the party, attain the qualifications of an abyssal being, and secure a promising future. He had not anticipated additional rewards. The system actually offers a random mythological entry as a reward. That is no small prize. However, it requires an S-rank evaluation. For a newcomer to achieve an S-rank evaluation in their first abyssal party was quite a challenge. Nevertheless, Lu Ming did not dwell too long on this. With the epic-level Phantom Beast, the small sage, by his side, it seemed far from unattainable. As Lu Ming pondered, a sharp, piercing cacophony shattered the tranquility of the forest, drawing closer with an unmistakable frenzy and aggression. Almost instantaneously, 7 or 8 diminutive figures darted from the dense thicket nearby. These creatures resembled monkeys yet bore sparse, dull fur. Their skin exhibiting a sickly pallor, with eyes glinting a bloodthirsty crimson, exposing their fangs, and drooling a nauseating stench. These monkey-like monstrosities must be the abyssal remnants that instructor Yang Qingxian spoke of. They certainly lack aesthetic appeal and carry an unpleasant odor. Lu Ming comprehended this while inwardly critiquing. These life forms, distorted by the abyssal will's encroachment upon reality, were the most basic minions of the abyssal party. With a subtle thought, the soul power within him, now restored to a significant extent, began to flow like a stream. Lu Ming's consciousness connected with the small sage perched upon his shoulder. In an instant, a flash of golden light enveloped the small sage's diminutive form, swiftly donning it in a set of miniature yet imposing dark golden armor. This specialized beast phantom armor for the small sage, although drastically reduced in size, still displayed the intricate cloud patterns and the fierce beastly contours on the shoulders, particularly the armors that appeared robust and powerful, exuding a sense of explosive beauty. Covering only the small sage's form did not impose a significant drain on Lu Ming's soul power. He could easily sustain it. Even with merely donning the beast illusion armor upon Little Saint, Lu Ming could distinctly sense the surging power emanating from within the creature. A formidable force that far surpassed that of ordinary phantom beasts of the same rank. A wave of confidence and mastery washed over him. He turned to glance at Little Saint perched upon his shoulder, a wave of emotion stirring within him. Truly a mythical-grade phantom beast. The mere ability to equip the beast illusion armor is a feat unprecedented in the annals of the Beast-Master Continent. With the protection of the armor, he felt reassured that no harm would befall Little Saint from the abyssal creatures. Creak! The red-eyed wild monkey spirits, clearly lacking in intelligence, shrieked as they lunged forward with frenzied abandon, their speed astonishing and their sharp claws slicing through the air, glimmering ominously. Lu Ming remained composed, simply uttering the name of Little Saint, Little Saint. It seemed that Little Saint had grown impatient, and upon hearing the command, a flicker of eager battle intent ignited in its golden eyes. The diminutive figure suddenly hunched low, then sprang forth like a bolt of golden lightning, leaving a faint afterimage in its wake as it charged directly toward the foremost wild monkey spirit. Its agility was nothing short of extraordinary. Before the leading wild monkey spirit could react, Little Saint's right arm, clad in dark golden armor, bulged with muscle, charged to its zenith, and then, in a display of ferocity entirely disproportionate to its size, it unleashed a powerful punch. Ape King strike. Bang! A resounding yet penetrating explosion echoed. The red-eyed wild monkey spirit could not even muster a semblance of a scream before its chest visibly caved in, its cries abruptly silenced. Its body was as if struck by an invisible hammer, hurtling through the air to crash violently against the trunk of a large tree several meters away, producing a tremendous sound before slumping lifelessly to the ground, twitching feebly a few times before falling silent. The entire sequence was executed with pristine efficiency, imbued with a brutal elegance. The remaining wild monkey spirits, witnessing their companion being dispatched in a single blow, did not falter. Rather, their ferocity was ignited. Their eyes glowing even brighter as they howled with increasing madness, simultaneously launching themselves at Little Saint from various angles. Standing firm amidst the onslaught, Little Saint's petite form exuded an air of unwavering confidence. It adeptly weaved between the claws of the wild monkey spirits, evading their strikes. And each counterattack carried the weight of 1,000 pounds, whether through punches or claw strikes. The miniature armored hands of Little Saint landed with pinpoint precision on the joints and vital points of these abyssal creatures. Crack, smash, yowl, the sounds of shattering bones, dull impacts, and the brief cries of the wild monkeys filled the air, painting a scene of utter devastation. In mere moments, the remaining 7 or 8 wild monkey spirits, which might have posed a significant challenge to a novice beastmaster, were obliterated by Little Saint's thunderous onslaught, sprawled lifelessly on the ground, their vitality extinguished, the foul stench in the air dissipating considerably. Such overwhelming combat prowess was far beyond the imagination of an ordinary first-tier beastmaster, even one who had contracted a high-level phantom beast. With each wild monkey spirit's demise, a faint wisp of black mist escaped their forms, dissipating into the atmosphere, and soon, crystalline orbs the size of pigeon eggs began to coalesce in their places, emanating a soft blue glow. Lu Ming's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Upon realizing that the nearby abyssal creatures had been vanquished by Little Saint, he strode purposefully toward the fallen wild monkeys. Is that an abyss crystal? Mentioned in textbooks as a common loot from slain abyssal creatures, it can be used to enhance phantom beasts or as materials for crafting special items. Quite precious indeed. Although this is merely the most rudimentary form of abyss crystal, it still counts as a bountiful harvest. As Lu Ming mused over the relevant knowledge, the initial battle concluded triumphantly, the process proving even more effortless than he had anticipated, leaving him with a sense of lacking challenge. In this combat pairing with Little Saint, I feel more akin to a summoner standing behind the scenes, waving a flag to rally support, or perhaps a canine strategist. Never mind. I should focus on securing these abyss crystals first and foremost. However, just as Lu Ming prepared to signal Little Saint to gather the scattered abyss crystals, a thunderous roar suddenly reverberated from deep within the forest. The sound was filled with ferocity and undeniable authority, an intensity far surpassing that of the previous inconsequential wild monkey spirits. As the sound waves coursed through the air, the leaves rustled and the entire forest seemed to tremble in response. Chapter 13, Living Ensures a Future. Simultaneously, in other corners of the Flower Fruit Mountain, participants of the abyssal party were experiencing drastically different beginnings. The Beastmaster who had previously hurled sharp taunts at Lu Ming now found himself in a desperate predicament. Cowering behind a dense thicket, panic etched across his face. His name was Zhao Liang, and he had contracted a 4th-tier high-level phantom beast, the Ironback Grey Wolf, which afforded him a modicum of strength among ordinary newcomers. Upon entering Flower Fruit Mountain, he recalled the instructor Yang Qingxuan's admonition to prioritize survival, prompting him to seek a secluded corner to hide and observe the situation. However, his luck was evidently lacking. The thicket he had chosen coincidentally lay near a nest of red-eyed wild monkey spirits. Chirp, chirp. The air was suddenly filled with piercing cries as a dozen robust red-eyed wild monkey spirits, their eyes glowing with an even more menacing light, surged from the forest like a tidal wave, surrounding him. Zhao Liang's face turned ashen as he hastily activated the beast illusion armor. The iron gray wolf armor covered approximately 40% of his body, providing scant protection to his vital areas. Ironback Grey Wolf, let us tear them apart, he bellowed, trying to muster courage. Yet, the wild monkey spirits, fearless and overwhelmingly numerous, quickly ensnared him, inflicting several deep wounds that exposed bone. Having neglected practical combat training, Zhao Liang found himself unable to exert his full capabilities in the face of genuine life-and-death conflict. His earlier mockery of Lu Ming stemmed from the belief that Lu Ming appeared weaker than himself, as he sought confidence from Lu Ming's presence to participate in the abyssal party. At that moment, a red-eyed wild monkey spirit seized an opportunity, launching itself onto his back, its sharp claws tearing through the vulnerable points of his armor. A piercing scream echoed through the forest, quickly drowned out by the exuberant howls of the abyssal creatures. In less than a minute, Zhao Liang and his ironback gray wolf were torn to shreds by the enraged monkey horde. His demise stirred no ripples. It merely added a drop of inconsequential blood to the merciless abyssal party. Meanwhile, other beastmasters of relatively lesser strength, most of whom had contracted phantom beasts ranging from the 3rd to 4th tier, opted for more prudent strategies. Some dug rudimentary pits to bury themselves. Others climbed high into the treetops to conceal their forms with branches and leaves, while others sought refuge in secluded caves. For them, completing the abyssal party and obtaining the qualifications of an abyssal being was far more crucial than striving for higher accolades. Surviving ensured a future. In stark contrast to the cautious demeanor of those around him stands Lu Jinghong. At this moment, he is adorned in resplendent ice phoenix armor, wielding an ice crystal spear forged from the essence of the wailing snow phoenix's power, as he wreaks havoc in the expansive glades. The ethereal silhouette of the wailing snow phoenix flutters behind him. With every beat of its wings, a frigid gale is unleashed. Wherever he treads, the ordinary red-eyed wild monkey spirits, and even some second-tier abyssal venomous snakes, find themselves utterly powerless to resist. A sweep of his ice crystal spear encases the area in frost. Sharp ice spikes pierce effortlessly through the skulls of the abyssal creatures. With an 80% coverage of his illusory armor, he nearly disregards the attacks of these inferior abyssal beings. On the rare occasion a stray claw strikes him, it merely scatters a few ice shards, leaving not a single mark. Ha! How exhilarating! So utterly exhilarating. Lu Jinghong roars with laughter, his heart's brutality and pride finding immense release in this moment. The suppression he endured within his family due to Lu Ming in previous years has now transformed into a driving force for the slaughter of abyssal creatures. He revels in the sensation of absolute control and unfettered carnage. To him, these so-called abyssal beings are no more than insignificant pests, easily vanquished. An S-rank evaluation is assuredly within my grasp. The ultimate boss of Flower and Fruit Mountain shall inevitably fall before my spear. His eyes glimmer with fervor as he begins to envision himself atop the party leaderboard, basking in the envious gazes of others. As for instructor Yang Qingchuan's warnings, they have long since been cast aside. Risks? Such concerns are the province of the weak. Meanwhile, Gu Xiaoyin exudes a far more composed air. Clad in the crimson, pool-melting fire phoenix armor, she stands upon the sturdy branches of a colossal tree, taking her time before delving deeper. Her armor coverage also reaches 75%, with fiery red patterns swirling across its surface, radiating tremendous heat. However, unlike Lu Jinghong, she refrains from summoning a tangible weapon. Instead, she holds her hands aloft, conjuring fist-sized orbs of crimson fire that dance in her palms. Her keen gaze scans the forest floor below, meticulously observing the distribution and behavioral patterns of the abyssal spirits. Pool-melting fire phoenix, magical armor mimetic flame explosion technique, she whispers softly. A highly compressed fireball hurtles forth, striking true against a second-tier abyssal spirit, phantom leopard, lurking in the underbrush, poised to ambush a solitary spotted deer. Boom! A thunderous explosion ensues, flames soaring into the sky. The phantom leopard barely has time to emit a cry before it is reduced to charred remains within the inferno. Should Lu Ming witness this scene, he would realize that Gu Xiaoyin does not adhere to the mainstream beast illusion armor melee system, but rather employs the exceedingly rare magical armor system. The epic beast she has contracted, the pool-melting fire phoenix, not only provides formidable physical protection, but also significantly enhances her elemental manipulation abilities, enabling her to unleash astonishingly powerful long-range magical assaults. This is her true trump card. Yang Qingchuan's previous assertion that everyone utilizes beast illusion armor was merely to prevent the revelation of her goddaughter's magical armor. Both magical and beast illusion armors are closely guarded secrets among their respective families. The existence of the Fire Phoenix Beast is known only to the Gu family within the entirety of Nine Leaf City. And upon the return of survivors from this abyssal party, a mere description would likely lead most to deduce the appearance of the epic beasts, the Wailing Snow Phoenix and the Pool-Melting Fire Phoenix. After all, epic beasts are few and far between in Nine Leaf City. At this moment, having just vanquished a second-tier abyssal spirit, Gu Xiaoyin retains her calm demeanor. She is acutely aware of the perils of the abyss. Even with an epic beast at her side, she will not allow herself an ounce of complacency. Careful navigation ensures a long-lasting journey. Her goal is also an S-rank evaluation, yet she intends to achieve it through more prudent and clever means. Chapter 14. The Little Saints. Talent. Simultaneously, a primal, oppressive sound emanates from the mid-slope of Flower and Fruit Mountain, as if an ancient power long dormant has been awakened. Lu Ming halts in his tracks, and the little saint tenses upon his shoulder, its golden eyes fixed on the source of the sound. The books were not mistaken. Upon the demise of low-tier abyssal spirits, more formidable monsters shall arise. He does not rush into action, but maintains a vigilant posture, his soul power circulating through his body along a specific pathway. He senses that the owner of the roar possesses strength far beyond that of the preceding wild monkeys. Little saint, be prepared, Lu Ming whispers, his tone imbued with gravity yet devoid of fear. The little saint chirps in acknowledgement, its diminutive armor glimmering with golden brilliance in the sunlight. Following the direction of the sound, a winding path ascending the mountain materializes before Lu Ming. It seems that more powerful abyssal spirits await him atop the mountain. Without hesitation, Lu Ming ascends the path with the little saint. With each step upward, the oppressive sensation intensifies. The ancient trees flanking the path grow increasingly robust, their vines entwining to create an even more profound atmosphere. Not long after, the view opens up to reveal a relatively flat expanse. This time, the number of wild monkey abyssal spirits has surged to over 20, their sizes noticeably larger than those encountered below, and the glow of their eyes is more pronounced. What surprises Ming even more is that these monkey-like abyssal spirits wield crude wooden sticks, rhythmically striking against a rock, producing a steady thumping sound. They have begun to use tools. Ming is taken aback. This exceeds his understanding of low-tier abyssal beings. He recognizes that as they venture deeper, the challenges of the abyssal party continue to escalate. Yet this does not deter him. Rather, it ignites his fighting spirit. Only by confronting increasingly formidable foes can he maximize the potential of the little saint and strive for a higher evaluation. Little saint, exercise caution this time, Ming advises. The little saint nods in response, its golden eyes shimmering with eager anticipation. Attack, Ming commands. The little saint transforms once more into a streak of golden light, darting through the ranks of monkeys with agile grace. The wooden sticks afford these wild monkeys little advantage, leveraging its superior agility and explosive power. The little saint swiftly closes in during the monkey's moments of vulnerability, unleashing Ape King Strike, one punch for each foe, achieving remarkable efficiency. Thump, crack. Each strike resonates with the sound of shattering bones and the wails of the abyssal spirits. Standing at a distance, Ming closely monitors the unfolding battle while also gauging the consumption of his soul power. At that moment, he suddenly perceives that with each abyssal spirit the little saint dispatches, a faint yet potent energy is transmitted through their bond, hastening the recovery of his previously depleting soul power and even imparting a warmth to his body. What is happening? Can slaying abyssal spirits actually enhance my own abilities? Ming is astonished. He has never encountered such a phenomenon. Could it be the little saint's talent? He recalls the luck section within the system panel of the little saint, which simply states, a spark of realization ignites within him as he focuses on the little saint's attribute panel. Indeed, following the luck entry, the description in parentheses has changed. Blessed by fortune. Growing stronger with battle. Ming's breath catches. Blessed by fortune. Growing stronger with battle. Amidst the sacred grounds, a battle unfolds, wherein the vanquished vitality is absorbed and transformed into one's own strength. The revered abode of Flower Fruit Mountain and the Water Curtain Cave materializes in Ming's mind, a testament to the tales chronicled in Journey to the West. Thus, it becomes evident, this is no ordinary abyssal gathering, but rather a unique realm known as a blessed land. The little sage's innate talent allows for the conversion of the strength from slain abyssal creatures into his own prowess within this sanctified domain. Truly, he lives up to the title of little sage that Ming has bestowed upon him. It is no wonder that his soul power and physical capabilities are gradually amplifying. Such a talent is nothing short of extraordinary. The system's notification echoes, confirming Ming's suspicions. Blessing of the sacred land. The more one battles, the stronger one becomes. Little sage's strength, agility, and stamina are likewise enhanced. With each abyssal foe that the little sage defeats, Ming perceives a slow but steady increase in the power relayed back to him. Though each increment is slight, the cumulative effect is undeniably substantial. His elation is difficult to articulate. Initially aiming merely to navigate the gathering with ease, he has unexpectedly acquired such formidable assistance. With this talent, he may indeed aspire to attain an S-rank evaluation. Ming's gaze sharpens, commanding the little sage to engage in combat. He instructs him to utilize Spirit Monkey Flash more frequently, deftly weaving through the throng of monkeys to avoid encirclement, seizing opportunities to strike with Ape King Strike for targeted breakthroughs. This approach is markedly more efficient, enhancing the little sage's combat skills while maximizing the benefits of his escalating prowess. Soon, the wild monkeys are eradicated, leaving behind a scattering of abyss crystals. However, these crystals no longer pique Ming's interest. His focus is entirely upon the little sage. Ah, little sage, you truly embody a mythical beast. Transcending the realm of ordinary familiars, he muses, feeling the changes within his own body. Even the typically composed Ming finds it challenging to contain his excitement. After several deep breaths, he manages to regain his composure, adopting a calm demeanor as he casually collects the abyss crystals and stows them in his bag. Let us proceed, little sage, and continue our ascent. With renewed confidence, Ming resumes his climb along the mountain path. As he ascends, he encounters an increasing number of abyssal creatures, their variety expanding. In addition to the wild monkeys, larger apes emerge, wielding rudimentary stone weapons. Yet, bolstered by the gifts of the sacred land, the little sage's battles grow ever more effortless. With each defeat, Ming senses a faint surge of his own strength. He begins to encourage the little sage to execute simple coordinated attacks, rather than solely relying on Ape King's strike. After clearing a section and dispatching these larger, more advanced abyssal foes, Ming notices a narrow opening, obscured by vines, within the mountain wall. The entrance is diminutive, nearly imperceptible. Could there be something of interest within? He ponders, feeling an intuitive sense that this concealed entryway is peculiar. Approaching cautiously, he parts the vines and peers inside. The interior is dimly lit. Yet Ming can discern a faint energy emanating from within. The little sage seems to sense something as well, leaping from Ming's shoulder to curiously investigate the cave. Little sage, venture inside and see, Ming urges. The little sage nimbly slips into the cave, followed closely by Ming, who treads carefully. The space within is modest. After a few steps, they reach a small stone chamber, where a softly glowing object lies at the center of the floor. Ming's eyes widen in anticipation. A treasure. This place is evidently a hidden cache within the abyssal gathering. Observing closely from a distance, he notes that the object resembles an eye, composed of an unknown metal. Its surface adorned with intricate patterns and emanating a gentle luminescence. A wondrous artifact. Ming's heart races with excitement. The rewards of a novice abyssal gathering are indeed bountiful. Having ventured only a short distance, he has already stumbled upon such a remarkable item. He strides forward to collect the eye-shaped metal ornament. It feels cool to the touch. And simultaneously, a wave of information floods into his mind, revealing the artifact's template within his system. Acquired artifact, Fire Eye. Effect, when worn, it activates the map function for the abyssal gathering, displaying the distribution of abyssal creatures within a certain radius. The map feature. This is a stroke of fortune. In such a complex abyssal gathering, possessing knowledge of the map and the locations of surrounding abyssal adversaries will undoubtedly enhance his exploration efficiency and safety. Although this artifact does not directly augment Ming's combat capabilities, its functionality holds greater value for him than a purely offensive item. With it, he can more effectively chart his course, seek out stronger abyssal foes, and amass power at an accelerated pace, striving towards an S-rank evaluation. He affixes the Fire Eye to his chest. Instantly, a rudimentary map outline materializes in his mind, dotted with red points of varying intensity. These red points signify the nearby abyssal creatures. With this, I can evade unnecessary battles and head straight for the boss abyssal creature. A thought strikes Ming, emboldened by the prospect of rapid passage while his soul power remains abundant. However, he pauses, realizing that this may not be the optimal strategy. Prior to the little sage awakening this fortunate talent, he would have sought to locate the boss abyssal creature directly, avoiding skirmishes with lower-tier foes to conserve energy. Yet now, with the little sage's newfound ability to grow stronger through combat, each defeat contributes to his own enhancement. Should he adhere to his previous plan? The answer is self-evident. The air of the blessed land of Flower Fruit Mountain is thick with the unique stench of decay from the abyss, interspersed with the occasional growl of monsters. Reminiscent of a true nightmare. On the map in his mind, Ming observes his own light point standing at the edge of the mist. Above his light point, a crimson eye icon hovers. Simultaneously, the map revealed by the artifact Fire Eye displays a congregation of various abyssal creatures scattered throughout the entirety of Flower Fruit Mountain. However, along the path from the mountain's base to its midsection, the abyssal points are sparse. This path is precisely the one I just traversed, indicating that there are still surviving abyssal creatures following the little sage's sweep. The trail of Ming's passage is vividly clear on the map, while the other areas remain shrouded in fog, obscured from view. Ming scrutinizes the scene before him, his mind racing. His gaming experience from before crossing over informs him that the surrounding fog likely signifies unexplored territory within this abyssal gathering. Furthermore, in his prior gaming experience, a dungeon's evaluation enhancement typically correlates with exploration rates, the number of monsters defeated, and items collected. This is a solitary abyssal gathering. No one else will contest resources or vie for any potential bosses that may exist. This is an exceptional opportunity. If this place were Huagua Mountain, Ming whispered, then the ultimate party boss would likely be situated at the summit. As for himself, he is currently positioned halfway up the mountain, in a state where he can advance or retreat as needed. Under the present circumstances, he can skillfully utilize the Fire Eye to explore his surroundings for any other useful artifacts, while simultaneously increasing his exploration level and slaying the abyssal remnants to collect abyss crystals. Each kill represents an enhancement, an advantage unparalleled by other beast tamers. With his plan firmly established, Ming hesitated no longer. He stepped into the mist, though his direction was not toward the peak. Instead, Ming intended to return to the foot of the mountain to clear the lower-level areas, gradually working his way up the slope until the golden-furred, long-armed monkey followed closely behind, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Each swipe of its claws sliced through the air with a sharp sound, accurately dispatching the abyssal remnants that surged forth from the fog. Ming proceeded with utmost caution, every step meticulously calculated. He needed to ensure his safety while maximizing resource acquisition. Guided by the fire eye, he was able to evade densely populated high-level abyssal remnants, selecting more manageable targets for elimination. As time passed, the bodies of the abyssal remnants accumulated, and the quantity of abyss crystals steadily increased. His bounty was substantial, yet this time, the artifacts did not reappear. It seemed the drop rate for such items was not as high as anticipated. Nevertheless, with the functional artifact, Fire Eye, in his possession, he felt utterly content. At this moment, Ming was completely engrossed in the act of slaughter, entirely oblivious to the passage of time. It was only when he glanced up to witness a disturbance in the sky that he realized he had fulfilled one of the minimum requirements for clearing an abyss party, surviving for an hour within the abyss. Ming could now choose to exit, and upon leaving, he would be recognized as an abyss dweller. However, would Ming choose to withdraw at this juncture? Withdraw? Impossible. He had far more significant objectives to accomplish. Merely an hour of exploration was far from sufficient. Each kill brought an opportunity for advancement. He intended to seize this chance to maximize his gains and elevate his evaluation to its zenith. A bold thought crossed Ming's mind. He aimed to cleanse the entire Huagua Mountain instance of its abyssal remnants. Under these circumstances, his evaluation would surely be guaranteed at least an S rank, wouldn't it? At the exit of the abyss party in Gus City, Long Kingdom, Yang Qingxian gazed at the slowly opening portal through which one figure after another emerged. Each individual who appeared bore expressions of relief at having survived, tempered by an unmistakable fear that they could not entirely conceal. They had narrowly escaped death. Those monkeys had been utterly frenzied. One beast tamer, still shaken, patted his chest. I hid in a cave for an hour, received an E rank evaluation, but at least I survived, remarked another with a wry smile. Chapter 16. The Lord Abyssal Remnant. The Rending Giant Ape. The beast tamers emerging in succession were predominantly those who had contracted rare illusory beasts, which were exceedingly scarce among the common populace. Their evaluations largely hovered around D and E ranks, with only a few attaining C rank. Those with C rank evaluations also possessed a greater number of abyss crystals. Yang Qingxuan's gaze swiftly swept over each newcomer, searching for Ming's familiar figure. Yet, as the number of individuals dwindled, he still did not catch sight of that well-known silhouette. 13 had entered, and only 6 had emerged. Yang Qingxian murmured to himself. Under normal circumstances, beast tamers who had contracted rare illusory beasts should have been able to endure for an hour and successfully exit. In contrast, those with lesser-ranked illusory beasts would likely have a shorter survival time in the abyss party and would have no need to continue risking their lives. However, the absence of Ming stirred only a slight ripple of concern within Yang Qingxian. He had no personal connection to Ming. He merely felt compelled to remind him as part of his role as a guide. Since Ming had chosen to enter, Yang Qingxian respected that decision. Yet, observing the survivors before him, he understood that this likely indicated Ming had perished within the abyss party. Now, only Lu Jinghong and Gu Xiaoying, who have contracted epic illusory beasts, should remain in the party. Only they had the potential to challenge the final abyss party boss. Yang Qingxian sighed. The mortality rate in the abyss party was always so stark and brutal. As a guiding mentor, he was acutely aware of the inherent dangers. Yet witnessing the loss of young lives weighed heavily on his heart. He stood silently at the exit, awaiting the appearance of the last 2 individuals. Ming quickened his pace, aiming directly for the critical area marked on the map, the Sunfire platform. The map provided by the Fire Eye clearly indicated that the abyssal remnants below the mountain's midpoint had been thoroughly cleared by him. His own strength had also improved through the continuous battles. Next, he would face the ultimate test of this abyss party. As he ascended, the air grew increasingly tainted with a decaying odor, mingled with an oppressive pressure that sent chills down his spine. The types and levels of abyssal remnants he encountered began to shift subtly. A more formidable breed of giant ape abyssal remnants emerged, their eye sockets glowing ominously with crimson light, their fur displaying bizarre shades of charred black or frost white. As their claws swept through the air, they exuded faint flames or frost. The attacks of these monkey abyssal remnants transcended mere physical assaults. Their elemental attributes significantly enhanced their threat level. Xiaosheng, Ming called out in a low voice. The golden-furred, long-armed monkey immediately understood, its body shimmering with golden light, each leap appearing increasingly agile. Confronted by a monkey abyssal remnant that spat sparks, Xiaosheng refrained from a direct confrontation, cleverly sidestepping while extending its long arms to deftly seize the creature's ankle. Applying sudden force. With a resounding thud, The giant ape abyssal remnant lost its balance and crashed to the ground. The synergy between Xiao Sheng and Lu Ming had reached an unexplainable level of tacit understanding through their numerous life and death battles. It could even anticipate certain attack trajectories of the abyssal remnants, growling to alert Lu Ming of impending dangers and creating optimal opportunities for counterattacks. Just as Lu Ming evaded a shard of ice and prepared to pierce another monkey abyssal remnant's eye socket with his wooden spike, he felt a burning claw from another giant ape about to strike him. At that moment, Lu Ming sensed a certain constraint within him shatter. A warm current surged from his dantian, rapidly spreading throughout his limbs and bones. Immediately thereafter, an almost imperceptible layer of transparent energy enveloped Lu Ming's body. This layer was exceedingly thin. Had he not been intensely focused, he might not have noticed it at all. Beast illusion armor, simplified version. Lu Ming's heart stirred. He could distinctly feel that this transparent layer not only provided a slight enhancement to his strength and agility, but, more importantly, when a giant ape abyssal remnant's fiery claw grazed his arm, the searing pain was significantly mitigated. Indeed, it also offers additional resistance. This simplified version of the beast illusion armor, while lacking the grandeur of physical armor, excelled in stealth and practicality, particularly effective against abyssal remnants with elemental attacks. After sweeping through with Xiao Sheng for so long, a quantitative change had finally precipitated a qualitative transformation. His illusion armor could now manifest a rudimentary form, presenting itself in the guise of an illusionary garb. Meanwhile, within two separate independent abyss party spaces, Lu Jinghong was enveloped in a magnificent icy blue armor. The beast illusion armor of the Howling Snow Phoenix. The surface of the armor shimmered with a visible chill, rendering him akin to an icy deity of war. Before him loomed a colossal giant ape, the abyssal corpse, standing over 10 zhang tall and emitting a thunderous roar. This giant ape was entirely jet black, with sinewy muscles and blood-red eyes. Each thump of its chest sent tremors through the ground. Its name was Sky-Splitting Giant Ape. Beast, kneel before me. Lu Jinghong's voice was frigid, laced with a barely perceptible thrill. The phantom of the Howling Snow Phoenix materialized behind him, and as its wings unfurled, a barrage of ice shards shot forth, ruthlessly striking the sky-splitting giant ape and exploding into clouds of frost. The giant ape howled in rage, swinging its arms, which were as thick as stone pillars, in a sweeping motion, yet Lu Jinghong deftly evaded its assault. His combat style was bold and audacious, leveraging the formidable defense of the beast illusion armor and the ranged attacks of the Howling Snow Phoenix to clash fiercely with the sky-splitting giant ape. In another party, Gu Xiaoyin's presence appeared far more ethereal. She was adorned in a streamlined crimson armor, the enchanting armor of the melted fire phoenix, with sparks leaping from its edges. She too faced a sky-splitting giant ape. Instead of confronting the beast head-on, Gu Xiaoyin relied on the unparalleled speed granted by the melted fire phoenix. Darting around the periphery of the battlefield, with graceful movements of her delicate hands, she unleashed a flurry of concentrated fire feathers, precisely targeting the joints and vulnerable spots of the sky-splitting giant ape. Roaring in pain, the giant ape frantically pursued Gu Xiaoyin, but could never reach her hem. The phantom of the melted fire phoenix spread its wings behind her, and with each cry, unleashed even fiercer fiery assaults. Her kite-flying tactics were executed to perfection. Both Lu Jinghong and Gu Xiaoyin exhibited the formidable prowess of epic beast contract holders on their respective battlegrounds. In their hearts, they shared a singular ambition: to vanquish this ultimate abyssal corpse by defeating the boss at this mountaintop. The first place in this rookie abyss party shall undoubtedly belong to me. A flicker of pride glimmered in Lu Jinghong's eyes as he thrust his ice spear, leaving a gaping wound in the chest of the sky-splitting giant ape, the chill rapidly spreading. It is over. The giant ape let out a mournful cry of defiance as its massive form crashed to the ground. Simultaneously, as the final fire arrow pierced the skull of the sky-splitting giant ape, the raging beast ceased its rampage. The two sky-splitting giant apes were vanquished almost simultaneously. Chapter 17. 2S Rank Evaluations. In the places where the giant ape's bodies disintegrated, a translucent crystal, the size of a fist and seemingly swirling with the essence of a starry river, materialized. This was the radiant abyss crystal, purer than any abyss crystal Lu Ming had previously acquired, brimming with even more formidable energy. Concurrently, two faintly glowing artifacts also appeared. Lu Jinghong received a berserker ring, which slightly enhanced the wearer's strength. Gu Xiaoyin obtained a gentle breeze amulet, capable of marginally increasing movement speed. Both were artifacts of modest efficacy, yet better than none. In the next moment, a slowly rotating portal of light manifested before both individuals, marking the exit from the abyss party. With the conclusion of their endeavors, Lu Jinghong stepped into the portal without hesitation. Abyss Party Settlement in progress. Exploration degree, 65. Number of abyssal corpses slain, 87. Acquired Abyss Crystals. Radiant Abyss Crystal X1. High-level Abyss Crystal X1. Mid-level Abyss Crystals X5. Low-level Abyss Crystals X32. Acquired Artifact. Berserker Ring. Overall evaluation, S. Upon seeing the S evaluation, a smug smile crept across Lu Jinghong's lips. Indeed, an S-rank evaluation. This first place is undoubtedly mine. Simultaneously, Gu Xiaoyin also entered the light portal. Abyss Party Settlement in progress. Exploration degree, 72. Number of abyssal corpses slain, 91. Acquired Abyss Crystals. Radiant Abyss Crystal X1. High-level Abyss Crystal X1. Mid-level Abyss Crystals X6. Low-level Abyss Crystals X34. Acquired Artifact. Gentle Breeze Amulet. Overall evaluation, S. Seeing the S-rank evaluation, Gu Xiaoyin maintained her serene demeanor, though a hint of uncontainable joy flickered in her eyes. In the abyssal corridor, the light portal shimmered as Lu Jinghong and Gu Xiaoyin's figures emerged almost simultaneously into the sight of the crowd. The previously boisterous corridor fell silent in an instant, all gazes converging on the two beast tamers who had emerged last. Yang Qingxian stood at the periphery of the crowd, feeling a weight lift from his heart upon seeing Gu Xiaoyin safe and sound. Having spent so much time, it seems that both Xiaoyin and the prodigy of the Lu family have successfully slain the final abyssal corpse. I wonder what evaluations they have each obtained. Yang Qingxian mused, curious about who among them would receive a higher rating. They're out. They've emerged. Indeed, it is those two with epic beasts. A voice from the crowd broke the silence, triggering a ripple of excitement as everyone's gaze turned eagerly toward the exit of the Abyss Party. They've made it to the end. I wonder how it went inside. Look, they're coming out. What will their evaluations be? A raspy voice rang out, tinged with anticipation and anxiety. Surely, epic beast contract holders must have at least an A rank, right? If they can't even secure an A, that would be quite unbelievable. Another voice chimed in, echoing the sentiment. I bet it's at least an A. After all, those are epic beasts, and places like the Abyss Party are tailor-made for nobles like them. Speculations and discussions surged among the crowd, each voice rising in fervor. As Lu Jinghong's figure fully emerged from the swirling vortex of the light portal, he instinctively held his head high, chin slightly raised, savoring the attention of the masses. The admiration and envy of those around him alleviated much of his fatigue. His gaze swept across the gathering, as if surveying his domain, the subtle smile at the corner of his mouth radiating the calmness of a victor. Almost simultaneously, Gu Xiaoyin stepped out completely. Unlike Lu Jinghong's deliberate display, she retained her composed demeanor, her crimson armor bearing the marks of battle, yet undiminished in its elegance. She merely cast a tranquil glance around, not lingering on the scrutinizing or reverent gazes. Her attention was drawn to Lu Ming not far away, who seemed to have just concluded his battle, basking in the admiration of the crowd. His confident demeanor stirred something within her, yet she quickly returned to her serene state. I wonder whose evaluation will be higher. Hard to say. One wields ice, the other fire. Both are strong attackers and likely faced similar abyssal corpses. I feel the female beast tamer may have the edge. Her aura seems more stable. A beast tamer whispered to a companion. Shu, be quiet. We cannot afford to offend those two with epic beasts. These great nobles are beyond our capacity to judge. Lu Jinghong was acutely aware of the discussions swirling around him, and he did not endorse the comparisons drawn between himself and Gu Xiaoyin. Even among the ranks of epic beasts, disparities in strength existed. In his estimation, there was no contender for first place in this Abyss Party other than himself. An S rating was sufficient to command respect from all. How many years had it been since an S rating had graced the novice Abyss Party of Jiyue City? Yang Qingxian, observing the demeanor of Lu Jinghong and Gu Xiaoyin, nodded discreetly. Undoubtedly, these two individuals were paragons of the younger generation. Yet, the ultimate evaluation remained the sole criterion for measuring the outcomes of this Abyss Party. Like everyone else, his gaze was fixed upon the leaderboard that began to materialize above the vortex. Each Abyss Party member's completion rating would appear on this illustrious board upon their exit from the Abyss, but it would only display ratings from highest to lowest, without revealing the names of the conquerors or the beasts they had employed. Thus, when multiple participants achieved completion, the leaderboard would promptly exhibit the completion ratings of all, arranged in descending order. Ultimately, only the Abyss challengers themselves would know their precise ratings. The atmosphere within the corridor grew increasingly delicate and tense with the presence of these two and the impending announcements. All eyes were riveted upon the vortex, where the revered Abyss leaderboard was slowly revealing itself. Golden light coalesced, and the words began to emerge. The first rating appeared, S. In that instant, it seized the top position. Lu Jinghong beamed with pride. This was his rating, undeniably first place. However, shortly thereafter, The second rating also surfaced. S. Two ratings stood side by side, but the S rating clearly overshadowed the S. A murmur of astonishment and whispers erupted throughout the corridor. An S rating, and another S. Goodness, there are indeed two S ratings. This time, it seemed that both epic beasts had attained S ratings. Was it a testament to the strength of epic beasts? Among these two individuals, who could possibly claim the S rating? Surely, this S rating must signify the champion of this abyss party. The chatter surged like a tide. The crowd's focus converged upon Lu Jinghong, for they had all witnessed his flamboyance, which at times resembled the aura of a king. Yet, unbeknownst to them, at that very moment, beneath the shroud of light and shadow, Lu Jinghong's expression had completely frozen. Chapter 18. Overwhelmed. Lu Jinghong stared at the S rating on the leaderboard. It was the result of his efforts, enough to surpass all others. Yet, he noticed that S, an evaluation that eclipsed his own S. How could this be? He roared within. His gaze turned toward Gu Xiaoyin, who remained cool and composed. Was it she? Had this woman secured that S rating? Lu Jinghong's mind was a whirlwind. Reluctant to accept this reality, how could his Liao Xiao Shui Huang, an epic beast, paired with his talent and strength, only achieve an S? While this woman's epic beast claimed an S, he had always believed that even among the epic, there were distinctions in strength. He had always thought his potential far exceeded that of Gu Xiaoyin. However, was not this outcome indicating that his Liao Xiao Shui Huang was inferior to this woman's epic beast? Infuriating. In that instant, a flicker of disdain arose within Lu Jinghong for his Liao Xiao Shui Huang, which had brought him such embarrassment in his inaugural battle. Such a beast. Did it truly merit the title of epic? His mind was saturated with grievances against Liao Xiao Shui Huang. The heirloom beast of the Lu family had now dispelled its illusionary armor and perched upon Lu Jinghong's shoulder. It sensed the tumultuous emotions of its new master and felt an overwhelming discomfort. Was it merely an illusion? On the other side, Gu Xiaoyin calmly observed the leaderboard. Lu Ming received an S rating? Quite impressive. However, it appears I am still slightly stronger. A subtle stir of emotion passed through her, only to be quickly replaced by her usual composure. She understood that the S rating was the result of her and Qi Ronghua Feng's joint efforts. Everything unfolded as expected. She could sense that this abyss challenge was indeed formidable, yet her synergy with Qi Ronghua Feng had yielded extraordinary strength. In light of this outcome, a barely perceptible pride flickered within Gu Xiaoyin. She had surpassed Lu's family, eclipsing the self-important Lu Ming. She calmly diverted her gaze. The surrounding murmurs intensified, a blend of awe and speculation. Yang Qingxian stood among the crowd, glancing at the leaderboard before directing his attention to Lu Jinghong and Gu Xiaoyin. He perceived Lu Jinghong's pride when the S rating emerged, as well as the rigidity that accompanied the unveiling of the rating. This indicated that the highest S rating had been awarded to his goddaughter, Gu Xiaoyin. Yang Qingshuan's heart brimmed with joy. He could scarcely contain his excitement, longing to share this with his dear friend Gu Qiwenyu. The little phoenix of the Gu family was indeed destined to be its future. An S rating and another S rating. The cream of the younger generation. The disparity among Abyss challengers was starkly illuminated at the moment the initial evaluations were revealed. He was filled with profound reflections. As the guide of the Abyss party, the emergence of such exceptional challengers would yield him a substantial reward. Simultaneously, Yang Qingxian was well aware of the immense advantages conferred upon beast tamers and their beasts when securing S ratings or higher in a novice Abyss party. While everyone marveled at the achievements of Gu Xiaoyin and Lu Jinghong, Lu Ming was still sweeping through the abyss, dispatching the remnants within the dungeon. The sunlight platform lay just ahead. All the remnants prior to the mountaintop, including those troublesome attribute monkeys, had been thoroughly cleared by him and Xiaosheng. Xiaosheng, having awakened his fortune talent in Huagua Mountain, was experiencing an unprecedented growth rate. As for Lu Ming, bolstered by the simplified version of Beast Illusion armor, he faced the onslaught of the remnants with newfound composure. Ahead, the mist parted to reveal a sky-splitting giant ape, identical to the one encountered by Lu Jinghong and Gu Xiaoyin, seated at the center of the sunlight platform, its crimson gaze locking onto Lu Ming. At last, I see you, Lu Ming murmured, his face betraying no hint of fear, but rather a trace of disappointment. He had initially anticipated encountering the Great Sage, or a remnant related to the Great Sage, as the final boss of Huagua Mountain. Though this sky-splitting giant ape was undeniably powerful, it paled in comparison to the Great Sage from his memories. Moreover, he sensed that he and Xiaosheng had grown significantly stronger since their entry into the Abyss party, and after sweeping through the remnants of the entire dungeon. Lu Ming discovered that his current soul power was at least at the 5th stage of the 1st rank. No wonder those Abyss challengers fear the Abyss parties, yet still muster the courage to repeatedly challenge new abysses. One must admit, This harvest from the abyss is equivalent to several years of arduous training. However, this is also related to Xiao Sheng's fortunate talent. It is unlikely that anyone else would experience such a rapid growth rate as I do. I wonder if completing an abyss challenge will indeed enhance Xiao Sheng? In Lu Ming's perspective, it is evident that his system possesses an inexplicable fascination with the abyss. From the onset of task issuance to the peculiar effects of the artifacts within the abyss, the system seems capable of analyzing such phenomena. If one were to suggest that this system emerged from the abyss itself, Lu Ming would find it entirely plausible. Lost in thought, the sky-splitting giant ape had already begun to pound its chest with both hands, its eyes gleaming with a fierce crimson light. Lu Ming, equally brimming with combat fervor, shouted, "Xiao Sheng, charge!" The golden-furred gibbon let out a resounding roar filled with martial spirit, leading the charge towards the colossal creature. Lu Ming followed closely, his figure appearing diminutive beneath the shadow of the giant ape, yet his aura remained undiminished. The battle was imminent. Atop the mountain peak, the mist had long dissipated. The crimson gaze of the sky-splitting giant ape was fixed intently on Lu Ming. Strangely enough, it seemed even larger than the one that Lu Jinghong and Gu Xiaoyin had encountered on the other side, exuding an oppressive and malevolent aura. "Xiao Sheng, limber up a bit." Lu Ming's voice remained calm and steady, as if the terrifying abyssal creature before him posed no threat at all. With an excited screech, Xiao Sheng transformed into a streak of golden light, boldly advancing towards the massive beast. The sky-splitting giant ape emitted a deafening roar, and its enormous paw, propelled by a gust of wind that tore through the air, came crashing down towards the diminutive golden figure. Even before the paw landed, the ground beneath had already cracked. However, Xiao Sheng's agility was nothing short of astonishing. It darted and weaved between the shadows of the giant ape's paw, executing each movement with rapidity and grace, narrowly escaping lethal strikes time and again. As the giant hand slammed into the ground, it kicked up clouds of dust, the roar echoing relentlessly. Yet Xiao Sheng danced like a masterful performer on the brink of destruction, occasionally appearing atop the giant ape's shoulder to snatch a handful of coarse, dark brown fur, or tapping lightly at its knee, provoking the giant to futilely bend down in pursuit. The immense size of the giant ape became a liability, its brute strength rendered ineffective as it failed to even brush against the hem of Xiao Sheng's fur. Lu Ming stood a short distance away, arms crossed, his expression unperturbed. His gaze flitted between the sky-splitting giant ape and Xiao Sheng, occasionally offering a tactical suggestion. To the left, it's going for an elbow strike. Watch its feet. Prepare for a sweep. Xiao Sheng, responsive to Lu Ming's guidance, adeptly evaded the attacks and even exploited the openings created by the giant's strikes for counterattacks. Enraged by the mockery, the sky-splitting giant ape unleashed a furious roar towards the heavens. The surrounding air suddenly thickened, as earthy elemental power rapidly coalesced around the ape, forming a visible gravitational domain. Within this domain, all would bear immense pressure. Xiao Sheng's nimble form suddenly seemed to falter, as if caught in an invisible mire. Huh. It glanced quizzically at Lu Ming. At that moment, the simplified version of the beast mirage armor, adorning Lu Ming, began to emit a faint glow, effortlessly counteracting the oppressive force of the gravitational field. The mythic properties of the beast mirage armor rendered the giant ape's trump card almost laughable in comparison. Observing Lu Ming remain unaffected, the sky-splitting giant ape appeared momentarily dazed. How could this be happening? Its attacks became sluggish. However, Lu Ming paid no mind to the giant ape's bewilderment. He seized the opportunity. "Xiao Sheng, target its eyes." Lu Ming's voice remained steady, receiving the command. Xiao Sheng's eyes gleamed with fierce determination as it accelerated once more. Even under the influence of the gravity field, its speed was astonishing. The giant ape attempted to shield its vital areas with its arms, but Xiao Sheng's aim was resolute. With golden claws slicing through the air, a sharp sound pierced the silence. Splat! Blood erupted forth. The sky-splitting giant ape let out a heart-wrenching howl, its massive frame staggering backward. One eye reduced to a bloody mess. It flailed its arms in a frantic attempt to swat away the pesky gibbon. Yet, with one eye lost, its attacks became increasingly erratic. Xiao Sheng seized the moment, closing in once more. Minutes later, accompanied by a mournful wail, the colossal body of the sky-splitting giant ape crashed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Lu Ming stepped forward. Beside the giant's carcass lay a crystalline stone gleaming with resplendent light, alongside an eyeball-shaped artifact. Glowing abyss crystal. Also, artifact golden eye. Lu Ming picked up the eyeball. It felt warm to the touch, its surface adorned with peculiar golden patterns, the pupil deep and seemingly harboring some mysterious power. Acquired artifact golden eye. Effect. Activates identification function. allowing one to discern the essence and weaknesses of abyssal entities within the Abyss Party more clearly. Indeed, a second artifact had emerged from the Lord-level abyssal creature within this Abyss Party. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Previously he had acquired the Fiery Eye, and now he had obtained the Golden Eye. Fiery Eye, Golden Eye. Coupled with the fact that this location was known as the Blessed Land of Flower and Fruit Mountain, a name began to crystallize in his mind. The Great Sage equal to heaven. Could these artifacts and the location of this Abyss Party be related to that legendary figure? Lu Ming shook his head. The information at hand was still too scant, and all of it remained mere conjecture. Just then, the space ahead began to warp, and a ghostly blue vortex gradually materialized. The exit of the Abyss. With the appearance of the Abyss exit, Lu Ming's novice Abyss Party was deemed complete. He stowed the glowing Abyss Crystal and the artifact Golden Eye into his possession, casting a glance at the chaos strewn about. Regrettably, the abyssal creatures near the daylight platform had already been cleared by him. Otherwise, he could have tested the specific effects of the Golden Eye. He took a step towards the Abyss exit. Just as Lu Ming was about to step into the ghostly blue vortex, a sudden thought struck him. Almost instinctively, he retrieved the previously acquired artifact Fiery Eye from his storage space. Left hand Fiery Eye, right hand Golden Eye. The two eyeball-shaped artifacts, resting in his palm, emitted a faint glow that resonated with one another. The Abyss Party itself showed no signs of disturbance. However, Lu Ming's system interface, at that moment, prompted a notification. Detected compatible artifacts, Fiery Eye, Golden Eye. Would you like to fuse them? Note: fusion may result in unknown mutations of the artifacts, with an inherent risk of destruction. Lu Ming's steps halted. Fusion? These two artifacts, particularly the Fiery Eye, were extremely practical and constituted his greatest gains aside from the glowing Abyss Crystal. Should the fusion fail, would it not render his efforts futile? He hesitated. Yet, why would the system react to the artifacts within the Abyss Party? Clearly, the Abyss Party itself showed no response to his simultaneous possession of two artifacts, while his awakened system seemed to take the lead. From the initial release of tasks to the detailed description of the extraordinary items, and now to the hints of the fusion between the Fire Eye and the Golden Eye, one cannot help but remark on the system's incessant reactions within the Abyss. It has left Lu Ming with the impression that his own entry system resembles a sycophant, eagerly fascinated by the phenomena arising from the abyssal gatherings. Yet, he finds himself perplexed as to why there is no response concerning the what choices should he make. This is a novice abyssal gathering, and based on the experiences of predecessors. The items produced here are often of a much higher caliber than those obtained after officially becoming an abyssal denizen. This is, indeed, a reward from the Abyss for the brave. Moreover, the abilities inherent in the Fire Eye and the Golden Eye are undeniably significant within the abyssal gatherings. However, as he gazed at the two eyeballs in his hand, an uncontrollable thought surged within him. Fire Eye, Golden Eye. He felt a strong premonition that this might indeed be the new name following the fusion of the two extraordinary items. Squeak, squeak. At that moment, the little saint perched on his shoulder, who had been quietly observing, suddenly became restless. The true MVP of this abyssal gathering, the golden-furred monkey, was now intently fixated on the two eyeballs in Lu Ming's grasp, its golden eyes filled with an unusual emotion, a mixture of overwhelming desire and profound fear. It was as if those seemingly ordinary extraordinary items were both a dreadful calamity and an unparalleled treasure. Observing the little saint's agitation, Lu Ming felt no further doubt. The rank of these two extraordinary items far exceeded his imagination. The secrets concealed behind the Fire Eye and the Golden Eye might be even more astonishing than he had speculated. Flower Fruit Mountain, Water Curtain Cave, the Great Sage equal to heaven, Fire Eye, Golden Eye, these terms flashed through his mind. Lu Ming's gaze gradually became resolute. Fortune favors the bold. As a transmigrator endowed with a system that has provided hints, what was there left to hesitate about? System, approve the fusion. Chapter 20, The Hidden Effects of Fire Eye. Golden Eye. As the words left his mouth, Lu Ming beheld the Fire Eye and the Golden Eye simultaneously erupting into blinding radiance. An invisible force forcibly drew the two eyeballs together. They began to tremble violently, with their surfaces morphing as if alive. The fiery red of the Fire Eye intertwined with the gilded sheen of the Golden Eye, colliding and merging in a crescendo of brilliance. The light intensified to an overwhelming degree, and Lu Ming could even feel a searing heat emanating from his palms. The little saint anxiously clutched his hair, emitting a series of anxious low growls. This process lasted for about 10 seconds. When the light finally dissipated, the two eyeball-like extraordinary items had vanished, replaced by a pair of antiquated spectacles, with delicate golden filigree along the edges, resting quietly in Lu Ming's palm. Extraordinary item fusion successful. Congratulations, host. On acquiring the extraordinary item, Fire Eye, Golden Eye. Effect of Fire Eye, Golden Eye. Inherit the original extraordinary item S map display and abyssal identification function. Hidden effect. Through the Fire Eye, Golden Eye, you will be able to perceive secrets within the abyssal gatherings that are unknown to others. Unknown secrets? Ming picked up the golden-rimmed spectacles, his gaze shrouded in obscurity. Although the functionality appeared unchanged, retaining the basic abilities of the two previous extraordinary items. The last cryptic statement filled him with an immense sense of caution. Secrets unknown within the abyssal gatherings? Such secrets in the world he had traversed were typically accompanied by revelations of truth, great opportunities, or dire crises. Could it be that the abyssal gathering at Flower Fruit Mountain harbored some undisclosed secret as well? His heart stirred as he slowly donned the golden-rimmed spectacles. Within the abyssal corridor, remnants of warmth lingered. 6 seasoned abyssal denizens departed with expressions of satisfaction, their faces radiating the joy of survival and the thrill of their rewards. They conversed in hushed tones, excitedly recounting their recent experiences, especially the 2 S-rank evaluations they had overheard, news substantial enough to boast about within their respective families. Drawing the attention of many. Tomorrow, the campus newspaper of Dream Mirage University would undoubtedly feature a headline celebrating the grandeur of this novice abyssal gathering, ensuring the names of these 2 prodigies would echo throughout the campus. Though their own evaluations were not stellar, mostly hovering between D and E ranks, merely sharing the same gathering with such individuals stirred within them a secret thrill and pride, as if they too had absorbed a fraction of their brilliance. As the clamorous noise gradually faded, tranquility returned to the end of the corridor, leaving only Yang Qingxian, Lu Jinghong, and Gu Xiaoyin. The tumultuous restlessness and discontent within Lu Jinghong began to subside. He stared at Gu Xiaoyin, her cool demeanor appearing even more shadowy in the dim light of the abyssal corridor. The S-rank evaluation she had received felt like a thorn deeply embedded in his heart. He considered himself exceptionally gifted, yet he had been overshadowed by a stranger. "Who are you?" Lu Jinghong inquired, his tone imbued with an unyielding sense of inquiry. To him, the acquisition of an S-rank evaluation by the other party must have involved some peculiar means. Yang Qingxian stepped forward, unobtrusively positioning himself between the two, shielding Gu Xiaoyin from Lu Jinghong's scrutinizing gaze. Within the abyssal corridor, probing into the identity information of other abyssal denizens is strictly prohibited. His voice was steady, carrying an invisible pressure, both a statement of the rules and a protective gesture for his goddaughter. He sensed the unrestrained arrogance and hostility emanating from Lu Jinghong. In response to Lu Jinghong's interrogation, Gu Xiaoyin remained silent, simply returning his gaze with tranquility, though beneath that calmness seemed to lie deeper emotions. She too was appraising the man from her memories, though obscured by shadows. There was something about him that felt strangely unfamiliar. Lu Jinghong's impatience nearly spilled over. His brow furrowed deeply. Epic-level Phantom Beast, Fire Attribute, Insect Class. He articulated several keywords with palpable pressure. These characteristics, should I wish to inquire within Jaya City, I could easily uncover. Why waste my time here? Hiding behind veils, you do not seem like one with the courage to stand firm. Yang Qingxuan's stance remained unyielding. Upon hearing Lu Jinghong's remarks about his goddaughter, his tone turned colder. No, rules are rules. As a close ally of the Gu family, he could not allow Gu Xiaoyin to endure such questioning. Although Lu Jinghong's S-evaluation was already quite commendable, it still paled in comparison to Gu Xiaoyin's accomplishments. The evaluations within the abyssal corridor are fair and just, at least in this novice abyssal gathering. Lu Jinghong's performance did not match that of Gu Xiaoyin. Feeling the pressure from Yang Qingxian, Lu Jinghong's displeasure became evident. Observing Gu Xiaoyin's continued silence, seemingly indifferent to his presence, he snorted disdainfully through his nostrils, exuding palpable contempt before abruptly turning on his heel and striding away. A woman dared to stand above him, to disregard him. Deep within, he resolved to unearth every detail about this woman. In this arena, he must reclaim his honor and ensure she understands who truly deserves to be revered. As Lu Jinghong's silhouette vanished around the corner of the corridor, Yang Qingxian shook his head, feeling that the temperament of this prodigal son from the Lu family was excessively tempestuous, contradicting the intelligence he had previously gathered. Nevertheless, he did not dwell on it for long. Instead, he turned his attention to Gu Xiaoyin, whose previously stern expression was instantly replaced by one of joy and pride. "Xiaoyin," he said, his voice imbued with uncontainable mirth. "Your godfather is fortunate indeed to witness you achieving an S-rank evaluation. This S-rank in the Novice Abyss Party is exceedingly rare. In the past decade, our Dragon Nation has seen it happen only a handful of times. If your father were to learn of this, he might very well host a banquet lasting 3 days and nights, too exhilarated to sleep." With no one else around, Gu Xiaoyin, in the presence of her godfather, shed some of her usual aloofness. A subtle smile graced her lips, infusing her demeanor with a touch of youthful vivacity. The magical armor, indeed, offers a significant advantage in the Abyss Party, especially against those physical assault abyssal beasts, she remarked softly, her tone betraying the excitement stemming from her S-rank evaluation. Was the person who left earlier from the Lu family? Gu Xiaoyin suddenly inquired, seemingly in casual conversation. Yet her gaze inadvertently drifted towards the direction Lu Jinghong had departed. Yang Qingxian nodded, not contemplating further, and responded, yes, it appears you are already aware of this news. He presumed that Gu Xiaoyin had gleaned from other sources that Lu Jinghong had inherited the cry of the Snow Phoenix. Gu Xiaoyin fell silent, lowering her eyelids as thoughts whirled in her mind. Indeed, it is him, Lu Ming. How he has changed, his temper even more volatile than before, and his arrogance has grown. However, achieving an S-rank evaluation does not tarnish the reputation of the genius he once was. Chapter 21. The Abyss Party has not yet concluded? Gu Xiaoyin's perception of Lu Ming was complex, filled with astonishment at his transformation and a certain relief regarding his S-rank achievement. They exchanged a few more words about the details of the Abyss Party and the potential ramifications of the S-rank evaluation before Yang Qingxian began preparing to close the Abyss corridor. However, in the next moment, his smile abruptly froze, and his actions came to a halt. The spatial vortex at the end of the Abyss corridor did not dissipate gradually as it typically would after all abyssal participants had cleared it. Instead, it continued to spin steadily, emanating a profound radiance. Above the vortex, the Abyss Gold List, inscribed with the names and evaluations of the abyssal participants, remained suspended, its golden characters showing no signs of dimming. Noticing Yang Qingxuan's unusual demeanor, Gu Xiaoyin followed his gaze and also perceived something amiss. Godfather, what is wrong? Yang Qingxuan's voice was tinged with an unusual strain, even stammering, a rarity for him. This Abyss Party has not yet concluded. He inhaled deeply, attempting to regain his composure. There are still other beast tamers within this Flower Fruit Mountain Abyss Party. Silence enveloped the surroundings, the sound of a falling pin audible. For the first time, Gu Xiaoyin's usually calm phoenix eyes widened uncontrollably. Disbelief etched across her cool countenance. There are still others? We were clearly the last batch to emerge, and the Abyss Gold List only displays our names. Simultaneously, the image of a previously overlooked figure surfaced in the minds of Yang Qingxian and Gu Xiaoyin, the young man at the end of the line, clad in minimal armor, accompanied by a seemingly frail, emaciated monkey-like phantom beast. That young man, so composed, had remained unhurried even amidst the Abyss Party's chaos. Could it be him? This thought arose in both of their minds, laden with incredulity. A person with almost no protection, whose phantom beast appeared weak, had managed to endure within such a challenging Abyss Party until now. Gu Xiaoyin furrowed her brow, instinctively rejecting this absurd notion. Godfather, is it possible to hide and stall for time within the Abyss Party? Yang Qingxian shook his head, his expression grave. Within the Abyss Party, the activity level of the abyssal beasts alters with the passage of time. The abyssal will does not permit anyone to exploit loopholes. Initially, during the first hour, the activity level of the abyssal beasts is at its lowest, making most areas relatively safe. With certain special concealment artifacts or phantom beast skills, one might evade detection and endure until time runs out. However, such a strategy would yield a very low evaluation. After an hour, the activity level of the abyssal beasts dramatically increases, with their aggression and perception range multiplying. At that point, there are hardly any truly safe places within the Abyss Party. Merely stalling for time is utterly futile. When we exited, nearly 2 hours had passed since the party commenced. Moreover, stalling does not contribute to the final evaluation. Instead, it would significantly lower the score due to insufficient kills and exploration. Thus, the person still inside must be engaged in combat with the abyssal beasts and has not been eliminated. Gu Xiaoyin's breath hitched, a wave of inexplicable pressure weighing on her chest. Is such a thing possible? So, that person is still enduring within the Abyss Party. She realized he was now facing abyssal beasts with heightened activity, perhaps even the Abyssal Lord. The celestial ape, in all likelihood, was far more formidable than when she had encountered it, bolstered by her collaboration with the Molten Phoenix and the magical armor. Could this individual truly prevail against an even more terrifying adversary? Gu Xiaoyin and Yang Qingxian exchanged glances, each discerning the same confusion and intense curiosity reflected in the other's expression. Who could still be persevering in the now perilous party? Would that person be the inconspicuous young man they both speculated about? If it were indeed him, what could he possibly rely upon? The Abyss Party, Flower Fruit Mountain. Sunlight Terrace. Lu Ming gradually donned the golden-rimmed glasses he held. The cool frame of the gold wire harmonized perfectly with Lu Ming. With the addition of the glasses on his nose, his appearance seemed to undergo a subtle transformation, less sharp, yet more refined. However, the depths of his eyes, now hidden behind the lenses, appeared even more inscrutable. Instinctively, Lu Ming adjusted the frames with his hand, a peculiar sense of incongruity causing his expression to appear slightly strange. This visage exuded an undeniable air of a cultured rogue. Eek! The little saint on his shoulder craned its neck, curiously examining Lu Ming's new look. It tilted its head, golden eyes blinking, then cautiously leaned closer, gently sniffing the golden frame. In the next moment, the little saint's body stiffened abruptly. It seemed to have been struck by some tremendous force, the tiny claws that had been clutching Lu Ming's hair instantly releasing, its body leaning back slightly, producing a low, gurgling sound from its throat. It was a sound filled with profound reverence and submission, as if the aura emanating from Lu Ming had awakened the most primal memories buried deep within its bloodline. The little saint became unusually docile, obediently resting on Lu Ming's shoulder, hardly daring to breathe. This reaction was even more intense than when it had confronted the fusion of Fire Eye and Golden Eye. Lu Ming sensed the transformation of the little saint, and his heart stirred. It seemed that this fiery eye was not merely an enhancement of functionality. He reopened the system map interface. What secrets lay hidden, unseen by others, that this extraordinary artifact could unveil? He pondered silently. As the map unfurled, the area of the sunlight platform, which he had previously cleared, now displayed a startling change. The red dot representing the Abyssal Lord had vanished without a trace. Yet now, at the heart of the Flower and Fruit Mountain, a colossal crimson light point materialized out of thin air. This light formed the menacing silhouette of a monkey's head, exuding a chilling aura of malice. Its scale dwarfed that of the previous red dot representing the sky-splitting giant ape, being more than 100 times larger. The scarlet hue threatened to engulf the entire map of Flower and Fruit Mountain. Was this the true secret of the Abyssal faction within Flower and Fruit Mountain? Lu Ming's pupils constricted in shock. Such a terrifying entity lay hidden within Flower and Fruit Mountain. This was likely the genuine Abyssal Lord of the region. He immediately raced towards the depths of the sunlight platform, guided by the ominous red light on the map. The little saint clutched his garments tightly, seemingly aware of the immense danger that lay ahead. Chapter 22. Why aren't the abyssal crystals exploding? The deeper he ventured, the more bizarre the surroundings became. The bright sunlight that previously graced the mountaintop had long since vanished, replaced by a layer of faint, grayish-black mist that enveloped the area. The air was thick with humidity and a subtle, unpleasant odor. The vegetation on either side grew dark and twisted, ancient trees branches coiling like serpents, resembling countless ghostly claws reaching for the heavens, entwined with dark green vines, with the fleeting shadows of venomous insects and beasts occasionally darting past. The path beneath his feet was rugged and uneven, strewn with bizarre stones. Suddenly, a tremendous sound of rushing water echoed ahead. Lu Ming brushed aside the hanging vines obstructing his view, and the scene before him opened up with clarity. A massive waterfall, spanning several meters in width, cascaded dramatically from the cliff above, resembling a silver river suspended between heaven and earth, crashing violently into the deep, cold pool below, sending up a mist that rose like a cloud. The water vapor shimmered in the sunlight, refracting into a spectrum of colors, adding an otherworldly quality to the scene. Behind the immense waterfall, a dark and enigmatic cave entrance became faintly visible. The Water Curtain Cave. This name instantly sprang to Lu Ming's mind. At the entrance of the Water Curtain Cave stood two towering stone monkey statues, each 3 meters tall, meticulously carved from the mountain rock, silently guarding the threshold. They were cloaked in moss, as if they had endured the passage of endless time. Yet, they were not mere inanimate objects. Within their rough stone eye sockets, 2 faint red lights slowly flickered to life, akin to burning ghostly flames, locking onto Lu Ming, the unwelcome intruder. In their hands, they wielded thick stone clubs made of the same material as their bodies, emanating a heavy and dangerous aura. Swiftly, the information about the 2 stone monkeys materialized on the lenses of the fiery eye. Stone Monkey Guardian, elite the loyal protectors of the Water Curtain Cave in Flower and Fruit Mountain. Born from stubborn rocks nourished by spiritual energy over millennia, later enlightened by the great sage of this land, entrusted with the mission of guarding the cave. They possess an indestructible rocky physique and immense strength. Weakness: the joints are relatively fragile, and their movements are somewhat sluggish. Elite-level abyssal beings. And there were 2 of them. Lu Ming's gaze sharpened. To enter this Water Curtain Cave, he would need to eliminate these 2 gatekeepers first. Without waiting for Lu Ming's command, the little saint on his shoulder could no longer contain itself. It emitted a piercing shriek, transforming into a streak of golden light, launching itself at the awakened stone monkey guardians. Roar! The 2 stone monkey guardians simultaneously let out a thunderous roar, as if the mountains were collapsing. Their stone clubs sliced through the air with a fierce whistle, one from the left and one from the right, crashing down towards the small golden figure with tremendous force. Before the clubs even reached, the ground beneath them trembled under the pressure. Yet, the little saint's movements were astonishingly agile. It darted between the two massive figures, its motions swift and graceful, evading the deadly strikes by mere inches each time. Bang! Bang! The colossal stone clubs slammed into the ground, sending a storm of rubble and dust into the air, the booming sound resonating incessantly. Their attacks were powerful and broad, but their speed was their Achilles heel. Ming observed the battle with a calm demeanor. "Little Saint, target their knees and elbows," he called out. Upon receiving the command, a fierce glint flashed in the Little Saint's eyes. It no longer engaged the stone monkey guardians head-on. Instead, it utilized its superior speed to weave deftly between the two colossal beings. Its golden claws slashed through the air, landing blows on the joints of the stone monkey guardians. Clang! Clang! The sharp sound of claw against stone rang out, sending sparks flying. The defensive capabilities of the stone monkey guardians far exceeded those of the previous sky-splitting giant ape. Despite the sharpness of the Little Saint's claws, they struggled to inflict substantial damage, leaving only shallow white marks on the rocky surface. So tough, Ming couldn't help but frown. The strength of these stone monkey guardians likely surpassed that of the sky-splitting giant ape, though they were less agile in their movements. The battle reached a temporary stalemate. The stone monkey guardians possessed brute strength, but couldn't even touch the elusive Little Saint. Conversely, while the Little Saint was swift, it couldn't breach their defenses. Just then, one of the stone monkey guardians seemed to be pushed to the brink of fury. It thrust its stone club into the ground with a resounding roar. It spread its large hand like a fan, reaching toward the Little Saint. The other stone monkey guardian altered its attack strategy simultaneously, sweeping its club to cut off the Little Saint's escape route. The Little Saint's movements faltered momentarily. Not good. Ming's heart tightened. Just as the giant hand was about to close in, the Little Saint's eyes flashed with golden light. It suddenly crouched low, darting between the legs of the stone monkey guardian, while simultaneously raking its claws fiercely at the guardian's ankle. Crack! A faint sound of cracking echoed. The stone monkey guardian's movements abruptly froze, its massive form swaying dangerously, nearly toppling over. An opportunity. Seizing this fleeting moment, the Little Saint surged forward like a bolt of golden lightning, leaping onto the shoulder of the injured stone monkey guardian. Its golden claws targeted the juncture where the guardian's neck met its head, plunging down with ferocity. Thud! This time, it was not the sensation of hard rock that met its claws. The stone monkey guardian's massive body shuddered violently, the red light in its eyes dimming rapidly, ultimately extinguishing. The stone club it wielded clattered to the ground, and its entire body stood frozen like a true statue, motionless. One down, the remaining stone monkey guardian, witnessing its companion's destruction, let out an even more ferocious roar, swinging its stone club with reckless abandon, charging at the Little Saint. But it was a lone tree against the storm. The Little Saint repeated its strategy, capitalizing on its agility and precise attacks to quickly find another opening. Minutes later, accompanied by yet another dull sound of shattering, the second stone monkey guardian followed in the footsteps of its companion, collapsing with a thunderous crash into a heap of scattered rubble. However, this time, Ming discovered no abyssal crystals among the remnants of these two elite abyssal corpses, leaving him with a sense of perplexity. Since entering the abyssal party, every slain abyssal entity, regardless of its strength, had yielded at least one abyssal crystal, with the only variation being the purity of the crystals. Yet now, in this final manifestation of the Water Curtain Cave, a creature even mightier than the Rift Sky giant ape had appeared, yet it offered neither treasures nor high-quality abyssal crystals. Could it be that these two stone monkey guardians were not considered true abyssal entities? Such thoughts flickered through Ming's mind. Yet he found no further evidence to support them. It seems that the true secret of Flower and Fruit Mountain lies within this Water Curtain Cave. All the anomalies seemed to signal to Ming that he was drawing ever closer to the truth. Chapter 23. The Lord of Flower and Fruit Mountain. Ming cautiously led the Little Saint into the Water Curtain Cave. Inside, a world of wonders unfolded. The cavern was far more spacious than it appeared from the outside, with a ceiling soaring several tens of meters high. A slender waterfall cascaded from a crevice at the cave's apex, resembling a silver ribbon, forming a natural water curtain barrier within the cavern. Sunlight refracted through this water veil, casting a kaleidoscope of light and shadow upon the cave walls. Stalactites adorned the cave, taking on myriad forms. Some hung like sharp swords, while others sprouted like stone pillars. The ground was perilously slick, carpeted with thick moss, and the air was infused with a faintly sweet and damp scent. It was evident that this place harbored even greater dangers. Ming reminded himself to tread carefully with each step. They ventured deeper along the only passage within the cave. Before long, shadows surged forth from the darkness ahead. A few abyssal entities resembling monkeys, albeit smaller than the stone monkey guardians outside, emerged with remarkable swiftness. Armed with bone spears crafted from unknown beasts, their eyes glinted fiercely as they bared their teeth and emitted threatening growls. Cave guardians, common patrollers within the water curtain cave. They are social creatures skilled in encirclement tactics, harboring immense hostility towards any intruders daring to invade their domain. Squeak! The little saint let out a low growl and charged forward. Individually, these cave guardians were certainly not as formidable as the elite stone monkey guardians. But their strength lay in their numbers. There were at least 7 or 8 of them, and their coordinated attacks, utilizing the complex terrain of the cave for offense and evasion. In an instant, the little saint found itself entangled in a fierce battle. Sharp bone spears lunged from all directions, but the little saint nimbly navigated the stalactites, narrowly avoiding blow after blow. Its adaptability to this intricate cave environment was vividly displayed. At times, it took refuge behind the thick stalactites to dodge attacks from blind spots. At others, it used the steep walls to launch unexpected counterattacks. Ming stood a short distance away, refraining from intervening immediately. He had faith in the little saint's capabilities. Indeed, after an initial flurry of chaos, the little saint quickly regained its composure. It exhibited remarkable combat intelligence, opting to confront its foes one by one rather than attempting to tackle them all at once. The golden figure darted among the stalactites, becoming a blur of motion. With each piercing scream, one cave guardian after another fell beneath the little saint's claws. Moments later, the final cave guardian was also torn to shreds. The battle concluded, and the little saint returned to Ming's side, panting heavily, its golden fur stained with the blood of its foes. Ming affectionately patted its head as a gesture of encouragement. Like the previous stone monkey guardians, this group of cave guardians did not yield any abyssal crystals, contradicting the expected balance of danger and reward within the abyssal party. With an intensifying sense of inquiry, Ming and the little saint pressed onward into the deeper recesses of the water curtain cave. The further they ventured, the more expansive the space became. Finally, after traversing a narrow stone passage, they emerged into a vast, magnificent natural cavern. At the center of the cave stood a colossal stone platform, towering over 10 meters high. Upon this platform rested a throne constructed from countless massive beast bones. The throne was grotesque and rugged, exuding a primal and savage aura. At this moment, seated upon the throne of beast bones was an enormous figure, a giant ape of a size comparable to the previously encountered Rift Sky giant ape, perhaps even larger. Its entire body was cloaked in dark red fur, each strand as hard as steel. Its bulging muscles resembled solid rock, brimming with explosive power. Its eyes, blood red and glinting with a savage and bloodthirsty light, fixated intently on the intruders, Ming and the little saint. Grasped tightly in its hand was a massive iron rod, pitch black and glimmering with a cold metallic sheen. An indescribable air of ferocity and brutality emanated from this giant ape, enveloping the entire cavern. Ming's peculiar artifact, the Fire Eye, issued a warning. Lord of Flower and Fruit Mountain, boss the ultimate ruler of this abyssal party, claiming the name of Flower and Fruit Mountain. Born of the abyssal aura, possessing unfathomable strength, equipped with various formidable skills, and exceedingly dangerous, with an insatiable thirst for blood. This was the final boss of this novice abyssal party, the true lord of all Flower and Fruit Mountain. Squeak! The little saint's golden fur bristled in an instant, sensing the grave threat, and emitted sharp, urgent cries filled with warning and vigilance. The Lord of Flower and Fruit Mountain slowly rose from its throne of beast bones, its massive form nearly brushing against the cavern's ceiling. Roar! A deafening roar erupted from the Lord of Flower and Fruit Mountain, as if it could overturn the entire water curtain cave. The black iron rod in its hand pointed menacingly at Ming and the little saint. Gazing upon this behemoth, steeped in abyssal energy and known as the Lord of Flower and Fruit Mountain, Ming's mind vividly conjured another figure, the one clad in golden chainmail, adorned with a phoenix-crowned golden crown, wielding the Rui Jingu Bang, and treading upon cloud-soled shoes, defiant and daring to challenge heaven and earth, the great sage, equal to heaven. In stark contrast, this monstrous creature was but a hollow imitation of that legendary figure. It wielded a crude black iron rod, vainly attempting to mimic the might of the Rui Jingu Bang. Its dark red fur was a far cry from the majestic golden chainmail of his memories. Even the so-called throne was merely a haphazard pile of beast bones, exuding a raw, bloody savagery, devoid of any semblance of the celestial grandeur befitting the master of the water curtain cave. This grotesque creature had the audacity to claim the title of Lord of Flower and Fruit Mountain, to emulate that unparalleled hero. This was not merely an appropriation of a name. It was a desecration of the reverence that arose within him from memories of another world. The true great sage, equal to heaven, was a figure of unparalleled defiance, possessing extraordinary powers and standing tall against the heavens. Meanwhile, the creature before him was nothing more than a monkey adorned in the guise of a crowned beast, corrupted by the abyssal forces to the point of being reduced to a mere savage driven by brutality and bloodlust. The figure exuded nothing but a nauseating aura of decay, rather than the ethereal radiance birthed from celestial stones. Lu Ming's gaze abruptly turned frigid, a surge of inexplicable fury igniting within him. Initially, he had presumed that this so-called great sage of Flower and Fruit Mountain was merely a coincidence, or perhaps a manifestation of the abyssal faction's cruel sense of humor. However, upon witnessing this visage firsthand, he comprehended that it was nothing short of a blatant act of defilement and mockery. Lu Ming scoffed coldly to himself. Truly, any lowly creature dares to claim the title of sage. If the genuine Monkey King were to learn of this, he would undoubtedly send it back to its ancestral home with a single strike, or rather, obliterate its very soul, condemning it to eternal unrest. Squeak, squeak. The small sage seemed to sense Lu Ming's agitation and the revolting imitation emanating from the colossal ape before them. It bared its teeth, emitting a sharper, more furious growl than when confronting the sky-rending giant ape, its golden pupils ablaze with fierce battle intent, and every hair on its body bristling, as if expressing its own disdain and anger. A cold, fierce smile curled at the corners of Lu Ming's lips, his murderous intent palpable. Since you so relish this title, I shall make you aware of the consequences of tarnishing the name of the sage. Today, he shall act as the hand of justice and cleanse the filth. Chapter 24, The Final Showdown. Fully activate the phantom armor. The battle was on the brink of eruption. Sensing the provocation from Lu Ming and the small sage, the great sage of Flower and Fruit Mountain was instantly stirred to wrath, its massive body springing into action. Despite its sheer size, it exhibited agility that belied its bulk. With a single step, the ground trembled violently. The black iron staff in its grasp sliced through the air with a piercing shriek, like a bolt of black lightning. Aimed directly at the small sage's head, the force of this strike seemed capable of rupturing the very air itself. In a flash, golden light flickered in the small sage's eyes, and it swiftly retreated. Boom! The black iron staff crashed down where the small sage had stood moments before, instantly creating a deep crater in the ground, sending debris flying. The mere force of the displaced wind caused the small sage's phantom armor to flicker erratically, clearly having endured tremendous impact. Such formidable power. Lu Ming's heart quaked at this scene. The great sage of Flower and Fruit Mountain's assault far surpassed that of the previous sky-rending giant ape. Roar! Failing to land its blow, the great sage of Flower and Fruit Mountain let out another roar. It stomped its right foot violently. Boom! A visible shockwave of earthy yellow radiated outward from its foot, expanding rapidly like ripples across the surface of a pond. The entire cavern quaked violently, with rocks raining down from the ceiling. Area attack. The small sage was caught off guard, swept up by the earthy shockwave, its agile form suddenly stalling. As if ensnared in an invisible quagmire, its movements temporarily hindered. The great sage of Flower and Fruit Mountain seized this opportunity, its eyes gleaming with malice. It swung the black iron staff once more, targeting the sluggish small sage. Be careful, small sage, Lu Ming shouted with urgency. The small sage strained to twist its body, attempting to evade this potentially fatal strike. However, the speed and power of the great sage's attack were overwhelming. Bang! A resounding thud echoed. Though the small sage narrowly avoided a critical hit, the edge of the black iron staff still grazed it. It emitted a heart-wrenching cry, its diminutive form hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing violently against a solid rock wall several dozen meters away, before landing heavily on the ground. The brilliance of the phantom armor dimmed momentarily. Squeak! The small sage struggled to rise, issuing a mournful whimper, its golden eyes filled with defiance and anger. Lu Ming watched as the counterfeit great sage of Flower and Fruit Mountain approached the fallen small sage, each heavy step echoing like a hammer on his heart. He understood that although the small sage was a mythical beast, it was still in its juvenile stage, facing an insurmountable power gap against this lord-level monster. He could not remain idle. Want to touch it? First, you must contend with me. Lu Ming growled, his soul power surging with unprecedented velocity. In a mere breath, the previously faint glow of his simple phantom armor surged dramatically, golden energy flowing like liquid flame, intertwining and solidifying. In an instant, a magnificent set of full-body armor enveloped Lu Ming. The beast phantom armor activated, its fearsome helmet fully shielding his face, revealing only a pair of eyes ablaze with fury and determination. This marked the first time since entering the Abyssal faction that he had fully manifested the true form of the Beast Phantom armor. Boom. His soul power ignited with unparalleled intensity, an overwhelming sense of strength filling his entire being, but with it came the ominous premonition of near exhaustion. Lu Ming recognized that with his current total of soul power, sustaining this complete form of armor would not last long. Each second was a significant drain. Come on, imposter. Lu Ming charged forth, his voice resonating from behind the metallic helmet, tinged with a dull metallic scratch. He propelled himself forward with all his might, shattering the ground beneath him, transforming into a golden shadow that hurtled towards the great sage of Flower and Fruit Mountain. Roar? The great sage of Flower and Fruit Mountain was evidently taken aback by the audacity of this previously unassuming human daring to provoke it. It halted, swinging its robust arm, the black iron staff hurtling towards Lu Ming with tremendous force, the air rending apart with a piercing whistle. Lu Ming stood his ground, crossing his arms defensively over his chest to withstand the blow. Clang! The deafening sound of metal colliding reverberated throughout the cavern. Lu Ming felt an irresistible force surge through his arms, sending him sliding backwards uncontrollably for several meters, his feet carving deep grooves into the ground. A tingling sensation coursed through his arms, the drain on his soul power intensifying once more. This creature's strength was no trivial matter. Shaking off the numbness in his arms, Lu Ming cursed inwardly. While this phantom armor had greatly enhanced his defense and strength, engaging in a direct confrontation still yielded little advantage. The great sage of Flower and Fruit Mountain, seeing its initial strike fail to shatter Lu Ming's armored shell, grew increasingly ferocious, raising the rod for another strike. Taking a deep breath, Lu Ming resolved not to endure another blow. Instead, he relied on the agility bestowed by the phantom armor to evade and maneuver, all the while searching for an opening in its defenses. He struck, his fists enveloped in golden soul power, landing blows against the great sage's legs and waist, producing a series of muffled thuds. However, these assaults merely served to irritate the thick-skinned great sage of Flower and Fruit Mountain. After several exchanges, Lu Ming's breath turned labored. The glow of the beast phantom armor visibly dimmed, with certain areas flickering as if on the verge of collapse. His soul power was nearly depleted. Gritting his teeth, he realized he was on the brink of exhaustion. This impostor possessed too high a defense and overwhelming power, showing no discernible weaknesses. At that moment, the great sage of Flower and Fruit Mountain seemed to lose all patience, unleashing a thunderous roar as the black iron staff in its hands erupted with a dark radiance, striking at an impossibly acute angle, bypassing Lu Ming's guard and crashing heavily onto his left shoulder. Crack! A sickening sound resonated, accompanied by Lu Ming's muffled grunt. A pronounced crack split the armor on his left shoulder, and an excruciating pain surged through him, nearly forcing him to his knees. The radiance of the illusionary armor dimmed to an almost transparent state, on the verge of complete dissolution. Lu Ming found himself grievously injured. Although the figure before him was an imitation of the great sage, as the true master of this abyssal faction, the great sage of Flower and Fruit Mountain was still far beyond the reach of Lu Ming and the little sage. It seems I may have bitten off more than I can chew this time. Lu Ming grimaced in a pained smile. Perhaps my earlier success in sweeping through the Flower and Fruit Mountain abyss had led me to become overly complacent. According to his usual character, he would never have been so reckless as to confront the demonic ape in front of him. It appears that this abyssal faction is influencing not only the abyssal corpses, but also myself. The great sage of Flower and Fruit Mountain, wielding a black staff, advanced towards Lu Ming step by step, each thud of his footsteps resonating like the harbinger of death. Chapter 25. The innate talent of the sun and moon. Observing that Lu Ming was barely able to stand, the demonic ape's eyes brimmed with mockery. Just moments ago, Lu Ming had dared to provoke him. Now, he was destined to be crushed into a pulp. The demonic ape raised his black staff high, channeling immense force as he swung it down towards Lu Ming. Squeak! Witnessing his master in peril, the little sage's mind flooded with memories of Lu Ming bestowing upon him the mythic baptism, recalling the agony he endured during that process. How could he falter at this moment when Lu Ming had never given up on him? How could he allow his master to be ensnared in danger? The little sage's eyes now shimmered with a blood-red hue. Suddenly, a sharp, urgent cry erupted from behind the demonic ape, filled with desperation and fury. A golden silhouette shot forth at an incredible speed from the rear, aimed directly at the demonic ape's wrist. The layer of pale white luminescence that enveloped the little sage intensified dramatically in that instant, igniting like a star. Subsequently, an astonishing scene unfolded. The dazzling white aura rapidly transformed into a profound and enigmatic deep blue light, visible to the naked eye. Like the galactic rivers above the heavens, it shone brilliantly, imbued with an indescribable power. Simultaneously, the once pliable golden fur on the little sage's arms bristled upright, rapidly expanding by several inches. Each bristling golden hair became as hard as a steel needle, sharp enough to pierce through metal and stone. Even more astonishingly, a violent azure energy surged wildly within, emitting crackling sounds, with a charred scent permeating the air. An overwhelming force, far beyond any previous moment, erupted from the little sage's disproportionately small body. The surrounding air thickened, creating a palpable pressure. At that moment, Ming was entirely consumed by pain, his consciousness inundated, leaving him little capacity to attend to anything else. If he could divert his attention to the system panel, he would discover a clear notification. Innate talent, Sun and Moon activated. Power amplification, temporarily breaking through 100. Squeak. The little sage let out a roar that reverberated throughout the cavern, a sound no longer sharp and hurried, but filled with primal wildness and unmatched battle intent. His golden eyes were now saturated with a boiling rage, the deep blue lights swirling within them as if two nebulas were igniting. He propelled himself off the ground with a mighty push. Boom. The solid, thick rock floor could not withstand this explosive force and instantly cracked. Spiderweb-like fissures radiating from his point of impact as debris scattered in all directions. The little sage surged forward, enveloped in a dazzling interplay of gold and blue. Advancing rather than retreating, he shot forth like a cannonball, imbued with an indomitable resolve, charging directly at the great sage of Flower and Fruit Mountain, who was once again swinging the black iron staff amidst a howling gale. For the first time, a flicker of bewilderment crossed the demonic ape's eyes. Seemingly caught off guard by the sudden resurgence of the little monkey he had just sent flying. Now was the moment. Despite the acute agony in his left shoulder and the crumbling illusionary armor, Ming's gaze shone with remarkable intensity. The little sage's unexpected surge was his only opportunity. In a flash, the little sage leaped into the air, tracing an incredible arc. His inflated golden arms, intertwined with the deep blue mythic power and the bristling golden fur glimmering with metallic luster, converged into a heart-stopping destructive force. His claws extended, shimmering with an eerie blue light, radiating an aura that promised to tear the heavens asunder and obliterate all in its path, aiming directly at the great sage's disheveled head. This strike was swift beyond measure, ruthless beyond compare. A muffled yet piercing sound of flesh tearing echoed through the silent cavern, jarring to the senses. The massive black staff wielded by the great sage fell limply midway, and the colossal body of the demonic ape suddenly stiffened. Deep, bone-exposing claw marks rapidly widened on its head, blood and brain matter erupting forth. The ferocity and brutality in its eyes quickly faded, replaced by an expression of disbelief and emptiness. Then, as if all its bones and strength had been drained, the immense body could no longer sustain itself and crashed backward with a thunderous thud. Boom. The heavy impact stirred a cloud of dust and debris, shaking the entire cavern. Amidst the swirling dust, the diminutive figure of the little sage staggered to the ground, the deep blue light and bristling fur visibly retracting. Yet his golden eyes remained fixated on the fallen giant, brimming with vigilance. Ming leaned against the ground, struggling to remain upright, the agonizing pain in his left shoulder causing beads of sweat to form on his forehead. He gasped heavily, witnessing the incredible scene before him, his heart tumultuous. The abyssal faction of Flower and Fruit Mountain is about to conclude. The system's notification resonated fittingly in his utterly fatigued mind. Unbeknownst to Ming, as the great sage of Flower and Fruit Mountain fell, the entire Flower and Fruit Mountain was undergoing a monumental transformation. Deep within the water curtain cave, the whirlpool representing the end of the challenge re-emerged slowly, swirling gently as if beckoning something. The massive remains of the demonic ape were now transforming into countless specks of light, silently dissipating into the air. On the ground, there remained not a trace of abyssal crystal, causing Ming's brow to furrow. After utilizing his fire eye to uncover the secrets of Flower and Fruit Mountain, the abyssal corpses no longer granted him any abyssal crystals upon their demise. His gaze ultimately settled on the black iron staff that had once been gripped tightly by the demonic ape, now lying quietly on the ground. It rested there, emanating an indescribable aura of ancient weight. However, in that moment, Ming lacked the energy to contemplate the remnants of the demonic ape. The sharp pain in his shoulders surged like a tide, crashing over his consciousness, and with every movement, he felt a jarring sensation akin to shattering. Yet, gritting his teeth, he shifted his focus from his nearly collapsing illusionary armor, laboriously making his way to the side of the little sage. After exerting every ounce of strength to vanquish the fearsome magical ape, the great sage of Flower Fruit Mountain, the little sage found itself at the brink of exhaustion. The once resplendent and profound azure glow enveloping its form had dimmed to a mere flicker, akin to a dying ember in the wind, on the verge of extinguishment, leaving only a feeble phosphorescence. Beneath this faint glow, the diminutive figure of the little sage evoked a pang of sympathy. Chapter 26. The mysterious artifact, the Rui stick. "How are you feeling, little sage?" Lu Ming inquired, his voice hoarse with concern. He crouched down, gently placing his hand upon the little sage's back, attentively sensing its chaotic and weakened aura, checking for any internal injuries that might have resulted from being struck earlier. The little sage emitted a weak chirp, its tiny body swaying slightly, before affectionately nuzzling Lu Ming's pant leg, as if to reassure him of its well-being, while simultaneously seeking comfort. Lu Ming tenderly stroked the little sage's now somewhat dull golden fur. Where once the fur stood erect and gleamed with a chilling light, it now felt soft and weary, a testament to the toll of exhaustion. Fortunately, the little sage is merely fatigued, with no fundamental injuries. After enduring the discomfort of examining the little sage's body, Lu Ming finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Once reassured of the little sage's condition, his attention was drawn to the faint azure glow emanating from it. This azure luminescence, Lu Ming's expression grew complex. This azure phosphorescence undoubtedly signified the radiant glow representative of the mythical beast's rank. He had previously assumed that the ethereal glow of a mythological creature was the pure, pristine white that the little sage had exhibited during its evolution into the mythical golden-furred gibbon. Yet now, that milky white radiance had evidently transformed into the current azure hue. It was this very deep azure that had surged forth during its fierce battle with the magical ape. Did this imply that the radiant glow of a mythical beast could evolve in tandem with its increasing power? Lu Ming's heart raced involuntarily. If this were indeed the case, the future potential of the little sage was boundless. From milky white to azure, what might follow? Purple? Pink? Or even orange? Lu Ming speculated that this transformation in hue represented the little sage's metamorphosis and breakthroughs. It was almost certain that each ascension the little sage underwent would herald a qualitative leap forward. Truly, the mythological tier itself harbored such incredible potential for growth. This revelation excited Lu Ming far more than any reward could. Noting that the little sage's condition had improved slightly, Lu Ming finally found the opportunity to examine the spoils left behind by the great sage of Flower Fruit Mountain. Gritting his teeth against the ache in his body, he suppressed the turmoil within and made his way to the black iron rod nearby. Grasping the rod, he felt its chilling touch and peculiar texture, neither metal nor stone, yet exceedingly heavy. With his current strength, lifting it with one hand proved somewhat strenuous. The rod bore no discernible markings, appearing plain, yet upon closer inspection, he could sense a faint aura of menace, reminiscent of the magical ape's presence, yet more subdued and profound. Without further hesitation, Lu Ming focused intently, and within the mystical glasses of the Rui stick, a barely perceptible golden light flickered momentarily. A line of information materialized clearly before his eyes. Artifact, Rui stick. This is a spirit object of heaven and earth, capable of changing at will, both large and small. When large, it stirs the clouds. When small, it hides in a mustard seed. As heavy as 1,000 June, it can also be as light as a feather. Its transformations are dictated by the heart, with boundless applications. Though succinct, the introduction was laden with significance, each word weighing heavily upon Lu Ming's heart. His pulse quickened. The Rui stick. Lu Ming silently pondered this name. He was well aware that it was not the legendary iron staff of the great sage, yet the descriptions of changing at will, both large and small and as heavy as 1,000 June, yet as light as a feather, revealed its extraordinary nature. Even if it merely possessed similar formative abilities, its value was incalculable. Since donning the Rui stick and uncovering the secrets of Flower Fruit Mountain, this expedition had been rife with the extraordinary. Although not a single abyss crystal had materialized along the way, the rarity of the Rui stick far surpassed that of the abyss crystals. Suppressing the myriad thoughts swirling in his mind, Lu Ming turned his gaze to the little sage, who was curiously peeking over. "Little sage, come here," he called calmly. "Eep." The little sage, upon hearing the call, propelled itself forward with a kick of its hind legs, somewhat unsteady, yet quickly darted to Lu Ming's side, gazing up at him with its little head tilted, curious about the black iron rod in his hand. It sensed that the rod was extraordinary. Lu Ming extended the Rui stick towards the little sage. "This is for you to use." This precious artifact, while invaluable, held limited utility for his current combat style. However, for the little sage, it could represent a transformative opportunity. A monkey paired with a stick that could change at will was indeed a match made in heaven. Given the little sage's already unfathomable potential, augmenting it with this divine weapon might well precipitate another leap in its combat prowess. "Give it a try," Lu Ming encouraged. gesturing towards the little sage's ears. See if you can make it as small as a needle and hide it inside. This served both as a test of the Rui stick's characteristics and as a form of guidance. The little sage blinked, a flicker of confusion passing through its golden eyes as it glanced down at the rod, much thicker than its diminutive frame. Transforming such a large object into a needle, and then hiding it in its ear? The little creature's mind momentarily struggled with the concept, but it had always executed Lu Ming's commands without fail. With its fluffy little paws, the little sage clumsily embraced the Rui stick, the weight of it heavy in its grasp, requiring both arms to awkwardly encircle it, creating a rather comical sight. Shaking its head, the faint azure glow, though dimmed, established a curious connection with the iron rod. Eep! The little sage let out a low sound, a surge of intent erupting from its tiny frame. An astonishing spectacle ensued. Clutching the iron rod tightly, the surface of the black stick shimmered with a faint dark light, and the once massive rod began to shrink at a visible rate. The material condensed and compressed, its volume dramatically diminishing, the density increasing at a rapid pace. The entire process was silent yet imbued with an intricate rhythm. In mere moments, the rod, which could have served as a weapon for the little sage, had indeed transformed into a diminutive iron needle, not exceeding an inch in length, glimmering with a dark light. Now resting quietly in the little sage's palm. The little sage gazed down at the tiny iron needle in its hand, its golden eyes wide with wonder and delight. It gently tapped the needle with its paw, producing a soft chime. Excitedly, it looked up at Lu Ming, chattering with joy, scratching its head and striking various triumphant poses. Lu Ming smiled and nodded, encouraging it to continue. Bolstered by his approval, the little sage carefully grasped the needle-like Rui stick, tilting its head and aiming for its right ear, tentatively attempting to insert the shimmering dark needle. Chapter 27. The Astonishing Final Evaluation. Unexpectedly smooth. The iron needle slid effortlessly into the ear, disappearing without a trace, perfectly conforming to its shape. Xiaosheng shook his head and pawed at his ear, confirming that the treasure remained, his face displaying a rather human-like expression of satisfaction, even performing a triumphant somersault in place. Neither too large nor too small. Neither askew nor misaligned, it was precisely right. Lu Ming watched this scene, feeling a slight sigh of relief within. The fact that the Rui stick could be so easily controlled by Xiaosheng was undoubtedly a stroke of great fortune. It seemed that this peculiar artifact indeed had an extraordinary affinity with the simian-like phantom beasts. Just as Xiaosheng securely nestled the Rui stick in his ear and adorably patted it, the long-awaited system notification finally resonated clearly in Lu Ming's mind. Congratulations, host. You have successfully cleared the Abyss Party at Flower Fruit Mountain. Calculating party evaluation. After a brief pause, the system exhibited no hesitation. Evaluation calculation complete. Final evaluation, SSS level perfect rating. Task completed. Random entry obtained X1. At the moment the system notification concluded, an unprecedented, dazzling golden light surged skyward from Lu Ming, radiating with such intensity that it nearly illuminated the entire cavern as if it were broad daylight, even piercing through the barriers of this abyssal space, shooting straight towards the heavens. In the next instant, the vortex before him enveloped both him and Xiaosheng. Lu Ming felt the scenery around him rapidly shift, a gentle yet powerful force enveloping his entire being. Subsequently, an unfamiliar voice resonated in his ear. Abyss Party settlement in progress. Exploration degree, 100. Number of abyssal remnants slain, 489. Obtained abyssal crystals. Luminous abyssal crystal X1, high-grade abyssal crystal X23, mid-grade abyssal crystal X66, low-grade abyssal crystal X234. Obtained peculiar items, fiery eye, golden eye. Final evaluation, SSS. When he regained clarity of his surroundings, he found himself back in the familiar abyssal corridor. Xiaosheng remained perched steadily on his shoulder, his glossy golden eyes curiously surveying the surroundings, while his tiny paws instinctively brushed against his ears, seemingly ensuring that his treasure was still there. The fatigue from battling the demon ape and the slight abrasions on his body appeared to have been significantly restored by some force within the abyss during the vortex's embrace, leaving him feeling rather invigorated. Lu Ming's left shoulder injury, as well as the nearly collapsed illusionary armor, had also returned to their original state, and the spiritual energy he had expended was now replenished. However, a modicum of confusion lingered within him. Why had he just heard the settlement information of the Abyss Party while within the vortex? The first voice he encountered before being drawn into the vortex was the familiar system voice, which also accounted for the system-assigned tasks, with rewards consisting of random entries. This should be unrelated to the Abyss Party. What about the second voice? Lu Ming pondered, concluding that this voice was likely the Abyss's evaluation of him. Yet, he found it perplexing that his peculiar items, the fiery eye and the golden eye, had indeed fused into a new peculiar item, the fiery golden eye. Yet the settlement information still listed them separately. Furthermore, why had the remnants of the Flower Fruit Mountain Great Sage not been included in the list of peculiar items by the Abyss? All of this hinted at something unusual. Ming felt that this might somehow relate to his system. At the end of the corridor, Gu Xiaoyin and Yang Qingxian stood silently. Their gazes were fixated on the abyssal vortex, which was slowly shrinking and about to close completely. The spatial rifts at the vortex's edges flickered erratically, exuding an aura of danger. Yang Qingxian had witnessed the previous golden pillar of light ascend with clarity. The energy fluctuations it contained caused even this seasoned abyss dweller to feel a pang of trepidation. It appeared that this novice abyss party was truly drawing to a close. Gu Xiaoyin murmured softly, her cool voice laced with an indescribable complexity of emotions. Yang Qingxian remained silent, merely nodding slightly, his weathered face etched with solemnity. He had seen the conclusion of numerous parties, yet he had never witnessed such a grandiose and magnificent finale. Then, as Ming and Xiaosheng emerged, bathed in the still lingering golden afterglow, they slowly coalesced within the corridor, akin to deities stepping forth from the light. The moment Gu Xiaoyin's pupils beheld the radiance surrounding Ming, they abruptly constricted, her breath momentarily caught in her throat. It was indeed him, the newcomer she had deemed least likely to stir any waves before the party commenced. Simultaneously, Yang Qingxuan's gaze deepened, as if attempting to penetrate Ming's very essence. Despite having had his suspicions, witnessing this scene firsthand still stirred his spirit profoundly. Neither spoke immediately, the air thick with an intangible pressure. Their attention was simultaneously drawn to the Abyss Golden List, hovering above the abyssal vortex. At that moment, at the pinnacle of the Abyss Golden List, Gu Xiaoyin's resplendent S-level evaluation, followed closely by another S evaluation, emitted a soft glow, signifying the extraordinary nature of the clearers. However, in the next heartbeat, the entire Abyss Golden List trembled violently without warning. The gilded board seemed unable to withstand some great power, emitting a low hum, its brilliance becoming chaotic, as if it were dreading something, yet also welcoming something. Simultaneously, the vortex on the verge of closure began to twist and shake wildly. The rotation accelerated sharply, a deep roar emanating from within. The entire abyssal corridor quaked incessantly, the path beneath them groaning under the strain, fine cracks spreading across its surface. And the surroundings began to undergo a transformation. What on earth was happening? Gu Xiaoyin's complexion paled, her tone filled with uncertainty. She instinctively took a half-step back, warily scanning her surroundings. Yang Qingxian, having served as a novice guide for many years, having witnessed countless abyss parties commence and conclude, had encountered numerous scenes. Yet he had never witnessed such simultaneous turbulence from the abyss corridor, abyss vortex, and abyss golden list. His heart raced uncontrollably, a bizarre yet intense premonition rising within him, as the two stared in horror at the pinnacle of the abyss golden list. The positions originally belonging to the S and S evaluations suddenly erupted with a blinding golden radiance. The intensity of the light was such that they could scarcely open their eyes. Three enormous, seemingly forged from divine patterns, golden S's emerged with overwhelming force. Each S bore the weight of mountains, emanating an aura that seemed to look down upon all. SSS. Chapter 28 SSS. These three golden characters occupied nearly 90 of the entire Abyss Golden List. The light swirled, sacred and imposing. They were so resplendent, so domineering. The already attention-grabbing S and S evaluations were, under the shadow of these three golden S's, forcibly relegated to the bottom of the golden list, their brilliance dimming significantly. If one does not scrutinize closely, the two diminutive letters are nearly imperceptible. They seem to compete for brilliance like fireflies against the full moon. So trivial as to be hardly worth mentioning. Even the S-level evaluation of Gu Xiaoyin, which allows her to stand head and shoulders above her peers and garner attention throughout the entire Dragon Kingdom, now appears dim and somewhat ludicrous. Who could have imagined? The owner of the simian phantom beast, which had previously exhibited merely a white luster and could not even be identified by the Phantom Beast Compendium, could receive such an astonishingly extraordinary rating. As Yang Qingxian regained his composure from this golden SSS evaluation, his entire body trembled violently from sheer astonishment. His lips moved, yet no sound emerged. In his mind, a thunderous roar resounded, as an ancient legend long considered absurd surged forth uncontrollably. It was a secret he had once heard from a venerable elder on the brink of death in his youth. The legend spoke of abyss dwellers who, achieving an SSS perfect evaluation at the abyss party, would catch the attention of the abyssal will and might even be chosen to become the master of the abyss party. He had always scoffed at this rumor. According to all official records of the Dragon Kingdom, The highest rating at the Abyss Party was merely SS level. And even that was a rare occurrence over decades. An SSS evaluation? That was nothing more than a myth. The drunken ramblings of an old elder. But now, he had witnessed the arrival of a myth. A living legend. Those 3 glaring golden S's were etched deeply into the very essence of his soul. At this moment, beneath the swirling vortex, Lu Ming and the seemingly inconspicuous little monkey, now grooming its golden fur with tiny paws, remained oblivious to the profound impact this revelation had on Yang Qingxian. He simply felt the surge of newfound power within him, along with the random entry information he had just acquired. The SSS evaluation indeed took him by surprise. However, the vast number of abyssal remains he had hunted in the depths, coupled with the near-death crisis he had faced, along with the final explosion of power from himself and the little saint during the Abyss Party, all justified this evaluation. The residual power of those 3 golden S's had yet to dissipate, the brilliance still seemingly searing his retinas. Yang Qingxian gazed at the fading golden glow, his throat involuntarily tightening. Here he was, the official novice guide of the Dragon Kingdom, feeling suddenly parched, his heart thundering. "What is your name, young friend?" Yang Qingxuan's voice bore a hint of dryness and tension he himself had not noticed. He had audaciously initiated an inquiry into a participant's identity, a blatant violation of the fundamental principle of neutrality that a guide must uphold. Gu Xiaoyin frowned slightly, an unmistakable surprise flashing in her cool gaze. She glanced at her foster father, who was usually as steady as a mountain. What had come over him today? Did that SSS rating truly possess such formidable allure? Her own S level seemed somewhat inadequate, yet surely her foster father would not be so easily swayed. Lu Ming turned calmly, looking up at Yang Qingxian. His expression was devoid of emotion, as if this SSS evaluation, capable of shaking the entirety of the Dragon Kingdom, was merely a natural and expected outcome for him. He met Yang Qingxuan's complex and probing gaze with a slightly inquiring demeanor, neither servile nor arrogant. Although he remained silent, Yang Qingxian clearly sensed the meaning Lu Ming conveyed. His actions as a guide at the Abyss Party were undeniably overstepping his bounds. Yang Qingxian silently chuckled at himself. He had lost his wits, overwhelmed by the earth-shattering SSS rating. What right did this individual have to answer his questions? He took a deep breath, preparing to concoct an excuse to mask his indiscretion. Yet, Lu Ming did not afford him the opportunity. At that moment, he was not ready to reveal his identity, silently reciting the words of departure in his heart. The abyssal pattern on the back of his right hand flickered, and then, a silver light enveloped Lu Ming's figure like flowing water. He vanished. Gu Xiaoyin spoke softly, her tone laced with an indefinable emotion. Yang Qingxian shook his head helplessly. This individual harbored wariness towards him. Very well, whether dragon or worm, they would meet again someday. Xiaoyin, he murmured, gazing at the spot where Lu Ming had disappeared, his tone laden with complexity. This youth's future achievements were likely beyond measure. More importantly, Yang Qingxian paused slightly, lowering his voice so only the two could hear. He harbors a great secret. That monkey is no ordinary creature. In existence, even the Phantom Beast Compendium cannot identify the SSS evaluation. Perhaps that legend might indeed be true. Upon hearing this, Gu Xiaoyin felt a shiver run down her spine, deep in thought. To render her foster father so solemn, this young man appeared to be far more formidable than she had initially imagined. As the silver light faded, Lu Ming's figure completely vanished from the abyssal corridor. Yang Qingxian remained silent for a long while, his premonition growing ever stronger. The Dragon Kingdom, and perhaps the entire world, might soon be swept into a tremendous upheaval because of this youth. Chapter 29, a new entry, Solar Flare Feather. After a brief sensation of weightlessness, Lu Ming found himself back on the second floor of the marvelous pet shop. The sky outside had turned completely dark. The orange glow of the street lamps filtered through the window, casting mottled shadows on the wooden floor, while the air was filled with the familiar scent of disinfectant mingled with pet food. The familiar decor, the slightly cluttered desk, and the corner piled with unopened pet supplies all felt so real and comforting. Compared to the tense, unknown, and perilous environment of the Abyss Party, this place was nothing short of paradise. He glanced at the wall clock. 8 o'clock sharp. Goodness, had 16 hours really passed? Lu Ming let out a gentle sigh, feeling as though all the bones in his body had loosened considerably. Chirp. The little saint jumped down from his shoulder, landing neatly before stretching lazily, its golden fur shimmering under the light, seemingly denser and more radiant than before. It curiously surveyed its surroundings, sniffing the air, and then made its way around the room with a nonchalant gait before finally running to Lu Ming's feet, affectionately rubbing against his pant leg, exuding an air of pride as if announcing its triumphant return. Are you hungry? Let's reward our valiant hero with some food. Lu Ming chuckled, ruffling the little saint's head. noting that its fur felt even better than before. The man and monkey made their way to the kitchen. Simple ingredients quickly transformed into 2 aromatic dinners in Lu Ming's hands. The little saint clutched a specially made large bowl, relishing its meal with gusto. Sauce smeared all over its mouth, and occasionally glancing up at Lu Ming and chirping 2 approving notes, as if praising the culinary skills. Watching it devour its food, Lu Ming felt his spirits lift entirely. This journey had been arduous, but the rewards were undeniably worthwhile. After dinner, Lu Ming did not rest immediately. He sat on the sofa while the little saint lay contentedly on his legs, burping in satisfaction as he began to tally the spoils from the abyss party. Numerous abyssal crystals piled up like a small mountain in the room, emanating a ghostly blue light. This substantial sum of wealth is sufficient to incite envy to the point of bloodshed among the majority of abyssal dwellers. The most immediate application of the abyssal crystal is to replenish the energy of the mythical beasts, while its secondary function is as a general equivalent, possessing a value surpassing that of the gold coins of the Dragon Kingdom. Through this abyssal soiree, Lu Ming can undoubtedly claim to have attained financial freedom. Next, there are the curiosities. The curiosity of the fire-eyed golden vision and the curiosity of the wishful staff are both intricately linked to the abyssal soiree of Flower Fruit Mountain and are of considerable worth. The fire-eyed golden vision will facilitate his future explorations of the abyss, while the wishful staff will directly enhance the combat prowess of the little sage. In addition to these treasures, the little sage's fortuitous blessings have led to an overwhelming infusion of soul power from continuous battles. Lu Ming can distinctly feel that the soul power within him has swelled to several times its former strength since entering the abyssal soiree. Initially, he had just stepped into the first level of soul power. Now, he is on the cusp of the advanced threshold of that level, merely a step away. Regarding the future of the little sage, having triumphed over the great sage of Flower Fruit Mountain during the abyssal soiree, he has unveiled a path of development. Lu Ming casts a glance at the little sage, who is curiously scanning the surroundings. This time has indeed been a bountiful harvest, granting him a solid foundation to establish himself in this world. Just as Lu Ming revels in this newfound freedom, the voice of the system echoes in his mind once more. Current detection, random entry extraction count 1. Shall extraction commence immediately? That's precisely what I've been waiting for, he exclaims eagerly. Without hesitation, he responds affirmatively, eager to discover what surprises an SSS-level reward might bestow upon him. In stark contrast to the simplicity of the previous novice gift pack, this extraction process is entirely different. A brand new golden wheel appears in his consciousness. The ancient golden wheel emanates a sense of antiquity, with its inscriptions appearing obscure and profound, each character seemingly imbued with the essence of profound truths, exuding an aura that stirs the heart. As Lu Ming's voice fades, the pointer spins rapidly, leaving a trail of golden afterimages. Eventually, the pointer gradually decelerates, coming to rest upon an entry radiating a blazing, domineering aura. The entry displays 4 archaic characters, and at first, Lu Ming fails to recognize them until the system provides a prompt. Entry extraction complete. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the new mythological entry, Feather of the Blazing Sun. Feather of the Blazing Sun? Lu Ming is momentarily taken aback. This entry leaves him somewhat perplexed. While previous entries like Spirit Clear, Crimson Tail, 6 Ears, and Long Arms had clear counterparts in the mythological tales of his past life, this one, Feather of the Blazing Sun, feels oddly out of place and unfamiliar. He furrows his brow in contemplation. Blazing sun, denoting utmost masculinity and brilliance, the radiance of the sun, the epitome of flame. Feather, distinctly referring to avian plumage. Associated with the sun and birds, Lu Ming's mind races to recall relevant mythical creatures. Zhujiao? No, that essay dragon. Phoenix? While related to fire, it seems more inclined towards auspiciousness and rebirth, diverging slightly from the blazing sun's domineering essence. His index finger lightly taps against the armrest of the couch, his brain working at a rapid pace. The most direct and dominating avian creature associated with the sun suddenly strikes him like a bolt of lightning illuminating the night sky. The 3-legged golden crow, the legendary embodiment of the sun, son of Dijuan, residing in the sacred Fusang tree, commanding the sun's rise and fall. It is the true solar divine bird. The golden crow is indeed an avian creature, bearing true fire, illuminating all realms. It aligns perfectly with the essence of the blazing sun, and even a single feather, a mere fragment of it, must undoubtedly harbor the cataclysmic power of the solar deity. The mention of the 3-legged golden crow quickens Lu Ming's breath, his gaze igniting with unprecedented brilliance. If this, Feather of the Blazing Sun, truly points to the 3-legged golden crow, its significance would be monumental. The four mischievous primates are already formidable entities within mythology. Yet, the three-legged golden crow, in certain mythological frameworks, may even overshadow them, representing one of the most primal and powerful source energies. Should he manage to bestow upon the mythical beast's abilities related to the three-legged golden crow, or even merely imbue them with a trace of its essence, Lu Ming's heart ignites with fervor. It appears that this SSS-rated reward is even more lavish than he had anticipated. He requires a new mythical beast to bear this unparalleled glory. Chapter 30. The Engagement of the Lu Family. Meanwhile, the Lu household is ablaze with light. Lu Jinghong pushes open the heavy, intricately carved wooden door and steps into the living room. On the sofa, Lu Qinjue and Gu Panqi simultaneously lift their heads, their gazes piercing as they turn towards him. Jinghong, you've returned. Gu Panqi's voice carries a hint of barely perceptible tension as she speaks first. Lu Qinjue simply nods slightly, his eyes brimming with inquiry. How was the experience of the novice abyssal soiree? What rating did you receive? He inquires in a calm tone, though an air of pressure lingers beneath. Lu Jinghong maintains a neutral expression as he retrieves a ring shimmering with an ethereal glow from his bosom. This ring, the reward for successfully navigating the abyssal soiree, is the brute force ring, which stands as his most significant acquisition from this event. S. The two letters, though light as a feather, strike like a boulder into the still waters of the room. Gu Panqi's tension is instantly replaced by uncontainable joy, nearly propelling her from the sofa. S. My heavens. Jinghong, you are truly remarkable. Her voice rises in pitch, overflowing with incredulous delight. Lu Qinjue's expression also reveals satisfaction. Although restrained, the pride in his eyes is nearly palpable. Indeed, an S-level rating. You are truly my son, he replies, his tone laced with unmistakable pride. Our Lu family S prodigy, destined for immeasurable achievements. Gu Panqi adds excitedly, her gaze towards Lu Jinghong filled with affection and pride, as if her youngest child has already become the brightest star of Jaya City. Yet, she is somewhat perplexed as to why, despite receiving an S rating, Lu Jinghong's demeanor appears so disconcerted. Gu Panqi gently tugs at Lu Qinjue's sleeve and discreetly gestures towards Lu Jinghong. Jinghong, did something happen during the abyssal soiree? It's your first time attending, and facing those creatures can be somewhat unsettling. To achieve an S rating on your first novice abyssal soiree is unprecedented in Jaya City over the past decade. Lu Qinjue remains unaware of the underlying issue, but he believes that Lu Jinghong needs encouragement at this moment. Listening to his parents' praises, Lu Jinghong's inner turmoil remains unabated. As the image of that woman continues to haunt his mind. Epic-level mythical beast, S-level rating, huh? Suddenly, Lu Jinghong interrupts his parents' excitement. Do you know if there is an epic-level mythical beast in Jaya City that belongs to the insect category and possesses fire attributes? Lu Qinjue furrows his brow, sensing that something is amiss with his son's emotions. Jinghong, why do you ask this? In the past, Lu Jinghong would have been brimming with enthusiasm upon achieving such a result, rather than appearing now with an air of unresolved gloom. Lu Jinghong tightens his grip on the ring upon his finger. The final assessment of this abyss party did not place me first. His voice was somewhat hoarse. Above me, there was another individual who achieved an S-rank evaluation. The atmosphere in the living room seemed to freeze in an instant. Lu Qinjue's smug smile was completely frozen, his eyes filled with astonishment. Gu Panqi covered her mouth, her face a portrait of incredulity. What? An S-rank? How is that possible? Is there truly someone whose evaluation surpasses yours, Jinghong? She exclaimed, utterly unable to accept this reality. In her perception, her own son was already the pinnacle of his generation. Lu Qinjue's gaze sharpened, quickly shaking off his shock. The characteristics you inquired about, epic, feathered insects, fire attribute. He directed his stare at Lu Jinghong. Is it the phantom beast possessed by the one who received the S-rank evaluation? Lu Jinghong nodded slightly, his expression somewhat grim. The sensation of being overshadowed was an unbearable humiliation for him. Lu Qinjue fell into contemplation, his fingers rhythmically tapping on the armrest of the sofa. Among the younger abyss dwellers in Jaya City, those with epic phantom beasts were indeed scarce. The traits of feathered insects and fire attribute were exceedingly conspicuous. A name began to crystallize in his mind. It must be that little phoenix from the Gu family. Lu Qinjue's tone carried a hint of uncertainty, coupled with a touch of surprise. Gu Xiaoyin, he murmured, his gaze complex. I never anticipated that you and she would be placed in the same batch for the abyss party. This genuinely took him by surprise. At this moment, the shock on Gu Panqi's face was gradually replaced by a peculiar joy. Her eyes twinkled as if an exquisite idea had struck her. Does this not indicate a fateful connection between you two? She spoke with a buoyant tone, attempting to lighten the mood. Jinghong, you may not be aware, but this young lady from the Gu family, Gu Xiaoyin, had an engagement with your elder brother, Lu Ming, in earlier years. However, 3 years ago, after a private conversation with your brother, Lu Ming voluntarily relinquished this betrothal. Gu Panchi had always believed that Lu Ming's handling of the matter was inappropriate. Should such issues not be discussed with the parents beforehand? How could a mere conversation between the two of them determine such a significant decision? Nevertheless, our Lu family and the Gu family have been closely intertwined for generations. The tradition of marriage should not be severed due to a minor discord between two youngsters. She looked at Lu Qinjue, her eyes questioning. I originally intended to raise the matter of the alliance again once you officially became an abyss dweller and achieved results. Now that fate has brought you together under such fortuitous circumstances, and both of you have excelled, is this not a heavenly opportunity? Listening to his wife's words, a glimmer of insight flashed in Lu Qinjue's eyes as he slowly nodded. The Gu family's influence in Juyue City was formidable. If an alliance could be forged with the Gu family, it would significantly bolster his standing within the Lu family and greatly benefit Lu Jinghong's future development. Additionally, Lu Qinjue felt confident that the Gu family's inherited phantom beast, the fire phoenix of the pool, had a fatal flaw. Each generation required the harmonious presence of the snow phoenix to thrive, which was the fundamental reason for the long-standing alliance between the Lu and Gu families. Since Gu Xiaoyin had already contracted the fire phoenix of the pool, it was undeniable that the fire phoenix and the snow phoenix would once again be united in Lu Jinghong's generation. Lu Jinghong listened to his mother's words, his brow furrowed. Gu Xiaoyin. That name was not unfamiliar to him. The pride of Juyue City, she possessed both beauty and talent, the object of pursuit for countless young elites. The thought of pursuing a woman who had once been Lu Ming's fiancée instinctively filled him with a sense of repulsion and resentment. Why? Why should he have to claim what Lu Ming discarded? However, the moment he thought of Lu Ming, of that name that had once loomed over him, a dark tendril of bitterness rapidly entwined itself within him. What if Gu Xiaoyin's evaluation was higher than his? No matter how exceptional or radiant she was, had she not once been easily obtainable by Lu Ming? If he could make this woman, who once belonged to Lu Ming, writhe beneath him in pleasure, her soft cries echoing in his ears, that feeling of conquest, the delight in trampling upon everything Lu Ming had once possessed or might have possessed, burgeoned into a twisted and morbid thought within him. An eerie smile unconsciously crept upon Lu Jinghong's lips. The gloom and resentment in his eyes were gradually replaced by a fervent, destructive desire. Gu Xiaoyin, he murmured, savoring the name with a hint of amusement. I will make her understand who the true stronghold is. Lu Qinjue and Gu Panchi exchanged glances, witnessing the shift in their son's demeanor, both recognizing a flicker of satisfaction in one another's eyes. They remained oblivious to the distorted thoughts brewing within Lu Jinghong. All they perceived was that their son seemed to have reignited his fighting spirit. That was sufficient. Chapter 31. Not SS. Gu Xiaoyin had just exited the study when her mother, Lin Su, who had been waiting outside, seized her arm. Xiaoyin, let me see if you've sustained any injuries. Lin Su's hands roamed over her daughter, inspecting every inch of skin as if she were examining delicate porcelain. She even rolled up Gu Xiaoyin's sleeves, scrutinizing her arms for any scrapes. Mom, I'm fine truly. With the fire phoenix of the pool by my side, the novice abyss party poses no real danger. Gu Xiaoyin chuckled at her mother's worry. This treatment reminded her of her childhood when she would scrape her knee, and her mother would react in a similarly exaggerated manner. Yet now, as an adult, being treated like a 3-year-old felt somewhat awkward. How can it be the same? The abyss party is incredibly perilous. Just having an epic phantom beast guarantees you won't get hurt? Lin Su replied while continuing her examination, even squatting down to inspect her daughter's calves. Mom, I feel like a doll with you doing this. Gu Xiaoyin couldn't help but quip. What is wrong with being a doll? You are my little doll, Lin Su retorted, unwavering in her quest to ensure her daughter was unharmed. Only when she confirmed that her daughter bore no injuries did Lin Su breathe a sigh of relief, pulling Gu Xiaoyin to the sofa and pouring her a cup of warm water. Now tell me, how was this abyss party? Did you encounter any dangers? Were those abyss monsters terrifying? Lin Su's questions came forth like a rapid-fire barrage, leaving no time for Gu Xiaoyin to respond. Gu Xiaoyin recalled the piercing beam of light that traversed the heavens and earth, a bittersweet smile forming on her lips. That scene was indeed terrifying. However, the real horror did not stem from the abyss monsters, but from the monstrous peers she faced in the abyss. Seeing her mother's expectant gaze, Gu Xiaoyin decided to share some good news first. It went quite smoothly. I received an S-rank evaluation. She spoke nonchalantly, as if she were commenting on the pleasant weather. Lin Su's hand, which was serving tea, suddenly froze mid-air, nearly spilling the contents. You said what? S-rank? Yes, S-rank. Gu Xiaoyin nodded, amused by her mother's astonished reaction. Lin Su abruptly rose to her feet, her voice trembling with excitement as she placed her teacup heavily on the coffee table, producing a crisp clink. Xiaoyin, why on earth did you wait until now to share such news? I must quickly call your father. She began rummaging through the living room for the communicator, muttering to herself. This was a monumental event for the entire Gu family, indeed for all of GUS City. It was imperative to see how your father planned to celebrate. Should we arrange a few banquet tables? Or perhaps host a party at home? Gu Xiaoyin observed her mother's fervent demeanor and couldn't help but let out a wry smile. She yearned to explain that her S-rank evaluation was hardly noteworthy, especially with another SSS-ranked individual at the Abyss event. That monstrous presence rendered her own S-rank insignificantly small. Yet, Lin Su provided no opportunity for her to speak, already energetically dialing the phone. Gu Qiwenyu, what are you dawdling at Illusion Dream University? Lin Su's voice resonated throughout the living room, loud enough for even the neighbor's cat to hear. Did you know your daughter received an S-rank evaluation? You better hurry back. Such significant news, and you're still at school? Are you waiting for me to come drag you back? On the other end of the communicator, Gu Qiwenyu's voice was tinged with fluster, accompanied by the sound of a chair scraping against the floor, clearly having jumped up from his seat. Gu Xiaoyin could easily envision her father's current flustered state. What? Xiaoyin received an S-rank? Wait, let me verify. It's S-rank, not A-rank? Yes, S-rank. As her father, you don't even care about what grade your daughter achieved. You're always buried in those obscure theories, oblivious to your own daughter's accomplishments. Lin Su's frustration escalated. Gu Xiaoyin, observing her mother's expression, felt that her father would be in for a reckoning when he returned home. Gu Qiwenyu's voice grew increasingly animated. Xiaoyin truly received an S-rank? Oh my heavens, I was just researching to see the highest records from past Novice Abyss parties. I thought she could come in first, but I never anticipated an S-rank. My daughter is truly a genius. He lavished praises upon her over the phone, his tone bubbling with excitement akin to a child receiving a certificate of achievement. Listening to her parents' conversation, Gu Xiaoyin was struck by her mother's proud expression and felt a twinge of guilt for potentially dousing their enthusiasm with cold water. However, there was no need for concealment. Shaking her head, she interjected, Dad, I'm not the first. There's another Abyss participant this time, with a rating even higher than mine. Both ends of the line fell into silence. Even Lin Su halted her tidying of the teacups, turning to glance at her daughter with a hint of skepticism in her eyes. Gu Qiwenyu's voice was laced with disbelief. Higher than S-rank. S. Is it possible for anyone to achieve S in a Novice Abyss party? Which family does that monster belong to? Is it one of those top families from the Imperial capital? Gu Xiaoyin shook her head, relishing the suspense. She decided to give her parents a real shock. Dad, it's not S, but even higher. Gu Qiwenyu's eyes widened in astonishment, his voice becoming shrill, causing the communicator to distort slightly. Could it be SS? Goodness. How could there be such a monster in your Abyss party? That defies all logic. An SS-ranked novice. What does that even mean? His voice carried an incredulous tone, tinged with the academic excitement unique to professors. Achieving SS in a novice party far exceeded the records of Illusion Dream University. I recall that in the database. The highest rating was, wait, let me check the records. The sound of Gu Qiwenyu frantically typing on the keyboard echoed from the other side. Gu Xiaoyin could vividly picture her father, donned with reading glasses, in a frenzy as he searched through the information. I found it. According to the Illusion Dream University database, the highest evaluation for clearing a party is indeed SS, but none of those are from a novice Abyss party. Gu Qiwenyu's voice grew increasingly animated. Xiaoyin, do you realize what this means? An SS in a novice Abyss party holds far more weight than an SS in a standard Abyss party. Lin Su set her teacup down and sat beside her daughter. Though not as versed in Abyss theories as her husband, she understood the significance of an SS rank. My heavens, Xiaoyin, what kind of person did you encounter this time? Lin Su couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Initially, upon hearing of someone with a higher evaluation than her daughter, she felt a pang of discontent. After all, in her eyes, her daughter would always be the most exceptional. Yet, when the term SS rang from her husband's lips, coupled with such grave explanations, that feeling of discontent evaporated, replaced by sheer shock. SS was a realm beyond her comprehension. But at that moment, Lin Su noticed Gu Xiaoyin beside her, shaking her head once more. There was a complex emotion in her cool gaze, perhaps even a hint of schadenfreude. Gu Xiaoyin's lips curled into a subtle smile. No, Dad, it's not SS. Gu Lin's expression froze entirely. She felt her mind struggling to keep pace, having just processed the shock of SS, and now her daughter claimed otherwise? On the other end of the line, Gu Qiwenyu also stiffened, the chair making a scraping sound as it tilted backward. Xiaoyin, you're not about to tell me. His voice trembled, a ludicrous thought flashing through his mind like lightning. Impossible, absolutely impossible. That evaluation level exists only in theoretical projections. Dad, you guessed correctly. Gu Xiaoyin decided against prolonging the suspense any further, sensing that continuing might give her father a heart attack. That individual received an SSS rating. Gu Chuanyu and Lin Su both fell into a prolonged silence. The palpable stillness enveloped the room, so intense that even the chirping of birds outside ceased. As if the entire world had pressed the pause button. SSS. The weight of that term struck them like a heavy blow. Lin Su instinctively grasped her daughter's hand, her palm damp with sweat. She needed this tangible sensation to confirm she wasn't in a dream. Gu Chuanyu remained silent on the phone for a full 3 minutes. During that time, all that could be heard was his heavy breathing and the occasional creaking of the chair as he paced back and forth. At long last, Gu Chuanyu regained his voice, hoarse and dry. Did your godfather also witness this conclusion? He didn't doubt his daughter, but the news was simply too extraordinary. SSS was a theoretical existence, akin to infinity in mathematics, yet no one had ever truly touched it. Gu Xiaoyin nodded, then realized her father couldn't see her and quickly added, yes, my godfather was present at the time. He saw it with his own eyes. Dad, you should have seen his expression. It was even more exaggerated than yours right now. All right, I understand. Gu Chuanyu's voice sounded eerily composed, but beneath that calm lay an uncontrollable tide of emotions. I'm on my way back now. Xiaoyin, listen closely. Do not divulge this news to anyone for the time being. Do you understand? His tone had taken on an unprecedented seriousness. Gu Xiaoyin perceptively noted the shift in her father's demeanor and nodded in response, affirming, yes, I understand. After terminating the communication, Gu Chuanyu almost immediately set off, hastening towards home. In the vehicle, he attempted to reach Yang Qingxian. However, the communicator persistently emitted a busy signal. It was unreachable. Gu Chuanyu comprehended the situation. Yang Qingxian was likely at the Abyss Observation Bureau, reporting the astonishing developments regarding the rookie Abyss Party to higher authorities. After all, an SSS rating was unprecedented in the annals of the Abyss Party's history. This was not merely a rating. It signified far too many implications. A tempest brewing across the entire abyssal realm was already in motion. Deep within the corridors of the Abyss Observation Bureau, hurried footsteps echoed. Yang Qingxian pushed open the heavy metal door, a gust of cold air rushing to greet him. The dark blue light strips flanking the corridor flickered faintly, and the alloy armor plates on the walls reflected an eerie sheen. Each step resonated softly against the floor, the oppressive atmosphere reminiscent of the abyssal corridors, evoking a suffocating sensation. His palms began to sweat. Upon reaching the end of the corridor, Yang Qingxian halted, inhaled deeply, and pushed open the final door. Inside the room, a young girl clad in a deep blue official uniform sat behind a spacious desk, her red twin ponytails cascading down her shoulders, shimmering brilliantly under the lights. Her left eye was a profound blue, while her right gleamed a striking gold, the heterochromatic pupils particularly captivating in the illumination. Most strikingly, a slender emerald green snake coiled languidly around her index finger, its body no thicker than a chopstick. This scene stood in stark contrast to the dim, oppressive environment outside. Please, have a seat. The girl's voice was clear and melodious, yet Yang Qingxian dared not act impulsively. His gaze involuntarily fixated on the serpent, an immense turmoil stirring within him. Though the snake appeared harmless, Yang Qingxian could distinctly sense the terrifying pressure emanating from it. Most crucially, there were 2 slightly protruding bumps atop the serpent's head. This was an epic-level phantom beast, and a mature one at that. His own 7th-tier legendary phantom beast paled in comparison before this emerald serpent. He silently rejoiced at not having hastily seated himself earlier. Otherwise, he might have found himself immobilized by the serpent's oppressive aura. To act unwisely here would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences. Director, I can report while standing. Yang Qingxian respectfully replied, simultaneously mentally compiling information about the young girl before him. Xueqing Shuang, the director of the Abyss Observation Bureau in Jui City, was an epic-level phantom beast contractee and the youngest branch director in the Dragon Kingdom's Abyss Observation Bureau. Yang Qingxian recalled seeing her profile in the archives. She became an epic-level contractee at the mere age of 15, shattering all previous records in the Dragon Kingdom. Even more formidable was her epic-level phantom beast, a winged gold-horned python named by Lin, an exceedingly rare poisonous epic-level phantom beast, rumored to possess venom capable of corroding any material. Although he had anticipated the arrival of this director, facing her in person still stirred a measure of trepidation within him. Noticing Yang Qingxuan's extreme caution, the girl chuckled lightly, a glimmer of appreciation flashing in her golden blue eyes. She lifted her hand, allowing the emerald serpent to slither across her fingers, its leisurely demeanor only heightening Yang Qingxuan's anxiety. The temperature in the office was several degrees lower than in the corridor, and Yang Qingxian observed the walls adorned with intricate arrays of runes, likely tailored specifically for the serpent's environment. Outside the window, the night scenery of Jui City, with its vibrant lights, sharply contrasted with the coldness within. Yang Qingxian silently lamented. It was no wonder the Abyss Observation Bureau wielded absolute authority in Jui City, as even this exceedingly youthful director was enough to intimidate all. He now hoped fervently not to err in this report, for facing an epic-level contractee, even the slightest misstep could yield severe repercussions. Chapter 33, Abyss Observation Bureau. Let us commence with the report on the situation within the Abyss, Xue Qingshuang commanded without further pleasantries. Yang Qingxian straightened his posture, collected his thoughts, and began his detailed report. The following is an overview of the participants in this Abyss party. This rookie Abyss party has seen the emergence of an SSS-rated abyssal being, an exceedingly rare occurrence in history. As he finally approached the crux of the matter, Yang Qingxian felt his entire being tense up. What were the specific manifestations? A flicker of interest gleamed in Xue Qingshuang's heterochromatic pupils. The abyssal golden list, the abyssal vortex, and the abyssal corridor trembled in response. Continue, she urged, her expression shifting to one of gravity, signaling him to proceed with his report. I overstepped my role as a guide and inquired about his identity, but he refused to disclose it. Yang Qingxian paused momentarily. Xue Qingshuang nodded, not dwelling on his transgression. That is understandable. Can we ascertain the identities of the other two S-rated abyssal beings? Yes, Yang Qingxian responded without hesitation. Although Gu Xiaoyin was his goddaughter, he had no intention of concealing her identity, considering that for the Abyss Observation Bureau and this formidable female director, deducing their identities through the distinct characteristics of Lu Jinghong and Gu Xiaoyin from the previous night would be a straightforward task. Lu Jinghong from the Lu family and Gu Xiaoyin from the Gu family. Both were clearly epic-level Phantom Beast contractees. The Lu family and the Gu family, Xue Qingshuang mused. Indeed, the signs of these two families represent the future of the Dragon Kingdom. Her gaze refocused on Yang Qingxian. Now, do you have any conjectures regarding that SSS-rated abyssal being? What level is his Phantom Beast, and what characteristics does it possess? Yang Qingxian sighed, a wry smile gracing his lips. That is the most perplexing aspect. His Phantom Beast belongs to the primate category, yet its coloration is white. Xue Qingshuang's expression froze in astonishment, her heterochromatic eyes wide with shock. And the emerald serpent paused its movement. White coloration. Are you certain? Absolutely certain. I originally presumed it to be a rare Phantom Beast with at least purple coloration. Only to discover it is the most ordinary white. Yang Qingxian shook his head. The sheer number of contractees with ordinary Phantom Beasts made it virtually impossible to conduct a large-scale search. Suddenly, the emerald serpent slipped from Xue Qingshuang's finger, weaving across the desk to form a peculiar pattern. Yang Qingxian recognized it as the shape of the abyssal six-pointed star, the core symbol of ancient abyssal rituals. Xue Qingshuang fell silent for a moment, and the serpent resumed its dance upon her fingers. Indeed, it is quite challenging to locate, she murmured, biting her lip. However, we have 3 avenues to explore. First, monitor the black market for any sales of radiant abyss crystals and unfamiliar artifacts. Second, keep an eye out for any large-scale sales of abyss crystals. And third, Xue Qingshuang paused, tapping her fingers lightly on the desk. The holographic projection on the desk immediately unfolded, displaying a 3-dimensional map of Jui City. Investigate individuals who celebrated their birthdays yesterday in Jui City. Yang Qingxian furrowed his brow. Is the last point truly necessary? No one would hastily contract a Phantom Beast into the Abyss on the final day of the Abyss party, would they? Xue Qingshuang felt a twinge of uncertainty. Although the likelihood was minimal, the SSS grade evaluation had reached headquarters, and the level of concern expressed was beyond imagination. They demanded, at all costs, to locate this Abyss dweller. Suddenly, the office lights flickered, and the green serpent raised its body sharply, scanning the surroundings with heightened vigilance. Intriguing. Xue Qingshuang fixated on the surveillance crystal embedded in the ceiling, her voice calm to the point of unsettling. It appeared even the protective system of the Observation Bureau was intrigued by this topic. Yang Qingxian followed her gaze. The inconspicuous surveillance crystal was flickering at an irregular frequency. A chill ran down his spine, indicating that a higher power was monitoring their conversation. What level of existence would deem even a director's dialogue worthy of eavesdropping? The green serpent seemed to sense the shift in its master's emotions, coiling tighter, its golden slit pupils fixed on the crystal. The flickering of the crystal suddenly accelerated, as if engaging in a silent standoff with the epic Phantom Beast. Xue Qingshuang rose, and the serpent slithered up to her shoulder, flicking its tongue near her ear. Yang Qingxian noted that the serpent's scales gleamed with an eerie luster in the light, each scale exuding a faint mist of toxin. I will ensure the entire Abyss Observation Bureau assists in your investigation. We must locate him. However, she lowered her voice, a dangerous glint flashing in her eyes. Some matters are best left unexamined too closely. Do you grasp my meaning? Yang Qingxian nodded in agreement, fully understanding the implications of the director's words. The anomaly of the surveillance crystal indicated that this director had not garnered the full trust of the nation's upper echelons. Yet, this was not something a novice abyss guide like him could involve himself in. Understood. I will immediately arrange for personnel to commence the investigation. Yang Qingxian understood the necessity of following orders. After all, the person at the helm was Director Xue Qingshuang. She nodded in satisfaction, her fingers gently caressing the serpent's head, which emitted a faint hissing sound, almost reminiscent of a playful whimper. This individual is either an unparalleled genius, or... She left the latter part of her statement hanging, but Yang Qingxian comprehended her implication. The atmosphere in the room grew increasingly tense. The surveillance crystal ceased its flickering. As if the anomaly had never occurred, the serpent returned to a languid state, curling comfortably on Xue Qingshuang's shoulder. Yang Qingxian, she suddenly said with a light-hearted tone, a playful expression gracing her youthful visage. Do you know why the corridors of the Abyss Observation Bureau feel so oppressive? Yang Qingxian was taken aback, struggling to keep pace with the youthful director's leaps in thought, and shook his head honestly. Because of budget constraints. Xue Qingshuang quirked her lips into a resigned smile. The renovation funds have all been allocated to bolster the protective arrays. Just look at this office. Aside from those rune arrays, there isn't even a decent ornament. Yang Qingxian couldn't help but chuckle. Who would have thought that the epic contractee, who had just exuded an air of authority, would suddenly lament about insufficient renovation funds? Go on, I await your good news. I still rely on you to earn the bonus that will allow me to properly decorate my office. Xue Qingshuang waved her hand, and the serpent blinked its golden slit pupils on her shoulder, its anthropomorphic expression making Yang Qingxian question whether it was mocking his previous anxiety. As he approached the door, Yang Qingxian suddenly recalled a question and turned back to inquire, Director, if we truly find that person, how should we proceed? Xue Qingshuang smiled playfully. I doubt this little fellow will be easy to locate. However, if fortune favors you and you do find him, bring him directly to me. Yang Qingxian replied, understood. Chapter 34, Future Plans. The night grew deep, and only the faint moonlight streamed through the curtains onto the floor of the pet shop. Ming lay in bed, his right hand raised to the moonlight. The cross-shaped abyss pattern on the back of his hand glimmered with a subtle silver sheen under the moonlight, appearing both mysterious and perilous. A challenge permission every 30 days, he murmured softly, caressing the abyss pattern with his fingers. This mark represented his official status as an abyss dweller, and it heralded infinite possibilities for the future. By his bedside, the golden-furred gibbon, Xiaosheng, curled up in a specially designed phantom beast nest, its chest rising and falling rhythmically. Its golden fur shimmered in the moonlight, each hair emanating the unique majesty of a mythical phantom beast. Ming withdrew his hand and turned onto his side. An SSS grade evaluation should be the pinnacle of all assessments. He mentally mulled over this rating. He was acutely aware of its implications. Once exposed, he would live entirely in the spotlight. The authorities must have already begun investigating his identity and background. The intelligence networks of the prominent families were not to be underestimated. If he were careless, it wouldn't be long before every detail of his SSS Abyss Dweller status was laid bare. Though his outward identity could withstand scrutiny, such heightened attention was ultimately a double-edged sword. He had learned well the adage that a tall tree catches the wind in his past life. The little gibbon seemed to sense its master's emotional turmoil, letting out a soft grunt in its sleep, its golden tail swaying unconsciously. Ming gazed at the still-young mythical phantom beast, a smile creeping onto his lips. With Xiaosheng as his trump card, and the presence of the entry system, what did it matter if he was targeted? He had never been one to cower in fear. Now that he had traversed into this world and awakened such extraordinary abilities, there was no reason to hold back. There would be times to reveal himself and times to remain hidden. True survival lay in knowing when to advance and when to retreat. Moreover, worrying about these matters was futile. Events had already unfolded, and rather than engage in fruitless speculation, it would be wiser to plan the path ahead. Ming reclined once more, resting his hands behind his head. Through the gap in the curtains, he could see the starry sky beyond. Xiaosheng, once you grow up, we shall venture into a broader world, he softly declared, his tone imbued with anticipation. At that moment, a few mid-level abyss crystals lay on the bedside table, emitting an ethereal blue glow in the moonlight. These were materials Ming had selected to enhance the core of a phantom beast, their value yet to be determined. He needed to find a spatial artifact. Ming sat up, his gaze sweeping over the various items piled within the room. The wish-granting staff was far too conspicuous, and the number of abyss crystals was excessive. Keeping them in the shop was inherently unsafe. This predicament reminded him of a saying from his previous life. Money kept close is true wealth. Yet having too much money made it impossible to keep it all at hand. Had he still been with the Liu family, acquiring a spatial artifact with their resources would not have been a challenge. But now, he was all alone and had to devise another plan. Nonetheless, thinking about it was beneficial. Utilizing what he earned through his own efforts felt far more secure. The black market of Jui City. He recalled an underground trading market in the southern part of the city, specializing in the sale of various contraband and rare items. It was a veritable melting pot, teeming with all manner of people and goods. Though spatial artifacts were rare, they were not entirely unattainable. The black market of Jui City was no ordinary underground trading venue. The entire market is constructed within the labyrinthine remnants of an abandoned subway tunnel network, extending for several kilometers and forming a veritable underground city. The market is stratified into 3 tiers, with each descending level reflecting greater hierarchy and stricter regulations. The uppermost layer is designated for common goods, teeming with various daily necessities and an array of low-grade beast supplies. The middle tier encompasses a section for special items, housing an assortment of rare materials, mid-tier equipment, and various items that tread the gray areas of legality. Yet, it is within the innermost core of the lowest level that the true treasure trove resides, where extraordinary artifacts, legendary equipment, and even some forbidden items circulate. Gaining access to this core zone, however, is no simple feat. One must possess not only ample financial resources, but also the requisite identity verification. After all, those capable of affording top-tier goods invariably have complex backgrounds. Moreover, when the current credits are depleted, one must also liquidate a portion of the mid-tier abyss crystals. Ming pondered over his resources. The mid-tier abyss crystals he had acquired could fetch at least 100,000 credits each on the black market. This sum would sufficiently allow him to live quite comfortably in Jui City. It seems he must find a moment to explore that area. Reclining once more, Ming shifted his gaze to the ceiling, which appeared particularly distinct under the moonlight, with fine cracks resembling a spider's web stretching across its surface, echoing the current state of his mind, seemingly tranquil, yet rife with hidden tumult. After contemplating the items he currently lacked, Ming's attention turned to his core, specifically the mythic attributes bestowed upon him by the system. Presently, he possessed 4 mythic entries: Solar Feather, Spirit Clarity, Crimson Tail, and 6 Ears. The newly acquired Solar Feather was ideally suited for avian beasts, while Spirit Clarity, Crimson Tail, and 6 Ears were more appropriate for simian creatures. Ming repeatedly envisioned various possibilities in his mind. If he could not transform these entries into formidable mythic beasts, he would find himself guarding a treasure mountain while starving. He needed to reopen his shop and expand its scale. The sign of the pet shop remained, yet the creatures within were remnants from before. It would be exceedingly fortunate if even a single one could survive the mythic baptism. Ming understood that to acquire a broader variety of mythic beasts in the future, he must replenish his stock and widen the range of pets eligible for mythic baptism. The overall layout of his pet shop materialized in his mind, leading him to introspect. The rental prices in the southern district of Jui City were relatively affordable, but the foot traffic was indeed limited. Attracting more customers with potential pets would require more than just the current modest storefront. The procurement channels posed little issue. He stretched languidly, loosening his somewhat stiff shoulders. The pet wholesale market in Jui City opened every Wednesday and Saturday, offering a plethora of ordinary pets. The key was to identify those seemingly mundane creatures that possessed the latent potential of mythic lineage. At the edge of his bed, the little saint turned over, its golden fur shimmering softly under the moonlight. Gazing at this young creature that had already ascended to the mythic level, Ming found himself confronted with a more practical concern. He needed to hire a shop assistant. Although the store was equipped with an intelligent management system, a pet shop ultimately required a human touch. Furthermore, he would occasionally need to venture into the abyss for training, and it was impractical to rely solely on artificial intelligence to care for living beings. More importantly, additional manpower would imbue the shop with vitality, attracting a larger clientele. He resolved to first organize his current affairs before contemplating expansion. In his mind, he silently prioritized his tasks: extraordinary artifacts, shop renovations, recruiting staff, and procurement channels, each demanding both funding and time. Fortunately, the abyss crystals he currently possessed were sufficient to support the initial investments. Contemplating this, Ming couldn't help but chuckle. In his previous life, he toiled diligently for many years as a small pet shop owner. Now, having traversed into another world, he found himself still grappling with the management of a pet shop and the cultivation of mythic beasts. Life circumstances are indeed peculiar. As the moonlight gradually shifted westward, Ming's breathing steadied. The little saint seemed to sense its master's emotional shift. Its golden vertical pupils opened slightly, surveying the surroundings before closing again. The room returned to tranquility. Lu Ming closed his eyes, allowing his consciousness to sink slowly into slumber. In his dreams, he envisioned countless potential futures, some resplendent, others perilous. Yet, irrespective of the path that lay ahead, he would strive to seize his destiny through his own strength. At that moment, in a certain location within Giesity, the headquarters of the Abyss Observation Bureau was ablaze with lights. Countless staff members worked tirelessly through the night in search of a certain enigmatic Abyss inhabitant. Unbeknownst to them, the individual they sought was presently enjoying peaceful slumber in an unassuming pet shop less than 20 kilometers away. Meanwhile, in a higher-level conference room of the Dragon Kingdom's officials, a cadre of high-ranking officers clad in military attire gathered around a vast conference table. Thick dossiers strewn across its surface. "We must locate him," a voice resonated throughout the room. At any cost. The night breeze caressed the streets of Giesity, whisking away the daytime clamor while heralding the undercurrents of impending change. Lu Ming turned in his sleep, a faint smile gracing his lips. He dreamt of the little saint evolving into a mightier form, envisioned the pet shop bustling with customers upon its reopening, and imagined himself standing atop the pinnacle of the Abyss world, radiating authority. These dreams might yet become reality, or they could merely remain figments of imagination. Nonetheless, on this serene night, he could temporarily set aside all his worries and plans and enjoy a well-deserved rest. After all, the true challenges awaited him in the days to come. Chapter 35. The refinement process of the juvenile form. The morning light filtered through the slats of the blinds, gently illuminating the room as Lu Ming slowly opened his eyes. The restful slumber of the previous night had revitalized him, and the soul power within him flowed steadily like a tide. He could distinctly perceive the first tier, fifth stage of his soul power circulating through his meridians, more robust and stable than before. This was indeed a significant gain. Lu Ming sat up and flexed his wrists. The ever-resilient talent of the little saint from the Abyss Party had brought him a soul power enhancement that exceeded expectations. Yet this very fact compelled him to exercise caution and avoid rashness. He had witnessed the repercussions of a shaky foundation all too frequently. Lu Ming had seen many beast tamers from his family who, despite their promising talents, stagnated due to weak foundations. Some even succumbed to soul backlash and perished. The little saint at the edge of his bed yawned, a flicker of laziness evident in its golden vertical pupils. Compared to yesterday, its form had noticeably expanded. The infant-like appearance had now begun to take on the contours of a youthful simian. Its limbs were longer, and the muscular lines along its back had become more pronounced. With a thought, Lu Ming summoned the little saint's attribute panel before him. Beast, golden silk arm monkey, little saint. Status, juvenile form. Attributes, strength, spirit. Soul power level, second tier, beginner. Potential level, unknown, exceeding existing rating system. Loyalty, 100 devoted. Strength, 30. Performance, innate divine strength, particularly outstanding in arm strength. Intelligence, 25. Performance, exceptionally clever, capable of rapid understanding and learning. Agility, 30. Performance, agile and swift in movement. Stamina, 28. Performance, energetic and possessing remarkable endurance. Luck, blessed by the auspicious ground, ever resilient. Ever resilient. In the midst of battle within the fabled realm, one shall absorb a portion of the vitality from their vanquished foes, transforming it into their own strength. Talent, 1 mighty arms, mythical fragment, possessing an innate grasp of certain secrets of the mighty arms. 1's arm strength is amplified by 100, gradually unlocking the abilities to seize the sun and moon, traverse mountains, discern fortune and misfortune, and manipulate the cosmos as 1's power increases. Current unlocks, arm strength amplification, seizing the sun and moon. 2. Mythical physique, passive. As a mythical phantom beast, one possesses an exceptionally high resistance to negative states, with a growth rate that far surpasses that of ordinary phantom beasts. Skills, 1. Ape King Strike, channeling power into both arms to unleash a formidable attack. 2. Spirit Monkey Dash, executing a rapid evasion over short distances. Special ability, carrier of mythical attributes, uniqueness. Little Saint's attribute panel has seen substantial growth compared to the last assessment, which was anticipated by Lu Ming. However, the label status, juvenile form, brought a glimmer of excitement to his eyes. Little Saint has evolved from the previous stage into a juvenile form, having accomplished this transition through a singular abyssal gathering. Indeed, a mythical phantom beast, its growth rate is astonishing. Lu Ming marveled, noting with keen interest a new line of information at the bottom of Little Saint's attribute panel. Refinement progress, 010000. As expected, evolution has occurred. Lu Ming stroked his chin, contemplating the refinement progress as a measure of experience points leading into the growth phase. It appears that the growth mechanism for mythical phantom beasts shares similarities with that of ordinary ones. 10,000 points of refinement progress. Ming tapped his chin thoughtfully, his gaze lingering on the numerical display. The growth of phantom beasts is evidently not an instantaneous affair, requiring a considerable accumulation of resources. Ming glanced at a small pile of spoils at the foot of his bed, comprising the anomalous abyssal crystals procured from the depths of Flower and Fruit Mountain. Varying in size and hue, emanating a spectrum of radiant glows. He retrieved a low-tier anomalous crystal from the heap, its crystalline form exuding a faint, ethereal glow, roughly the size of a fingernail, presenting an irregular polyhedron, with what appeared to be specks of light swirling within. Anomalous crystals serve as a universal resource to accelerate the growth of phantom beasts, albeit with vastly different qualities and effects. It is precisely due to such properties that these crystals hold a value comparable to precious metals in this world. Chirp chirp. Little Saint tilted its head curiously, its golden eyes fixated on the crystal in Ming's palm, its small nose sniffing the air, letting out a low, yearning sound from its throat. Clearly, this object held an innate allure for it. Ming smiled, extending the anomalous crystal towards Little Saint. Would you like to try? Without hesitation, Little Saint grasped it with its paw, though its movements were not as crude as one might expect. Rather, it handled the crystal with care before taking a small bite, as if savoring fruit. The crisp sound of crunching resonated, and the anomalous crystal transformed into a pure stream of energy, flowing down Little Saint's throat and into its being. Little Saint squinted its eyes in delight, emitting a contented gurgle from its throat, while its golden fur appeared to shine even more brilliantly. Ming immediately focused his attention, bringing up Little Saint's attribute panel once more, filled with anticipation. 10 seconds passed. 30 seconds elapsed. Refinement progress, 0.10000. The numbers remained unchanged. What could be the issue? Could it be that the low-tier crystal was ineffective? Ming raised an eyebrow, observing Little Saint's lingering expression of enjoyment, his mouth twitching slightly. This does not align with what I have read. Or could it be that mythical phantom beasts possess such discerning tastes? It appeared that Little Saint had treated the low-tier anomalous crystal as a mere snack. With a resigned shake of his head, Ming retrieved a mid-tier anomalous crystal. Let us give this one a try. I hope you're not a wasteful little creature. Little Saint accepted the mid-tier crystal, this time taking noticeably longer to chew. The crunching sounds echoed crisply in the quiet room, akin to the sound of gnawing on bones. Its expression shifted from enjoyment to seriousness, its small eyes narrowing with concentration. Refinement progress, 101,000. It worked. Ming's eyes brightened, promptly offering another mid-tier anomalous crystal to Little Saint. Indeed, the progress increased by 10 points. The mid-tier anomalous crystal can directly yield 10 points of refinement progress. Ming pondered, unable to suppress his calculations. At this consumption rate, his stock of anomalous crystals would not last long. 1,000 mid-tier anomalous crystals are required for you to enter the growth phase. Ming pulled out a calculator and pressed a few buttons. That equates to 10 million credit points. Reflecting on his past life, where he toiled for a year and barely earned 100,000, this little monkey was about to consume his lifetime's savings in one go. However, with mid-tier crystals as a reference, the effects of high-tier ones should be even more pronounced. Ming produced a high-tier anomalous crystal to offer to Little Saint. This time, as Little Saint was about to take it, its body shivered slightly, shaking its head as if to express some form of resistance. It patted its belly with its small paw, emitting a few low sounds, then made a gesture indicating it was full. A daily limit, perhaps? Ming mused thoughtfully. It seems that feeding cannot be done without restraint. Is it that only 100 points of refinement progress can be increased daily through anomalous crystals? He breathed a sigh of relief. At least he wouldn't go bankrupt in a single day. Based on the previous test, 10 mid-tier anomalous crystals yield precisely 100 points of progress, or Ming once more extended the high-tier anomalous crystal to Little Saint. Chapter 36. Super Pet? No. Go ahead, don't fear wasting it. Following Ming's encouragement, Little Saint did not refuse this time, carefully taking it and placing it in its mouth. Refinement progress, 100,100,000. A single high-tier anomalous crystal filled the quota. This is as it should be. Ming nodded in satisfaction, attentively observing Little Saint's reaction. The little creature let out a satisfied burp and then lay back on the bed to digest, clearly having reached its limit for the day. At this rate, it would take Little Saint a full 100 days to enter the growth phase. 3 months' time, requiring 100 high-tier anomalous crystals. And this is merely for a single phantom beast. Leaning against the headboard, Ming rhythmically tapped his fingers against the edge of the bed. If there were to be a second mythical phantom beast, or a third, just the thought of that consumption volume gives him a headache. Though the anomalous crystals he currently possesses may seem plentiful, they would be utterly insufficient for nurturing multiple high-tier phantom beasts. According to market prices, a single high-tier anomalous crystal costs 500,000 credit points. 100 would amount to 50 million. This is merely the cost to cultivate them to the growth phase. Unless absolutely necessary, it is best to utilize mid-tier crystals for cultivation. The price of a high-tier anomalous crystal far exceeds that of 10 mid-tier ones combined. With this realization, Ming suddenly felt as though he had acquired a money-devouring beast. He now truly empathized with the sentiments of the wealthy who indulge in luxurious pets. Gazing at the now slumbering little saint, who had finished the anomalous crystal, Ming reached out and poked its plump belly. "You little rascal, you truly are a little tyrant. It is imperative to devise a plan to generate income." Ming rubbed his temples. The earnings from the pet shop are exceedingly meager. Given the current operating conditions, earning even 10,000 credit points in a month would be a remarkable achievement. To acquire the abyss crystals necessary for nurturing Little Saint, one must traverse two paths. The first involves conquering abyss parties, meticulously extracting every reward from each event to amass a substantial amount of abyss crystals. The second avenue requires accumulating a sufficient number of credit points, which can then be utilized to purchase the abyss crystals through various means. Currently, Ming's only asset is a solitary pet shop, and the income generated from this establishment is but a mere drop in the ocean when it comes to nurturing a mythic beast, a creature that consumes resources voraciously. The road ahead seems laden with the ashes of burned credit points. With a resigned shake of his head, Ming's gaze wandered to the corners of the room. There, several ordinary pets that had undergone the mythical baptism yesterday rested quietly in their cages. Squinting slightly, Ming noted that these creatures appeared somewhat transformed since the previous day. The feathers of the red sparrow seemed more vibrant, as it preened its wings intermittently. The white tabby cat curled its body, its tail swaying languidly with an unexpected grace. Even the golden snub-nosed monkeys, though not as extraordinary as Little Saint, exhibited a newfound cleverness, curiously surveying their surroundings. The essence emanating from these creatures was distinctly different from that of ordinary pets. A sudden thought intruded upon Ming's mind. Could he perhaps generate some initial capital by selling these transformed beings? After all, they had been infused with the energy of the mythical attributes, and even a minuscule fraction of that power could lead to a metamorphosis. However, this notion was swiftly extinguished by his own reasoning. While these little creatures had indeed mutated and gained a heightened sense of spirit, possessing potential far surpassing their peers, they ultimately were not true mythical beasts. Beast tamers seek companions capable of standing side by side in battle, endowed with clear ranks and skills. These super pets would likely fail to attract the discerning eyes of those lofty tamers. Their market positioning would be awkward. Priced too high as pets, they would remain unsold. Yet, as mythical beasts, they lacked the necessary certification of rank. It was a naive assumption on his part. Ming sighed, acknowledging his fanciful thoughts. Just then, the beast tome in his hand vibrated, illuminating its screen. A line of small text appeared at the center. Beast Tome V12 version update complete. New feature unknown beast detection is now live. Your exclusive Beast Steward presents this, and don't forget to leave a good review. Intrigued by this new feature, Ming pondered the implications of unknown beast detection. He clicked to explore the details. Unknown beast detection. This function aims to collect and record information about mythical beasts yet to be included in the official tome. Users may scan unknown or suspected unknown beasts, and upon successfully uploading valid data, rewards from the Mythical Dream University's Beast Identification Department will be granted. Reward content. Based on the rarity and potential of the mythical beast, rewards may include credit points or abyss crystals. Credit points and abyss crystals. These two terms struck directly at Ming's most pressing needs. His gaze shifted back to the corner where the super pets resided. Could they be classified as unknown mythical beasts? After all, having undergone the baptism of mythical attributes, they could no longer be simply defined as pets. With a determined thought, Ming picked up the beast tome and aimed it at the spirited red sparrow. A scanning frame lit up on the tome screen. A soft blue light sweeping over the small bird's body. Ding. Unknown life form fluctuations detected. Information collection in progress. Information collection complete. Data analysis underway. Moments later, detailed information popped up on the tome screen. Beast name, red sparrow, unnamed. Status, juvenile phase. Attribute, fire, weak. Soul power level, unranked. Potential level, 10. Radiant color, white. Description, suspected to have undergone an unknown beneficial mutation, possessing spirit and potential far beyond its kind. A mythical beast? Ming gazed at the information on the screen, surprise flickering in his eyes. These little creatures had indeed been classified as mythical beasts by the tome, though they were merely unranked. The potential level of 10 caused his heart to skip a beat. He understood precisely what this signified. The potential level of a mythical beast is a crucial indicator of its future growth limits. Typically, a beast adorned with white radiance signifies an ordinary mythical beast of ranks 1 to 2, with potential values generally hovering between 1 and 2. A potential value of 35 points offers a chance to reach the third rank of advanced mythical beasts. 6 points suggests the possibility of becoming a rare 6th rank mythical beast, while 7 points marks the threshold for legendary mythical beasts. Yet, a potential level of 10. This is a theoretical maximum usually reserved for epic mythical beasts, with even some exceptionally gifted legendary beasts barely brushing against it. Now, this number appeared on a white radiant red sparrow that had yet to be ranked, which was indeed intriguing. Chapter 37. The Limitations of Attribute Usage? So that was it. Ming pondered thoughtfully. The baptism of mythical attributes, even through mere dissipated energy, was sufficient to catalyze a profound transformation in these ordinary creatures. They might not achieve the status of mythic beasts like Little Saint, but their very essence had been elevated, granting them a starting point far beyond that of typical mythical beasts. This potential level of 10 served as the best testament to their extraordinary nature, suppressing the turmoil within. Ming redirected the tome towards the white tabby cat. Ding. Unknown life, form fluctuations detected. Beast name, white tabby cat, unnamed. Status, juvenile phase. Attribute, none. Soul power level, unranked. Potential level, 10. Radiant color, white. Description, suspected to have undergone an unknown beneficial mutation. As anticipated, it too possessed a potential level of 10 and exhibited white radiance. Finally, he turned to the golden snub-nosed monkey. Beast name, golden snub-nosed monkey, unnamed. Status, juvenile phase. Attribute, strength, weak. Soul power level, unranked. Potential level, 10. Radiant color, white. Description, suspected to have undergone an unknown beneficial mutation. All 3 pets, without exception, have been identified as mythical beasts with a potential level of 10 and white radiance. Ming's breath quickened slightly. Perhaps he had not been mistaken in his earlier thoughts. These little creatures indeed possessed the potential to become coveted treasures. White radiance, yet with a potential level on par with epic mythical beasts. What a staggering prospect. For those beast tamers lacking top-tier resources, but yearning to cultivate powerful mythical beasts, or for smaller factions, these low investment, high return, at least in theory, mythical beasts would undoubtedly hold an irresistible allure. They might be willing to take a gamble, banking on these potential level 10 white mythical beasts to defy convention and create miracles. After all, the potential level spoke volumes. Even if he ultimately fails to reach an epic pinnacle, achieving the rank of a commander or even excelling among the elite would still be an immense gain for them. This indeed presents a compelling selling point. Ming gently stroked his chin with his fingers. Though these creatures were not mythical beasts, they had undergone the baptism of mythic attributes, harboring within them a trace of divine bloodline. This might be the source of their extraordinary potential. On the screen of the beast reference, a conspicuous claim reward button appeared at the end of each beast's information. With a mere press, he could instantly acquire the corresponding credit points or abyss crystals. Given the uniqueness of these 3 beasts, the rewards were likely to be substantial. This sum would suffice to alleviate his immediate financial woes. However, Ming's finger hovered hesitantly above the button, refraining from pressing it. He was aware that when he had just completed the assessment, these 3 beasts with mythic attributes had already been recorded in the beast reference. Yet, as long as he chose not to claim the reward, the Dream University would be unable to identify him. Having recently conquered the Flower Fruit Mountain Abyss Party and achieved an SSS rating, he was already in the spotlight, even though the authorities were temporarily unaware of his identity. If he were to expose himself through these special beasts, it would not be wise. Ming was not afraid of exposure. He possessed the attribute system as his greatest trump card. Given enough time to grow, the future held great promise. However, he was still too weak. Prematurely thrusting himself into the limelight could attract unnecessary troubles and even unforeseen dangers. Accumulating wealth quietly was the true path. Ming resolved to withdraw his finger slowly. For now, he would forego the reward. He intended to conserve the current abyss crystals to sustain Little Saint for a while longer. He planned to have these beasts registered in the beast reference, ensuring that even if he sold them later, the buyer's beast references would not trigger an unfamiliar beast detection, at least delaying the exposure of their origins. This was a more prudent and less conspicuous way of generating income, rather than chasing quick money that could thrust him into the spotlight. The road to nurturing Little Saint was long. He couldn't disrupt his steady progress due to a temporary shortage of resources. Ming understood that once his beasts were sold, they would inevitably attract attention in the future. However, by that time, Little Saint would likely have grown strong enough under his guidance. As a transmigrator with the attribute system, Lu Ming held confidence in this prospect. His gaze fell upon the crimson sparrow curled up quietly in the corner. This sparrow had recently undergone a baptism with the four mischievous apes attribute, but unfortunately, it had failed. Lu Ming took out the Sunfire feather. The crimson feather shimmered with a faint golden halo along its edges, warm to the touch. As if grasping a small flickering flame, the surface of the feather revealed intricate patterns, seemingly imbued with some profound solar principles. The crimson sparrow belonged to the fire element, and the Sunfire feather contained an extreme solar flame power, suggesting a high compatibility between the two. Lu Ming harbored considerable expectations. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, he wasted no time in summoning the sparrow from its cage. The little creature appeared somewhat reluctant, letting out a weak chirp as it was pulled from its corner. Its perception of the outside world dulled. Lu Ming combined the Sunfire feather attribute with the crimson sparrow, initiating the mythic baptism. A blaze of even more intense light erupted, enveloping the small figure of the sparrow entirely. Within the radiance, he could faintly see the sparrow's body quivering, seemingly enduring a tremendous surge of energy. Lu Ming waited quietly, his gaze fixed on the luminous sphere, his heartbeat quickening. Seconds turned into minutes, and the air was tinged with a faint, burning aroma, indicative of the pure solar energy dissipating. 20 minutes passed, though not overly long. It was ample time for anticipation to ferment, growing increasingly fervent. As the light gradually dimmed, the silhouette of the crimson sparrow emerged. Mythic baptism of the Sunfire feather failed. The cold, emotionless notification from the system felt like a bucket of ice water poured over Lu Ming's heart. A flicker of disappointment crossed his eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. Indeed, it had ended in failure. He did not feel overly disheartened. After all, the success rate for mythic baptisms was inherently low, something that could not be forced. Even in failure, this crimson sparrow had endured the influence of two attribute powers, its innate talents far surpassing that of ordinary sparrows. Its feathers seemed even more vibrant than before. On the market, it would still be a commendable commodity, potentially fetching a good price. However, the subsequent system notification caused the calmness on Lu Ming's face to freeze instantaneously, as if an invisible hand had grasped his breath. Mythic attribute, Sunfire feather. 1 use already consumed, 2 remaining uses. Sunfire feather, 13. Chapter 38. Unclear transition from the beginner protection period. Usage limit? Lu Ming's pupils constricted sharply, a heavy weight descending in his heart. He distinctly remembered that during the baptism of the golden-furred monkey with the unbroken arm attribute, as well as subsequent attempts with other pets using the four mischievous apes series attributes, the system had never indicated any information regarding usage limits. Those mythic attributes seemed as if they could be used an unlimited number of times. System, what is going on? Lu Ming's voice bore a barely perceptible tension, almost squeezed out through clenched teeth. Why did this Sunfire feather have a usage limit, while the four mischievous apes attributes did not? Detection of host inquiry. System response as follows. To assist the host in smoothly embarking on the mythic path, prior to the host's first successful completion of mythic beast baptism, all failures during mythic attribute baptisms do not count towards attribute consumption. The host has successfully baptized the mythic beast golden-furred unbroken monkey. Beginner protection privileges have been lifted. From now on, all mythic attributes will have their inherent usage limits. Beginner protection privileges lifted? It felt as though a thunderous roar echoed in Lu Ming's mind. Buzzing incessantly, his previous assumption that mythic attributes could be used infinitely was ruthlessly shattered in that moment, dissolving into nothingness. It turned out that this was merely a benefit granted by the system to newcomers, a promotional period to ensure his smooth start. Once he achieved success once, this incredible privilege would vanish. A wave of intense regret, mixed with an indescribable frustration, seized Lu Ming's heart, making it nearly impossible for him to breathe. He instinctively clenched his fists, his nails digging painfully into his palm. Just yesterday, it was indeed yesterday, he had a chance, a monumental opportunity. After successfully baptizing the unbroken arm attribute, when he believed he had grasped the key to wealth and could infinitely refresh attributes, he could have attempted all 3 remaining attributes of 4 mischievous apes, clear mind, crimson tail, and 6 ears, on all the ordinary pets in his store. Even if unsuccessful, it would not consume attribute uses, and once successful, each would become an immensely promising mythic beast. Alternatively, even a mere handful of pseudo-mythical beasts with a potential of 10 would constitute an immense fortune. He had initially believed that he had unraveled the secret to mass-producing potential stocks, enabling him to ceaselessly generate high-value phantasms. He even envisioned a future where he could exchange these inferior products, possessing the essence of mythical bloodlines, for vast resources in the marketplace, thereby constructing a grand path to ascendance. Yet now, it seems that he had been overly naive, indulging in fanciful thoughts. The very essence of myth lies in its rarity and power, its unparalleled nature. How could it ever be so easily wholesale produced? No matter how miraculous the system may be, it cannot allow him to exploit such a significant loophole with ease. Beginner S phase, beginner S phase. Lu Ming murmured to himself, a bittersweet smile curling at the corners of his mouth. It dawned on him that he had been enjoying special privileges within the novice village. And only now had he truly stepped into the unforgiving realm of the game. Each divine entry is exceedingly precious. The fiery sun feather only grants 3 attempts. This signifies that he can attempt to forge a brand new mythical beast at most 3 times. Should all 3 endeavors fail, this SSS-rated precious entry would be lost. Lu Ming exhaled slowly, a cloud of frustration escaping his lips, feeling as though a colossal weight pressed upon his chest. It felt as if he had missed out on a fortune of billions. A monumental opportunity that could have propelled him to the pinnacle of success or at least provided him with ample capital to indulge in extravagance. All due to his prior cognitive biases and insufficient understanding of the system's regulations. He had assumed these entries were boundless, which led him to carelessly employ the fiery sun feather on the Chi Quebec. Now, having grasped the truth, he also forfeited the chance to exploit it. This realization stung far more than simply being informed of the entry's limitations. Had he known, he should have utilized the Spirit Bright, Crimson Tail, and 6 ears, entries to their fullest extent. Lu Ming couldn't help but mutter in a tone filled with regret. Even if unsuccessful, a few additional potential 10 white phantasms would have sufficed. In this world, there is no such thing as hindsight, and the antidote for regret is nowhere to be found. This lesson is undeniably profound. In the future, he must exercise greater caution when utilizing any system function, probing from various angles, and refrain from making unfounded assumptions. He carefully settled the still slumbering Chi Quebec. Though this little creature had failed its baptism twice, its value still far exceeded that of an ordinary Chi K, perhaps fetching 3 to 5 million credit points. Yet at this moment, Lu Ming's thoughts were no longer fixated on that. He gazed at the solitary display of fiery sun feather, remaining attempts, 23, in his inventory, lost in contemplation. The remaining 2 opportunities must be approached with utmost caution. There can be no further waste. Each attempt would be a gamble of grand proportions. Previously, Lu Ming had contemplated using the fiery sun feather on other avian phantasms to see if fortune would favor him. In retrospect, that notion now appears utterly ludicrous. For phantasms with low compatibility with the fiery sun feather, even if luck were to smile upon him, it would likely only squander the true potential of the entry. Should failure ensue, it would result in a permanent loss. 3 attempts. Only 3. He dared not entertain any capricious thoughts. This fiery sun feather entry embodies not just an SSS rating, but also the possibility of giving birth to an entirely new mythical beast. If he could successfully baptize a genuine 3-legged golden crow, his heart raced uncontrollably at the thought. Such a mythical beast, with its prowess and potential, would far surpass that of ordinary phantasms. Reflecting on his previous attempts with the Chi K, he now recognized his haste. Although the Chi K belonged to the fire avian category, it likely stood in stark contrast to the true sun divine bird. Compatibility. Lu Ming quietly mulled over this term, his fingertips unconsciously tapping on the table. The little saint, one among the golden silk macaques, why was it that it alone succeeded in bearing the long arm entry? In terms of physical strength, the little saint was not particularly remarkable among its peers, perhaps even considered a lean monkey, unable to assert itself during food disputes. Had he not been vigilant at the time, he might have overlooked it entirely. Yet its gaze, filled with tenacity and yearning, remained etched in his memory. It resembled a small flame, fiercely burning within a frail shell, refusing to accept mediocrity, yearning for something beyond itself. It was a matter of spirit and will. This drive is rare among ordinary phantasms. Chapter 39, Renaming, the Mountain and Sea Pet Shop. The image of that golden silk macaque with its uniquely folded ears surfaced in Lu Ming's mind. During the attempt with the 6 ears entry, its baptism process was the longest, and its anguished cries lingered the longest. Although it ultimately culminated in failure, it nonetheless demonstrated a connection with the entry that surpassed that of its peers. That little creature had looked at him with such pleading eyes, as if imploring for another chance, insisting it could succeed. Alas, there would be no further opportunities. Perhaps that is what one refers to as aptitude. Even among ordinary pets, there exist subtle differences in innate talent that are not readily apparent. Such differences may manifest simply as quicker learning or heightened adaptability to certain environments. However, at the moment of an entry baptism, which involves a fundamental leap in the essence of life, It becomes the key to determining whether one can gain entry. Aptitude dictates their ability to withstand the initial impact of mythical power without collapsing under the weight of its infusion. Like a vessel, those with superior aptitude possess a resilient material that can hold more water. Those with inferior aptitude, on the other hand, are constructed of porous material, leaking at the slightest pressure. Willpower determines whether they can endure the agony of self-transformation. Ming had not experienced this pain directly. Yet based on the reactions of the little saint and that folded-eared macaque, it was evident that it was no ordinary suffering. Oh no. It was not something that mere creatures could withstand. Both elements are indispensable. It seems that my previous understanding of compatibility was rather superficial. Ming chuckled at himself. Having thought that merely possessing a fire attribute avian would suffice to correlate with the fiery sun feather. In retrospect, such naivety is laughable. That Chi-K likely never even grazed the edge of the sun, yet it dared to claim the title of a fire avian? This fiery sun feather requires not merely a fire avian, but rather a creature endowed with a mysterious connection to the sun itself, as well as the formidable will to endure the agonizing rebirth akin to that of a divine bird. He stroked his chin, his gaze deepening. The search for such a phantasm is akin to finding a needle in a haystack. However, at least now the direction is clear. No longer will he flounder aimlessly like a headless fly, hoping for serendipity to strike. Aptitude and will. Ming silently repeated this mantra, his mind sifting through the known information about various avian phantasms. Ordinary ones would certainly not suffice. He required those imbued with a touch of legend or exhibiting exceptional traits in specific aspects. Furthermore, they must be juveniles. Adult phantasms tend to have their personalities and potential firmly established, making the challenges and risks associated with baptism exponentially greater. What a dilemma. Ming sighed, yet he felt little dismay. Instead, a flicker of excitement stirred within him. The greater the challenge, the more astonishing the rewards that follow success. Once the thought of a three-legged golden crow ignited within him, it blazed ever more fervently in his heart. It appears that the time has come to shift focus away from ordinary pets. Ming's thoughts are gradually crystallizing. His previous understanding of compatibility was indeed superficial. It is the combination of aptitude and willpower that serves as the cornerstone for harnessing mythic power. To enhance the success rate of mythic inscription purification, it is imperative to seek out those extraordinary phantom beasts. These so-called exotic pets are those that exhibit beneficial mutations within their kin or possess innate peculiar talents, or even those who simply display a distinctive vitality. They are far more likely to bear the immense strength of mythic inscriptions, ensuring that their spirits are not utterly subdued in the moment of power infusion. Once this notion arose, it became utterly irresistible. With a deep exhale, Ming felt a significant alleviation of the pent-up frustration within him. While the failure of the Scarlet Sparrow was indeed regrettable, it had also afforded him a clearer perspective on reality. Regretting the past is futile. What truly matters is the present and the future. Focusing on the here and now, Ming realized that his pet shop required a comprehensive overhaul. Not only must the decor undergo a complete transformation, but the entire business direction must also pivot dramatically. He aims to establish this place as a stronghold for sourcing and nurturing extraordinary phantom beasts, a cradle capable of incubating legends. He intends to broaden the variety of pets, moving beyond the confines of common ornamental creatures. Furthermore, he must develop his own channels to seek out those with exceptional talents or unique bloodlines. Even the slightest hint of peculiarity, in his eyes, could conceal boundless potential. This endeavor requires funding and connections. Financial resources can be derived from the future yield of Little Saint and the initial operations of the shop. Connections might be cultivated through the ripples caused by his SSS rating at the Abyss Observation Bureau, though caution is essential to avoid revealing his identity. The path of inscription purification is fraught with thorns, yet he must traverse it. The allure of mythic phantom beasts is compelling enough to risk everything. He cannot allow fear of failure to paralyze him, for that would only cause him to remain stagnant, missing out on genuine opportunities. Just as if he had abandoned the attempt at the Omni-Link inscription due to Little Saint's frailty, the world would have been deprived of the golden-furred gibbon. 30 days. Ming recalled the cool-down period for the Abyss Party. These 30 days are crucial for him. Every moment must be seized. First and foremost, the renovation plan for the pet shop must be expedited. He has already begun to mentally sketch the new layout, envisioning secluded breeding rooms, sturdy enclosures for special beasts, and even a small testing ground. Secondly, Little Saint's refinement must not be neglected. The Omni-Link inscription has bestowed it with the foundation of mythic potential, but subsequent growth demands substantial resources and meticulous nurturing, such as higher-grade energy-infused food and targeted training in power and techniques. All of this requires money, a considerable amount of it. He must swiftly enhance Little Saint's strength in preparation for the forthcoming Abyss Party, which could prove even more perilous. While the SSS rating from Flower Fruit Mountain is prestigious, it also implies that the starting point for the next challenge will be elevated. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Lu Ming's gaze swept over the entirety of the shop. The remnants of the past must be erased. A fresh beginning necessitates a novel name. Approaching the entrance, he looked up at the rather ordinary sign that read Wonderful Pet Shop. The name carried a hint of casualness and a touch of bygone hope. Yet now, it feels too mundane, too gentle to bear the ambitions that reside in his heart. Wonderful? What he seeks is not mere wonder, but miracles. Thus, from this day forth, his voice, though soft, resonated with an unwavering resolve. A new name began to take shape in his mind, one that befits the grandeur of myth, one that embodies uniqueness. After a moment of contemplation, a faint smile graced his lips. Mountain Sea Pet Shop, the Shanghai Jing, the source of exotic beasts. Chapter 40, Successfully Missing the Right Answer. At Dream University, in the Department of Phantom Beast Identification, a subtle scent of disinfectant mingled with the distinct aroma of aged paper pervaded Gu Qiunyu's office. Before him, a virtual screen displayed a cascade of data, ultimately coalescing into several prominent red question marks. Yang Qingxian lifted a cup of tea from the table, steam swirling gently, obscuring his somewhat weary visage. Yet, there remained no clues. He set the cup down, his voice tinged with a barely perceptible rasp. The newcomer with the SSS rating seemed to have materialized out of thin air, only to vanish just as mysteriously. Gu Qiunyu adjusted his frameless glasses, the lenses reflecting the cold light of the screen. The Abyss Observation Bureau has initiated a high-level trace investigation. And the results? Yang Qingxian inquired. As you know, participant information for the Abyss Party is stringently protected. Gu Qiunyu sighed. An SSS rating triggers the highest level of confidentiality agreements. The best we can access are some basic profiles. For instance, age, not exceeding 18 years. This is a strict requirement for participating in the Novice Abyss Party. Gu Qiunyu pointed to a piece of information on the screen. Yang Qingxian furrowed his brow. The range is too broad. How many young people in Giesity turn 18 each day? That's not the most troubling part, Gu Qiunyu replied, his fingers gliding across the screen. We have deployed monitoring in both the Abyss Crystal Market and the Curiosities Market. There have been no significant transactions or any requests for special items linked to the SSS rating. Yang Qingxian pondered, in other words. This SSS-rated newcomer either possesses a secretive channel for processing their gains, or they have yet to handle those astonishing rewards. The latter seems more plausible. After all, rewards of an SSS rating are not easily liquidated. Gu Qiunyu nodded in agreement. I attempted to approach this from a different angle. He pulled up another dataset. Yesterday, the very day the Abyss Party concluded, I compiled a list of all young individuals who turned 18. Yang Qingxian nodded slightly, recognizing the alignment with the director's suggestion. However, Gu Qiunyu, upon finishing his statement, shook his head, a hint of resignation in his expression. Theoretically feasible, but in practice, you'll encounter a paradox. Yang Qingxian regarded Gu Qiunyu, understanding well what that paradox entailed. Each beast tamer typically prepares in advance for the Abyss Party. If someone just happens to turn 18 on the day of the party's conclusion, the likelihood of them qualifying is minuscule. Thus, this avenue is likely a dead end. With a sigh, Yang Qingxian acknowledged that he was well aware of this outcome. The air in the office felt somewhat stagnant. After a moment of silence, Gu Qiunyu seemed to recall something, his fingers swiftly maneuvering across the screen to pull up a file. The young man in the photograph sported sharp brows and bright eyes, but his expression bore an enduring shadow of melancholy. Interestingly, we discussed him yesterday. It was also his birthday. Gu Qiunyu's tone was laced with complexity. Yang Qingxian turned his attention to the screen, momentarily taken aback by the name beside the photograph. Lu Ming? Indeed. Gu Qiunyu responded with an acknowledgement. You are aware, aren't you, that Lu Ming was a prodigy a few years back? The patriarch of the Lu family had even contemplated entrusting him with the illusory Snow Phoenix's beast egg. Had it not been for unforeseen circumstances, Lu Ming would have undoubtedly been the designated heir of the Lu family. Do you think it is possible that this child could be the SSS-level abyssal hunter? The moment those words escaped his lips, Gu Qiunyu himself found the notion somewhat absurd. Yang Qingxian instinctively shook his head, his tone resolute. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. As an official from the Dragon Kingdom, he was privy to the information concerning the prominent families of Jui City. While Gu Qiunyu might have heard whispers about the events of yesterday, he was acutely aware of the truth. Old Gu, you may not yet be aware of Lu Ming's predicament yesterday. Oh, Gu Qiunyu's expression shifted to one of inquiry. The illusory Snow Phoenix he had painstakingly nurtured reacted to Lu Jinghong the moment it was handed over, and it was successfully hatched by Lu Jinghong as soon as it left Lu Ming's grasp. At last night's abyssal party, Lu Jinghong, utilizing the illusory snow phoenix, achieved an S-level rating, only a fraction below Xiaoyin. At S, Yang Qingxian stated. Gu Qianyu's expression froze as he finally comprehended the gravity of the seemingly casual mention of the Lu family's significant event. As an authority in the field of beast research, he understood all too well the implications of this revelation. The beast egg he had incubated for so many years was directly hatched by another after being entrusted to them. For a beast master, especially a young one yet to reach adulthood, such a blow was nothing short of catastrophic. Moreover, based on the information I have received, Lu Ming has completely severed ties with the Lu family due to this incident, Yang Qingxian added, his voice tinged with a hint of regret. A young man who has lost the protection of his family and had his very soul beast taken from him. Do you believe he possesses the capability to attain an SSS level rating at the abyssal party? Or do you think Lu Ming could possibly find a beast of such extraordinary caliber on the last day of his birthday? To discover a beast that surpasses the epic level and successfully clear the novice abyssal party with an SSS rating? Do you truly think that is feasible? Gu Qianyu fell silent. This hypothesis indeed seemed excessively impractical, even somewhat ludicrous. That illusory snow phoenix. Lu Ming had placed all his hopes upon it, hadn't he? He must have believed that he would surely contract with the illusory snow phoenix, and thus prepared no other beasts. Now that he has passed his 18th birthday, he likely cannot even become an abyssal hunter. Old Gu, you should be grateful for Xiaoyin's decision 3 years ago. At least the engagement with Lu Ming has been annulled. Has it not? Gu Qianyu sighed softly, his tone laced with sympathy. Who could have anticipated such a turn of events? Yang Qingxian echoed, his expression one of dismay. Thus, Lu Ming's potential is effectively ruled out. Yang Qingxian concluded. How could someone struggling to safeguard their own existence possibly stir the tides in such a place? Gu Qianyu nodded in agreement, closing Lu Ming's file. The screen was once again enveloped by a complex flow of data. It appears that the quest to locate this mysterious SSS-level newcomer is far more daunting than we initially envisioned, he remarked, a profound sense of helplessness permeating his tone. Yang Qingxian lifted his tea cup anew, finding the tea within had grown cold, mirroring their current disposition. Neither of them realized they had just brushed against the astonishing truth. Outside the office, the sun shone brilliantly, yet this brightness failed to penetrate the shroud of mystery enveloping their hearts. Yang Qingxian drained the last of his cold tea. Let us continue the search. Our new director is quite intrigued by this SSS-level abyssal hunter, and it is not solely the director who is interested. Yang Qingxian paused, gesturing towards the ceiling. It seems even those above are keeping an eye on this matter. Chapter 41. A brand new client blocks the door. At the Shanghai pet store, Lu Ming had already informed the store's artificial intelligence, Xiao AI, that the shop's name had officially been changed to Shanghai Pet Store. The once somewhat outdated facade had been rejuvenated, and the interior had undergone a thorough cleaning, exuding a fresh aura in every corner. Although the number of pets at the core of the store remained limited, with only a few golden-haired monkeys, red sparrows, white raccoons, and some fish, it was sufficient to support the opening. This location is rather remote. I wonder if we can actually open for business today. Lu Ming glanced outside at the empty street, still pondering the current state of Shaosheng. Just then, a cacophonous roar of an engine drew near. A sleek, crimson sports car, in a bold manner, came to a halt directly in front of the entrance of Shanghai Pet Store, completely obstructing the sole exit. The car door swung upward, and a figure emerged from the driver's seat. I thought this peculiar pet store was on the brink of closure. Who would have imagined it has reopened? Gu Qingming, clad in a tailored light pink dress, with her long hair casually cascading over her shoulders, spoke in a clear voice imbued with a hint of youthful innocence. Is this a renovation? Shanghai Pet Store? I dare say it sounds less appealing than the previous name, peculiar, she muttered, seemingly unimpressed with the new name. With a light-hearted gait, Gu Qingming strode into the pet store, entirely oblivious to her car blocking the entrance, as if this were her own backyard. Lu Ming, busy organizing pet food behind the counter, lifted his gaze upon hearing the commotion. The girl before him appeared to be around 16 or 17 years of age, with fair skin and delicate features, indeed qualifying as a young beauty. However, her entrance was rather domineering. Lu Ming's brow slightly furrowed. While she was indeed a sight for sore eyes, her action of blocking the entrance was far from endearing. Furthermore, he couldn't shake the feeling that this girl seemed somewhat familiar. He was certain he had never encountered such a person before. Just as Lu Ming was about to remind her to move her car, he noticed that she completely ignored him and made her way directly to the pet area. Her familiarity with the store's layout was evident, and her intentions were clear. What surprised Lu Ming even more was that the golden-haired monkeys, which had been peacefully grooming themselves in their cage, sprang to life upon seeing Gu Qingming, as if activated by an unseen switch. They became animated. Clambering at the bars of their enclosure, chattering excitedly, and displaying an exuberance that was almost affectionate. "Oh, little Jean, little Mao Mao, you still remember me," Gu Qingming exclaimed, her face lighting up with a radiant smile as she hurried to the monkey cage, extending her delicate fingers to playfully tease the golden-haired monkeys through the bars. The monkeys eagerly pressed their heads against her fingertips, emitting satisfied purrs. This familiar interaction deepened Lu Ming's confusion. "This young lady." Lu Ming's voice remained calm, devoid of any discernible emotion. Gu Qingming paused her antics with the monkeys, as if just noticing the presence of a second person in the store, and turned her gaze toward Lu Ming. She appraised him from head to toe, her eyes reflecting a blend of scrutiny and curiosity. "Are you the new employee at this store?" Her tone carried an inherent sense of superiority, as if inquiring about something utterly mundane. Lu Ming thought to himself, "Do I really look like someone who works here? I am the owner of this store." Lu Ming replied with neither arrogance nor servility. "Boss." Gu Qingming's brows arched slightly, a look of surprise crossing her face. "I knew the previous owners of the wonderful pet shop. They were a middle-aged couple. When did it change to you?" She seemed well acquainted with the pet shop's history. A thought flickered in Lu Ming's mind. Indeed, the former owners were a middle-aged couple. "The shop is now called Shanghai Pet Shop, and the ownership has transferred to me," Lu Ming stated casually, wishing not to dwell on the past. "Oh, Shanghai Pet Shop." Gu Qingming nodded, seemingly indifferent to the ownership of the establishment, feeling as though her fingers had been brushed against. She disregarded Lu Ming and turned her attention back to the golden snub-nosed monkeys, her eyes brimming with affection. "These little monkeys are still so adorable." She extended her hand, and a particularly bold little monkey immediately placed its furry paw on her finger. Lu Ming found himself at a loss for words. How could this customer be so lacking in courtesy? "They seem to be quite fond of you," he shrugged, stating a fact. "Of course." Gu Qingming raised her chin slightly, a hint of pride in her demeanor. "I used to come here often and brought them many tasty treats." A trace of nostalgia inadvertently seeped into her voice. Lu Ming recalled the high-end pet snack wrappers he had found tucked away in a corner of the shop. It turned out they were her handiwork. "Miss, your car is still blocking the entrance," Lu Ming felt compelled to remind her once more. He certainly could not allow his first day of business to be hindered by an obstruction at the door. Gu Qingming, upon hearing this, finally seemed to realize her oversight. "Oh, I forgot," she said, sticking out her tongue playfully, her demeanor drastically different from her previous haughty attitude. "I'll move it right away." Yet, despite her words, her body remained still as she continued to play with the monkeys enthusiastically. Watching her, Lu Ming found his impression of this girl shifting slightly. Though her actions seemed somewhat careless and even a bit foolish, her affection for these little creatures appeared to be genuinely heartfelt. "Is this shop limited to just these monkeys? Fish and birds?" Gu Qingming asked casually while teasing the monkeys, her tone laced with a barely perceptible disappointment. Although the former wonderful pet shop had been lacking, it had at least boasted a few pets of decent quality. She seemed to hold high expectations for this place. "As it stands, yes," Lu Ming replied succinctly. After all, he had only taken over the pet shop the day before. It was likely that the previous owner had already relocated any quality inventory, lacking any particular talent. He probably only needed to manage a pet shop to appease his parents, without a care for the changes in its pets. Ordinary magical beasts were hardly regarded by them, let alone these insignificant creatures that were not even magical beasts. "TSK, how dull," Gu Qingming pouted, her interest evidently waning. "I thought reopening would bring some surprises." Her soft mutter was clearly audible to Lu Ming. He paid little heed to her assessment. His Shanghai pet shop was not meant to follow the usual path. "If you are merely here to reminisce about the past, you have seen enough now," Lu Ming implied, suggesting that if she had no further business, she should move her car to avoid disrupting his trade. Gu Qingming detected his subtle dismissal, her delicate brows knitting together. "Why must you be so tactless?" She glared at Lu Ming, somewhat displeased. "I am a long-time customer of your shop." Although that was true for the former wonderful pet shop, having a regular customer blocking the new store's entrance seemed rather inappropriate. Lu Ming calmly countered. A long-time customer obstructing the entrance of a new shop does not seem quite fitting. Gu Qingming felt momentarily stifled, her cheeks flushing slightly at his retort. She stamped her foot in mild frustration, but as her gaze fell once again upon the eager little monkeys, her heart softened. Fine. I shall be magnanimous and not hold it against you." She huffed lightly, retrieving her car keys from her bag. "I will move my car now." As she turned to leave, she abruptly stopped and glanced back at Lu Ming, her gaze inquisitive. "What is your name?" Lu Ming paused, taken aback by her sudden inquiry. "You may call me the shopkeeper," he replied, unwilling to divulge his name. Having lived a reclusive life within the Lu family, dedicating years to nurturing the Snow Phoenix magical beast egg, few in Jui City were familiar with him. However, his name was not without notoriety. Once celebrated as a genius, he had more recently been labeled as useless. Regardless of whether it was for good or ill, it remained a name that resonated with people. Shopkeeper, Gu Qingming echoed, finding the title rather pretentious. She had approached him politely, yet he had chosen to refer to himself in such a manner. Unable to distinguish between what constitutes a valued customer, she mused that this newly renamed Shanghai pet shop might not endure for long. It was apparent that someone who would run such a pet shop was just an ordinary person, likely without any awakened soul power. As a future beast master with soul power, she envisioned herself as someone capable of becoming an abyssal being, far surpassing the average individual. Forget it. I can't be bothered to quibble with him. Gu Qingming shook her head and exited the pet shop. Though slightly irked by Lu Ming, she resolved to move her car first. The golden snub-nosed monkeys inside the shop were familiar to her. Despite not being the finest specimens, she intended to acquire them all. I will cultivate my rapport with ordinary animals, and when I find a suitable magical beast to contract, I will undoubtedly not be inferior to my sister. I will show you all. Gu Qingming pouted, climbing into her car, swiftly starting the engine and maneuvering it away. Before long, Gu Qingming returned to Shanghai Pet Shop. Her earlier annoyance over Lu Ming's refusal to disclose his name fading, replaced by her affection for the golden snub-nosed monkeys. All right, the car has been moved, she announced as she approached the cage, gazing at the little monkeys chattering excitedly at her, a smile involuntarily gracing her lips. Shopkeeper, I want all these little fellows, she declared, her tone tinged with a hint of triumph, as if proclaiming something entirely natural. Lu Ming regarded her with a glance. Oh, he replied with a single syllable. Gu Qingming felt slightly vexed by his lack of enthusiasm, as if her declaration had landed on soft ground. Name your price, shopkeeper, she said, deliberately emphasizing the title with a subtle provocation. Lu Ming extended 3 fingers. 30,000 credit points? Gu Qingming mused, finding the price somewhat steep, yet within her acceptance. However, she noticed the young man shaking his head, and he promptly stated, not 30,000, but 300,000. Gu Qingming's smile instantly froze. What? She questioned, doubting her hearing. 300,000 credit points, Lu Ming reiterated, his tone devoid of any ripple, as if stating the most ordinary figure. You. Gu Qingming's cheeks flushed crimson. Not from shyness, but from indignation. Are you robbing me? Her voice soared an octave higher. 3 million? For these ordinary golden monkeys? Are you insane, or am I? Gu Qingming pointed at the monkeys in the cage, feeling as though her intelligence had been insulted. When I bought them at the amazing pet store, those of better quality were merely a few thousand credit points each. Are you planning to close your new shop after making just one sale? Lu Ming regarded her calmly. Shanghai Pet Store operates without deceiving customers. His voice was not loud, yet it carried an undeniable authority. Gu Qingming's chest heaved in frustration. Operate without deceiving customers? You call this honesty? She nearly laughed aloud. These monkeys were not even mythical beasts. They were just ordinary pets. Although adorable, 3 million? You truly dare to utter such a price? She felt she must have overlooked something in the calendar today to encounter such a peculiar shopkeeper. Lu Ming's inner composure remained unshaken. These golden monkeys, having undergone the baptism of the 4 mischievous monkeys entry, had already undergone a transformation. They harbored mythical potential within, limitless in their capabilities. 3 million was merely the starting point. Miss, it seems you have misunderstood something, Lu Ming began slowly. Gu Qingming frowned. Misunderstood? Do you think I mistake you for a swindler? Lu Ming shook his head. 3 million. That is the price for one. The air seemed to freeze at that moment. Gu Qingming's eyes widened, her mouth agape, the fury on her face stiffening into sheer astonishment. 1? Her voice trembled with disbelief. Lu Ming nodded gently. Indeed. 3 million for one. With a sudden burst of laughter, Gu Qingming found the absurdity of it all overwhelmingly comical. Shopkeeper, do you believe I appear to be easily deceived? She stepped closer to Lu Ming, a hint of danger lurking in her expression. Or perhaps you have no idea who I am. I, Gu Qingming, though lacking the innate talent of my sister, am nonetheless an awakened beast master in training. A B-grade talent. Do you know what that signifies? How dare you toy with me in your ordinary pet shop? She suspected Lu Ming was either mad or deliberately humiliating her. These monkeys were as familiar to her as the back of her hand. How could she not know their background? They were as common as could be. Lu Ming's expression remained calm. Gu Qingming, a member of the Gu family? I haven't paid much attention before, but no wonder she seems familiar. She just mentioned her talent being inferior to her sister's. Could she be Gu Xiaoying's sister? A figure from his past flitted through his mind. His former fiancée, Yihu's engagement, had been annulled. He had thought they had no connection, yet here she stood. Her sister's sibling. He could sense the presence of soul energy emanating from Gu Qingming, not particularly strong, but undeniably present. A B-grade talent was commendable among ordinary folk, yet insignificant in the face of true genius, like Lu Jinghong, an S-grade talent, the pride of the Lu family. He himself also possessed an S-grade talent. Since she is from the Gu family, she should be able to afford the price. Chapter 43. Who told you it was merely a pet? Whether this was a ruse. Miss Gu could judge for herself. Lu Ming stroked his chin, stepping aside to clear the path to the monkey cage. If you believe they are not worth that price, you are free to leave. My Shanghai pet store does not engage in coercive sales. Gu Qingming was completely enraged by Lu Ming's unyielding demeanor. Fine. Very well. She repeated the word fine twice, pointing at the most frail-looking golden monkey in the cage, its fur somewhat unkempt. This one, you claim it's worth 3 million? Pray tell. What justifies such a price? Can it speak human language or lift weights? Her tone dripped with mockery. She was eager to see what this pretentious shopkeeper could conjure. Lu Ming's gaze fell upon the golden monkey she indicated. Indeed, it appeared the most feeble, yet that was not due to its inherent weakness. It had endured 2 rounds of mythical baptism just yesterday. This particular golden monkey bore a crease on its ear. Lingming lure. Those who could withstand 2 rounds of mythical baptism were truly extraordinary among these golden monkeys. It seems you have quite an eye, miss, Lu Ming remarked. Gu Qingming snorted. Interpreting it as sarcasm, Lu Ming said no more, but reached out and gently opened the small cage housing the golden monkey. The frail creature, initially timid, suddenly raised its head the instant the cage door swung open. Its movement was subtle. Gu Qingming did not perceive the anomaly at first. She maintained her scrutinizing and dismissive demeanor. Lu Ming merely observed the monkey silently. In the next moment, a faint golden glimmer flickered in the eyes of the frail golden monkey, so subtle it nearly seemed an illusion. Yet Gu Qingming, possessing soul energy, was far more attuned to such energy fluctuations than an ordinary person. Her heart raced. What was that? Before she could ponder further, the golden monkey suddenly leapt from the cage. Its speed surpassed Gu Qingming's comprehension. It was not the agility of an ordinary pet monkey. With a sharp yet powerful screech, the frail monkey darted about the small pet store like a specter. It did not attack anyone, but showcased an incredible grace within the confined space. Gu Qingming instinctively followed its movements with her eyes. With each leap, every agile maneuver, it exuded an indescribable rhythm, as if performing a profound martial art rather than simply jumping. Lingming lure. These 2 terms were etched like a brand within the bloodline of these golden monkeys. The frail monkey abruptly halted atop a display shelf, its diminutive form radiating an air of formidable presence. Its arms appeared more robust than when she last saw it. No, it wasn't just an appearance. It had genuinely become stronger. There was an explosive power about it. Gu Qingming held her breath. The soul energy within her surged involuntarily. She sensed it. She distinctly felt a unique aura emanating from the small golden monkey. Was it soul energy? That was certainly not something an ordinary animal could possess. How could this be possible? Gu Qingming muttered to herself. The arrogance and disdain that once adorned her features had vanished without a trace. In their place were profound shock and a hint of bewilderment. She blinked rapidly, questioning whether her anger had caused her to hallucinate. Yet the golden monkey stood firmly, its small eyes sparkling with a brilliance disproportionate to its size. The palpable sense of oppression was undeniably real. Lu Ming observed Gu Qingming's reaction with an expression that remained serene. Did she still believe it was not worth 3 million? His voice, akin to a stone cast upon a tranquil lake, stirred ripples within the depths of Gu Qingming's heart. She opened her mouth, only to find herself at a loss for words, her mind a blank slate. The unfolding events shattered her previous perceptions of these acquaintances. Was this still the ordinary little monkey she often fed, finding it both adorable and pitiable? It was unmistakably a unique being cloaked in the guise of the mundane. That aura, that ethereal charm. Gu Qingming suddenly turned her gaze towards Lu Ming. Who was this seemingly ordinary, even slightly arrogant shopkeeper? What exactly was this Shanghai pet store? She recalled Lu Ming's earlier remark. My Shanghai pet store does not tread the common path. It was not arrogance, but a statement of fact. Gu Qingming felt a flush creeping to her cheeks. The doubts and derisions she had harbored earlier now seemed utterly ludicrous in retrospect. Here she was, a future beast tamer, having misjudged the situation to such an extent. The golden-haired macaque leaped gracefully from the display stand, landing deftly back on Lu Ming's shoulder, nuzzling his cheek with its small head, exuding an endearing obedience. The fierce aura it had just displayed felt like a distant memory. Gu Qingming gazed at this scene, entranced. Lu Ming gently caressed the macaque's head. Despite sensing the macaque's uniqueness, Gu Qingming's heart continued to race. 3 million? That figure lingered in her mind. Once dismissed as an absurdity, a product of Lu Ming's extravagant demands. Yet now, observing the obedient macaque snuggling against Lu Ming's cheek, she felt her resolve wavering. That vivacity, that presence, was indeed extraordinary. Gu Qingming struggled to articulate her thoughts, her voice tinged with barely perceptible hoarseness. She conceded that this monkey surpassed her understanding. However, 3 million credit points? That was nearly all her pocket money. But even if it was special, it was still, at the end of the day, just a pet monkey. Wasn't he it? Her words bore the weight of her last struggle. 3 million for a pet. My father would disown me. This was the unvarnished truth. Although the Goof family was affluent, their upbringing was stringent. She could splurge on mythical beast materials, cultivation resources, and even expensive luxuries for appearances. But spending 3 million on a mere ornamental pet would undoubtedly incite the family's wrath. Ming, upon hearing this, curved his lips into a smile that was both knowing and enigmatic. He gently scratched the macaque's chin, and the little creature blissfully closed its eyes. Who told you it was merely a pet? Ming's voice was low, yet resonated like a bombshell in Gu Qingming's ears. Chapter 44. The Shock of Potential Level 10. Buzz. Gu Qingming felt her mind go blank in an instant. Not a pet. What could it possibly be? She abruptly lifted her gaze to Ming, her eyes brimming with incredulity. What do you mean? Could it be a mutated pet? Her heart raced. Mutated pets, while rare, were not non-existent. They were typically stronger than their counterparts or possessed certain special abilities. If it were a top-tier mutated pet, its value would indeed be considerable. Yet even so, 3 million seemed excessive. Moreover, the aura she had just sensed, that feeling of oppression, it felt entirely unlike any mutated pet she had encountered. Ming's smile remained unchanged, but his gaze deepened. A mutated pet? He shook his head. No, they are mythical beasts. Mythical beasts. Those two words struck Gu Qingming like two thunderclaps, rendering her momentarily frozen. Blood drained from her face at an alarming rate, leaving her pale. Mythical beasts? Her voice trembled. How is this possible? Gu Qingming exclaimed in disbelief. I've visited this store numerous times. I've seen this golden-haired macaque with the ear crease before, and I remember it clearly. They were just ordinary golden-haired macaques. She recalled vividly feeding these little monkeys herself. Aside from being slightly more spirited and intelligent than the average pet monkey, they bore no distinctive traits. How could they suddenly transform into mythical beasts? Mythical beasts required a specific ritual to forge a contract with humans, enabling them to fight alongside. Each mythical beast possessed its unique potential and power, and there existed an insurmountable chasm between ordinary animals and mythical beasts. Ming did not directly address her skepticism. He extended his hand palm upward. A flash of light appeared. The mythical beast encyclopedia materialized in his grasp. He directed the encyclopedia towards the golden-haired macaque on his shoulder. Beep. A soft sound echoed. The encyclopedia's screen illuminated, displaying lines of data that appeared with vivid clarity. Mythical beast name, golden-haired macaque. Status, juvenile. Attribute, strength, weak. Soul power level, not yet ranked. Potential level, 10. Brilliant fluorescence, white. Gu Qingming's gaze became magnetically affixed to those glowing lines of data, her breath forgotten. Each character on the screen was distinct, cold, yet burned with an intense heat. Mythical beast name, golden-haired macaque. This golden-haired macaque was indeed the same one she had encountered before. It was not some rare breed with a name that echoed magnificently. Yet, with the prefix of mythical beast, it felt as though an ordinary stone had been transformed into the most resplendent gem, leaving her mind buzzing. Status, juvenile. Juvenile. This did align with its petite size. However, recalling the aura it had exuded moments ago left Gu Qingming's heart in turmoil. Attribute, strength, weak. Soul power level, not yet ranked. Strength, weak. Soul power, not yet ranked. Gu Qingming instinctively furrowed her brows. These two lines of data appeared utterly unremarkable, perhaps even feeble. They did not correspond to the oppressive presence she had sensed earlier. Could the encyclopedia be mistaken? Or perhaps, she continued to skin downwards. And then her pupils dilated in shock. Potential level, 10. Brilliant fluorescence, white, 10. Not 1, not 2, but an entire, unadulterated, weighty number that pressed down on her chest, making it hard to breathe. 10. Gu Qingming felt as if her heart had been gripped by an invisible hand, tightening suddenly. As a member of the Gu family, she was well aware of the classification of potential levels. A potential level of 10 was a hallmark of legendary and epic mythical beasts, signifying extraordinary potential. But now, what was she witnessing? The number 10 manifested itself upon the exquisite golden-haired monkey, which was merely adorned with a luminous white glow. Synopsis: a primate suspected of undergoing an unknown benign mutation. The phrase unknown benign mutation served as a key, unlocking a portion of her inner confusion, yet simultaneously unveiling a plethora of enigmas. It turned out that it had once been an ordinary golden-haired monkey, and some mysterious mutation had transformed it, giving birth to the extraordinary creature before her, a being of potential level 10. This revelation was far more astonishing than if she had been told outright that it was a naturally born divine beast cub. Gu Qingming felt a dryness in her throat and instinctively swallowed hard. Any prior dissatisfaction or skepticism stemming from Lu Ming's exorbitant offer of 3 million credit points was now wholly supplanted by overwhelming astonishment and an inexplicable fervor. 3 million. If the data in the compendium was indeed authentic, purchasing a creature of potential level 10 for 3 million was akin to receiving a windfall from the heavens. Adorned with diamonds no less. Just the thought of missing out made her heart ache. She abruptly raised her head, gazing at Lu Ming. Lu Ming maintained his nonchalant demeanor, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth, quietly observing her as if he had anticipated her every reaction. This fellow had known from the very beginning. Gu Qingming suddenly perceived a hint of irritating smugness in Lu Ming's otherwise handsome face. No, it couldn't be. Gu Qingming murmured to herself, instinctively taking a step back. She could hardly believe her own eyes. Trembling, she retrieved a pink compendium adorned with a charming pendant from her storage bracelet. This was a customized edition bestowed upon her by her father, boasting enhanced functionality and precision in identification. Drawing a deep breath, she aimed her compendium at the golden-haired monkey perched on Lu Ming's shoulder. Beep. The same soft sound echoed. The pink screen illuminated, revealing data that matched perfectly with that on Lu Ming's compendium. A pallid flush crept across Gu Qingming's face. It was real. Everything was undeniably real. This little monkey, which she had always believed to be an ordinary pet, was indeed a bona fide, mythical beast. Moreover, it was a special entity with a staggering potential level of 10. How could this be? How much time had passed? A few days? Or merely a fortnight? An ordinary pet monkey could hardly ascend to such extraordinary potential in such a short span of time. This completely contradicted all that she had learned about beast taming. It shattered her understanding of this world. Gu Qingming felt as if her mind were enveloped in a fog. She looked at Lu Ming, her eyes brimming with confusion, bewilderment, and an indescribable curiosity. What secrets lay hidden within this man? Within this pet shop? Do you still believe it isn't worth 3 million? Lu Ming's voice resonated once more, calm yet imbued with an air of omniscience. Gu Qingming opened her mouth, yet no words emerged. Was it worth it? A potential 10 mythical beast, not even 3 million, but even 10 million would surely attract beast tamers eager to acquire it. And why did Lu Ming price such an entity like a mere pet? Did he truly comprehend the true worth of this monkey? Or was this all merely a prank of his? No, the compendium would not lie. Both compendiums yielded the same astonishing results simultaneously. The golden-haired monkey on Lu Ming's shoulder seemed to sense Gu Qingming's tumultuous emotions, tilting its small head curiously as it regarded her. Then, it nuzzled Lu Ming's neck as if seeking comfort. Chapter 45. I must secure this golden-haired monkey. I will buy it. Gu Qingming's voice floated with an ethereal quality. 3 million credit points. I shall pay immediately. With a flick of her wrist, her personal terminal, studded with tiny gemstones, illuminated, seemingly ready to complete the transaction at any moment. Yet, Lu Ming did not even glance at her terminal, his gaze unperturbed. I am not selling it. The 3 words, light yet laden with weight, struck Gu Qingming's heart like an invisible hammer. Her raised wrist froze midair, the terminal's glow dimming slightly. The warmth on her face felt as though doused with cold water, her eyes brimming with questions. Why? Her voice trembled. Did you not quote 3 million? Or is that some insufficient? Gu Qingming's mind buzzed, racing through thoughts. Indeed, a potential 10 mythical beast, a mere 3 million was an affront to its true worth. Resolute, she clenched her teeth. 5 million. I shall offer 5 million credit points. Just sell me this golden-haired monkey. 3 million was all the pocket money she could muster at a moment's notice. With an additional 2 million, she could borrow from her sister. For this monkey, she was willing to risk it all. Hearing Gu Qingming's immediate offer of 5 million, Lu Ming was taken aback, glancing at her before shaking his head gently. Miss Gu, this is not about money. His tone was calm, yet it conveyed an undeniable certainty. This mythical beast is not suited for you. Lu Ming believed himself to be a conscientious merchant, unwilling to irresponsibly sell a creature imbued with mythical potential to someone unversed in its cultivation and lacking the requisite affinity. Not suited for me. Gu Qingming laughed in anger, pointing at the little monkey on Lu Ming's shoulder, which blinked its large, curious eyes at her. A mythical beast of potential level 10. You claim it is not suitable for me. What, then, would be suitable? Her voice brimmed with indignation, laced with feelings of mockery and disdain. In the face of her outburst, Lu Ming remained unfazed. High potential does not guarantee ultimate success. It is currently merely white luminescence. And you should understand that this is simply an ordinary mythical beast. He gestured toward the golden-haired monkey. The little creature seemed to sense the tension, baring its tiny fangs at Gu Qingming, before swiftly retreating behind Lu Ming's neck, revealing only its wide eyes which darted about, even making a face at her. White luminescence, the lowest starting grade. This implied that regardless of its inherent potential, the difficulty in nurturing it far surpassed that of those naturally high-grade mythical beasts, demanding an inexhaustible investment of resources. Even more critically, the path of evolution remained steeped in uncertainty. Ming continued. Although mythical beasts can advance under reasonable cultivation, each subsequent evolution necessitates specific opportunities and astronomical resources. Often, luck outweighs talent and effort. He paused, his gaze fixating on Gu Qingming's face. Your family, I surmise, has prepared for you a more stable and compatible mythical beast that aligns with your innate talents. Those creatures may indeed start at a higher grade, ensuring more efficient cultivation and significantly reduced risks. Family. Gu Qingming echoed those two words, her expression instantly darkening. She recalled her father's decision. The mystical beast bestowed upon her by the family, adorned with resplendent, purple hues. She remembered her sister Gu Xiaoying, whose enviable talent was forever accompanied by a chorus of flowers and applause. And what of herself? A B-grade talent, a second daughter of little significance in the eyes of the family, eternally overshadowed by her sister's dazzling brilliance. Why must she accept such an arrangement? Why must she contract a creature deemed merely mediocre by her family? She was unwilling. A wave of uncontainable resentment surged through her, and Gu Qingming's eyes immediately glistened with unshed tears. I do not require the family's dictates. Her voice suddenly rose, sharp and somewhat distorted, bursting forth after long being stifled. They only intend to placate me with what they consider suitable. They would thrust a purple-hued failure upon me, only to declare that this represents my limits. I refuse to believe it. Ming listened quietly, his expression still impassive, though his gaze deepened. Was a rare purple beast truly being labeled as worthless? Ming thought Gu Qingming's treatment within the Gu family was still rather generous. However, he discerned from her nearly uncontrollable reaction the fierce defiance buried within her heart. Purchasing the golden silk macaque was no mere transaction. It resembled a desperate gamble for everything. Gu Qingming gasped for breath, her chest heaving violently, struggling to quell the tumult of emotions roiling within her. Yet the sense of suffocation remained lodged in her heart, making her feel intensely uncomfortable. She fixated on Ming. This golden silk macaque shall be mine. Her voice, no longer shrill, carried a weight of finality. You say it is merely white-hued. It matters not. You claim it is difficult to evolve, requiring substantial resources. That, too, is inconsequential. She firmly tapped her storage bracelet, producing a soft popping sound. I possess wealth. Even if my luck were to plummet to the depths, even if it ultimately failed to become a top-tier existence, I would accept it. At the very least, I would have made an effort. I do not wish to regret in the future, to lament the solitary opportunity that could alter my fate, lost due to hesitation today. Potential 10. This was the sole lifeline she could grasp, the only chance to extricate herself from the predetermined path. She had to seize it at any cost. Ming regarded her, his eyes profound, as if reassessing this somewhat unruly yet incredibly resolute girl. Impulsive, perhaps, but also imbued with a stubbornness that could not be retracted, and a deep-seated aversion to mediocrity. The golden silk macaque seemed to sense the weighty atmosphere, peeking out from Ming's shoulder, its round eyes darting between the two of them, its tiny claws nervously tugging at Ming's collar, emitting faint squeaks, as if urging something. Ming did not respond immediately. The air within the pet store felt as though it had solidified, silence so profound that a falling pin could be heard. Gu Qingming's heart raced, her palms slick with cold sweat. She feared hearing another refusal from Ming, for that would be the final straw that broke the camel's back. After what felt like an eternity, long enough for Gu Qingming to nearly reach her breaking point, Ming finally spoke, his tone still devoid of emotion, betraying no joy or anger. Are you certain? Even though it may demand a price far beyond your expectations, perhaps even leave you with nothing? Gu Qingming's entire being tensed. I am certain. Her fierce cry reverberated in the air, imbued with a resolute determination that signaled a point of no return. Yet Ming's demeanor remained unperturbed. Why do you believe this golden silk macaque is your only option? Chapter 46. Gu Qingming felt as though she had been yanked taut. Her mind buzzed, as if doused in icy water from head to toe. The flickering flame of hope that had just ignited was extinguished, leaving only wisps of smoke. What did that mean? Was he still going to refuse? She had presented herself with such humility, such earnestness. She could not comprehend why, having lowered herself to the utmost, revealing a glimpse of her hand, the shopkeeper still remained tight-lipped. What did he truly want? What other option do I have? Gu Qingming's voice grew hoarse, trembling with a hint of irritation, a subtle tremor she was unaware of, tinged with the annoyance of feeling toyed with. With a potential of 10. What better choice could I possibly have? Or rather, what more deserving choice do I have? The last sentence was almost self-mocking. Lu Ming did not directly answer her question. Instead, he posed an apparently unrelated inquiry. What is your talent? Gu Qingming furrowed her brow, her gaze immediately sharpening with suspicion. Why do you ask this? Talent is the core secret of a beast master. Even if her so-called B-grade talent was unremarkable among the esteemed families, it was not something to be shared lightly with outsiders. What scheme is this man concocting? This golden silk macaque may not be suitable for you. Lu Ming's tone was calm, yet it struck like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, sending ripples of disbelief through her. Even if its potential is 10. Gu Qingming felt as though she had been struck by a sledgehammer, her breath catching in her throat. Not suitable. She had just laid bare everything, exposing her deepest frustrations and desires, nearly wagering her entire dignity. Yet he now dismissed her with a mere suggestion of unsuitability? Was he mocking her? A surge of indignation flared within her, fiercer than before. Gu Qingming considered herself a girl of good temperament, yet before this unfamiliar young shopkeeper, she felt her anger boiling over. The more nonchalant he appeared, the more her agitation grew. Just as she was about to speak, Lu Ming raised his hand in a calming gesture, a slow motion that carried an inexplicable sense of reassurance. He turned his gaze, slowly scanning the somewhat sparse shop. Then, he looked back at Gu Qingming, his voice low yet clear, every word striking her heart like a hammer. In my shop, there is more than just the golden silk macaque. Boom. Gu Qingming's mind felt as if it had been struck by a thunderbolt, plunging into an abyss of confusion. She froze, her pupils dilating uncontrollably, staring at Lu Ming in disbelief. There is more than just the golden silk macaque in this shop? What could that possibly mean? Could it be a preposterous thought surged uncontrollably from the depths of her heart, swiftly consuming her entire consciousness? Could it be that this seemingly ordinary pet shop harbored other mystical beasts? Moreover, ones that could rival the potential of the 10 golden silk macaque, perhaps even superior beings? How could this be? This was utterly inconceivable. She had never heard of any pet shop daring to boast of possessing multiple high-potential mystical beasts. Such treasures were jealously guarded by the major powers and would never fall into the hands of an obscure little shop. Unless this shop was not as simple as it appeared. Yet Lu Ming's expression remained so calm that it seemed he was not jesting. His extraordinary composure only added weight to his words, compelling her to entertain that outrageous notion. You mean to say Gu Qingming's voice was as arid as sandpaper scraping against wood, her throat constricted, rendering each word excruciatingly difficult to utter. Are all the pets in your shop all mythical beasts? Her heart raced so fervently that it felt as though it might leap from her throat, and the sweat in her palms dampened the edge of her garments. If that were indeed the case, then this shop was utterly terrifying. Upon hearing Gu Qingming's words, Lu Ming chuckled silently, shaking his head slightly. Gu Qingming's heart sank. Had she truly overthought this? Of course not. Not everything was as she feared. This response caused the glimmer of hope she had just nurtured to dwindle once more. However, Lu Ming's next words made her hold her breath again, her heart soaring to its peak. However, if you are willing to disclose your talent information, perhaps I can assist you in selecting one that is better suited to you. Better suited? Gu Qingming was utterly bewildered, her mind a chaotic tangle like a ball of yarn. Who exactly was this shopkeeper? What gave him the audacity to say such things? Did he really possess options superior to the potential of the golden-haired macaque? Or was there perhaps a choice that resonated more harmoniously with her talent? This was more fantastical than any tale. She had initially believed that the golden-haired macaque was her sole glimmer of hope. Now, it seemed that this enigmatic individual was hinting at new, perhaps even better possibilities. This sensation filled her with a tremor of anticipation, yet also an overwhelming sense of trepidation. What if this was merely a ruse conjured by the shopkeeper? Can you truly do that? Gu Qingming's voice carried a hint of disbelief mingled with hope. She was terrified that this would turn out to be yet another false dawn, her emotions having oscillated far too greatly that day. Let's give it a try, Lu Ming replied succinctly. Yet again, such a nonchalant response. Gu Qingming clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging deeply into her palms, sending a jolt of pain that sharpened her muddled thoughts. She raised her gaze, locking eyes with Lu Ming's profound and inscrutable depths. His calmness and confidence exuded an invisible strength, instilling in her an involuntary, no, an intense sense of trust. Perhaps this truly was an opportunity that could be even more advantageous than securing the golden-haired macaque, or perhaps even more detrimental. Yet, regardless, it presented her with a new choice. She would gamble on it. Taking a deep breath, she exhaled slowly, as if expelling all her doubts and anxieties. My talent is Blazing Phoenix Heartfire. Her voice, though soft, rang with clarity, embodying a resolution of desperation. A-class, a fire elemental offensive talent. When she uttered the words A-class, an involuntary trace of long-suppressed pride and indignation colored her tone. Indeed, The B-class talent was her family's frigid assessment, a shameful mark on her path of growth. Yet, her true talent was Blazing Phoenix Heartfire, a bona fide A-class talent. It was merely that this talent was somewhat peculiar, with stringent awakening conditions. Its initial manifestations were even inferior to a typical B-class talent, requiring specific circumstances and substantial resources to fully unleash its potential. This was also one of the reasons her family had been utterly disappointed in her, hastily marginalizing her and viewing her as a mere tool for marriage. They only perceived her apparent frailty, never truly exploring the essence of her talent, nor granting her the opportunity to prove herself. Today, before this inscrutable shopkeeper, she was revealing for the first time this buried secret, one she had never fully divulged even to her closest kin. It was a confession laced with a touch of desperation and a glimmer of hidden hope. Chapter 47. This A-class talent is better suited for you. Blazing Phoenix Heartfire. A fleeting glimmer of understanding crossed Lu Ming's eyes. So that was it. No wonder Gu Qingming was so reluctant to accept her fate. If it was indeed an A-class talent, then everything fell into place. The very name of her talent, Blazing Phoenix, sounded extraordinarily remarkable. Once she finished speaking, Gu Qingming held her breath, anxiously awaiting Lu Ming's reaction, her heart pounding in her chest, quicker than a drum's beat. The sweat in her palms exceeded even that of her earlier decision to purchase the golden-haired macaque, nearly saturating her sleeves. She was uncertain how Lu Ming would respond to her revelation. Would he be astonished? Disdainful? Or could he truly offer her a choice that would delight her and unveil a new future? All her hopes, all her dreams, seemed to hang precariously in the balance. Resting on Lu Ming's forthcoming words, the pet shop once again fell into an acute silence. Only the golden-haired macaque, sensing the heavy atmosphere, pawed at Lu Ming's pant leg with its tiny claws, looking up at him and emitting a few indistinct chirps, as if urging him to speak. Lu Ming pondered for a moment, his fingers unconsciously tapping lightly on the counter, producing a barely perceptible sound, as though he were contemplating a complex conundrum. His calm demeanor left Gu Qingming completely unable to decipher his thoughts. Every second of waiting felt to her like an eternity. She could practically hear the rhythmic pounding of her heart and the rush of blood coursing through her veins. Her cheeks flushed, whether from anxiety or something else. She could not discern. Lu Ming's tapping abruptly ceased. His deep-set eyes finally lifted from contemplation, landing on Gu Qingming without a hint of emotion. Her heart constricted painfully, nearly leaping from her chest. She instinctively held her breath, her fingers curling slightly as she awaited Lu Ming's decision. However, he did not immediately respond to her confession regarding Blazing Phoenix Heartfire. His gaze calmly shifted, sweeping past Gu Qingming's somewhat stiff shoulders to a nondescript shelf in the corner of the shop. There, nestled within a specially designed incubator, was a palm-sized red bird. Curled up with dull, unkempt feathers, looking even more feeble than it had in the morning, its vitality waning. It was the very bird that had undergone the trials of spirit clarity and solar feather, both culminating in failure. At this moment, it seemed to be on the verge of fading away. That red bird. Lu Ming spoke, his tone flat and devoid of emotion, revealing no trace of joy or anger. These two words sent a jolt through Gu Qingming's already taut nerves. Following his gaze, she noticed her pupils constricting almost imperceptibly. Was he referring to that seemingly dying redbird? What was the shopkeeper implying by mentioning it now? Did he intend to draw a parallel between this dying creature and the uncertain future of her, Blazing Phoenix Heartfire? It suits you well, Lu Ming stated once more, his voice remaining calm, as if declaring an indisputable fact. What? Gu Qingming's voice trembled, her throat tightening, rendering her almost inaudible. She could scarcely believe her ears. She had just summoned the courage to reveal her greatest secret, her A-class talent, Blazing Phoenix Heartfire, to this unfamiliar young man. She had staked her last vestige of dignity and faint hope on this moment. As a result, the store manager, whom she had presumed to be unfathomable, directed her gaze towards a seemingly lifeless red sparrow, which appeared to be clinging to its last breath. Even the most lowly D-grade talent would likely not spare it a second glance. Was this some sort of jest? Or perhaps a more subtle form of humiliation? A mocking reminder that despite her A-grade talent, she was destined for failure, much like this wretched creature? An uncontainable surge of emotions, shock, disdain, and a profound sense of grievance enveloped Gu Qingming. Her cheeks flushed uncontrollably, blood rushing to her head, leaving her slightly dizzy. Manager, she yearned to question, to unleash her pent-up dissatisfaction and indignation. Yet, as the words lingered on the verge of her lips, they were forcibly suppressed by the calm, profound gaze of Lu Ming, which seemed capable of piercing through the essence of all things. No, this was not right. Gu Qingming pinched her palm with considerable force, the pain momentarily clearing her bewildered thoughts. This store manager was no ordinary individual. He possessed a rare mythical beast, the golden-furred monkey, with a potential rating of 10, and had specifically inquired about her talent. Such a person would not resort to such crude means to mock or belittle her. There was no advantage to be gained from it, unless this dying red sparrow harbored deeper secrets. An absurd yet uncontrollable thought ignited within her, as if a sudden flash of lightning had struck her heart. Could it be that this dying red sparrow? She struggled to steady her rapidly rising chest, her voice trembling slightly as she restrained herself. Manager, do you mean? Ming offered no further explanation. He merely gestured towards the corner where the feeble red sparrow lay, then pointed at the powerful mythical beast guide on Ming's wrist. You may examine its potential yourself. Ming's breath hitched once more. Examine? What was she to look for? Although her mind was clouded with doubt, her body seemed to be drawn by invisible threads, compelling her to raise her wrist. She activated the scanning function of the mythical beast guide. A gentle azure beam emanated from the guide's surface, enveloping the listless red sparrow in the corner. Beep, scanning complete. A series of data began to materialize on the guide's screen. Ming instinctively focused on the most critical section, potential evaluation. Mythical beast name, red sparrow. Status, juvenile stage. Attribute, fire weak. Soul power level, not yet tiered. Potential level, 10. Brilliant fluorescence, white. Description, a bird suspected to have undergone an unknown beneficial mutation, possessing exceptional spirituality and potential exceeding its peers. Status, overloaded with special factors, vitality waning. Urgently requiring specific attributes soul power, nurturing, and guidance. Skills, none, awaiting awakening. When the potential number, 10, appeared on the guide's screen, vivid and almost blindingly bright, Ming's pupils instantaneously constricted before expanding to their utmost limit. Chapter 48. Such a demanding request? Buzz. Ming felt as though her brain had been struck by a heavy object, plunging her into a void, followed by a torrent of chaotic thoughts that were swiftly crushed by the overwhelming impact of the maximum potential. At that moment, time seemed to lose all significance. Every subtle sound within the store, including her own breath, faded into silence. She could only feel her heart racing wildly within her chest, each beat more fervent than the last. A fire attribute potential of 10? Ming's lips moved, producing a sound so faint it was nearly inaudible, every syllable trembling with uncontrollable astonishment and disbelief. Another mythical beast with a potential of 10. Moreover, this red sparrow was of the fire attribute. It perfectly aligned with her Phoenix Heart Flame talent. Her gaze swiftly scanned the other information on the guide, overloaded with special factors, vitality waning, urgently requiring specific attributes soul power, nurturing, and guidance. Each word and phrase echoed in her mind, reverberating and shaking her very spirit. She finally comprehended. She grasped the true meaning behind Ming's assertion that it was well suited for her. This red sparrow was merely on the brink of death due to the immense mythic factors accumulating within it, surpassing its own limits. What it required was not abandonment, but a guiding hand, someone capable of directing and aiding it in assimilating this vast power. And she, Ming, with her A-grade, Phoenix Heart Flame talent, was undoubtedly the best candidate. Though Ming was unsure of the specifics of the special factors, this was an opportunity tailor-made for her. An indescribable wave of excitement and elation surged within her. All previous grievances, indignations, anger, and suspicions were swept away in an instant, obliterated by this sudden, overwhelming joy that threatened to engulf her. She understood. She comprehended entirely. This dying red sparrow was a fortuitous encounter far more aligned with her destiny than the golden-furred monkey, an extraordinary chance for her to be reborn like a phoenix, soaring high from the flames. Manager. Ming abruptly lifted her gaze, her eyes fixated on Ming with unwavering intensity. They sparkled with an unprecedented brilliance, filled with excitement and longing. Her voice, still trembling from the intensity of her emotions, conveyed a resolute determination. Would you sell me this red sparrow for 5 million credit points? 5 million might seem trivial to Ming, perhaps even a mere test of her resolve. Yet she needed to express her utmost sincerity, demonstrating her unwavering commitment. Ming met Ming's fervent gaze, and a barely perceptible smile flickered at the corners of his otherwise impassive face, forming a subtle arc that vanished as quickly as it appeared. Certainly, he uttered 2 words, clear and calm. The tension that had gripped Ming since her admission of her talent finally dissipated at the sound of those words. An immense joy washed over her, leaving her feeling light and almost euphoric, as if she could burst into jubilant cheers. She had succeeded. She had made the right bet once again, and this time, the stakes were higher, with even greater rewards. However, just then, Ming introduced a twist that caused her heart to clench tightly once more. His next words fell like a bucket of ice water upon her. Gu Qingming's previously liberated heart was suddenly constricted by an invisible hand, weighing heavily within her chest. The color drained from her face, her voice laced with a barely perceptible tension. But what? Lu Ming regarded her, seemingly indifferent to the turbulence of her emotions. The girl before him had succumbed entirely to his control. For merely 3 million credit points, you can acquire this Crimson Sparrow. However, this Crimson Sparrow cannot be taken away. Gu Qingming was momentarily taken aback. Cannot take it away? She echoed, her tone rife with confusion and a hint of absurdity. What significance does it hold for me then? She was genuinely perplexed. If she couldn't take it with her, what difference would it make to purchase the Crimson Sparrow? Lu Ming appeared to have anticipated her inquiry. It will remain in the shop, and I will oversee part of its care. You will also need to visit frequently. Furthermore, starting today, you are required to work at this establishment. Gu Qingming's eyes widened slightly. Work? Here? As the second daughter of the esteemed Gu family. Though not highly regarded within her lineage, she had never envisioned herself in a position of servitude. Moreover, in what seemed to be an unremarkable pet shop. Why? She could not help but press, her voice tinged with confusion and reluctance. Lu Ming's gaze drifted from her face to the quietly curled Crimson Sparrow nestled within its incubator. This particular Crimson Sparrow was unique. It was suffering from an overload of mythical factors and a depletion of vitality. Conventional nurturing methods would only hasten its demise. It required meticulous guidance of soul power and a specific nurturing environment. Could the Gu family provide such things? Lu Ming's tone remained unperturbed, as if he were stating an established fact. Gu Qingming's breath hitched slightly. The Gu family. Lu Ming's thoughts were beyond her comprehension. Her would-be fiancé, Gu Qianyu, the developer of the Beast Codex, held a profound fascination for mythical creatures. If Gu Qingming were to bring this mythical spawn home, and Gu Qianyu were to catch wind of it, subsequent troubles would inevitably follow. He was not fearful of the Gu family. He simply did not wish to reveal too much too soon. Accumulating wealth quietly and discreetly enhancing one's strength was the true path. Gu Qingming's identity was indeed sensitive. Were it anyone else, he could have sold it at a high price without concern for what followed. But not her. Gu Qingming was far too close to Gu Qianyu. Moreover, her recent emotions had somewhat affected him. Lu Ming did not wish for this discontented girl to cultivate these exotic beings alone. Given Gu Qingming's capabilities, without his guidance, the Crimson Sparrow might not become her beacon of hope. So, you're implying that if I purchase it, it still belongs to you? Gu Qingming's brow furrowed slightly, her tone laced with reluctance. This condition seemed excessively harsh. No, Lu Ming shook his head. It belongs to you. However, its growth environment must be under my control. Your employment here serves a dual purpose, to cover a portion of the cost and to allow you to actively participate in its nurturing process, learning how to guide the power within it. I will teach you. The last 3 words were spoken lightly, yet carried an undeniable weight. Chapter 49. Employee number 2 at the pet shop. Get. Gu Qingming fell silent. She could sense that Lu Ming was not lying. The information in the codex was clear. Requires specific attribute soul power for nurturing and guidance. She believed her blazing phoenix heart flame was the key. Yet she was utterly clueless on how to guide or nurture it. If she were to rely solely on her own exploration, she might truly endanger the Crimson Sparrow. However, the prospect of working here filled her with hesitation and struggle. On one hand was her long-desired opportunity, one that could alter her fate and allow her to surpass her sister. On the other hand was a binding condition that felt difficult to accept. Lu Ming did not rush her. He simply watched her quietly, seemingly confident that she would make the right choice. Time passed, each second stretching into eternity. The air felt almost stagnant. Gu Qingming bit her lower lip, her inner turmoil raging. Her mind raced with calculations. Remaining in the shop would indeed allow her to observe the Crimson Sparrow closely and learn nurturing methods firsthand. Moreover, Lu Ming, she glanced at him again. The young shopkeeper who had maintained an air of calm and mystery throughout their conversation. He seemed to possess an all-seeing composure. Are you still expecting to immediately sign a contract with the Crimson Sparrow? Then head off to the Abyss party tonight. Just as Gu Qingming was caught in her indecision, Lu Ming suddenly spoke, extending his right hand. His hand was immaculate, with well-defined knuckles. At the back of his hand near the wrist, a peculiar mark began to materialize slowly. Initially, it appeared as a faint silver cross star, but in the next moment, the lines of the cross began to ripple and distort, ultimately transforming into interwoven waveforms, forming a brand new, more complex and profound cross star pattern. This was abyssal pattern. Gu Qingming's pupils dilated in shock. As a wielder of awakened soul power herself, she possessed an invitation to the Abyss party, aware that the invitation's shape was merely a basic cross form. Only those who had endured the trials of the Abyss and become abyssal beings would witness the evolution of their abyssal pattern. This interwoven wave-patterned cross star signified that its owner was at least a formal abyssal being who had attended the Abyss Party. The young shopkeeper before her, who seemed only a few years her senior, was indeed an abyssal being. This realization struck Gu Qingming like a thunderclap, shattering her previous hesitations and calculations, rendering them almost laughable. A person capable of producing a special mythical embryo, and who was also an abyssal being. Were his demands truly unfounded? His ambitions might be far greater than she had imagined. And she, merely an inconsequential pawn in this grand scheme? No, perhaps not even a pawn. Just a fortunate individual who happened to possess the talent of blazing phoenix heart flame. Lu Ming retracted his hand, and the abyssal pattern faded away. He still wore that calm expression, as if nothing had transpired. What have you decided? His voice shattered the silence. Gu Qingming took a deep breath, feeling a significant release of tension within her. She lifted her head, the confusion and hesitation in her gaze replaced by clarity and determination. All right, the word was crystal clear. I accept your terms. I can pay the 3 million credit points right now. From today onward, I will work here. The Crimson Sparrow shall remain in the shop, and I will be guided by you in its nurturing. She spoke in one breath, as if expending all her energy. Yet it felt as though she had shed a tremendous burden. Lu Ming's face revealed little in the way of emotional fluctuation. A wise choice, he simply remarked. He then turned toward the counter. Proceed with the transfer. Gu Qingming immediately activated her personal terminal, swiftly executing the necessary operations. 3 million credit points represented nearly all of her savings. Yet at this moment, she felt no pang of regret. Ding. Your account ending in 9527 has received a transfer of 3,000,000 credit points. The terminal belonging to Lu Ming chimed, signaling the successful transaction. Gu Qingming gazed at the small, still slumbering red sparrow in the insulated box, her heart a tempest of emotions, excitement, anticipation, and a hint of uncertainty about the future. She rubbed her hands together, a touch of shyness coloring her voice. Store manager, what work do I need to do? Gu Xiaoyin speculated that Lu Ming's request for her to stay and work at the shop was merely a pretext. Her primary task would likely be nurturing this red sparrow, which possessed a potential rating of 10. It shouldn't be too tiring, right? She envisioned her future work scenario, unaware that Lu Ming would never let go of such a free labor force. Upon hearing Gu Xiaoyin's inquiry, Lu Ming turned to glance at her. Let's start with cleaning. Huh. Gu Qingming's expression froze instantly. Cleaning? Having grown up in a sheltered environment, she had never engaged in such menial tasks. However, Lu Ming paid no heed to her astonishment. There's a tool room at the back of the store. You can find brooms and mops there. With that, he resumed organizing the illustrations and documents on the counter, no longer casting her another glance. Gu Qingming stood rooted to the spot, her mind in disarray. Deep Abyss Observation Bureau. A dim azure light cascaded from the dome, barely outlining the spacious office. The air was infused with a faint, sweet fragrance emanating from a bizarrely shaped potted plant in the corner, which exhaled wisps of pale purple mist. Xue Qingxuang sat poised behind a massive desk, where, in addition to neatly stacked files, several shards of abyssal crystals of various hues lay scattered, still radiating warmth. Her striking red twin tails swayed gently with her movements, their tips occasionally brushing her shoulders. Her mismatched eyes, one blue, one gold, were fixed intently on the floating screens before her, which flickered in brightness, revealing faces of varying expressions, each belonging to prominent figures within the military and government of the Dragon Kingdom. The atmosphere was taut with tension. Director Xue, a military elder adorned with stars on his epaulets, broke the silence, his voice heavy with authority garnered from years in power, causing a palpable weight in the air even through the electrical medium. Regarding the SSS-rated evaluator from the recent Novice Abyss Party, the Imperial Capital expects a detailed verification report at your earliest convenience. In particular, the rumor that obtaining an SSS rating grants ownership of the corresponding Abyss Party needs urgent confirmation through this SSS-rated abyssal entity. No sooner had the elder finished speaking than a slender green snake, no thicker than a chopstick, coiled around Xue Qingxuang's fingertips, suddenly raised its head, its cold, triangular eyes scanning the screen while it flicked its tongue, producing a barely audible hiss. Chapter 50, The Empire's Ambition. Ownership? Xue Qingxuang finally spoke, her tone laced with casual indifference, the corners of her mouth curling into a faint, enigmatic smile. So, you intend to cordon off that Abyss Party as Dragon Kingdom's private garden? Her inquiry was direct, bordering on impolite. Another figure on the screen, a middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses and an air of refinement, adjusted his spectacles, his gaze meaningful. Director Xue, you must understand how strategically significant a stable resource-generating Abyss Party is for the Dragon Kingdom. It is not merely about resources, it is about the future. Significance? Xue Qingxuang echoed, her golden eye narrowing slightly, amusement glimmering in her expression. She extended her other hand, lightly tapping her fingers on the cold metallic surface of the desk, producing a rhythmic sound that resonated in the hearts of those present. What I know is that the Abyss has never belonged to anyone, nor to any faction. Even the Dragon Kingdom cannot fully control an independent Abyss party. The rules there do not recognize ranks or decrees. The military elder's expression darkened instantly, his brows knitting tightly, as if he could crush a fly with his glare. Xue Qingxuang, mind your attitude. This is an order. My attitude? Xue Qingxuang chuckled lightly, as though she had heard something exceedingly amusing. The small snake on her shoulder seemed to sense her mood, becoming more animated as it slithered around her neck, its cold, slit pupils locking eyes with the various stern faces on the screen, carrying an undertone of provocation. My stance is quite straightforward. The Observation Bureau will naturally pursue the SSS-rated evaluator with utmost diligence. It is my duty. As for the notion of ownership over the Abyss Party, I suggest you abandon such an unrealistic idea before you end up with nothing to show for your efforts, which would be quite embarrassing. She paused, her mismatched gaze sweeping across each face. The rules of the Abyss are far more complex and perilous than you have read in your reports. In this regard, the Observation Bureau is the true expert. You. The military elder was so enraged that his mustache nearly bristled, his finger trembling as he pointed at the screen. The others present shared his displeasure, yet, due to Xue Qingxuang's unique position and the independence of the Observation Bureau, none dared to speak forcefully. Xue Qingxuang, however, appeared oblivious to their ire, her delicate fingers gesturing lightly in the air. With a snap, all communication screens went dark, plunging the office back into silence. Save for the sweet fragrance from the peculiar potted plant and the occasional soft hissing from the small snake. She maintained her reclined posture, falling into a momentary silence, her mismatched eyes gazing out the window. The sky over Geocity remained as gray as ever, as if shrouded in a layer of dust that could never be wiped away. SSS-rated evaluation, she murmured softly to herself, unconsciously caressing the cool, smooth scales of the snake. Achieving such a rating at a novice Abyss party was not simply a matter of extraordinary talent. It implied an ultimate understanding of the Abyss's rules or the possession of some power capable of overturning conventional wisdom. Who could that person be? A flash of curiosity crossed her golden eye. Or rather, what could it be? The little snake seemed to comprehend her inquiry, nuzzling its small head against her cheek, emitting a comforting hiss. Xue Qingxuang's lips curled slightly upward as she reached out to scratch its chin. How intriguing. At this moment, within the Liu family, Gu Panchi delicately tapped her fingertips, and a familiar contact list materialized on the screen before her. Lin Su's name lay quietly within the list. She hesitated for a moment before dialing the number. Panchi? Lin Su's voice came through the screen, tinged with surprise, accompanied by the faint sound of porcelain clinking in the background. Su, have you been busy lately? Gu Panchi's voice was warm and inviting, akin to a casual inquiry between old friends. Not too much. Why did you suddenly think to reach out? Lin Su's tone was gentle, yet laced with a subtle curiosity. It's been a while since we last met. I thought we could get together for some tea and a chat, Gu Panchi replied nonchalantly. Lin Su fell silent for a few seconds. Sure, you pick the time and place. A faint smile graced Gu Panchi's lips. She was acutely aware that Lin Su must comprehend that this phone call was far from a mere nostalgic exchange. Matters of significance do not arise without reason, particularly at such a critical juncture. In the elegant tea room, where incense wafted gently in the air, Gu Panchi lifted her white porcelain teacup, the steam enveloping the emotions hidden within her gaze. Lin Su, seated across from her, appeared even more serene in her understated attire. Your tea selection has certainly improved, Lin Su remarked softly, taking a delicate sip. With idle time on my hands, one must find some form of diversion. Gu Panchi set her cup down, the base lightly tapping the surface of the table. That child Jinghong recently achieved an S rating at the Novice Abyss party. She casually shifted the conversation. Lin Su's hand, holding the cup, paused momentarily before she returned to her usual composure. Jinghong has always been exceptional. An S rating was to be expected. Her praise evoked little reaction. Such revelations may be elusive to the general populace, yet within the prominent families of Jui City, news of the Liu family's S rating had long circulated. Observing Lin Su's calm demeanor, Gu Panchi smiled subtly, her gaze fixed on Lin Su's tranquil visage. Compared to your Xiaoyin, there's still a slight disparity. That child Xiaoyin is an S grade, truly a point of pride for your esteemed family. Lin Su lowered her eyes, watching the tea leaves swirl within her cup. The children must carve their own paths. As parents, we can only observe. Her words bore no trace of emotion. Gu Panchi mused internally. Lin Su remained as inscrutable as ever. Speaking of which, we were once in-laws. Gu Panchi finally steered the conversation back on track. her tone tinged with nostalgia and a hint of probing. Had it not been for Lu Ming's impulsive decisions. She paused, a fleeting shadow of melancholy crossing her features. Lin Su lifted her gaze to meet Gu Panqi's. Those are merely old tales. Why bring them up now? Her voice remained gentle, yet carried an unmistakable air of detachment. Gu Panqi felt a tightening in her chest. This reaction, while anticipated, stirred her displeasure. Susu. After all these years as sisters, I shall be direct. Jinghong has always held a fondness for Xiaoyin. Given our family's close ties, if we could facilitate a closer bond, it would be most fortuitous. Lin Su gently set down her teacup. Panqi, it is best for the children to make their own decisions regarding such matters. As elders, excessive interference would be rather unbecoming. Though Lin Su's words were courteous, the refusal was abundantly clear. Gu Panqi's smile faded slightly. I understand this principle. However, if the children have mutual feelings, wouldn't it be a wonderful opportunity for us to gently encourage them? Undeterred, she attempted to advocate again. Lin Su raised her teacup but did not drink. Jinghong is a fine child. It is indeed a blessing for Xiaoyin to have captured his attention. Yet, marriage is no trifling matter. You know Xiaoyin's temperament. She is unlikely to acquiesce to arrangements easily. The ball was returned to Gu Panqi's court. She grasped her teacup, her fingers tightening slightly. Lin Su was resolute in her dismissal. The children are still young. Discussing such matters now is indeed premature. Gu Panqi acquiesced, her tone reverting to its previous warmth, as if the prior probing had never occurred. Let us converse about other topics. Lin Su reciprocated with a smile. Indeed. It has been far too long. We should catch up properly. The atmosphere in the tea room seemed to revert to its original congeniality. Yet both women were acutely aware that certain aspects had quietly shifted. Gu Panqi's gaze drifted to the window, where Jui City lay enveloped in a veil of mist. The marriage alliance between the Lu family and the Gu family appeared to be a complex endeavor. Lin Su's stance was even more resolute than Gu Panqi had anticipated. She raised her teacup, draining the now lukewarm tea in one swift motion. It appears further deliberation is necessary. Perhaps a strategy could be devised through Xiaoyin. After all, the one who unties the bell must be the one who fastened it. Lin Su observed Gu Panqi's contemplative expression as she lifted her cup, gently dispersing the steam above. She understood that Gu Panqi would not easily relinquish her pursuit. However, for the sake of her daughter's happiness, she must maintain this boundary. The world of the Abyss dwellers is fraught with uncertainty and peril. She did not wish for her daughter's marriage to become a pawn in the family's interests. The hour grows late. I have matters to attend to. Lin Su spoke, breaking the brief silence. Very well, let us arrange another meeting, Gu Panqi replied, rising with a composed smile. The two women exited the tea room together. At the entrance, Gu Panqi paused. Susu, thank you for the tea today. Lin Su inclined her head slightly. You flatter me. As Gu Panqi observed Lin Su's departing figure, a glimmer of light in her eyes gradually dimmed. She turned and entered her vehicle. The terminal's indicator light flickered softly. It seems that the Gu family's Qi Rong Fire Phoenix can maintain its form. Previously, your delay was due to the absence of the Qi Rong Fire Phoenix and a contract. Now that Gu Xiaoyin has contracted with the Qi Rong Fire Phoenix, the Gu family's curse has begun. The Gu family truly forgets their past pains. Now agreeing to Jinghong's proposal can be seen as our Lu family's initiative. Just wait until. A hint of confidence surfaced on Gu Panqi's face. Their Jinghong and Li Xiao Shuihuang are precisely what Gu Xiaoyin and the Qi Rong Fire Phoenix require. The scales of fate tip in their favor. As the night grew cooler, Lin Su returned to the Gu family villa, still carrying the delicate fragrance of tea from the tea room, along with an almost imperceptible weariness. The bright lights at the entrance illuminated her somewhat pensive profile. At that moment, another figure entered from outside, her second daughter, Gu Qingming. Gu Qingming was dressed in the same clothes she had worn when she left earlier. A few strands of hair dampened by sweat clung to her forehead, and her youthful face bore the traces of exhaustion. Qingming, you're back, Lin Su greeted warmly, concern naturally threading through her tone. Gu Qingming replied quietly, her voice laced with palpable fatigue, barely glancing at her mother. Where did you go today? You look quite worn out. Lin Su changed her shoes and approached her daughter, intending to smooth the disheveled strands of hair. However, Gu Qingming slightly turned her head, avoiding her mother's touch, and walked straight toward the staircase. It's nothing, Mom. I'm heading upstairs. Her steps were somewhat unsteady, as if she had drained all her energy. Lin Su's hand lingered in the air before slowly retracting, a twinge of helplessness swelling within her. Recently, with the focus on Xiaoyin becoming an abyss dweller, she had indeed divided her attention, seemingly neglecting her younger daughter. She resolved to pay more attention to her little girl in the future. Lin Su silently shook her head. Today's conversation with Gu Panqi had left her in a rather somber mood. Gu Qingming entered her room, almost collapsing onto the soft bed. Today has truly drained me. That manager from the Shanghai pet store kept insisting she build a rapport with the magical beasts, yet he had her scrubbing every corner and cage meticulously all afternoon. Every single cage, every nook, could not be overlooked. Having grown up, she had never engaged in such laborious tasks. Yet, despite the exhaustion, the rewards were undeniably substantial. Gu Qingming turned over and retrieved the petite, Beast illustrated handbook from her pocket. This afternoon, taking advantage of the store manager's inattention, she discreetly identified all the pets in the shop. The results sent her heart racing. Indeed, it was not only the golden-furred macaque and the crimson sparrow she had previously set her sights on. Among other categories of pets, there also lay a white, resplendent beast with a potential value reaching up to 10. The golden-furred macaque, the crimson sparrow, and another creature. A snow-white ferret with only the tips of its paws tinged with ink emerged as her current top potential candidates. The manager of the Mountain Sea pet shop grew increasingly enigmatic in her mind. It was astonishing that even a few seemingly ordinary pets in his shop possessed such extraordinary potential. Perhaps he could truly assist her in altering her destiny. In her thoughts, the image of the scarlet bird surfaced. As she approached, the frail little creature would nuzzle its tiny head against her fingers, emitting a melodious chirp. That kind of intimacy was something she had never experienced with any other beasts. With this thought, a smile involuntarily graced Gu Qingming's lips, imbued with a hint of anticipation and delight as she gradually succumbed to slumber. The expenditure of 3 million credit points felt exceedingly worthwhile. In the study downstairs, Lin Su connected with her husband, Gu Qianyu, via video call. The screen illuminated, revealing Gu Qianyu's somewhat refined visage. "You're back?" His voice carried a note of inquiry, yet his gaze remained composed. "Yes, I just arrived home." Lin Su settled into her desk chair, rubbing her temples. "Today, Gu Panchi invited me for tea." "Oh." Gu Qianyu raised an eyebrow, clearly grasping the implication of his wife's words. She intended to reignite the marriage prospect between the Liu family and Xiaoyin. Lin Su's tone was remarkably calm, as if she were recounting a matter unrelated to herself. The hint was unmistakable. Gu Qianyu pondered for a moment. The situation with the Liu family was not entirely unexpected. After all, Xiaoyin had contracted the Qi Rong fire phoenix, and their family, Li Xiao Shuehuang, indeed appeared to be the most suitable match at present. Lin Su lifted a cup of warm water and took a sip. I declined. Her voice, though soft, exuded an undeniable resolve. Matters concerning Xiaoyin should be left to her discretion. I do not wish for her to be subjected to another arranged marriage. Gu Qianyu regarded his wife's determined expression and nodded. I understand your sentiment. While Zhihong from the Liu family is indeed commendable, marriage is not a mere transaction. Especially considering our Gu family's circumstances, Xiaoyin's partner requires utmost caution. His mention of the Gu family's situation referred, of course, to the so-called curse. Chapter 52, A Resplendent Ascendance. Deeply azure. The might of the Qi Rong fire phoenix was beyond question, yet the ensuing backlash was equally lethal. Historically, the Gu family had not been devoid of ancestors who contracted phoenixes, but their partners, if not equally formidable, often met with tragic ends. Gu Panchi's suggestion was that while the Qi Rong fire phoenix remained stable, the Gu family should take the initiative, which would be beneficial for both parties. Lin Su scoffed softly. Such eloquent words conceal their true intentions. She believed they were unaware that once signs of instability appeared in Xiaoyin's Qi Rong fire phoenix, the Liu family would immediately seize the upper hand. At that point, it would not be a marriage but an act of charity. Gu Qianyu's expression darkened slightly. The Liu family was indeed calculating. What is your stance then? Lin Su inquired. Let us observe the developments. Gu Qianyu slowly pronounced 4 words. We should not be the ones in a hurry. Xiaoyin's talent and future do not hinge solely on Liu Jinghong. Moreover, regarding that curse, there may well be other solutions. Lin Su nodded slightly, her husband's calm demeanor providing her with considerable reassurance. I share the same thoughts. However, Gu Panchi will likely not relent easily. Her insinuations today seem to suggest she intends to pursue Xiaoyin. Gu Qianyu's brow furrowed. We both know Xiaoyin's character. Once she makes a decision, it is challenging for others to sway her. Nonetheless, it is prudent to remind her, lest she fall prey to the schemes of the Liu family. Yes, I will find an opportunity to speak with Xiaoyin, Lin Su replied. What about Qingming? I haven't seen her today. Gu Qianyu shifted the conversation to their younger daughter. Lin Su sighed. That child, I wonder what she is up to, so secretive. When asked, she merely claims to be playing outside. I can't shake the feeling that she harbors some concerns. Perhaps she thinks we favor Xiaoyin. Gu Qianyu's tone carried a hint of barely perceptible guilt. Although Qingming's talents may not rival Xiaoyin's, she is still our daughter. Once matters concerning Xiaoyin stabilize, we should dedicate more time to her. Indeed, Lin Su agreed, yet her thoughts lingered on Qingming, who had always possessed her own opinions. Simple companionship would likely not suffice to resolve her issues. Lin Su had observed her daughter's small bouts of pride and selfishness. Still, at her core, she remained a good child. The hour grows late. You should rest early. Gu Qianyu's voice echoed. And you as well. Lin Su concluded the call, restoring silence to the study. She rose and approached the window, gazing out at the deepening night, the lights of Jui City twinkling in the distance like scattered stars. Lu family, Gu Panchi, Shelin, Qingming. The path ahead appeared fraught with uncertainty. Lin Su exhaled softly, her gaze sharpening with determination. No matter what, she would protect her daughters. The undercurrents of Jui City had yet to affect the Mountain Sea Pet Shop in the slightest. The high-ranking officials of the Dragon Kingdom and the Abyss Observation Bureau were engaged in their own intrigues, while Lu Ming's small shop remained tranquil. At 6 in the evening, the shop door closed punctually. Today's revenue of 3 million credit points was quite an impressive start for a newly opened pet store. The staff had also expanded somewhat, albeit by just one. Gu Qingming, though her efficiency was admittedly low, clumsy and prone to mishaps, whether spilling nutrient liquid or nearly feeding premium cat food to the golden cat, had, under Lu Ming's occasional corrections and the pressing need for survival, unleashed astonishing potential. The shop's appearance had transformed from a somewhat chaotic state to one of organization. With shelves gleaming brightly, and even the air freshener replaced with a more popular delicate floral scent, Lu Ming was reasonably satisfied with this progress. At least there had been no significant errors in the accounts. He ascended to the second floor. Little Shang, having consumed that precious high-grade abyss crystal earlier, had fallen into a deep slumber, and 7 or 8 hours had now passed. Lu Ming felt a twinge of concern. After all, that resource was enough to make even Beastmasters envious. It would be wise to seek out a spatial anomaly for convenience. Pushing open the door, an unusual energy fluctuation greeted him, imbued with a refreshing coolness, yet brimming with vibrant vitality. Originally resting quietly on the soft beast mat, Little Saint now emanates a faint glow, a rich and profound shade of azure, reminiscent of the purest depths of the ocean, gently flowing in the dimly lit room. Lu Ming approached, taking a closer look. The aura of Little Saint had solidified considerably since its slumber, akin to a raw gem polished to reveal its astonishing brilliance. The azure luminescence ebbed and flowed across its surface with each breath, imbued with an ineffable mystery, ancient yet formidable. Ordinary phantom beasts typically exhibit a life luminescence of pure white, with variations merely in intensity or the inclusion of scattered glimmers. The milky white radiance that enveloped Little Saint at birth was already exceptional, far surpassing the norm. During the Abyss party, its hue had transformed. Initially assumed to be a fleeting anomaly. However, after absorbing the energy of the Abyss crystal, its luminescence had evolved from a genuine milky white to this unprecedented azure. A phenomenon unparalleled in known beastology records. The richer textures of both the milky and azure luminescence signify a fundamental distinction between mythical and ordinary phantom beasts. A realization dawned upon Lu Ming, his gaze reflecting newfound clarity. This azure shade radiated a depth and strength far beyond that of the milky white. At that moment, Little Saint's eyelids fluttered, its delicate golden lashes quivering. It had awakened. With a pair of lively eyes now opened, they too sparkled with azure brilliance. Resembling two gemstones embedded in the night sky, devoid of its usual playfulness, now infused with a disquieting gravitas and majesty. After a brief pause, Little Saint sprang up, the weight of solemnity dissipating instantly as it called out joyfully to Lu Ming, exuding vitality, its azure gaze regaining its familiar liveliness. Lu Ming extended his hand, and Little Saint leapt onto his arm, affectionately nuzzling its furry head against his cheek, conveying a sense of joy. Sensing the burgeoning power within Little Saint, nearly overflowing, Lu Ming's thoughts stirred. Little Saint, armor transformation, he commanded, his voice firm yet not raised. In an instant, the azure luminescence surrounding Little Saint surged dramatically, its brilliance nearly tinting the room with a ghostly blue. Subsequently, a dazzling golden light erupted from the point of contact between Little Saint and Lu Ming's arm, illuminating the entire room to such an extent that it was nearly blinding. The golden radiance swiftly outlined a majestic suit of armor. Chapter 53, Unidentifiable Phantom Beast Codex. Commencing from the head, a fearsome, tension-filled simian helmet enveloped it, its sleek lines exuding a fierce beauty, with two piercing golden beams emanating from the eye slots, seemingly capable of seeing through all illusions. Next came the chest plate, solid plates fitting snugly to perfectly define Lu Ming's muscular form, their edges glinting with a sharp, icy sheen. Arm guards, shoulder plates, leg armor, and battle boots. Within mere seconds, a complete suit of dark golden armor enveloped Lu Ming entirely. The astonishing 100 armor coverage rate was maintained, and Little Saint's golden form reappeared atop his right shoulder, radiating an imposing presence. This time, the phantom armor condensed by Little Saint, while not significantly altering in silhouette from its previous white luminescence stage, showcased a greater level of intricacy and refinement in its details. With a more substantial metallic texture, the armor's surface shimmered with a gentle golden aura, now fitting Lu Ming's form even more snugly, appearing even more gallant and extraordinary. Although the overall appearance remained unchanged, the aura had transformed. An intangible pressure emanated from the armor, rendering the air around it notably heavier. Lu Ming nodded in satisfaction before attempting to move his body. There was not the slightest sense of restriction. It felt as though this heavy armor was inherently a part of him. The armor had become an extension of his being, achieving a remarkable unity of lightness and weightiness. Lu Ming could distinctly feel an overwhelming force surging within the armor, akin to a volcano awakening. This power, originating from Little Saint and amplified through the armor, reached a new and astonishing apex. The faint sounds of metal scraping resonated, a melodious clang imbued with an exhilarating essence. At this moment, a single punch from him could likely pierce through several centimeters of specialized steel. Yet, this was merely the power bestowed by Little Saint at the azure luminescence stage. If Little Saint were to continue its growth, what heights could this phantom armor's might attain? Lu Ming could scarcely fathom. His understanding of the entry system deepened further. The transcendence entry granted Little Saint mythical potential. The 100 coverage rate of the phantom armor and this unique azure luminescence were direct manifestations of that mythical potential. With a thought, the dark golden armor transformed into specks of golden light, as though drawn by an invisible force, swiftly retracting back into Little Saint's form. The azure glow enveloping Little Saint also subsided, though its aura remained powerful and contained. Lu Ming gathered his thoughts, suppressing his excitement. Perched on his shoulder, Little Saint no longer exhibited the azure glow, its aura tempered, yet its lively eyes still sparkled with a curiosity and vivacity distinctly different from before. Lu Ming retrieved his personal terminal, attempting to reassess Little Saint's information. "Come here, little one." Little Saint leapt lightly, landing gracefully in front of the codex, tilting its head in curiosity as it poked at the cold metallic shell of the codex with its tiny paw. Lu Ming gently traced his fingertip along the side of the codex. A soft beam of light emitted from above the codex, slowly scanning across Little Saint's body. The beam carried no energy fluctuations, merely gathering information. Little Saint seemed to find it somewhat ticklish, scratching the area where the beam had passed with its paw, emitting a series of playful squeaks, even attempting to catch the beam with its tiny claws, displaying a delightful mischievousness. The screen of the codex flickered with rapidly changing data streams, complex patterns intertwining and dispersing, more hurried than during the previous scan. After several seconds, a sharp, brief sound echoed. The data flow on the screen abruptly halted, ultimately crystallizing into a few glaringly red characters, the hue seemingly imbued with a warning. Warning: unable to identify this creature's information. Database severely mismatched. Suggestion: if anomalies are detected, please directly contact the Phantom Dream University's Phantom Beast Identification Department. As anticipated, the prompt had changed, clearly reflecting the recent updates to the codex system. Lu Ming's fingertips lightly tapped against the table, producing rhythmic sounds. Though his mood was far from tranquil, this outcome was entirely within his expectations, even better than he had anticipated. Unable to identify? A subtle smile crept onto Lu Ming's lips, gradually expanding into a relaxed grin. He gazed at Little Saint, who was currently clutching the edge of the codex, attempting to scratch at the glaring red characters on the screen, seemingly intrigued by their color, or perhaps perceiving them as a challenge. The azure luminescence had dissipated from its form. Gone was the imposing and majestic dark golden armor. At this moment, the Little Saint resembled an ordinary monkey, its fur particularly radiant and its spirit remarkably lively, its tail swaying playfully. At most, it could be described as a pet monkey with a touch more intelligence, a hint more adorableness, and eyes that sparkled with vitality. Who could have anticipated that this seemingly harmless, even somewhat endearingly clumsy little monkey harbored within itself a mythic power potent enough to shake mountains and command the attention of countless formidable beings? In other words, Lu Ming's gaze deepened, shimmering with contemplation. When one refrains from actively demonstrating their strength, without manifesting phantom armor or revealing that unique brilliance to the outside world and to those advanced technological detection instruments, one appears merely as an ordinary creature, or perhaps a rather rare breed of pet, yet still within the realm of understanding. Squeak. The Little Saint released the illustrated guide and leaped back onto Lu Ming's shoulder, rubbing its small head against his cheek, as if proudly affirming his words. Indeed, this Little Saint is delightfully low-key. An ordinary pet, Lu Ming murmured, the smile in his eyes deepening, nearly overflowing with joy. This truly was an unexpected stroke of fortune, one that could alter many circumstances and allow his subsequent plans to unfold with ease. He had been pondering that once his SSS grade evaluation and the Little Saint's mythic tier were exposed, it would undoubtedly incite a tremendous uproar. Whether from official forces or the families and organizations lurking in the shadows of GUS City and even the broader world, they would swarm like sharks sensing blood. The principle of a commoner is innocent, yet one who possesses treasures is guilty was one he understood better than anyone, especially in his current stage of relative weakness. With his wings yet to spread, revealing his trump cards too early would only invite endless troubles. Now, this greatest concern seemed effortlessly resolved due to the Little Saint's inherent characteristics. As long as the Little Saint refrained from revealing its extraordinary nature, who could discern its uniqueness? The smile at the corners of Lu Ming's mouth grew wider, his spirits lifted. Now, he could focus on his development with peace of mind. Chapter 54. Brimming with enthusiasm at 8:30 in the morning, Gu Qingming pushed open the door to her home with punctuality. The morning light cascading through the entrance and illuminating her face. Today, she appeared particularly spirited, her eyes sparkling with a rare brilliance, her steps imbued with a lively zest. Gu Qianyu emerged from the dining room, holding a teacup, and upon seeing his daughter in such a state, he paused momentarily, nearly convinced he was hallucinating. Qingming, you're heading out this early? Lin Suxin also set down her chopsticks, exchanging a glance with her husband, both filled with the same astonishment. Typically, at this hour, she would still be nestled in bed, reluctant to rise. Is the sun rising in the west today? She couldn't resist teasing. Gu Qingming adjusted the straps of her backpack. Her head lowered, responding without looking up, her voice tinged with an inexplicable excitement. I have work to do. This statement prompted the couple to exchange another look, their confusion deepening. Work? When did their little daughter become so industrious? Surely, her idea of work wasn't just whimsically concocted. Gu Qianyu set down his teacup, tentatively asking, is there a task assigned by Xiaoyin? He recalled that although his daughter might feel some jealousy towards her older sister, she generally listened to her sister at home. Not my sister. Gu Qingming finally lifted her head, a hint of pride adorning her expression as she slightly raised her chin. I have my own matters to attend to. With that, she exited without another glance, leaving behind a simple I'm off, and vanished outside, leaving her parents exchanging bewildered glances. Lin Suxin set aside her spatula and approached her husband, gazing at the empty doorway. Don't you feel that Qingming has been somewhat different these past few days? Gu Qianyu nodded, his brow furrowed. Indeed. Previously, she was either clamoring for a phantom beast, or sulking in her room, or pestering Xiaoyin. Now she's actively seeking tasks. Even displaying such enthusiasm, it's as if she's transformed into a different person. I hope it's not anything negative. Lin Suxin sighed. They were increasingly unable to decipher their daughter's thoughts. As their voices faded, Gu Qingming had already set off towards the pet shop. The streets bustled with life, filled with elderly individuals exercising and commuters rushing to work, everything exuding a vibrant energy. Gu Qingming's mood brightened in tandem, her steps light and even humming a tuneless melody. She walked briskly, her skirt fluttering as if she could hardly wait to meet someone. Thinking of Lu Ming's words from yesterday and the wondrous red sparrow with a potential of 10, she felt invigorated. The pet shop's door had yet to open, but Gu Qingming knew Lu Ming must already be inside. This fellow was even more industrious than she. She lightly tapped on the glass door, the crisp sound resonating sharply in the tranquil street. Soon, Lu Ming's head peeked out from the second floor, his hair somewhat disheveled, clearly just having awakened. Morning. Lu Ming greeted simply, his voice carrying a hint of sleepiness, before the artificial intelligence opened the door for her. As Gu Qingming stepped inside, a faint blend of disinfectant and the unique scent of animals wafted through, not unpleasant at all. Her gaze immediately darted to the corner where the birdcage stood. The red sparrow perched on its perch, preening its feathers. Its plumage had visibly gained luster since yesterday, no longer appearing dry and dull. Its condition had markedly improved, and its ebony eyes sparkled with liveliness. Gu Qingming's heart involuntarily raced a little faster. Would Lu Ming teach her how to nurture the red sparrow today? Would he impart some mysterious training methods? Or would he simply have her clean? Just as she turned her head, filled with anticipation to seek out Lu Ming, she heard faint footsteps ascending the stairs. Lu Ming descended, a palm-sized golden monkey perched on his shoulder, its fur gleaming in the morning light, emanating a soft glow, with only a hint of adorably rosy cheeks. The little monkey curiously surveyed the shop, its dark eyes darting about. This golden monkey looks so lovely. Its fur and sheen are different from the previous golden monkeys. Why didn't I see it yesterday? Before Gu Qingming could scrutinize the little monkey further, a sudden flurry of distressed flapping erupted from the birdcage. Flap, flap, chirp. The once lively red sparrow now appeared as though it had encountered a harbinger of doom. Its feathers standing on end, puffed up like a tiny ball of fluff, pressing itself against the farthest corner of the cage, trembling as if caught in a tempest. Emitting a faint, sorrowful wail, it was as if it had met an extremely terrifying predator. The intensity of its fear was akin to a mouse confronting a cat. No, even more primal and profound, a shudder emanating from the depths of its soul. Ming had never witnessed the red sparrow in such a state of terror. Its feathers were ruffled, its obsidian eyes fixated on the little monkey perched on Ming's shoulder, filled with dread and despair, as if it might faint at any moment. How could this be possible? A golden monkey, appearing utterly ordinary, even somewhat comically clumsy, could evoke such fear in the phantom beast that was the red sparrow? When it had been in such a weakened state, it had shown only slight tension in confronting that golden monkey, which bore similar potential. Yet had not reacted with such an overwhelming sense of impending doom. In Ming's mind, an ephemeral thought flickered past, too swift to grasp. Yet her intuition whispered to her, this monkey is undoubtedly extraordinary. She discreetly activated her personal terminal, selecting the Illusion Beast Encyclopedia function. Taking a deep breath, she aimed it at the seemingly innocuous little creature perched on Ming's shoulder. The screen of the encyclopedia illuminated, and a gentle scanning beam passed over the small monkey. The monkey, sensing something amiss, tilted its head and curiously gazed at Ming. A few seconds later, the screen displayed the results. Warning, unable to identify this biological information. Database match failed. Ming blinked, momentarily doubting her own eyes, or perhaps the encyclopedia had yet to awaken. She attempted once more, adjusting her angle to ensure the scanning beam thoroughly enveloped the little monkey. The outcome remained the same, presenting her with the cold, unyielding lines of text. Warning, unable to identify this biological information. Database match failed. Now thoroughly perplexed, she furrowed her brow tightly. Not an illusion beast. The encyclopedia should be capable of identifying even the most basic types of illusion beasts. If it could not, then it must be a mere animal. Yet, if it were an ordinary creature, why would the red sparrow exhibit such profound fear? The tremors emanating from its very bloodline were undeniably genuine. Standing beside the red sparrow, she could even feel the palpable aura of despair it radiated. Could it be that the encyclopedia had malfunctioned? That seemed implausible. The functionality of her Illusion Beast Encyclopedia had been personally added by her father, boasting capabilities that surpassed those of a standard model. Ming, refusing to yield to superstition, raised the encyclopedia for a third time, this time holding her breath and fixating her gaze on the screen, fearful of missing any detail. Chapter 55. A twin adventure at the flower, bird, fish, and insect market. The beam swept over the little monkey once again. It even reached out with its tiny paw, attempting to catch the light, only to be gently reprimanded by Ming. The results on the screen remained unchanged, still displaying that glaring warning. Warning, unable to identify this biological information. Database match failed. Ming observed her subtle antics, a barely perceptible smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. He neither interrupted her nor offered any explanations. The outcome that Xiaoyan had obtained exceeded his expectations. Even Ming, standing so close with the latest model of the encyclopedia, could not discern the truth, making it all the more improbable for distant powers to easily detect the clues regarding the little saint. This natural camouflage was truly exquisite. The little saint seemed to sense Ming's scrutiny, turning its head to regard her. Its glossy black eyes met hers, and it mischievously blinked, presenting an expression of innocent bewilderment. That look of I know nothing. I am merely an ordinary little monkey drove Ming to the brink of exasperation. As if she were striking a fist against cotton, Ming calmly walked to the counter, beginning to organize the items needed for the day. They were to visit the flower, bird, fish, and insect market. His voice shattered the tranquility of the shop, interrupting Ming's spiraling thoughts. He placed several items into a cloth bag and looked up at Ming, who was still grappling with the little monkey. Are you familiar with that place? Ming suppressed the heavy clouds of doubt regarding the little saint, her attention now captured by Ming's words. The flower, bird, fish, and insect market? She paused, a flicker of confusion crossing her features as she momentarily failed to respond. What was the purpose of going there? Ming picked up a list from the counter, tapping it lightly. To replenish some pet supplies, and perhaps scout for suitable ordinary animals to diversify the shop's offerings. You have a better understanding of those little creatures' preferences, so your insights would be invaluable. Ming blinked, a wave of unexpected delight surging within her. To seek her advice? To value her opinion? This was the first time someone had regarded her input so seriously, especially concerning the selection of animals. In her home, whenever she wished to keep a pet, her parents always had various reasons to decline, claiming she would lose interest, that she wouldn't care for them properly. Her sister was even less concerned, viewing her desires as childish whims and a waste of time. Yet now, Lu Ming had actively sought her thoughts, even asserting that she was knowledgeable. "Oh, that sounds wonderful." She readily acquiesced, her tone lightened with enthusiasm. From childhood, her greatest passion had been to be in the company of small animals. Visiting the flower and bird market was one of her few pleasures. "Shall we set off now?" Gu Qingming's eyes sparkled with excitement, brimming with impatience. The vibrant sounds of the market could be heard from several streets away. Lu Ming slowed his pace. The little saint on his shoulder perked up its ears in curiosity. "Wow, so many people." Gu Qingming trailed behind him, excitement illuminating her gaze. This was the largest flower, bird, fish, and insect market in the southern part of the city. With various shops lined up, the cacophony of vendors calling out their wares creating a lively symphony. Lu Ming's gaze swept over the stalls. Yet his inner calculations were in stark contrast to his outward calm. He was not in search of a perfectly presented pet, but rather those unique individuals that others might overlook due to perceived flaws. The success of the little saint had already validated his belief that anomalous pets were more suited to harbor the power of deepened entries. "Shopkeeper, come quickly and see." Gu Qingming's voice resonated from one of the stalls. She stood before a shop specializing in small mammals, her eyes filled with wonder. The shop owner, a bespectacled middle-aged woman, patiently introduced the various small creatures within the cages. "These are our shop's specialty breeds." She pointed to a row of cages. "For instance, this flower-patterned mouse, observe its markings. Each one is truly unique." Lu Ming approached to examine the mouse, noting that its patterns were indeed special, yet it was still not the type he sought. The shop owner continued, "And here we have a floppy-eared rabbit, with particularly long ears and a gentle temperament. We primarily focus on 2 breeding directions." She paused, seemingly relishing the opportunity to showcase her expertise to the customer. "The first is for ornamental breeding, pursuing pure fur color and balanced physique, mainly targeting the family pet market. The second is for temperament training, specifically cultivating gentle and affectionate individuals, ideal for families with children." Gu Qingming listened with rapt attention, nodding in agreement from time to time. However, Lu Ming's attention was drawn to a small gray hamster curled up in the far corner of a cage, its left front paw noticeably shorter than its right. Yet its eyes sparkled with life. "What about that one?" he inquired, pointing towards the corner. The shop owner's smile faltered as she followed his gaze. "Oh, that one is a result of an unfortunate breeding mishap, a congenital deformity. I was planning to dispose of it. However, if you truly like it, I could sell it to you at a discount." Lu Ming felt a stir of interest and was about to respond when he was captivated by the sounds of birds chirping emanating from the adjacent shop. The neighboring store specialized in avian creatures, with a variety of colorful birds flitting about and singing, their cacophony coalescing into a lively symphony. "Would you two care to take a look at the birds?" The proprietor of the bird shop, a lean old man with sharp eyes, offered. "All my birds are top-notch, each one meticulously selected." Before he could finish his words, he led Lu Ming and Gu Qingming into the shop. The female owner nearby seemed to be quite familiar with the slender old man, showing no concern for his distraction of Lu Ming and Gu Xiaoying. In the market for flowers, birds, fish, and insects, as long as one does not deal in similar pets, there are no direct conflicts of interest. They tend to assist each other. The colorful finch before them boasted feathers of distinct hues, and its melodious calls were a delight to the ears. Gu Qingming was utterly captivated by the bird's beautiful plumage, her expression brimming with excitement. Additionally, there was the exquisite white jade canary, known for its crisp song, a favorite among bird enthusiasts. Sensing Gu Qingming's enthusiasm, the owner eagerly continued her pitch, suggesting that perhaps today's first transaction would be secured by this charming couple. With their striking appearances, Gu Qingming and Lu Ming moved through the bustling market like a pair of ethereal beings. Gu Qingming's gaze was entirely absorbed by the colorful finch and the white jade canary, especially since her family had a heritage of mythical beasts, the pooling fire phoenix. And she was preparing to contract a crimson sparrow, giving her a particular fondness for both avian pets and mythical creatures. In contrast, Lu Ming's attention, however, was drawn to a solitary black bird tucked away in the back of the enclosure. This bird sat at the bottom of its cage, its feathers dull and lifeless, appearing rather unwell. More intriguingly, its tail feathers displayed 3 striking crimson plumes that stood out vividly against its dark plumage. "That one," Lu Ming pointed towards the black bird. The owner followed his gesture, a troubled expression crossing his face. That young fire-feathered crow was an unexpected arrival, possibly a result of a genetic mutation causing its unusual coloration. Its appearance is not appealing. Moreover, it doesn't seem to be in good condition. I've been contemplating whether or not to keep it." Though he did not finish his sentence, his meaning was clear. Gu Qingming looked at the small bird with a touch of pity, a wave of compassion swelling within her. However, a flicker of interest sparked in Lu Ming's eyes. Chapter 56. Broken Claws, Crimson Tail, Fire-Feathered Crow. In Lu Ming's perception, the so-called defects, abnormal coloration, genetic mutation, and peculiar condition, were, in fact, rare attributes that held value. The small sacred being perched on his shoulder seemed to sense his thoughts, letting out a soft chirp, as if encouraging Lu Ming's inner inclinations. Surely the shopkeeper doesn't have such peculiar tastes? That crow looks like it would be impossible to sell. Gu Qingming had already begun to think of herself as an employee of the Shanghai pet shop, feeling compelled to consider the shop's interests. Of course, she also hoped that by thinking in this way, Lu Ming would assign her fewer physically demanding tasks. After all, the shop was equipped with artificial intelligence and should have some cleaning robots. Wouldn't that be more convenient? Shopkeeper, let us consider other places. The shopkeeper's taste was indeed rather difficult to articulate. From the previously mentioned deformed hamster to the current sickly blackbird, he seemed to deliberately select creatures that others would shun. If the Shanghai pet shop were to continue acquiring inventory in this manner, it might as well transform into a shelter for rare and problematic animals. Do you want that one? She whispered, uncertainty tinging her tone. Lu Ming did not respond immediately, his gaze still fixed on the small black bird huddled in the corner of its cage. In his senses, the bird's aura was distinctly different. It was not simply weak and sickly, but rather a uniquely suppressed, remarkable life force, like a piece of uncut jade, harboring an unrecognized brilliance. Gu Qingming followed closely by Lu Ming's side, her curiosity snowballing. Lu Ming's criteria for selection exceeded her understanding. What does the shopkeeper intend to do? This tendency to choose problematic creatures, could it truly lead to a successful pet shop? She could not help but let her imagination run wild, pondering whether Lu Ming had some peculiar collecting obsession, perhaps specializing in animals that appeared to be on the brink of death, only to witness miracles unfold. Lu Ming slowly approached the cage in the corner. The blackbird seemed to sense his approach, laboriously lifting its heavy head. Its pair of obsidian yet strikingly bright eyes locking onto Lu Ming's, revealing a glimpse of wariness and defiance deep within. The crimson plumes on its tail quivered gently in the dim light with its feeble breaths, their vividness accentuated against the backdrop of its dark feathers. The bird shop owner had been observing their expressions and, seeing Lu Ming's apparent interest in the forsaken fire-feathered crow, quickly approached with a forced smile. Young man, you have an eye for talent. To be honest, I received this little fire-feathered crow as a throw-in. It was like this when I got it, sickly and weak. I doubt it will last long. If you don't mind, perhaps you could give me a small sum and consider it done. Or you could take it home and care for it, as an act of kindness. He rubbed his hands together, his tone tinged with urgency and a barely concealed glee, fearing Lu Ming might change his mind. This bird had been a burden in his hands for days. He was eager to rid himself of it. Lu Ming gently tapped on the cage with his fingertip, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth. May I touch it? The owner hesitated for a moment before nodding. Of course, but it may be a bit skittish. Lu Ming extended his finger, its joints well-defined, and gently brushed against the bars of the cage. The once crouched, sickly bird suddenly seemed drawn by an invisible force, moving towards his finger. It tilted its small head and cautiously pecked at Lu Ming's fingertip with its black, jewel-like beak. The touch was cool, bearing a hint of warmth. Neither too forceful nor too gentle, and its gaze was clear and vibrant, completely devoid of the previous lethargy. A ripple of realization stirred within Lu Ming. This was no sign of frailty. It was clearly a manifestation of vitality, merely suppressed by some external force. It seems to like you, Gu Qingming remarked, her astonishment evident. Just moments ago, the little creature appeared ready to pass away. How had it become so affectionate in the blink of an eye? The bird shop owner's eyes widened as well, scratching his head in confusion, muttering, "This is strange. It usually ignores food and looks so listless. What has changed today?" Lu Ming remained silent, extending another finger into the cage. The little bird did not hesitate this time. Its tiny claws immediately latched onto his finger, gently gripping it. The tips of its claws were somewhat sharp, yet it controlled its strength, simply standing there, seemingly using Lu Ming's finger as a perch to assess this new and intriguing branch. The perfect amount of pressure silently indicated its healthy physiological state. However, one of its claws appeared to be half-formed, somewhat deformed. Lu Ming felt a twinge of emotion and made a decision within himself. "I'll take this one." The owner blinked, his expression turning somewhat peculiar. "Are you certain? Its appearance and color are rather unlucky, and I appreciate the unique," Lu Ming interjected, decisively cutting off the shopkeeper's words. Faced with Lu Ming's unwavering determination, the shopkeeper's heart began to race. Could this young man have discerned something he himself had overlooked? But upon closer inspection, it was still just an ordinary crow chick. Aside from that peculiar tuft of red feathers, there was nothing else remarkable about it. Could it be that someone truly had a taste for such oddities? The more he pondered, the more peculiar the situation seemed. As the owner was lost in his thoughts, Ming directly activated her personal terminal and selected the function for the illusory Beast Compendium. "Let me take a look with the compendium," she said, directing the terminal towards the black bird in the cage. The owner's pupils abruptly contracted, nearly eliciting an exclamation from his lips. The illusory Beast Compendium. This is a specialized feature accessible only to beast tamers who have awakened their soul power. His gaze darted rapidly between Ming and Ming, leaving him utterly speechless. Beast tamers? Are these two beast tamers? But why would beast tamers come to a mundane bird market like his to purchase a pet? Shouldn't they be at the heavily guarded soul beast breeding bases or affiliated institutions of specialized beast tamer associations? Could it be that this sickly crow chick is an illusory beast? If it were an illusory beast, its price would far exceed that of an ordinary pet. Is it possible that someone could stumble upon a hidden gem? Ming aimed her terminal at the little bird, and the screen swiftly flickered with a cascade of intricate runes. A few seconds later, the brilliance faded. She frowned and shook her head. Not an illusory beast. No soul power fluctuations detected. Chapter 57, The Great Benefactor. Upon hearing this, the owner felt a weight lift off his chest, silently expressing relief while simultaneously feeling a tinge of regret. If it had indeed been an illusory beast, he might have had the chance to make a significant profit. Ming looked at Ming in confusion, her eyes laden with inquiry. "Shopkeeper, are you certain you still want this one? Money cannot buy my happiness." Ming shrugged nonchalantly. Spending was merely a trivial matter. I have a fondness for such unique little creatures. The 3 million credit points I just earned from you yesterday make this purchase quite inconsequential. "Owner, name your price," he added. The bird shop owner's mind began to whirl with possibilities. This bird had merely been intended as a throw-in, ready to be disposed of in a couple of days. Selling it now would be pure profit. Observing the young man's demeanor, it seemed he was unconcerned about money. With a glint in his eye, he tentatively quoted 5,000 credit points. Upon uttering this, he felt a twinge of guilt, realizing the price was more than 10 times higher than that of a typical ember-feather crow chick. "All right," Ming replied without hesitation. The owner nearly thought he misheard. But after confirming, his eyes instantly gleamed with delight, his face breaking into a smile. He had struck gold. This was not merely a bird purchase. It was as if he was being showered with money. An ordinary ember-feather crow chick would typically fetch only a few hundred credit points on the market. And with this transaction, the profit was astronomical. Ming listened with disbelief, her lips twitching at the thought of spending 5,000 credit points on an otherwise unremarkable little crow, save for its peculiar coloration. She could scarcely contain her urge to caution Ming about the outrageous price, but just as she was about to speak, she caught Ming's eye, signaling her to remain silent. Thus, she swallowed her words, though she couldn't help but think that the shopkeeper was being rather extravagant with his spending. While Ming was in the process of transferring the credit points, he suddenly recalled something and spoke up. "By the way, owner, let us exchange contact information." Upon hearing this, the owner was even more eager, quickly retrieving his personal terminal. Of course. If you ever come across any, uniquely appealing yet healthy specimens, please do contact me. We can negotiate a fair price, and I'll buy high." Ming added. "Absolutely. No problem." The owner was overjoyed, swiftly exchanging contact information with Ming. This was a long-term financial opportunity. He cautiously probed, "May I ask who you are?" "Shanghai Pet Shop. I am the shopkeeper," Ming casually replied. The owner politely saved the contact details, repeatedly expressing gratitude, all the while tagging Ming in his mind as a naive spender with deep pockets. "Shanghai Pet Shop? Never heard of it. Must be another wealthy young master indulging in a whimsical venture," he mused. "Otherwise, who would conduct business by specifically selecting such overlooked goods and pay a premium?" However, such clients were indeed a delight to serve. They were wealthy and capricious. As long as he could source those special items they sought, he would surely strike it rich. "What about that little hamster?" the shop owner asked, pointing to the gray hamster in the corner, which was missing half of its front paw. Ming glanced in the direction the wiry old man indicated and nodded in understanding. "Package it together." The bird shop owner and the hamster shop owner exchanged surprised glances, each seeing delight reflected in the other's eyes. What a fortunate day it was. Had a benevolent soul descended from the heavens to purchase their flawed goods? The middle-aged female owner beamed brightly. She had initially thought the disabled little hamster might fetch 300 to 500 credit points at best. However, having witnessed Ming's extravagant purchase of the bird, she decided to take a bold step, playfully quoting a high price. "How about 3,000 credit points for this little hamster?" After speaking, she felt her face flush. It was indeed a bold ask. Deal. Lu Ming remained as composed as ever, his ease making both owners question whether they had undervalued their offerings. No one was buying the high-quality items in the shop. Instead, they had successfully offloaded the flawed goods. What a serendipitous turn of events. Sensing the owner's elation, Gu Qingming could no longer contain herself. She discreetly tugged at Lu Ming's sleeve, lowering her voice with a hint of concern. Shopkeeper, is it really all right for us to spend like this? Is the store's funding secure? She genuinely began to worry about the future of Shanghai Pet Shop. Rest assured, I have it all figured out. Lu Ming turned his head, offering her a reassuring smile. What could he possibly have figured out? Gu Qingming pouted in response, realizing that all the funds being spent were indeed her pocket money submitted the day before. Upon returning to Shanghai Pet Shop, the newly acquired half-pawed emberfeather crow and the little hamster, lacking a front paw, trembled slightly in their unfamiliar surroundings. The small emberfeather crow flapped about in its cage, colliding against the bars and emitting a faint chirp. Meanwhile, the hamster curled itself into a corner, its tiny body nearly buried in the bedding, with only its bean-sized black eyes peering out, cautiously surveying its surroundings. Lu Ming gently placed the two cages side by side on the counter. Xiaosheng, ever the sociable one, leaped from Lu Ming's shoulder, landing precisely back in its cozy nook lined with soft fabric, stretching luxuriously as if its recent outing had merely been a post-meal stroll. Lu Ming's gaze settled on the emberfeather crow, whose tail feathers bore a peculiar crimson hue. It was currently struggling to balance on one claw while the other, half-pawed, curled slightly, indicating discomfort. In his heart, he had already made a decision. This seemingly flawed emberfeather crow might just be the perfect vessel for the flame of the sun. The power bestowed through the mythic baptism, in his view, was not solely meant for flawless individuals. Sometimes, imperfections could serve as the catalyst for a profound connection. Shopkeeper, shall we begin some adaptive training for the emberfeather crow? Gu Qingming followed closely behind Lu Ming, cautiously peering at the new additions on the counter, her curiosity brimming about his forthcoming plans for the emberfeather crow. She was eager to discover how this enigmatic shopkeeper would nurture her new feathered companion. However, what she never anticipated was that after she posed her question, Lu Ming turned around and audaciously issued a dismissal. There are no special arrangements today. You may return home for the day. What? Gu Qingming's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment, filled with bewilderment and confusion. A day off? Manager, we have only just acquired them, and there's the matter of nurturing the Chiju. She felt a tinge of urgency. Fearing that Lu Ming might forget this crucial matter or concoct some inscrutable scheme she could not comprehend. There's no rush. We shall discuss the Chiju tomorrow. Lu Ming waved his hand dismissively, his tone calm, yet impervious to contradiction. Gu Qingming opened her mouth, wanting to argue that she was quite free, but found the thought rather foolish, ultimately swallowing her words. She perceived this new manager as increasingly enigmatic, his methods utterly unconventional. He splurged when purchasing pets yet treated his employees with such casual indifference. She even secretly speculated whether the manager harbored some disdain for her and was preparing to renege on assisting her with the Chiju. Very well. She acquiesced with a hint of dissatisfaction, murmuring to herself, "Humph, a day off is fine. I can return home to thoroughly study the Chiju's information. Tomorrow, if the manager does not instruct me on how to nurture the Chiju, I shall be compelled to advocate for myself." This manager was truly becoming more inscrutable by the day. Yet, under the roof, one must bow their head. Ultimately, Gu Qingming could only return to the Gu household, laden with confusion and a touch of melancholy. Chapter 58. The suitable candidate for the fiery sun feather. In the living room, her mother, Lin Su, gracefully held a cup of fragrant floral tea, elegantly watching the news screen hovering in midair. Upon seeing Gu Qingming return so early, her lovely brows furrowed imperceptibly. "Qingming, you're back so soon today?" Lin Su's voice was gentle, yet Gu Qingming detected a subtle note of inquisitiveness. "Yes, the manager said there was nothing to do today, so I could head back early," Gu Qingming replied glumly, casually grabbing a green fruit from the nearby platter and biting into it. Lin Su set down her teacup, gently shaking her head, her curiosity about Gu Qingming's workplace diminishing somewhat. Indeed, to her daughter's so-called job seemed more like child's play. Going to work in the morning and returning home early in the afternoon. What kind of serious employment was that? Initially, she had considered investigating the pet shop through the Gu family's connections, curious if there was something peculiar about it. However, it now appeared unnecessary. A shop that treated even employee attendants so casually could hardly possess anything extraordinary. Moreover, since Qingming was already an awakened soul power user, destined to become a beast master, an ordinary person would be unable to pose any threat to her. Gu Qingming remained oblivious to her mother's subtle change in demeanor. Her attention was entirely captivated by the intense waves of soul power emanating from the backyard. Is sister still cultivating? She's truly relentless, she thought. The molten fire phoenix in Gu Xiaoyin's illusionary beast pool summoned substantial energy from the heavens with each training session. Clenching her fist, Gu Qingming raised her delicate chin slightly, a spark of defiance glimmering in her eyes. Sister, I will not be outdone. My Qizhu will undoubtedly rival your molten fire phoenix in potential. Once the manager teaches me how to nurture it, I shall astonish everyone. I may not obtain an epic-level illusionary beast, but I will find one with potential equal to that of an epic illusionary beast. Gu Qingming's anticipation for her work tomorrow began to surge. When would she be able to properly nurture her Qizhu? That infuriating manager. Within the Shanghai pet shop, as Gu Qingming departed, the atmosphere abruptly fell into silence. Lu Ming glanced at the little Sheng that had hopped back onto his shoulder, and then at the cage containing the crimson-tailed Qihongwu, which appeared to be in a better state of mind than when it first arrived, no longer in a state of panic. He lifted the cage and headed directly upstairs. In the storage room on the second floor, piles of abyss crystals still accumulated like small mountains, their soft glow illuminating the room like a deep starry sky. The air was thick with a peculiar, yet pure, energy aura. Lu Ming placed the cage containing the Qihongwu on a vacant patch beside the abyss crystals. The little Qihongwu seemed to sense the unusual energy surrounding it. Its previously drooping head lifted slightly, its bright eyes curiously surveying the glowing crystals, even tilting its head in confusion. Little Sheng also leapt down from Lu Ming's shoulder, gracefully landing beside the cage. It did not emit a single chirp, but gazed intently at the little Qihongwu, its tail swaying gently behind it as it seemed to appraise this newcomer. Lu Ming extended his hand, gently tapping the Qihongwu's fluffy head through the bars of the cage. The little creature flinched, but did not shy away. Little one, you may soon experience something quite extraordinary. His voice was soft, imbued with a calming assurance. The power of the fiery sun feather may present you with a tremendous opportunity, or it could be a severe trial. Lu Ming's gaze was profound. He understood that the mythic baptism was not guaranteed to succeed, harboring significant risks, especially for such a young and uniquely constituted being. However, the success of Little Sheng and its current subtle recognition of this Qihongwu instilled him with great confidence. Even if this endeavor fails and the mythic essence dissipates, I have another opportunity for a mythic baptism that will suffice to compensate. Lu Ming mused quietly. Moreover, this little one possesses a unique constitution. With its tail feathers naturally crimson, it is likely no ordinary creature, merely covered in dust. If it can successfully bear this mythic attribute, its future will be limitless. The little Qihongwu seemed to comprehend his words. Or perhaps it sensed the pure and amiable aura emanating from him, and it slightly raised its head, gently rubbing its beak against his finger while emitting a soft, weak caw. The vivid red at the tip of its tail, illuminated by the dim glow of the abyss crystals, resembled a burning flame, growing increasingly striking. Lu Ming took a deep breath, selecting the attribute of fiery sun feather from the system. The attribute transformed into a gold-red feather that appeared in his hand. The moment the golden-red feather emerged, a surge of intense heat enveloped the air. The feather's surface shimmered with a faint golden halo, resembling a solidified flame, exuding an ancient and majestic aura. The little Qihongwu in the cage seemed to sense this extraordinary power, restlessly flapping its wings and emitting faint caws. Lu Ming's gaze remained tranquil as he gently twirled the fiery sun feather between his fingers. Little one, bear with it. Simultaneously, he silently recited, Mythic baptism, commence. With a thought, the fiery sun feather transformed into a stream of crimson gold light, swiftly entering the little Qihongwu's body. A piercing, mournful cry erupted from the little Qihongwu, sharp enough to nearly pierce the eardrums. Its tiny body thrashed violently within the cage, as if enduring unimaginable agony. The black feathers began to wither and shrivel, with a few even shedding directly, revealing the tender, pink skin beneath. Observing this, the little saint emitted a low, mournful whimper, its golden fur bristling slightly as it restlessly paced back and forth, casting worried glances at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's brow furrowed, his hand clenching and then relaxing. He understood that the mythological baptism was not a straightforward affair. If this attempt fails, the entry for the fiery sun feather would be left with but one last chance. This thought flickered through his mind. Each opportunity for mythological baptism was exceedingly precious. Wasting one meant an increase in future uncertainties. Within the storeroom, the ethereal glow emitted by the abyssal crystal intertwined with the gradually rising crimson light from the little blazing feathered crow, flickering in intensity. The little blazing feathered crow's struggles began to wane, yet the tremors of its body intensified. Chapter 59, The Solar Golden Crow. Streams of crimson flames seeped from within the blazing feathered crow, enveloping its entire form. The once withered feathers, under the illumination of the red light, began to regrow at a visibly rapid pace. The newly sprouted feathers were no longer purely black, but bore a profound, almost smoldering dark golden hue. Particularly, the innate crimson on its tail feathers now resembled a spark ignited, rapidly spreading to dye its entire tail in a splendid hue of fiery red. The slightly curled claw of the little blazing feathered crow, now bathed in the crimson glow, began to exhibit a faint metallic sheen where it had once appeared somewhat withered. The anxiety in the little saintess' eyes gradually faded, replaced by astonishment and scrutiny. It could sense that the essence of the little creature within the cage was undergoing a monumental transformation. An ancient, fervent power, imbued with connotations of destruction and rebirth, was awakening within it, a force of the same nature as that within itself. Ming's gaze was firmly fixed upon the little blazing feathered crow, feeling the surging vitality and soul energy fluctuations growing stronger. His heartbeat quickened with every pulse of the crimson flames. It must have succeeded. This aura cannot be mistaken. The fiery sun feather must not have been wasted. At last, this first step was solidly taken. The tension in his nerves quietly relaxed, and an involuntary smile crept upon his lips. If the little blazing feathered crow succeeds, I shall possess 2 mythological phantom beasts. Once it fully metamorphoses, its roots will directly link to the legendary golden crow. In the future, it could serve as my prominent phantom beast, drawing attention from all quarters. Epic-grade feathered insect-type mythological beasts are rare, let alone those of legendary status. And now this golden crow in his possession was the first of its kind in this world. With this golden crow at hand, many unnecessary troubles and tests would be alleviated. As for the little saint, it can serve as a true trump card, lurking in the shadows to deliver a decisive blow at critical moments. The little saint had already made an appearance at the abyssal party. Should the official guide, Yang Qingxian, truly see him with the little saint, it would be exceedingly easy to connect the dots regarding his identity. Therefore, the little saint would act as a hidden ace. Such a card should naturally be concealed as deeply as possible. A balance of light and shadow, reality and illusion, is the most prudent approach. In the future, even if the authorities truly trace back to me, as long as they do not concretely discover that my phantom beast is the little saint, I will have ample room for maneuver and misdirection. As his thoughts raced, the transformations within the cage reached their zenith. The crimson flames had now ceased to merely envelop, but had completely fused with the little blazing feathered crow's body, becoming an integral part of its flesh and bones. The little saint, once tense, relaxed its body, tilting its head as the golden hues of its eyes reflected the small flame, a strange glimmer passing through, imbued with both scrutiny and recognition. At that moment, a clear, resonant, and powerful cry suddenly reverberated throughout the storeroom. This call was no longer the previous lament of anguish, but bore the joyous proclamation of rebirth, soaring high and resounding, seemingly reaching the very heavens. The intense heat contained within raised the temperature in the storeroom several degrees. The crimson light surged dramatically, nearly illuminating the entire room into a splendid sea of flames. As the brilliance subsided, the scene within the cage became clear. The once frail little blazing feathered crow, though its size had not drastically altered, now exuded an entirely different aura. Its body was cloaked in dark red feathers, each appearing as though forged from the purest flames, shimmering with a flowing luster. Its tail feathers were as blood-red as fire, resembling a burning torch. The little crow's beady black eyes had transformed into 2 glowing rubies, sparkling with a dynamic yet regal brilliance. Most striking was its previously damaged claw. At this moment, the half-broken claw had not only fully healed but appeared even more robust than the other, its tips gleaming with a sharp, cold light. Faint traces of fiery patterns spreading across it. With a gentle flap of its wings, a wave of scorching air radiated outward, raising the surrounding temperature further. The little saint tilted its head, a flicker of approval dancing in its golden eyes. Ming's taut nerves finally relaxed, and he exhaled a deep sigh of relief. It worked. An indescribable sense of relief and satisfaction surged within him. This extraordinary blazing feathered crow had successfully harnessed the power of the fiery sun feather and completed its mythological baptism. His arsenal of trump cards had just expanded. In that moment when the triumphant cry echoed to the skies, a familiar and melodious system notification chimed. Ding! Mythological baptism successful. Congratulations, host. The ordinary blazing feathered crow has successfully fused with the mythological entry fiery sun feather and evolved into a brand new mythological phantom beast, the golden crow. At the instant the system's voice fell, a pearlescent glow suddenly erupted from the little blazing feathered crow, now the golden crow. The light was gentle, yet sacred, pure and flawless, as if solemnly declaring to the entire world, a magnificent new life had just been born. Ming's heart raced. He had succeeded. He had truly succeeded. Another mythological grade phantom beast, had come into being under his command. Lu Ming took a deep breath, suppressing the tumult within him, and eagerly extended his consciousness toward that small figure. Phantom Beast, Solar Golden Crow. Status, Juvenile Phase. Attributes, Fire Spirit. Soul Power Level, Level 1 Primary. Potential Level, Unknown, surpassing the existing rating system. Loyalty, 100, Unwavering. Strength, 12. Performance, flames engulfing the body, claws striking like torches. Intelligence, 14. Performance, extraordinary wisdom, understanding the profundities of fire. Agility, 16. Performance, swift as flames, soaring across the skies. Stamina, 11. Performance, body of the blazing sun, resilient and enduring. Luck, performance, appears to be under some unknown favor. Talent, 1. True fire of the sun, mythical grade incomplete. Innately grasping some secrets of the true fire of the sun. Fire type attack amplification of 150, can gradually unlock abilities of burning mountains and boiling seas, and the power of the blazing sun as strength increases. Current unlocking, fire type attack amplification. 2. Mythical body, passive. As a mythical beast, it possesses an extraordinary resistance to negative states and exhibits a growth rate far surpassing that of ordinary beasts. Skills, 1. Flame Claw Strike. Condenses fierce flames at the tips of its claws to launch a powerful fire-based attack. 2. Fire Feather Dart. Shoots burning feathers to engage enemies from a distance. Special ability, carrier of mythical attributes, uniqueness. Chapter 60, The Enchanted Armor of Little Wu. Gazing at the data displayed clearly on the luminous screen, a flicker of understanding passed through Lu Ming's eyes. Indeed, it aligned perfectly with his expectations. Little Wu's loyalty was an unwavering full score of 100 points. The distribution of its fundamental attributes mirrored that of the initial Little Saint, astonishingly high, as if it had flawlessly replicated the glorious path once tread by Little Saint. With a thought, Lu Ming instinctively retrieved the petite beast identification device, aiming it at Little Wu in its cage. Beep, beep, beep. The device's screen flickered several times, emitting a series of rapid and chaotic alert sounds. Subsequently, familiar text slowly appeared on the screen. Warning, unable to recognize the biological information. Database severely mismatched. Suggestion, if an anomaly is detected, please directly contact the Identification Department of Dream University for Mythical Beasts. A smile of suppressed delight involuntarily graced Lu Ming's lips. As expected, its nature was identical to that of Little Saint. This mythical beast, transcending the existing rating system, was beyond the capacity of ordinary detection devices to even recognize its existence. Little Wu, he gently called, his voice imbued with a joy and tenderness he was unaware he possessed. The little blazing feathered crow, now ought to be called the Golden Crow, immediately flapped its brand new wings and nimbly flew to the edge of the cage upon hearing its master's familiar voice. Tilting its small head, its eyes sparkled with the brilliance of rubies, radiating a lively yet regal light, brimming with wisdom. It affectionately nudged Lu Ming's fingers, which were reaching into the cage, with its warm little head. The comforting warmth transmitted from his fingertips carried a subtly pleasant scent of fire, elemental energy. Lu Ming extended his hand, gently caressing the soft feathers of Little Wu, which shimmered with dark crimson and golden patterns. A warm current flowed steadily through his heart. This pure and sincere attachment and trust from the mythical beast always managed to touch the softest corners of his soul effortlessly. From this day forth, you shall be called Little Wu. Are you willing to sign a contract with me? He spoke softly, his eyes filled with affection and anticipation. Caw. Little Wu emitted a clear, melodious chirp, as if joyfully responding to its master's words. This sound was no longer the previous cries of anguish and pain, but rather filled with the exuberance and vigor of new life. As a milky white radiance flashed, Lu Ming sensed a complete connection established with Little Wu. In this moment, Lu Ming felt an unprecedented sense of elation, an unparalleled comfort, and he resolved to immediately test another core ability of Little Wu. Little Wu, armor transformation, he commanded solemnly, tinged with expectation. No sooner had the words left his lips than an extraordinarily brilliant crimson light erupted from Little Wu. The radiance blazed with the intensity of the sun, yet did not scorch. It surged toward Lu Ming like a living stream of flames, enveloping his entire being in an instant. Within mere breaths, an exquisitely ornate and majestic suit of armor coalesced around him. This armor displayed a profound dark red hue, as if forged from the purest flames and glass. Intricate and enigmatic golden patterns flowed across its surface, reminiscent of divine strokes. Most notably, at the core of the chest piece, an intricately carved image of a soaring golden crow came to life, exuding an air of majesty and a commanding presence that seemed to look down upon the world. More importantly, The coverage of this golden crow armor was a perfect 100%, just like Little Saint's. A complete 360-degree encasement, with no gaps or potential weak points. Impeccable protection. Perched upon his shoulder was a miniature version of the golden crow, and Lu Ming could now affirm that this was the uniqueness of mythical-level armor. It not only protected the beast Tamer, but also maintained the independence of the mythical beast. Lu Ming, filled with satisfaction, moved his arm encased in the armor, relishing its exquisite lightness and the unfathomable strength of its protection. At last, he had truly acquired a second mythical beast in every sense of the term. Little Wu shone brightly, drawing the attention of many, instilling fear in the hearts of the unworthy. Little Saint remained hidden, veiled from sight, striking with lethal precision. Such a strategic arrangement endowed him with an unprecedented sense of security in this world. Throughout this spectacle, Little Saint observed quietly. Its enigmatic golden eyes flickered with a barely perceptible acknowledgement, as if genuinely pleased with the successful transformation and integration of this new companion. The soul power consumption of the mythical armor was, as Lu Ming had anticipated, terrifyingly immense. It lasted for barely 10 minutes. Within that short span, his soul power drained at an astonishing rate, akin to a river bursting its banks. Beads of sweat had silently begun to trickle down his forehead, cascading down his cheeks. Despite his current strength being significantly enhanced since his initial contract with Little Saint, he still felt somewhat strained and overwhelmed in the face of the insatiable demands of the mythical armor. Taking a deep breath, Lu Ming prepared to relinquish the imposing armored state. However, in the next moment, he was suddenly taken aback. An unprecedented and indescribable clarity surged through him, akin to a cool spring, abruptly flooding his heart and permeating his entire being. In that instant, his thoughts seemed to break free from an invisible shackle, operating at an astonishingly accelerated pace. Every corner of the storage room, every trivial detail, appeared to him with an unparalleled clarity. Even the minuscule dust accumulating in the corners, nearly invisible to the naked eye, became vividly discernible. What is this? A tidal wave of astonishment surged within Lu Ming as he realized that the enhancement provided by Little Wu's armor was not the physical strength he had anticipated. Instead, it was a profound amplification of his mental prowess. This took an entirely different path of enhancement compared to Little Saint's beast armor. Little Saint's beast armor endowed him with extraordinary physical abilities. Whether in strength, speed, or indomitable defense, it granted him a physique far superior to that of ordinary individuals. Conversely, Little Wu's armor quietly and subtly enhanced his mental domain to a remarkable degree. This was not merely an increase in mental agility or perception. He could even feel that the flow of soul power within him had become smoother and more harmonious, as if it were an extension of his own will. Magical armor? This term flashed through Lu Ming's mind like a bolt of lightning, plunging him into immense excitement. Magical armor, not defined by pure physical destruction, but adept at mysterious mental attacks and extraordinary supportive abilities. In certain specific battlefields or intricate situations, the capabilities of a formidable magical armor can far surpass those of an equally ranked beastly illusion armor. The illusion armor of Xiao Wu, astonishingly, is of the magical variety. Its strategic significance is truly immeasurable. Chapter 61 has already muddled the constraints of rank. Lu Ming suppressed the surge of excitement within him and attempted to guide the soul power circulating within his body. Indeed, the soul power, which previously bore a hint of obscurity and stagnation, now flowed through his meridians as smoothly as the finest silk. Not only that, but his precision in manipulating the soul power seemed to have ascended several levels. This enigmatic sensation was simply marvelous. If Xiao Shang's beastly illusion armor had transformed him into a fearless warrior, charging into battle, then Xiao Wu's magical armor metamorphosed him into a mysterious mage, adept at controlling the entire situation and strategizing. One is overt, embodying the zenith of power. The other is covert, representing the supreme extension of intellect. One wields martial prowess, the other, magical finesse. Such a combination, such a configuration, can only be deemed perfect and beyond reproach. Alas, a twinge of regret surged within Lu Ming. Unfortunately, he found himself in the confines of his own storage room rather than the expansive trial grounds. Otherwise, he would have yearned to experiment immediately with how these two distinctly different types of illusion armors could unleash astonishing chemical reactions when used in conjunction, producing cataclysmic powers. He exhaled slowly, releasing a breath of murky air, and with a flicker of thought, dispelled the armored state. The magnificent and imposing crimson light armor retreated like a tide imbued with life. As the brilliance faded, Xiao Wu reverted to its previously foolish yet endearing demeanor, affectionately nuzzling Lu Ming's cheek before obediently perching on his shoulder. With a clear and joyful chirp, Xiao Wu tilted its little head, seemingly quite pleased with its earlier performance. Awaiting its master's praise, Lu Ming extended his hand, gently stroking Xiao Wu's soft and resplendent feathers, his eyes brimming with affection. Yet, his mind raced with another critical question. How should the ranks of mythical illusion beasts be accurately calculated? According to the long-established regulations of the Beast-Tamer Association, each beast-tamer is stringently constrained by their own soul power limits. A beast-tamer's mental prowess can only precisely control illusion beasts whose total rank does not exceed 10. Thus, what is the cumulative rank of Xiao Sheng and Xiao Wu, these two genuine mythical illusion beasts? The Illusion Beast Illustrated Compendium cannot identify or assess the true ranks of mythical beasts. Presently, he lacks an accurate and reliable conversion standard. Previously, he could only make an exceedingly rough estimation based on the dazzling radiance they emitted at the time of their contract. He provisionally equated the azure-glowing Xiao Sheng to a rank 4 entity among ordinary illusion beasts, while the milky white glowing Xiao Wu was likened to a rank 2. These correspond to the highest ranks their respective colors could achieve within the existing illusion beast framework. Yet, Lu Ming understood that this simplistic conversion method was evidently unscientific and grossly inaccurate. Even more surprising and delightful was the fact that, until this moment, he had not felt any sense of pressure from the contract limit. It was as if that invisible shackle simply did not exist for him. Could it be that mythical illusion beasts, by their very nature, transcend conventional rules and are not constrained by the cumulative rank limits of the beast-tamer's soul power? This audacious thought ignited like a wildfire in his heart, causing his heartbeat to momentarily skip. If, indeed, this were the case, then his future potential for contracts would far exceed the imagination of the world. Meanwhile, Xiao Sheng had been quietly observing all of this with its profound eyes. At this moment, a flicker of complex emotion seemed to pass through its lively gaze. It appeared to sense the turbulence and contemplation within its master's heart, and vaguely understood the uniqueness and exceptional nature of this new companion. In contrast, Xiao Wu remained blissfully simple-minded. It simply reveled in the gentle caress of its master's warm hand, occasionally emitting a few satisfied and joyous chirps. Lu Ming gradually closed his eyes, meticulously attuning himself to the profound and esoteric spiritual connection between himself and these two mythical illusion beasts. This extraordinary sensation, akin to the merging of souls, enveloped him in pleasure and ecstasy. A contract of mythical caliber is indeed incomparable to an ordinary one. This is not merely a simple mental link. It resembles the true unification of three independent souls at a higher level, indistinguishable from one another. He could distinctly feel Xiao Sheng's steadfast and reliable aura, akin to a mountain, while also sensing Xiao Wu's vibrant and spirited essence, reminiscent of flames. They, in turn, were equally attuned to his emotional fluctuations and every subtle thought nestled deep within his heart. This seamless synergy and cooperation would become his greatest reliance for survival in this perilous world. The storage room returned to its prior tranquility. Only the occasional soft and satisfied hum from Xiao Wu and the faint rustling sound of Xiao Sheng's tail could be heard. Lu Ming sat peacefully in his chair, gazing tenderly at Xiao Wu, who was perched on his shoulder and affectionately nuzzling his neck, alongside Xiao Sheng, who lay quietly beside him with a serene expression. An unprecedented sense of security enveloped him like a warm tide. Within the room, the ever-curious Xiao Wu transformed into a stream of pearlescent light, swiftly swirling around the anomalous abyss crystal resting quietly in the corner. Its little head tilted to one side, eyes sparkling with curiosity towards this unfamiliar crystal, occasionally pecking at it with its beak, then quickly bouncing back as if probing something. Observing its lively demeanor, a smile involuntarily crept across Lu Ming's lips. He extended his finger, and Xiao Wu obediently landed on his fingertip, rubbing its little head against his hand. "You are still in your juvenile phase." Lu Ming's voice was gentle, laced with a hint of mirth. "Once you enter your young adult stage, you can rapidly enter your growth phase by consuming the abyss crystal." Xiao Wu tilted its head, seemingly understanding, and let out a clear chirp, as if responding or perhaps playfully seeking affection. At this moment, Lu Ming distinctly felt the emptiness of his soul power. The contract with Xiao Wu had nearly drained his entire reserve of soul power. He scrutinized himself. A rank 1, 9-stage soul power might be considered decent among ordinary beast tamers, but for him, who possessed two mythical illusion beasts, this power reserve was woefully inadequate. Whether for supporting the growth of Xiao Sheng and Xiao Wu or for confronting potential future crises, enhancing his soul power level had become an urgent necessity. With only 20 days remaining until the next abyss gathering, he must seize this time resolutely, striving to directly transcend to the second tier. It is only in this manner that one can truly solidify the foundation and possess a more formidable ability for self-preservation. Just then, He suddenly felt a gentle tug at the hem of his trousers. Chapter 62. The Request of Little Saint. A faint sensation of pulling emanated from the cuff of his pants. Lu Ming instinctively glanced down. What met his gaze was Little Saint's eyes, which were strikingly different from their usual calmness. Those orbs, which should have been as tranquil as a deep pool, now blazed with a fire that Lu Ming had never witnessed before, filled with an intense longing. Little Saint's gaze first swept over the nearby little crow, which was curiously flitting around the exotic crystal before snapping back to Lu Ming. There was a hint of hesitation in its expression, yet overwhelmingly, there was an undeniable resolve. Lu Ming's brow furrowed deeply. He immediately focused his mind, carefully sensing the tumultuous waves of emotion coursing through Little Saint's heart via that enigmatic mental connection. This sudden shift in emotion left him feeling perplexed and bewildered. The addition of the little crow was indeed a momentous occasion. Yet he had never anticipated that it would alter Little Saint's standing in his heart. After all, Little Saint had accompanied him from nothingness to greatness and was the first true mythical beast in this world. This uniqueness and bond were irreplaceable. Noticing Lu Ming's apparent lack of understanding, Little Saint grew anxious, emitting low, plaintive sounds from its throat. It extended its paw, first pointing towards the little crow, which was still frolicking around the exotic crystal filled with novelty. Then, it emphatically pointed to itself. The determination on its face intensified, exuding an urgency that was impossible to dismiss. In an instant, through the profoundly intricate mental connection, a flash of enlightenment surged through Lu Ming's mind. He vaguely grasped Little Saint's fervent desire. You mean to say? Lu Ming's voice trembled with incredulity. You wish to undergo the baptism of mythical entries once more? Upon hearing this, Little Saint immediately nodded vigorously. The brilliance in its eyes flared to an unprecedented intensity, as if two golden flames were fiercely ablaze. Indeed, it, Little Saint, once a golden-haired macaque, now a mythical beast, had endured the brutal baptism of all 4 entries of the Chaos Monkeys. Although it had ultimately emerged reborn under the universal arm entry, the exhilarating surge of power and the profound transformation had long been indelibly etched in its soul. It yearned to grow stronger, especially after witnessing the little crow ascend to a mythical beast. This desire blazed uncontrollably, akin to a raging wildfire. Lu Ming's brow knitted tightly together, a storm of worry surging within him. He could hardly fathom that Little Saint would entertain such a staggering thought. When the entry system awakened, the system's prompts echoed in his ears. The higher the tier of a mythical beast, the greater its resistance to mythical entries. Little Saint's previous baptism had been a perilous ordeal, fraught with unimaginable setbacks and harrowing pain. Now, it was already a true mythical beast. To undergo a second baptism of mythical entries on such a foundation, was success even feasible? What horrors would the accompanying risks and suffering entail? System prompt. A second deep baptism can be conducted. However, the recipient will endure pain far exceeding that of the first baptism, with intensity several times greater. Upon reading this chilling textual notification, Lu Ming's heart sank. The memory of Little Saint's excruciating agony, teetering on the brink of collapse, was vividly etched in his mind. If the pain of the second baptism were to escalate exponentially from that, could Little Saint truly withstand it? Lu Ming's lips moved, the words of refusal nearly slipping from his tongue. He could not allow Little Saint to take such a risk. Yet, in that fleeting moment, Little Saint transformed into a beam of golden light, suddenly leaping onto Lu Ming's shoulder. It affectionately rubbed its fluffy little head against Lu Ming's neck. Its bright eyes filled with pleading and anticipation, imbued with an unwavering determination and desire. Through their unbreakable mental connection, Lu Ming distinctly felt the most genuine thoughts deep within Little Saint's heart. It aspired to become the strongest mythical beast under its master, Lu Ming. Without exception, it longed to stand resolutely before its master, serving as his most steadfast and reliable support. It implored its master to grant it this opportunity to challenge its limits and grow stronger. At that moment, Lu Ming's heart was tumultuous, writhing in struggle and conflict. He instinctively accessed the system interface, his gaze sweeping over the 3 still hovering mythical entries. Spiritual clarity, Crimson Tail, 6 ears. The usage count for each entry remained at 33. With no sign of the mythical essence dissipating. Regarding the consumption of the entries themselves, Lu Ming did not place much concern. While mythical entries were indeed exceedingly precious, he believed that as long as he had sufficient time and opportunity, he could find a way to acquire them once more. Even if Little Saint were to fail repeatedly during the baptism, resulting in the complete disappearance of these entries, he could fully accept that. However, the immense risks of the entire process and the heart-wrenching pain had to be borne solely by Little Saint. Losing the entries was something he could recover from, but losing Little Saint because of this? No. That thought merely flickered through his mind, yet it sent a jolt of anguish through his heart. This was a price he absolutely, unequivocally could not accept. System prompt. The pain level of the second deep baptism is exceedingly high, and the risk factor is significantly increased. However, it will not directly endanger the recipient's life. Should the baptism fail, the recipient will fall into a state of profound weakness, requiring time to recover. Hearing the system's prompt, the tension in his heart eased slightly. Nonetheless, Ming couldn't shake the feeling that his system seemed particularly invested in encouraging Little Saint's second mythical baptism, reminiscent of the earlier urge to explore during the Abyss party. Since the system endorsed it, he could afford to relax a bit. As long as it wouldn't threaten life, he could accept a temporary state of weakness. Now, with the mythical beast Little Crow by his side, even if Little Saint fell into weakness due to a failed baptism, with the Little Crow's strength, he remained confident that he would successfully navigate the next Abyss party and reap substantial rewards. Ming turned his gaze once more to Little Saint. To those eyes ablaze with insatiable yearning and unwavering resolve. He glanced at the Little Crow, which was tilting its head curiously at them, appearing innocent and untainted. Finally, he took a deep breath and slowly, yet with utmost seriousness, nodded in affirmation. Very well, Little Saint, I promise you. Upon receiving Ming's affirmative response, Little Saint erupted with indescribable joy. It bounced excitedly on Ming's shoulder, emitting a series of crisp and jubilant chirps, brimming with exhilaration and anticipation. Watching Little Saint in such a state of unrestrained delight, Ming couldn't help but smile wryly and gently shake his head. The turmoil of emotions, confusion, worry, and reluctance that had recently occupied his heart seemed utterly trivial in the eyes of the little creature, Xiaosheng. Its fervent desire for strength and unwavering dedication to challenging the limits surpassed anything he had anticipated. This, perhaps, epitomizes the pride and pursuit inherent in mythical beasts. Chapter 63, Second Baptism. Crimson Rear. Ming. Crimson Rear. 6 ears. 3 mythical lexicons hovered silently in the void, akin to ancient stars suspended in the cosmos. Each radiated a faint halo, some profound, others blazing, and yet others ethereal, imbued with an ineffable aura of mystery. In an instant, Xiaosheng's pure golden eyes erupted with brilliant light. The ethereal silhouettes of the 3 mythical entries were vividly reflected in the depths of its golden pupils. It could see. Ming understood instinctively. As a creature that had already stepped into the realm of myth, Xiaosheng naturally possessed an innate ability to perceive these extraordinary entities. Beside them, the little crow tilted its head curiously, its glossy eyes wide and unblinking, fixated on the 3 softly glowing characters. It appeared devoid of complex thoughts, simply finding these sparkling entities remarkably beautiful. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Suddenly, Xiaosheng emitted a series of rapid, excited cries, its tiny paw decisively pointing at one of the mythical entries. It was, unmistakably, Crimson Rear. Ming was momentarily taken aback. His gaze instinctively followed Xiaosheng's indication, settling upon the entry that radiated a fervent aura. The characters, Crimson Rear, seemed to sense the call emanating from their mythic origin, trembling slightly as their brilliance fluctuated. Xiaosheng, are you certain it is this one? Ming's voice carried a subtle hint of astonishment. Without hesitation, Xiaosheng vigorously nodded its little head. It then extended its front paw, thumping its furry chest with determination, and proudly gestured towards its still vibrant Crimson Rear. It remembered. In that moment, Ming suddenly understood. The floodgates of memory burst open, vividly recalling the heart-stopping moment when Xiaosheng first underwent the baptism of the mythical entries. At that time, the 3 grand entries, Ming, Crimson Rear, and 6 ears, assaulted it in succession, subjecting it to unimaginable agony. Yet, during the baptism of the Crimson Rear entry, Xiaosheng displayed an extraordinary resilience, enduring far longer than before. That sense of alignment, stemming from the depths of its bloodline and the essence of its soul, seemed to indicate an innate bond with this entry. Moreover, Ming's gaze involuntarily fell upon Xiaosheng's distinctive, vividly crimson posterior. He couldn't help but twitch his lips slightly. Judging solely by this external characteristic, the compatibility between Xiaosheng and Crimson Rear was nothing short of flawless, beyond reproach. The conspicuous red rear. Was this not the most prominent emblem of the legendary Crimson Rear monkey, one of the 4 mischievous monkeys? Crimson Rear Monkey, Ming whispered the name. The myriad legends surrounding it surged forth like a tidal wave in his mind. Master of yin and yang, adept in human affairs, skilled in entrance and exit, evading death and prolonging life. Such were the supreme powers possessed by the Crimson Rear monkey. If Xiaosheng could successfully fuse with the Crimson Rear entry, it would become the first creature in this world to embody both the Long Arm and Crimson Rear mythical entries. Long Arm, to manipulate the sun and moon, compress mountains, discern fortune and misfortune, and manipulate the cosmos. Crimson Rear, to master yin and yang, adept in human affairs, skilled in entrance and exit, evading death and prolonging life. What unfathomable might would be unleashed by the convergence of these two distinctly powerful, yet equally formidable mythical forces? What astonishing chemical reactions might emerge? Lu Ming's heart raced uncontrollably, a fervent anticipation boiling within him like molten lava. Very well. He exhaled a deep breath, his voice steady. Yet within his profound eyes burned a flame more intense than that of Xiaosheng. Since you have chosen Crimson Rear, then we shall choose Crimson Rear. Chirp. Xiaosheng hopped excitedly on his shoulder. The little crow, sensing the jubilant atmosphere, chirped along, albeit not entirely grasping what was transpiring. Yet, as long as its master and brother Xiaosheng were happy, it too felt joy. Lu Ming gazed at Xiaosheng, overwhelmed with emotions. This little creature, which had evolved from timid and cowardly to its current self, never failed to surprise and astonish him. Now, it had once again resolutely chosen the path of challenging its limits. System, confirm the selection of the Crimson Rear, entry for Xiaosheng's second deepening baptism. Lu Ming commanded solemnly in his heart. System prompt, command confirmed. Selecting Crimson Rear for second deepening baptism. Warning, the baptism process will be accompanied by extreme pain. Please ensure that both the host and the recipient are fully prepared. System prompt, high compatibility detected between the recipient Xiaosheng and the target entry, Crimson Rear. Success rate of baptism slightly increased. High compatibility. A gleam of light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. Indeed, Xiaosheng's intuition was correct. This choice, perhaps, no? It undoubtedly was the most accurate decision. Lu Ming took a deep breath and slowly pressed the entry, Crimson Rear, laden with unfathomable mysteries, against Xiaosheng's forehead. The moment the entry made contact with Xiaosheng's body, it felt as if a dormant volcano had been ignited. A dark red glow erupted violently from the entry, engulfing Xiaosheng's small form like a tidal wave. Amidst the brilliance, Xiaosheng's body began to tremble violently. This was not born of fear, but rather a primal instinct triggered by an overwhelming force, a surge of life essence on the brink of transcendence. The dark red radiance intensified, resembling a blood-red sun, gradually merging with the pure golden light within Xiaosheng, which represented the long-arm monkey. One red, one gold, two distinctly different, yet seemingly kindred forces intertwined in the void, spiraling and coiling around each other, ultimately forming a magnificent spiral of light that bound Xiaosheng tightly. Lu Ming instinctively held his breath. The enigmatic connection of their bond allowed him to acutely sense the terrifying pressure Xiaosheng was currently enduring. It was a torment of tearing and reshaping from the very depths of its soul. It felt as though invisible hands sought to shatter Xiaosheng from within, only to remold its existence with the blueprint of myth. In the brilliance, Xiaosheng's bodily outline began to contort and deform. Each muscle quivered under the illumination, as if alive, writhing beneath the radiance. It clenched its teeth, its youthful face twisting in excruciating agony, its limbs taut with bulging muscles and visible veins, straining with all its might to endure this overwhelming torrent of power that threatened to crush it beyond the limits of life itself. Roar! Suddenly, a deep, suppressed howl erupted from Xiaosheng's throat. The sound was hoarse, laden with indescribable suffering. Yet beneath the pain lay a more profound, resolute spirit of defiance. The intertwining red and gold light seemed to respond to the howl, beginning to weave frantically. The radiance coalesced into a tangible essence, swiftly enveloping the petite saint in a magnificent cocoon of light. This cocoon, denser and more solid than the one formed during the initial evolution, bore a surface adorned with a multitude of intricate, arcane patterns that shimmered unpredictably, as if it contained the profound truths of the universe. Chapter 64, The Purple Splendor. Once again ascendant, Lu Ming extended his hand, and as his fingertips brushed against the edge of the luminous cocoon, a gentle yet irresistible invisible force gently repelled his hand. Chirp! Little Wu immediately fluttered over, alighting gracefully on Lu Ming's shoulder. With its soft wings, it tenderly caressed Lu Ming's cheek, its small, bean-like eyes brimming with a gleaming intelligence, seemingly offering silent comfort to its master, urging him not to fret excessively. I know, the petite saint will surely succeed. Lu Ming's voice was slightly hoarse as he stroked little Wu's silky feathers. Within the cocoon, the pulsations of life energy ebbed and flowed like the tide. Time, in the suffocating anticipation, trickled away second by second. The cocoon remained silent, showing no signs of rupture. Outside, the sun gradually sank toward the horizon, casting a warm orange glow that suffused the room, yet could not dispel the anxiety within Lu Ming's heart. The light in the room dimmed with the passage of time. Lu Ming maintained his original posture, utterly still, his gaze fixed firmly upon the intertwined red and gold cocoon. A rumble of emptiness echoed in his stomach. Yet he seemed oblivious, unwilling to budge even a fraction. Occasionally, Little Wu would peck gently at Lu Ming's ear, emitting faint chirps as if reminding him to take care of himself. However, Lu Ming merely shook his head softly, his focus unwavering. I cannot leave. Compared to the petite saint's current suffering, this slight hunger is inconsequential. I must witness this firsthand, regardless of whether it ends in failure or success. Nightfall descended quietly, enveloping the room in a profound darkness. Only the massive cocoon continued to emit a flickering red-gold radiance, resembling a lighthouse in the night, illuminating the figures of Lu Ming and Little Wu, one large and one small, in their mutual reliance. Lu Ming's eyes were already veined with fine red lines. Yet he persevered through sheer willpower, his eyes wide open, fearful of missing any critical moment of the petite saint's emergence from the cocoon. Little Wu curled up on Lu Ming's shoulder, equally exhausted, its small head drooping occasionally, yet it still endeavored to keep its eyes open, accompanying its master. In the deep of night, amidst profound silence, just as Lu Ming's consciousness began to blur, the cocoon suddenly trembled violently, without warning. A resonating hum erupted. Lu Ming jolted awake, his heart racing wildly within his chest, almost leaping from his throat. Crack! A faint yet unmistakably clear sound of shattering echoed in the still room. A minuscule crack appeared on the solid cocoon wall, and shimmering strands of enchanting purple light eagerly spilled from the fissure, carrying with them an exhilarating surge of energy. Lu Ming instinctively held his breath. Little Wu instantly became alert, its feathers standing on end, warily watching the cocoon. Crack, crack, crack. The fissure spread rapidly like a spider's web. More and more cracks emerged, increasingly dense. The light seeping through the gaps grew brighter and more blinding. The entire room was illuminated by this newly birthed, enchanting purple radiance, rendering every detail crystal clear. At last, with a resounding boom, the cocoon burst apart. A dazzling brilliance erupted forth. Countless specks of light, as if imbued with life, shot out in all directions, splattering like stars. The hue of this light was not merely purple but a profound, exotic crimson-tinged violet. This crimson violet was resplendent and captivating, yet bore an indescribable air of nobility and mystery, akin to the most enchanting stars in the night sky suddenly bursting forth into endless splendor. Lu Ming's pupils constricted to pinpricks. He fixated on the scattering particles of light, his heart racing with overwhelming excitement and anticipation, nearly bursting from his chest. It was the splendid radiance. The petite saint's splendid radiance. In this moment of breaking free from the cocoon, the petite saint's splendid radiance had once again undergone a transformative metamorphosis. It had evolved from its original pure azure into this astonishingly exquisite crimson violet. Lu Ming's breath hitched. This was undoubtedly a shade beyond what any ordinary advanced phantom beast could possess. Subsequently, a familiar yet slightly unfamiliar silhouette emerged, bathed in the cascading light, slowly stepping forth. It was the petite saint. At this moment, the petite saint appeared even more agile and elongated than before, each muscle line brimming with explosive power, fluid and perfect. Most striking was the fur around its hindquarters. Amidst the originally resplendent golden coat, several strands of deep crimson had appeared. That red was as profound as blood, reminiscent of embers quietly burning in the dark of night, exuding a breathtakingly mysterious beauty. Even more astonishing were the petite saint's eyes. Its gaze had grown deeper and more vibrant than ever, as if it harbored an enigmatic wisdom capable of perceiving the intricacies of the world. With runes subtly swirling within the depths of its pupils, a stream of information quietly surfaced in Lu Ming's mind. Phantom beast, long-armed crimson-tailed macaque, petite saint. Status, juvenile. Attributes, strength, spirit. Soul power level, intermediate level 2. Potential level, unknown, exceeds the current rating system. Please treat with caution, potential immeasurable. Loyalty, 100, unwaveringly devoted. Strength, 35. Performance, innate divine strength, resembling a divine ape. Arm strength particularly outstanding, capable of effortlessly splitting rocks and mountains. With enhanced perception, attack precision is lethal. Intelligence, 32. Performance, exceptionally clever, highly intelligent, able to swiftly comprehend and learn complex commands and tactics. Combat wisdom has undergone a qualitative leap. Agility, 35. Performance, as nimble as the wind, movements swift as lightning. Coupled with a danger prediction ability, evasion becomes almost instinctual, like antelope horns, leaving no trace. Stamina, 33. Performance, full of energy like the sea, extraordinary endurance, with perceptual abilities maximizing efficiency to reduce unnecessary stamina consumption. significantly enhancing sustained combat capability. Luck, blessed by the land, growing stronger with each battle, a unique boon for creatures of the blessed land. Growing stronger with each battle, never exhausting. In battles within the blessed land, there is a certain probability of absorbing a portion of the dissipated stamina and soul power from defeated targets, converting it into personal strength reserves or for rapid recovery. Talent. 1. Long-armed power, mythical level incomplete. Innately grasping part of the long-armed divine ape's mysteries. Arm strength receives a terrifying amplification of 120, which can progressively unlock the supreme divine abilities of seizing the sun and moon, compressing mountains, discerning fortune and misfortune, and manipulating the universe as strength and bloodline awaken. Current unlocked stage. Arm strength amplification. Embryonic forms of seizing the sun and moon, compressing mountains. 2. Mythical perception, mythical level incomplete. Innately attuned to the fluctuations of yin and yang, possessing the ability to discern fortunes and misfortunes of individuals. Adept at courting good fortune while evading calamity, extending life while avoiding death. Capable of keenly sensing the unknown dangers that loom over oneself. Accurately predicting every trajectory and intention of an adversary's attack, perpetually gaining the upper hand in the ever-changing landscape of battle. Current unlocked phase, danger prediction, attack anticipation. 3. Mythical physique, passive. As a phantom beast infused with the bloodline of myth, exhibits an exceptionally high natural resistance to most negative states, experiencing a growth rate that far surpasses that of ordinary phantom beasts of the same tier, rendering bottlenecks virtually non-existent. Skills. 1. King of the Apes strike. Harnesses the entirety of one's strength into the arms, combining it with the might of the arms, unleashing a cataclysmic and powerful strike. 2. Spirit monkey dash. Consumes a small amount of soul power to execute a ghostly swift evasion or advance over a short distance. 3. Prophetic counterattack. Utilizing the formidable foresight of mythical perception, anticipates an enemy's attack in advance, delivering the most precise and efficient counterstrike, ensuring the enemy's inevitable demise. Special ability. Carrier of mythical entries, unique to this realm, irreplaceable and unassailable. Chapter 65, Bloodline Suppression. Upon awakening, the young saint's first action was to immediately gaze at Lu Ming. Those eyes, shimmering with a wisdom deeper than the stars, seemed capable of piercing through the human heart, seeing through all the illusions of the world. It nodded gently at Lu Ming, its gaze filled with profound gratitude, admiration, and unwavering loyalty. The tension that had gripped Lu Ming throughout the night finally dissipated. An indescribable joy and relief surged within him, a smile of utter relief blossoming on his face, as all weariness and worry vanished in an instant. You did it. Lu Ming extended his hand. The young saint took a step forward, approaching Lu Ming, and then gently rubbed its fluffy head against his warm palm, seeking affection. Lu Ming could distinctly feel the torrent of power within the young saint, now magnified several dozen times, and the ethereal new ability to perceive all, characteristic of the red-bottomed macaque. The young saint now possessed not only terrifying combat prowess that overshadowed its peers, but also the miraculous ability to foresee impending fortunes and calamities. This was a qualitative leap. Just as Lu Ming was about to reach out and stroke the young saint's fur again, a sharp cry suddenly erupted from the side. Chi! The sound was undeniably laced with fear and unease. The once lively and spirited black bean-like eyes of the little crow were now filled with terror, its entire diminutive body trembling upon Lu Ming's shoulder. Its feathers stood on end, wings tightly pressed against its body, as if confronted with a frightful nemesis. Even more shocking was that the little crow began to instinctively retreat, yearning to distance itself from the young saint. This fear emanated from the depths of its being. A profound suppression at the bloodline level. Lu Ming was momentarily stunned. The little crow had endured the baptism of solar-winged fire, a mythical phantom beast, flowing with the bloodline of the golden crow. The golden crow, a legendary three-legged divine bird, the embodiment of the sun, one of the most esteemed divine beasts in existence. Even when faced with other mythical entities, the little crow should not exhibit such overt fear and submission. Yet now, it revealed such a terrified demeanor before the young saint. What did this signify? Lu Ming's gaze returned to the young saint, a wave of incredulous astonishment swelling within him. The young saint appeared to sense the little crow's unusual reaction. It turned its head, those eyes deep as a starry sea, quietly gazing at the trembling little crow. There was no malice in its gaze, even carrying a hint of gentle concern. Yet despite this, the little crow remained unable to control its instinctual response. So that was it. Lu Ming took a deep breath, his thoughts gradually clarifying. Although the little crow had also undergone mythical baptism, its radiant hues were still merely milky white. In contrast, the young saint had successfully endured 2 mythical baptisms, its radiant hues elevated to a profound shade of crimson purple. This deep and enchanting crimson purple was not something ordinary purple hues could compare to. The disparity in bloodline levels was evidently staggering. The very fact that even the little crow, with a golden crow bloodline, would instinctively feel such reverence underscored the terrifying height to which the purity and rank of the young saint's bloodline had ascended. Ming gently extended his hand, wishing to soothe the little crow's emotions. "Fear not, little crow. The young saint will not harm you." Hearing Ming's gentle voice, the trembling body of the little crow steadied somewhat, yet it still dared not meet the young saint's gaze, clinging tightly to Ming's neck in search of security. Observing this, the young saint willingly stepped back a few paces, creating some distance from the little crow. Its eyes reflected understanding and compassion, clearly wishing to alleviate any undue pressure its presence might impose on the little crow. At that moment, an audacious thought suddenly flashed through Ming's mind. Having endured the mythical baptisms of Red Bottom and Long Arm, the young saint now possessed such formidable power and purity of bloodline. Then, what would transpire if the young saint attempted the baptism of Spirit Bright, or 6 Ears? Spirit Bright signifies versatility and profound abilities. 6 Ears implies the ability to hear all sounds, to discern truths, and to possess enlightenment in all matters. Should the young saint successfully endure either of these entries, to what terrifying heights would its power ascend? With this thought, Ming's heartbeat quickened involuntarily. Just then, the voice of the system reverberated in his mind. Detected the host's inquiries regarding multiple mythical baptisms. To clarify, theoretically, there is no absolute limit to the number of mythical baptisms. However, the success rate of the baptism is closely tied to the compatibility between the recipient and the entries. The pain and risks associated with each baptism will exponentially increase compared to the previous one. The host is advised to consider this carefully. Upon hearing the system's response, Ming's astonishment intensified. The prospect of multiple mythical baptisms was indeed feasible. Yet, he quickly regained his composure. The pain and risks multiplied. The harrowing scene of the young saint enduring the agony of the Red Bottom baptism was still vividly etched in his mind. If a third baptism were to occur, the suffering would be exponentially greater than the last. Ming was not a greedy individual. The young saint's current strength was already formidable, and there was no need to subject it to such inhumane suffering in pursuit of greater power. Nevertheless, deep within Ming's heart, a seed of thought was quietly planted. If one day, the young saint truly needed greater strength to confront a certain crisis, and if it harbored such a desire itself, then he would reserve at least one opportunity for the young saint to attempt the baptisms of Spirit Bright and 6 Ears. But that was a matter for the future. For now, the young saint was already remarkably perfect. Ming shook his head, temporarily casting aside those convoluted thoughts. Just at that moment, the dormant abyssal mark on the back of his right hand unexpectedly ignited with a fierce burn. Chapter 66. Exclusive Abyssal Gathering. A flicker of azure light ignited beneath his skin, emanating a bone-chilling coldness. Ming's gaze sharpened, and he abruptly lowered his eyes to inspect the back of his hand. Something was amiss. The abyssal pattern would only react when the abyssal party commenced, and there were still over 20 days until the next event. The space before him began to warp violently, as if being fiercely kneaded by an invisible hand, and a pitch-black fissure was forcibly torn open. Within that chasm, there was not a vortex, but a more profound and heart-stopping expanse of endless starry skies and fractured, crumbling staircases. That was the abyssal corridor. A cold yet fervent contradictory aura began to waft from it, exuding a deadly allure. Ming's pupils constricted suddenly. The interval of at least 30 days between abyssal parties was an unbreakable rule. Was the rule now shattered? Had the abyss experienced an unforeseen anomaly? Or had some entity opened a clandestine portal just for him? The weariness from his recent mythological baptism surged like a tide, attempting to erode his will. But he immediately suppressed it, instead feeling an intensified vigilance and scrutiny rising from within. Risks often accompany opportunities. What this aberration breaking the rules represented could either be a colossal crisis capable of crushing him or an extraordinary encounter of unparalleled fortune. Just as Ming's mind raced, weighing the pros and cons, a frigid, mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Detected that the contract beast's sole power of the host has reached the qualification to initiate an exclusive abyssal party. The exclusive abyssal party, Huagua Mountain, has been opened for the host. The host may activate the abyssal corridor through the abyssal pattern to enter the exclusive abyssal party, Huagua Mountain. Note: only the owner and the contracted beast may enter the exclusive abyssal party. Ming's eyes widened, the fatigue within him dissipating almost entirely. An exclusive abyssal party? His voice trembled with astonishment. What did this mean? The exclusive Abyssal Party is a reward granted to Abyssal beings who achieve an SSS level evaluation. The system's explanatory tone was calm and clear. Once an Abyssal being attains the highest level of evaluation, this Abyssal Party will no longer be available for exploration by other Abyssal beings. Only those with an SSS evaluation and their contracted beasts may enter. Ming's breath suddenly halted at that moment. It was as if a million thunderclaps erupted simultaneously in his mind, stirring up a colossal wave. Wait, does the system mean that this Abyssal Party, Huawa Mountain, now belongs entirely to me? He murmured, his voice laced with a tremor he himself had not recognized. A private abyss, completely under his control. The cold, mechanical voice of the system ceased to resonate. Yet, that silence was, in itself, the most profound answer. Thud, thud, thud. Ming could distinctly hear the drumming of his own heartbeat, reverberating in his ears and causing the blood in his limbs to boil instantly. What did this mean? It meant that he now possessed a private garden where he could explore freely, taking whatever he desired. Though temptations surged like a tsunami, Ming's inherent caution compelled him to suppress his excitement and pose the most critical question. After all, within the abyss, absolute safety was a myth. Would there be dangers within this exclusive party? The host is the sole and highest authority of this exclusive Abyssal Party. In Huawa Mountain, the host is the owner. And theoretically, there is no danger given the host's strength. The title of highest authority shattered the last vestiges of doubt and constraints within Ming's heart. An indescribable ecstasy and fervor erupted from the depths of his being, instantly engulfing him. Huawa Mountain, the legendary starting point that had allowed him to achieve deity status and attain an SSS level evaluation. That celestial sanctuary, which existed solely in myth and legend, was now his private possession, his absolute domain. The fatigue brought about by the mythological baptism seemed insignificant in the face of this life-altering opportunity. Even washed away by the scorching excitement, opportunity seldom knocks twice. The confusion and shock in Ming's eyes vanished entirely, replaced by an unprecedented resolve and fervor. He inhaled deeply, as if to draw every ounce of passion and ambition into his lungs. Then, he made his decision. Let us go, little sage, little crow. Ming's voice was restrained with an overwhelming exhilaration, tinged with a barely perceptible tremor. Squeak. As soon as he spoke, little sage emitted a jubilant shriek, transforming into a streak of crimson-purple light, eagerly darting onto Ming's shoulder, its lively eyes fixated on the abyssal fissure. Little crow also let out a melodious cry, its dark golden wings unfurling, encircling a creamy white mythical aura as it gently alighted on his other shoulder, its feathers quivering with excitement. This time, Ming felt none of the anxiety and trepidation he had experienced upon first encountering the abyss. Instead, he was imbued with the majesty and sense of control akin to a sovereign surveying his realm. Without a trace of hesitation, he took a step forward, resolutely striding into the black fissure that connected the endless starry expanse and the shattered stairways. Contrary to his expectations, there was no violent spatial tugging, not even the slightest sensation of being pulled by external forces. The moment Ming's body merged with the fissure, the entire abyssal corridor seemed to come alive. The profound starry sky shimmered for him, and the broken staircases resonated in harmony. A warm, comforting will, akin to a blood bond, emanated from the end of the corridor, gently enveloping him, as if welcoming its sole master back home. This was not a mere transportation. It was a summons. It was the world bowing before him in reverence. Ming closed his eyes, relinquishing all resistance, relishing the sense of belonging and control that surged from the depths of his soul. The surrounding light and shadows shifted, no longer in chaotic disarray, but in an orderly reorganization, as if the entire world were laying out a red carpet leading him to his throne. Time lost its meaning, and eventually, that gentle enveloping sensation gradually dissipated. Ming's feet landed upon solid ground. Chapter 67. Is this the abyss? Meanwhile, within the headquarters of the Abyssal Observation Bureau, an eerie silence prevailed. Yang Qingxian hurried through the brightly lit corridor, his footsteps echoing oddly in the empty space. The blue light projected from the data panel in his hand illuminated his slightly pale face and tightly pressed lips. Days of sleepless, intensive investigations had nearly drained every ounce of his energy. Pushing open the door to the director's office, a blast of icy air greeted him. Xueqing Shuang stood with her back to him, gazing out of the large floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the night scenery of GUS City, which resembled a sea of stars. Her figure was outlined clearly and delicately by the neon lights of the city. Director, the investigation report, Yang Qingxian stated, coming to a halt. His voice hoarse from fatigue, yet still steady. Xueqing Shuang slowly turned around, her gaze calm and unperturbed, as if the myriad lights outside could not stir even a ripple in her eyes. Speak, she uttered, a single word. Yang Qingxian lowered his gaze, his eyes settling upon the data panel. In accordance with your instructions, we have scrutinized all soul power awakeners in Jui City who celebrated their birthdays on the day of the Abyssal Gathering, totaling 69 individuals. He paused momentarily before continuing his report. Among them, 38 have accepted the invitation to the Abyssal Gathering, with 21 confirmed deceased and 17 remaining alive. We have conducted peripheral observations on these 17 individuals, none of whom exhibit SSS-level potential. The remaining 31 show no signs of becoming Abyss dwellers. Xue Qingxuang listened intently, her expression betraying no hint of surprise, as if she had anticipated this outcome. She paced back to her desk, her slender fingers unconsciously tapping lightly on the frigid surface, producing a rhythmic sound of soft thuds. Searching for a needle in a haystack was indeed a futile endeavor. Her voice bore no trace of emotion. A genius capable of attaining an SSS rating must possess unwavering character, decisiveness, and innate talent. I do not believe such an individual would delay their resolution until their birthday, only to make a last-minute decision. Yang Qingxian stood silently, awaiting further instructions, acutely aware that this lead had reached an impasse. The office was enveloped in the rhythmic ticking of the clock, intertwined with the sound of Xue Qingxuang's fingers tapping on the desk, creating an atmosphere that was almost suffocating. The focus must now shift to the black market, closely monitoring all mysterious artifacts and the flow of luminous abyssal crystals. Finally, Xue Qingxuang broke the silence, bringing this unsuccessful operation to a close. This is a long-term endeavor. Haste is not our ally. She rose once more and approached the window, her gaze seemingly penetrating the depths of the night. We have missed the golden 48 hours. A hint of turbulence crept into her tone. The military is about to move in. Yang Qingxian instinctively furrowed his brow. This news could not remain concealed. No. It should be said that from the moment the SSS rating emerged, concealment was no longer an option. Xue Qingxuang let out a cold chuckle. Which of the prominent families in Jui City lacks connections within the military? They have likely already caught wind of the situation and are activating their channels. Akin to sharks sensing blood in the water, beginning their search. Yang Qingxian pondered for a moment before speaking up. Director, if that is the case, might we take the initiative and mobilize the City South resources to place a bounty on this SSS-level Abyss dweller? As long as the reward is substantial. Before he could finish his thought, he felt a piercing gaze directed at him. Xue Qingxuang turned, her eyes icy. A bounty? She echoed, as if she had heard the most ludicrous joke. Yang Qingxian, we are the Abyss Observation Bureau, not the bounty department of the City Guard. What charge would you propose to justify such a bounty? Excessive talent? Or perhaps, achieving their goals too swiftly and not leaving us any face? It is only natural for a genius of this caliber to be proud. If you dare to place a bounty on him today, he will have the audacity to upturn Jui City tomorrow. We seek to foster cooperation, not compel him into opposition, becoming the enemy of the entire city. A barrage of questioning set a cold sweat upon Yang Qingxuan's brow, and he immediately recognized the folly of his suggestion. I was inconsiderate. Xue Qingxuang's expression softened slightly as she stepped closer to him, lowering her voice. You maintain a good relationship with the Gu family. Kindly remind them to stay put. Refrain from getting involved, and not to divulge any characteristics regarding our target. Of course, this is merely my benevolent reminder. Her gaze deepened, as if she could already foresee the unfolding of future events. We cannot find him, and the military, comprised of those who think solely with brute force, stands even less chance. The more commotion they stir, the more they will incite his disdain and wariness. She paused, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Let us observe the developments. Once everyone else hits a wall, we will step in with good intentions, providing timely assistance, which will undoubtedly win hearts more effectively than mere opportunism. Yang Qingxian felt a jolt of understanding, solemnly nodding. Understood, Director. Xue Qingxuang waved her hand, signaling him to depart. He turned and exited the office, gently closing the door behind him. At that moment, he exhaled a long breath. Outside lay the familiar corridor. Yet his mindset had transformed entirely. The SSS-level Abyss dweller, this enigmatic figure yet to reveal themselves, had already stirred the undercurrents throughout Jui City. Back in the office, Xue Qingxuang returned to the window, her gaze lost in the profound night. SSS level, she murmured to herself, tracing her fingertips across the glass. Outside, Jui City remained vibrant, its neon lights flickering. Yet, in the unseen realm, a tempest was brewing. She returned to her desk and opened an encrypted document containing the scant records of past SSS-level Abyss dwellers, each name representing a tale of legend or catastrophe. And what? She pondered, would this SSS-level Abyss dweller signify? A legend? Or a calamity? At this moment, the orchestrator of the upheaval among Jui City's elite stood in their own world, curiously surveying their surroundings, oblivious to the tempest brewing beyond. Within the abyssal gathering, Ming instinctively held his breath, bracing for the familiar stench of the abyss. A noxious blend of rust, decay, and resentment. Yet nothing came. The anticipated hell had not descended. Instead, he was enveloped by an indescribable sweetness. As if an invisible hand gently caressed his lungs, purging every last remnant of blood and corruption. Ming abruptly opened his eyes, his entire being frozen in place. Before him lay no desolate expanse littered with bones, nor darkened mountains. A crystalline stream flowed nearby, its water rippling gently, shimmering with visible luminescence. The banks were carpeted with a thick layer of soft, velvety moss. On a distant hillside, ancient trees stood robustly, their branches heavy with fruit that glowed white like miniature moons, radiating a soft and sacred luminescence. The air was thick with an almost palpable vitality. Each breath he took provided immense relief and healing to his weary body. Is this paradise? The thought flickered in his mind, only to be extinguished in an instant. Vigilance. Utmost vigilance. In the abyss, the more beautiful something appeared, the more perilous it often proved to be. Was it an illusion? Or perhaps the lair of a high-tier seductive abyss creature? Ming adjusted his glasses, the lenses reflecting a cold glimmer. In the next moment, deep within his eyes, two clusters of golden flames ignited with a resounding brilliance. The artifact, Fire Eyes, activated. Chapter 68, The Return of the Little Sage. The world before him instantly deconstructed, transforming into a cascading torrent of monumental data streams. Through Fire Eyes, Ming scrutinized the scene before him, searching for any semblance of danger or deception, represented by a red warning. Yet, there was nothing. Absolutely nothing. The data flow refreshed layer by layer, the information returning to him so pristine that it made his heart skip a beat. Analyzing target, pure spirit soil. Effect, nourishes all life. Analyzing target, spring of life. Effect, heals injuries, purifies the soul, and slightly enhances spiritual power. Analysis target, radiant dust, immortal peach. Effect, consuming it upon ripening can permanently enhance the physique of the mythical beast, cleansing the marrow and purging the bones. Scanning results. No strong residual abyssal energy detected in the area, no hostile units found, no psychic illusions detected. Clean. Too clean. So astonishingly immaculate that it borders on the extravagant. The golden flames in Ming's eyes gradually faded, replaced by an unprecedented sense of awe. He finally, albeit slowly, realized a crucial truth. This place was not a trap, nor was it an illusion. This was the exclusive reward bestowed upon him after conquering that hellishly difficult dungeon. An SSS-rated evaluator's accolade. A realm entirely his own, untouched by the abyss, resembling a mythical paradise. Pure spiritual soil, fountain of life, radiant dust, immortal peach. As the analysis results from Fiery Eye were etched into his mind, Ming's heart raced with fervor. He took a decisive step forward. The verdant moss beneath his feet was soft and resilient, and an extraordinarily pure essence of life surged into his limbs and bones. Simply stepping on this pure spiritual soil rejuvenated the mental fatigue he had incurred while assisting Little Wu and Little Sheng in their mythological baptism at an astonishing rate. His gaze was firmly fixed on the shimmering brook, the fountain of life. Ming hastened to the stream's edge without a moment's hesitation. He bent down and cupped his hands to scoop up a crystal-clear pool of water. As the water touched his lips, an indescribable sweetness erupted on his tongue, transforming into a refreshing warmth that coursed through his limbs and even deep into his soul. Boom! It felt as if a gentle bolt of lightning struck his brain, washing away the turmoil within him at that moment. His mind was clearer than ever, and his thoughts raced with newfound speed. It was real. Everything was real. Ming lifted his head, his gaze traversing the brook and ancient trees, peering deeper into the expanse of this space. There, distant mountains loomed like ink, shrouded in mist, revealing grander outlines that could be discerned. His breath quickened. This exclusive abyssal party at Fruit and Flower Mountain held far more than just this visible area. What Fiery Eye could perceive was merely the tip of the iceberg. What lay hidden behind those clouds, beyond those mountains? Were there even more extraordinary treasures waiting to be discovered? A colossal bounty capable of elevating him to greatness and radically altering his fate. Just the thought of it sent his blood boiling. He clenched his fists tightly, and the ambition and yearning that erupted from beneath his glasses were unprecedented. Squeak! A sharp yet infinitely joyful shriek suddenly resounded. Before Ming could react, Little Sheng on his shoulder transformed into a blinding golden streak, shooting forth with ferocity. No longer merely a pet, it had become an ancient beast unshackled from all constraints. Boom! Little Sheng landed with its feet on the ground, and the hard rocky surface cracked instantly, spiderweb-like fissures spreading for dozens of meters. It felt as if the great sage had returned to its homeland. the true homeland, untouched by the abyss, brimming with life energy that was almost palpable. Roar. The suppressed ecstasy and ferocity buried deep within its bloodline erupted in a thunderous roar that reverberated through the forest. It swiftly drew out the golden needle from its ear. With a flick in the wind, buzz, the air emitted a mournful cry as a golden staff, intricately carved with ancient cloud patterns, took shape with a thunderous boom. A wondrous Rui staff. At that moment, the entire staff shimmered with golden light, and from a distance, it appeared as though Little Sheng held a fragment of a solidified sun. In the blink of an eye, Little Sheng's figure vanished from sight. The next moment, it reappeared over 100 meters away on the mountainside, sweeping the staff in a wide arc, creating a gust that momentarily severed the babbling brook. Boom. With a single strike against the mountainside, boulders shattered, dust soared into the sky, leaving behind a terrifying pit of unfathomable depth. Each leap was like a cannonball, tearing through the air and leaving faint golden afterimages. Each swing of the staff carried the absolute power to shatter mountains and split rocks. This was the true form it assumed after the mythological baptism. The power of granted it boundless reach, while the might of allowed it to command nature. At this moment, with every gesture, it wielded divine prowess. Lu Ming observed all of this calmly, the lenses of his glasses reflecting the furious golden lightning of Little Sheng. In his data-driven vision, although no red dots indicating enemies were present, the energy fluctuations caused by Little Sheng's every action formed a series of explosive, terrifying data storms far exceeding the second-tier category. To Lu Ming, while Little Sheng's soul power remained at the second tier, its strength was already comparable to that of an ordinary fourth-tier mythical beast. The corners of Lu Ming's mouth curled into a slight smile as he murmured to himself, a hint of astonishment and understanding in his tone. So this was the true visage of a mythological being, the essence of mythological qualifications, once freed from the shackles of the abyss. However, in stark contrast to Little Sheng's exuberance, the little Wu perched on Lu Ming's other shoulder was unusually quiet. This dark golden bird seemed to shrink its entire form, pressing closely against Lu Ming's warm neck. Its feathers trembled slightly, as if filled with an instinctive wariness and unease emanating from the very depths of its soul regarding this vibrant environment. Lu Ming immediately sensed its strangeness, his fingertips instinctively gliding over its smooth feathers with gentle care. What troubles you, Little Wu? Unlike its usual affectionate chirps, Little Wu buried its small head deeper into Lu Ming's neck. From Little Wu, Lu Ming distinctly sensed a strong wave of unease. This was peculiar. Little Wu, after undergoing the mythological baptism of, had truly become a legendary mythical beast. Its lineage was of the utmost nobility, innately restraining all dark and sinister forces. This fruit and flower mountain, with its rich life energy, should have been the most comfortable environment for it. Had it sensed something? Lu Ming furrowed his brow. And just as he voiced his thoughts, Little Wu suddenly lifted its head. In its dark golden eyes, two miniature suns seemed to ignite with a sudden brilliance. Screech. A sharp, high-pitched cry, imbued with supreme authority, sliced through the serene skies of Fruit and Flower Mountain like a drawn sword. In the distance, Little Sheng, who had been gleefully breaking the flow of the brook, suddenly froze, lifting its head in alarm. Little Wu transformed into a pure white streak of light, soaring skyward. Chapter 69, Little Wu, Purging the Remnants. Surrounding Little Wu, golden sacred flames ignited, rising higher and higher, the radiance becoming ever more intense. As if vying with the sun above, ultimately, it hovered atop Fruit and Flower Mountain. There, it transformed into a golden sun that pierced the clouds, illuminating eternity. Lu Ming instinctively squinted his eyes. The overwhelming sacred pressure sent tremors through him, as if his very soul was being scorched. This was not mere light. It was the supreme divine authority that purifies all things and judges all evils. In the next moment, the golden sun suspended in the sky erupted with a thunderous explosion. A myriad of divine radiance cascaded forth, no longer gentle but transformed into a torrent of judgment, akin to a sacred deluge enveloping the entirety of heaven and earth, indiscriminately cleansing every nook and cranny of Flower Fruit Mountain. Where the light reached, the air resonated with the silent, harrowing wails of the last remnants of the abyss. The most stubborn filth that even the fiery-eyed golden-winged beast could scarcely perceive. They evaporated in an instant, akin to snow under the sun, utterly obliterated. Lu Ming distinctly sensed an invisible fetter that had bound this realm was being forcefully shattered inch by this unparalleled divine light. The mountains rose with a resounding roar. The waters churned, becoming ever clearer, imbued with spiritual resonance. The verdant flora and fruits sprawled across the mountain greedily side, growing at a visible pace, increasingly lush and crystalline, brimming with astonishing vitality. At this moment, The entire flower fruit mountain seemed to have shed its final shackles, truly coming to life. This miraculous purification lasted a full 10 minutes. When the luminescence faded, Little Crow, albeit slightly fatigued, gracefully returned to Lu Ming's shoulder. It affectionately nuzzled against his cheek, its bright eyes filled with a sense of pride and satisfaction, as if seeking recognition for its achievements. Lu Ming lifted his hand, gently stroking it, yet his heart surged with tumultuous waves. He gazed at the transformed flower fruit mountain, now resembling a paradise, and finally comprehended the profound truth. Taking a deep breath, the air that filled his lungs was no longer merely fragrant, but exquisitely pure, brimming with spiritual energy potent enough to directly enhance soul power. A smile slowly crept upon Lu Ming's lips, unable to be suppressed. Thank you, Little Crow. This flower fruit mountain now belongs entirely to me. Thoroughly purified and brimming with limitless possibilities, a mythical sanctuary. Lu Ming raised his gaze, peering through the mists towards the legendary water curtain cave atop the mountain. His eyes burned with fervor. From this day forth, this place would be the flower fruit mountain, a realm that exists solely in myth, my flower fruit mountain. On his shoulder, Little Crow's dark golden feathers dulled slightly, evidently fatigued from the divine purification akin to a cataclysm. Yet, its once black eyes blazed like two unwavering suns, pulsating with pride. Well done. Lu Ming gently scratched the soft, downy feathers at the back of Little Crow's neck with his fingertip. Little Crow closed its eyes comfortably, emitting a soft, childlike chirp, nuzzling affectionately against Lu Ming's cheek, exuding a sense of playfulness and a desire for praise. This little creature, usually an imposing force, now resembled a child eager to showcase a report card to an adult. Oh, in the distance, an exuberant monkey call pierced the tranquility of the paradise. Lu Ming turned towards the sound. He saw Little Saint had somehow leapt to a resplendent peach tree, laden with peaches the size of fists, seemingly formed from shimmering dust. Following Little Crow's divine purification, these once immature fruits had now fully ripened, exuding an irresistibly enticing fragrance. Little Saint clutched a peach adorned with purple divine patterns, delightfully devouring it. Juice splattering everywhere, his face alight with ecstasy. The shimmering dust peach melted upon entry, instantly transforming into the purest stream of spiritual energy that surged down his throat and into his limbs. In that moment, a faint golden flame enveloped Little Saint, each hair seeming to expand as his aura visibly intensified. This little rascal was the first to relish the fruits of victory. Lu Ming chuckled in astonishment. His heart suddenly stirred. He immediately focused on opening Little Saint's beast panel in his mind. Beast, long-armed red-butt monkey Little Saint. Status, juvenile. Attributes, strength, spirit. Soul power level, intermediate second stage. Potential level, unknown, surpassing the current rating system. Host should exercise caution. Potential is immeasurable. Loyalty, 100, unwaveringly loyal. Stamina, 33. His gaze swept across the other attributes, finally settling on the stamina section. In the next moment, under Lu Ming's watchful eyes, that number unexpectedly flickered. 33 transformed into 34. Another flicker. 35. 36. Lu Ming's breath quickened. Ultimately, the number surged dramatically by a full 10 points before gradually stabilizing. Stamina, 43. Hiss. Lu Ming inhaled sharply. Merely one peach had propelled Little Saint's stamina attribute to soar by 10 points. What an astonishing effect. It is vital to note that each attribute of a beast becomes increasingly difficult to enhance as one progresses. A common spiritual fruit that adds even a single point is considered a treasure. Let us try eating another. Lu Ming suppressed his exhilaration and immediately commanded Little Saint. Upon hearing this, Little Saint swiftly devoured the peach pit, then plucked another peach, voraciously consuming it. Lu Ming kept a close watch on the panel. However, this time, no matter how deliciously Little Saint feasted, the stamina attribute remained unchanged. As expected, it could not be infinitely stacked. Lu Ming mused, not feeling disappointed. This was indeed the norm. If one could consume infinitely, the value of the shimmering dust peach would not merely be astonishing, but would possess the potential to upend the entire world. His gaze fell upon the discarded peach pit. The pit was no ordinary object. It radiated a translucent golden hue, as if finely carved from exquisite jade. Observing the lingering purple patterns and the distinctive gold, an ancient verse inexplicably surfaced in Lu Ming's mind. Delicate purple patterns are rare in the world, sweet kernels unmatched in sweetness. Lu Ming's pupils abruptly constricted. This verse described the legendary peaches of the Heavenly Palace. Could it be that the shimmering dust peaches, born of Flower Fruit Mountain after its complete purification, bore a connection to the mythical peaches? This thought sprouted and proliferated like wild grass, becoming uncontrollable. He ceased pondering further, suppressing his shock, and turned to beckon. Little Crow, come here. Little Crow gracefully landed in his palm, tilting its head with a hint of curiosity. Ming plucked a shimmering dust peach and brought it to its beak. Without hesitation, Little Crow gently pecked at it. The same golden flames surged from its slightly dimmed feathers, replenishing the immense energy expended during the purification. Ming immediately glanced at its panel. As expected, after a brief flicker, Little Crow's stamina attribute stabilized at 21 points. Ming felt immense satisfaction. Within this exclusive Abyss faction, the mere acquisition of these two shimmering dust peaches had already yielded bountiful returns. Watching Little Saint and Little Crow languidly finish their peaches, Ming chuckled helplessly. Indeed, once they are well fed, they become lethargic. Let us head to the water curtain cave. His voice was soft, yet his gaze pierced through layers of mist, firmly fixated on a certain point atop the mountain. Little Crow flapped its wings, silently settling on his other shoulder. Curling up comfortably, Little Sage swiftly devoured a few celestial peaches, then performed a somersault, landing with an exuberant chatter, as if responding joyously. Its form was as agile as lightning, adeptly scaling Ming's body, ultimately perching atop his head. With its tiny paws, it unceremoniously grasped Ming's hair, treating it as a makeshift handrail. Ming remarked, "Well then, my personal mount, along with a living safety helmet." He set forth towards the mountain's summit. The ground beneath him exuded an indescribable resilience and vitality. With each step, it felt as though he were treading upon the very pulse of a living entity, distinctly sensing a pure energy surging from the depths of the earth, silently nourishing his limbs. The air was thick with an aura so rich it nearly coalesced into dew. A single deep breath left him invigorated, his spirit soaring, and the bottleneck of his cultivation, which had seemed insurmountable, loosened ever so slightly. This flower and fruit mountain is no mere paradise, Ming mused, recognizing that this abyssal realm resembled a self-evolving, self-nurturing kingdom of cultivation. The sights along the way stirred his emotions profoundly. The wild grasses along the path glimmered with star-like fluorescence at the edges of their leaves, having transformed into the most rudimentary form of spiritual herbs. On unknown vines, berries the size of fingernails emitted an intoxicating fragrance potent enough to enchant the very soul. The stream previously disrupted by Little Sage had resumed its gentle flow, crystal clear and teeming with fish whose scales reflected a spectrum of colors, already exhibiting signs of spirituality. The pebbles by the stream were smooth as jade, emanating faint energy waves. Any single stone cast into the outside world would be coveted by artisans. Suddenly, Little Sage above erupted with excitement, its tiny paws pointing eagerly towards a nearby stone wall. Ming glanced up to see that the barren rock face had, unbeknownst to him, sprouted clusters of palm-sized, jade-like stalactites. An overwhelming amount of spiritual energy gathered at their tips, forming drops of crystalline liquid poised to fall. The refreshing aroma wafting from them invigorated Ming, sharpening his mental acuity. Stone marrow. His eyes gleamed with revelation. Such a treasure could cleanse the soul and stabilize one's foundation. In the outside world, even a single drop was priceless, enough to drive countless powerful beings into a frenzy. Yet here, an entire wall was adorned with it. Little Sage, unable to contain itself, somersaulted down, landing gracefully before the stone wall. It extended its paw, carefully catching a droplet of the milky white spiritual liquid, which it promptly consumed with a satisfying smack. The moment was met with an ecstatic unfolding of its golden fur, its eyes squinting with bliss as it swayed its head in delight. Witnessing this, Ming couldn't help but smile knowingly. However, just as he anticipated Little Sage would indulge further, it abruptly halted. Turning around, its animated golden eyes fixed intently on Ming. With a series of urgent chirps, Little Sage leapt again, adeptly catching an even purer droplet of stone marrow. This time, however, it did not consume it. Instead, it scampered to Ming's side, standing on tiptoe and raising its paw to present the sacred droplet to him. Urgently, it chirped, as if urging him to partake. Ming's movements froze entirely. His heart felt as though it had been gently nudged by an unseen force. Does this little creature sense my unstable foundation? This thought sparked an indescribable warmth within him. Resolute, he leaned down, gently taking the droplet into his mouth. Boom! The stone marrow dissolved upon entry, akin to a refreshing divine spring cascading through his limbs, ultimately penetrating his soul sea. The previously tenuous foundation of his soul power, bolstered by his recent elevation in strength, felt as though it was being solidified by an invisible hand. It was akin to a towering edifice, previously swaying due to a weak foundation, suddenly being reinforced into a unified whole of divine metal. Every thought became strikingly clear and lucid. The prior obscurity that had accompanied the flow of his soul power dissipated entirely. Stability, an unprecedented sense of solidity. Ming slowly opened his eyes, exhaling deeply, feeling rejuvenated. The entire world appeared transformed. He regarded the eager little sage, who was scratching its head in anticipation and couldn't resist reaching out to ruffle its diminutive head. "Thank you, little one." Little sage puffed out its chest proudly before turning back to seek another droplet of stone marrow, relishing its treat. Observing this scene, Ming felt no inclination to pry the stalactite away. When he cast his gaze upon the stone wall again, only a profound sense of kinship and belonging remained in his heart. Everything here was alive. They nurtured their companion, who in turn reciprocated. This was no mere cold opportunity or treasure. It was his foundation, the most steadfast support for his future endeavors. "Let us go," Ming declared, his voice imbued with newfound determination. To the water curtain cave. Boom. A colossal waterfall, grand beyond description, cascaded from the towering cliffs like the Milky Way inverted, unleashing a thunderous roar that echoed like ancient thunder, sending mist billowing across half the mountainside. Behind the curtain of water, a hidden paradise beckoned. Ming's breath caught in his throat, his gaze ablaze with fervor. He finally understood why the fire-eyed golden gaze had revealed the so-called Great Sage of Flower and Fruit Mountain as the greatest secret of the entire abyssal realm. Why his fusion of Fire Eye and Golden Gaze had warranted an SSS rating. It was not merely a simple boss battle. It was a trial of inheritance. Only by piercing through the illusion and purging the malevolence could this dormant mythic land welcome its new master once more. "Little sage, little crow." Ming gazed at the breathtaking waterfall, his voice steady. "From this day forth, this shall be our home." Little sage, perched atop Ming's head, gazed at the magnificent water curtain, its golden eyes igniting with extraordinary brilliance. It felt it, the call from the deepest recesses of its bloodline, transcending the ages. With a proud chest, it let out a long, exalted howl, brimming with endless joy and a sense of belonging. Little crow slightly raised its head, its dark golden eyes reflecting the waterfall that spanned the heavens, revealing a hint of contemplation. Ming inhaled deeply, the air thick with moisture and potent spiritual energy filling his lungs. "Let us return home." No trace of hesitation lingered as he strode forward with a bird and a monkey, heading towards the legendary mythic origin, the Water Curtain Cave. Chapter 71, Bloodline Inheritance. The thunderous sound of water seemed to strike deep within the soul as Ming, accompanied by Little Sage and Little Crow, stepped into the majestic cascade. The world fell into an instant silence. Completely isolated from the clamor of the outside world, behind the curtain of water lay a stone cave, far more expansive than one could ever imagine. The ceiling loomed high, adorned with unknown crystals that emanated a soft glow, illuminating the cavern as brightly as day. The air was infused with the fragrant scent of earth and stone, mingling with a trace of the lingering ferocity belonging to the demon ape. Deeper within, there resonated an ancient aura, so sacred that it evoked an irresistible urge to revere. The ground was composed of smooth blue stone, while the surrounding walls bore the scars of battle, etched with deep gashes and clefts that silently recounted the harrowing clash that had transpired not long ago. Ming's gaze swept over several deep, polished claw marks embedded in the stone wall, and a shiver ran through him. In the heat of battle, he had paid little heed. Now, upon reflection, he could more acutely sense the terrifying power of the demon ape at its zenith. At the center of the cave stood a massive stone seat, silently awaiting. Its surface was riddled with cracks, one corner shattered. This was the very place where the demon ape had once resided. Suddenly, the little sage, who had been perched atop Ming's head, trembled violently the moment they entered the waterfall cave. It leapt down and steadied itself on the ground, its golden eyes fixated intently on a deeper, darker entrance behind the ruined stone seat. Behind the seat, an entirely different realm awaited. A flicker of astonishment crossed Ming's eyes, yet he refrained from hurrying to investigate, directing all his attention toward the little sage. At that moment, the little sage breathed heavily, a low whimper emanating from its throat, a sound that conveyed both anguish and confusion. Its lively golden eyes were now laced with bloodshot streaks. "Little sage?" Ming's heart tightened. Yet the little sage seemed oblivious to his call, moving slowly, step by deliberate step, toward the stone seat. Each stride appeared burdensome, as if it bore eons of time upon its shoulders. With every step, a subtle but profound transformation rippled through its essence. As a summons from the deepest recesses of its bloodline stirred a tempest within its soul, Ming did not intervene, merely trailing silently behind. Xiao Wu, too, had flown down from his shoulder, its dark golden eyes flickering with caution as it surveyed the surroundings. At last, the little sage reached the stone seat. It extended its monkey paw, gently caressing the jagged cracks upon the seat, the blood in its eyes gradually fading, replaced by an indescribable sorrow and reverence. Suddenly, it lifted its head sharply, gazing once more at the cavernous entrance behind the stone seat. No longer hesitating, it sprang forward, leaping onto the shattered stone seat and unhesitatingly plunging into the profound darkness beyond. Xiao Wu, follow. Lu Ming commanded softly, quickly matching its pace. As they traversed the dim passageway, the view before them suddenly opened wide. Here lay the true heart of the waterfall cave. The space was slightly smaller than the outer cavern, yet the density of spiritual energy in the air exceeded that of the outside world by tenfold. The spiritual energy was almost tangible, pouring into their beings like a sweet rain with each breath. The walls of the cavern glistened like mirrors, engraved with countless arcane runes that, although dimmed by time, still exuded a mysterious aura capable of suppressing the very essence of ancient chaos. At the center stood a naturally formed chaotic stone platform. The little sage leapt onto the platform, instinctively settling into a meditative posture with its eyes tightly closed. Buzz! In an instant, a blinding golden light erupted from within the little sage, transforming into a pillar of light that shot skyward, piercing the ceiling of the cave. The stone platform resonated with a thunderous echo, and the ancient runes on the cavern walls, dormant for eons, flared to life as if ignited simultaneously like stars scattered across the night sky. An overwhelming, ancient, and supremely majestic aura filled the entire space. As if a slumbering monarch had awakened. Amidst the golden light, the little sage's body quivered slightly, its expression shifting from anguish to ecstatic delight. At its brow, a golden flame emblem flickered into visibility, radiating a terrifying pressure that made Lu Ming's very soul tremble. The bloodline inheritance. Lu Ming held his breath, a profound shock flashing in his eyes. He comprehended fully. This flower fruit mountain, this waterfall cave, existed as the supreme sanctuary for the little sage. This was its extraordinary opportunity, the true genesis of its legendary path as a mythical beast. Lu Ming gradually exhaled, refraining from interruption. His gaze shifted to Xiao Wu perched upon his shoulder. Xiao Wu did not descend but instead unfurled its wings, hovering in midair. With a clear, melodious cry, it transformed into a streak of darkness, alighting upon a protruding rock not far from the stone platform. Unlike Lu Ming, who absorbed the energies, Xiao Wu opened its beak and drew in a deep breath. A vortex of pure spiritual energy formed around Xiao Wu, wildly converging towards it. The golden divine light spilling from the stone platform was also forcefully drawn toward it, merging into its being. Xiao Wu's feathers shimmered with a dark metallic luster under the cleansing of the spiritual energy, appearing increasingly sharp and mysterious. Witnessing this scene, Lu Ming's lips curled into a slight smile. He settled into a cross-legged position, closing his eyes, allowing his consciousness to plunge into the sea of souls. To squander even a moment in such a blessed realm would be a grievous sin. Boom. Almost the instant Lu Ming began to meditate, the surrounding torrent of spiritual energy found its outlet, transforming into a roaring dragon that surged violently into his being. The barrier of the first stage, 9th level of soul power, trembled violently under the onslaught of this supremely pure spiritual energy, teetering on the brink of collapse. Lu Ming remained undistracted, his spirit solidifying into a reef, standing firm amidst the storm of his soul, guiding this force as it relentlessly battered against the intangible barrier. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. When the accumulation of soul power in Lu Ming's sea of souls reached its zenith, compressing to its utmost limit, crack. A sound reminiscent of shattering from the dimension of the soul reverberated. It was not the barrier that shattered, but rather his entire sea of souls, along with the barrier, was splintered by an even more formidable force and then reformed. Boom. The sea of souls expanded tenfold. What was once gaseous soul power had now completely transformed into a liquid state, resembling a silver mercury, viscous and heavy, imbued with energy far surpassing its former self. Second stage. Soul power reached the second stage. It was achieved. Lu Ming's eyes snapped open, 2 beams of divine light shooting forth from his gaze, leaving deep scorch marks upon the unyielding stone walls. He rose to his feet, clenched his fists, feeling the relentless flow of liquid soul power within him, and realized that with a mere thought, he could easily crush mountain rocks. This was the essence of qualitative transformation. He immediately turned his attention back to the stone platform. The little sage remained enveloped in an even denser golden light, its aura as profound as the ocean, seemingly merging with the very essence of the cave, clearly indicating that its inheritance was far from complete. Lu Ming's gaze deepened. He sensed that as the inheritance progressed, an absolute domain was forming around the stone platform, repelling all beings except for the little sage. That he and Xiao Wu were able to cultivate here was merely a stroke of fortune from the initial awakening of the inheritance. To linger further would likely incur adverse effects. The opportunity was fleeting, one must not be greedy. Lu Ming understood in his heart and made a resolute decision. He glanced at Xiao Wu, who was still voraciously consuming spiritual energy. At this moment, Xiao Wu's aura had multiplied several times in strength, with faint golden streaks appearing along the edges of its wings. Xiao Wu, it's time to go, Lu Ming softly called. The little crow, still reluctant to cease its devouring, transformed into a shadowy figure and gracefully perched upon his shoulder, affectionately nuzzling against his cheek. Lu Ming cast a final lingering glance at the resplendent golden light, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Little sage, we shall await your awakening outside. With those words, he hesitated no longer, turning resolutely to stride toward the cave's exit. The journey to Flower Fruit Mountain had transformed both him and his companions profoundly. Chapter 72. The undercurrent stirs again. A single stone can create 1,000 ripples. News of the emergence of an SSS-rated evaluator at the abyssal party of Flower Fruit Mountain spread like an unforeseen tempest, sweeping across the entire Nine-Leaf City overnight. This was not merely a rating. It embodied an unprecedented genius, a formidable presence capable of altering the future landscape. In the realm of abyssal beings, S-rank individuals are already as rare as phoenix feathers, coveted by various factions, while SSS rank exists only in legends and theories. Now, that legend had materialized into reality. Within Nine-Leaf City, any family of some repute convened urgent meetings at the earliest opportunity. In the brightly illuminated conference room, a complex atmosphere of tension and exhilaration permeated the air. Investigate. Spare no effort to uncover the identity of this SSS-rated individual, they commanded. Notify all family members abroad to immediately gather every scrap of information regarding the abyssal party at Flower Fruit Mountain. No detail should be overlooked. If we can ally with this person, our Zhang family will be secure for a century. If not, we must ensure he does not become our adversary. Similar orders echoed through various families, and soon, the undercurrents of Nine-Leaf City surged. With countless pairs of eyes fixated on the successful participants from the recent Flower Fruit Mountain Novice Abyssal Party, desperate to unearth any trace of the enigmatic genius. In stark contrast to the external clamor, the Gu family estate exuded an unusual tranquility. In the study, the faint aroma of aged tea wafted through the air. Lin Su placed a freshly brewed cup of tea gently before her husband. Today, she donned a simple yet elegant home attire, which could not obscure her remarkable poise. Old Gu, the ruckus outside is nearly deafening, yet you remain so composed, Lin Su teased, though her gaze was earnest. Gu Chuanyu adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and took a leisurely sip of tea before setting the cup down, a faint smile of resignation gracing his lips. What good would it do to lose my composure? Shall I join in their futile antics? He replied quietly. Consider this, someone capable of achieving an SSS rating is hardly a fool. If he chose not to reveal his identity at the gathering, it indicates a desire for discretion. If our Gu family were to be the first to leap forward, how do you think he would perceive us? Would he feel gratitude or suspect ulterior motives in our attempt to draw him out and control him? Lin Su fell silent, recognizing the wisdom in his words. Such a genius would undoubtedly be proud and disdainful of being treated as a mere pawn. Moreover, Gu Chuanyu glanced toward the door of their daughter's room. Lowering his voice further, Xiaoyin has already attained an S rating, which is commendable. Should outsiders learn that our Gu family is so eager to court an SSS individual, what judgments might they cast upon her, and upon us? The most critical point is that Xiaoyin has indeed encountered the traits of that SSS abyssal being. Old Yang has already conveyed that we should maintain neutrality and refrain from taking sides. I understand, Lin Su replied, fully comprehending the gravity of the situation. Let us act as if we are unaware of this matter. They can make their commotion while we carry on with our lives. As for Xiaoyin, refrain from mentioning it. Indeed, Gu Chuanyu responded with a gratified smile, grateful for such a wise partner. He lifted his teacup, gently blowing away the steam. In Nine-Leaf City, there are plenty who are far more anxious than we are. In stark contrast, the atmosphere within the Lu family was one of stark tension. In their opulent living room, the cold light of a luxurious crystal chandelier illuminated Lu Qingjue's grim visage. The report he held crumpled under his grip, veins standing out on the back of his hand. SSS rated. SSS rated. He thundered, slamming the document onto the table with a muffled thud. Alongside Jinghong, at the novice abyssal party at Flower Fruit Mountain. How is this possible? Beside him, Gu Panqi turned pale, hastening to Lu Qingjue's side, gently rubbing his back. Qingjue, please, do not be so agitated. Could there be an error? Jinghong is already S-rated. Apart from that girl from the Gu family, how could anyone surpass him, let alone achieve SSS? She found it difficult to accept this reality. In her mind, her youngest son, Lu Jinghong, was the epitome of excellence, a beacon of hope for the Lu family. Lu Qingjue shoved her hand aside, casting a dark glare at Lu Jinghong, who was descending the stairs. Jinghong, come here, he called, his voice hoarse and low. Lu Jinghong emerged from the virtual combat chamber, his demeanor as haughty as ever, even bearing a hint of languor from his training. Noticing the grim expressions on his parents' faces and the report on the table, he raised an eyebrow with indifference. What is it, father, that warrants such fury? Look for yourself. Lu Qingjue pointed to the document on the table. Lu Jinghong sauntered over, casually picking it up and scanning it quickly. Upon seeing the words SSS rated, the languor vanished from his face, replaced by an expression of incredulity mixed with deep displeasure. Impossible, he exclaimed, his voice sharper than Lu Qingjue's. This must be a mistake. The abyssal evaluation is certainly erroneous. His tone was laced with offended anger. In his view, having contracted the epic-level Frostfire Phoenix, he was already at the pinnacle among his peers. His only competitor was the girl who had bonded with the Ember Phoenix, Gu Xiaoying. Yet even she was merely S-rated. Now an SSS-rated individual had appeared out of thin air? Was this not a direct affront to his pride? The military has confirmed the authenticity of this news. Lu Qingjue's voice was as cold as ice. Now, I ask you, at the Flower Fruit Mountain Abyssal Party, did you notice anyone particularly remarkable? Or any extraordinary phantom beast? Lu Jinghong's complexion fluctuated between shades of green and white, his arrogant pride trampled like never before. He began to strain his memory. Remarkable individuals? He scoffed, just a bunch of useless fools. What is there to remember? In his recollection, the only one who had caught his eye at the Abyssal Party was Gu Xiaoying. The magnificent and powerful Ember Phoenix had indeed left a lasting impression. As for the others, he furrowed his brow, striving to sift through the hazy, unremarkable images in his mind. Other than Gu Xiaoying's Fire Phoenix, the remaining phantom beasts were at best rare level, lacking any semblance of distinction. As he continued to recall, he spoke with disdain. Think harder. Lu Qingjue intensified his tone. Resembling a lion on the verge of fury, Gu Panqi eagerly chimed in. Jinghong, think carefully. Is there anyone you might have overlooked? Perhaps someone who seemed unremarkable, but is actually quite formidable? Lu Jinghong, feeling the pressure of the inquiry, grew increasingly agitated as fragments of memory flashed through his mind. Suddenly, a ludicrous image came to a halt in his thoughts. He recalled, amidst the participants summoning their phantom armor with great fanfare, there had indeed been an anomaly. That individual had not even managed to materialize the most basic phantom armor. Beside him was a monkey that was not even a phantom beast. Resembling a beggar who had mistakenly wandered into a banquet, utterly out of place and attracting derisive laughter from many onlookers. At that moment, Lu Jinghong also caught sight of it and could only regard it as a clown, seeking attention without any awareness of its own insignificance, lacking even the interest to spare it a second glance. However, there was one thing. Lu Jinghong's tone bore a hint of uncertainty and an abundance of absurdity. Could such a character, unable to summon even a phantom armor, truly be the SSS-level talent? Upon uttering these words, he found the notion ludicrous, letting out a derisive snort. Chapter 73, Storage Space. Get. No phantom armor? Lu Qingjue and Gu Panqi exchanged glances, each discerning the same judgment reflected in the other's eyes. Impossible. A beast master incapable of coalescing even a phantom armor must either be a waste with exceedingly low soul power or a complete novice. How could such a person possibly attain an SSS rating? It was sheer nonsense. It seems we cannot rely on you. A flicker of disappointment crossed Lu Qingjue's gaze, soon replaced by a deeper, more calculating expression. Rising from his seat, he paced the living room, his fingers rhythmically tapping against his palm. After a considerable time, he halted, his eyes glimmering with a fierce determination. Since we cannot investigate further, let us adopt a different approach. He turned to Gu Panqi and Lu Jinghong, his voice regaining its usual steadiness and resolve. Relay my orders. The Lu family shall mobilize all resources and connections to assist the military in the search for this SSS-level genius's whereabouts. Father, why must we assist the military? Lu Jinghong inquired, perplexed. Lu Qingjue sneered, his eyes alight with the flames of power and ambition. Jinghong, we are not aiding the military. We are aiding ourselves. This SSS-level genius is now a hot potato, a veritable springboard to greater heights. Whoever locates him first will seize the initiative. By proactively offering our support and investing considerable manpower and resources, the military's upper echelons will owe us a favor, regardless of whether we ultimately find him. If fortune favors us, and we indeed locate him first. He left the thought unspoken, yet the greed and ambition in his gaze spoke volumes. Even if we must dig 3 feet into the ground, we will find this individual. Lu Qingjue enunciated each word with deliberate emphasis. I am eager to discover just who dares to tread upon the Lu family's domain. At the Shanghai Pet Shop, on the second floor, space rippled like waves, and soft white light dissipated as Lu Ming stepped forth. Accompanying him was a raven, entirely black, yet subtly shimmering with hints of dark gold. Caw! The little raven shook its wings, shedding a few golden down feathers imbued with the essence of Waguashan. It tilted its head, curiously assessing the narrow room, which starkly contrasted the aura of Wagwashan, its eyes gleaming with vibrant intelligence. The familiar wooden floor, the neon glow from the city outside, and the faint mingling sense of disinfectant and pet food brought Lu Ming back from that mythical realm to reality. He inhaled deeply, not to calm his nerves, but to savor the changes within his body. Soul power surged through his limbs, akin to a river breaching its banks, yet held firmly in check by an invisible dam, obedient and gentle. This was the sensation of the second tier, a clear awareness of his own power's boundaries, coupled with the ability to summon it at will. Now, he stood on solid ground, no longer needing to fear indigestion from absorbing soul power. For someone with a little saint, destined to frequently absorb soul power in the future, this was an invaluable treasure. Indeed, Lu Ming murmured to himself, a smile involuntarily gracing his lips. Caw! The little raven fluttered down to his shoulder, affectionately nuzzling his cheek with its beak, as if seeking praise. Lu Ming tilted his head, feeling the now clearer and more resilient bond of their soul contract. He sensed that the little creature's soul power, having undergone its final transformation, had now firmly entered the intermediate stage of the first tier, with its strength exhibiting considerable improvement. Its feathers gleamed like metal under the light, and its gaze had grown increasingly sharp. Although it had not taken center stage during their time in Wagwashan, it had certainly benefited from the experience. You've worked hard. Lu Ming reached out to stroke its smooth head, remembering the little saint left behind in Wagwashan. A peculiar feeling surged within him, both the comfort of a child growing up and departing, and a faint sense of vacancy. Yet he understood well how crucial that inheritance was for the little saint, a foundation sufficient to facilitate its true transformation into legend, and it could not be rushed. All he needed to do was wait patiently. His gaze swept across the room, ultimately landing on a corner. There, a small mountain formed from abyss crystals sparkled under the light, dazzling to the eye. This quantity would undoubtedly incite envy and madness in any abyss dweller. Lu Ming's mind shifted as he regarded the pattern on the back of his hand, resembling a star-shaped ripple. A thought surged into his consciousness without warning. Could this object serve as a storage space? The abyssal pattern could connect to the exclusive abyss party of Wagwashan. Therefore, the water curtain cave within Wagwashan should function as a storage area as well, right? This thought proliferated in his mind like wild grass. It was worth a try. Lu Ming suppressed his restlessness, closed his eyes, and immersed his entire being into the star-shaped ripple on his hand. There was no dizziness as he had anticipated. An indescribable transcendent perception enveloped him instantaneously. His consciousness seemed to pierce through the veil of space, establishing a mysterious connection with the distant water curtain cave of Wagwashan. He beheld it, a genuine corner of the water curtain cave. Claw marks from the little saint's ascent still lingered on the stone walls. The air infused with the sweet fragrance of peach fruit, and he could even hear the thunderous roar of the waterfall cascading into the pool outside. Within this authentic space, he could delineate an absolutely stable area, completely isolated from the outside world. Its size was at his discretion. It truly works. Lu Ming extended his right hand, palm facing the small mountain of abyss crystals before him. A mere thought, and hum. There were no visual effects, no energy fluctuations. That crystalline mountain, capable of driving abyss dwellers to madness, vanished from reality like a mirage under the sun. It was gone, utterly and completely. Caw! The little raven on his shoulder suddenly poked its head out, gazing at the empty floor, its small, bean-like eyes filled with confusion and bewilderment about this world. Yet within Lu Ming's consciousness, another scene unfolded vividly. In the corner of the water curtain cave he had delineated, countless shimmering abyss crystals lay piled high, quietly resting there. Neither one more nor one less. He focused his thoughts once more. Whoosh! An abyss crystal materialized from thin air, carrying a trace of the water curtain cave's unique coolness, landing steadily in his warm palm. With a mere shift of his thought, the crystal instantly vanished, returning to the cave. This was no longer a simple matter of effortless retrieval. This was absolute control over another space. The smile on Lu Ming's lips could no longer be contained. He had acquired a storage space that was solely his own, utterly secure, and capable of being carried with him wherever he went. What kind of spatial anomalies could possibly compare to this exclusive abyssal gathering of mine? Suppressing the tumultuous thoughts surging within, Lu Ming's consciousness delved deeper along the abyssal patterns once more. Within the water curtain cave, the little saint remained in the same state as before. That was sufficient. Lu Ming gradually withdrew his mind, exhaling a long, deep sigh, as if a colossal weight had been lifted from his heart. The consecutive drains on his mental energy left him with a profound fatigue that resonated from the depths of his soul. Little Wu, it's time to rest. He softly spoke to the little creature perched on his shoulder. Little Wu croaked in response, obediently flying to the coat rack by the window, swiftly burying its head within its wings, transforming into a dark, fluffy ball. Lu Ming felt no desire to undress. Instead, he collapsed onto the bed. The bed frame remained unforgivingly firm, yet it offered him an unprecedented sense of grounding and security. Chapter 74. Is the red sparrow really this adorable? Why does it always scare it? The following morning, sunlight streamed through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, casting vibrant geometric shapes upon the floor. "Mom, I'm heading out," Gu Qingming announced from the entrance, having changed her shoes, her voice light as she called towards the dining room. At the dining table, the elegantly made-up Lin Su paused her silver knife and fork. The utensils lightly clinked against the fine porcelain plate, producing a crisp sound that resonated in the overly quiet dining room, akin to a deliberate pause in a musical piece. "Wait." Lin Su's voice was devoid of discernible emotion, but carried an undeniable tone of authority. She lifted her gaze, scanning her daughter's faded casual attire, her brows furrowing imperceptibly. Ming, is a part-time job at a pet store worth your earnest attention?" Lin Su's tone was gentle. "Just yesterday, Aunt Wang called me, mentioning that her company's marketing department has an internship vacancy, offering an annual salary of 3 million. Doesn't that sound more appealing than tending to those small animals?" Gu Qingming did not turn back. "Which in turn earns 3 million. Isn't it all about connections? Besides, is 3 million that much? It's barely enough for me to buy a red sparrow." "Mom, that shop is different." "How is it different?" Lin Su pressed, leaning forward slightly. "Is it a place that promises you instant success?" Gu Qingming hesitated for a moment. It can only give her a chance. Ultimately, she merely stated, "I really like it there." This response evidently did not satisfy Lin Su. However, as she observed her daughter's silhouette, slender yet resolute, she sensed an unyielding determination that she could not sway. Lin Su suddenly felt a wave of exhaustion wash over her. She waved her hand, her tone imbued with a weariness she was unaware of. "Go on then." She ultimately relented. "Be careful on the way." Gu Qingming gently acknowledged, pulling open the heavy door. A subtle, unnoticed smile crept onto her lips. The roller shutter of the Shanghai pet store was already half raised. Gu Qingming adeptly bent down and slipped inside, the air still carrying the lingering chill from the previous night. The store was devoid of customers, even quieter than usual. She instinctively searched among the shelves and cages, but found no trace of the familiar, lively red sparrow. A faint sound of footsteps echoed from the staircase. Gu Qingming looked up to see Lu Ming leisurely descending from the second floor. He seemed not to have changed his clothes. A hint of morning fatigue evident in his demeanor, yet his eyes retained their profound depth. However, what captivated Gu Qingming's full attention was the creature perched upon his shoulder. It was not the golden-haired macaque she had grown somewhat accustomed to, but a small bird, entirely enveloped in darkness. "Store manager, where's the little saint?" She could not help but inquire, her tone betraying a hint of unrecognized disappointment. "It has its own matters to attend to," Lu Ming replied nonchalantly, seemingly disinterested in elaborating on the topic. He raised his hand, gently tapping the head of the small bird resting on his shoulder. "Quack." Little Wu responded with a crisp sound, affectionately nudging Lu Ming's knuckles with its head, its ebony eyes sparkling with vivacity. This simple interaction made Gu Qingming's pupils dilate sharply. She fixated on the little bird. Its feathers, no longer the dull grayish-black of yesterday, now shimmered with a dark golden hue, glistening with an ethereal brilliance in the morning light. Its spirit, once lethargic and wan, now brimmed with vigor and vitality. Intelligence. That was not the gaze of an ordinary bird. It was imbued with wisdom and emotion. A ludicrous yet singular thought detonated in her mind. Is this the same fiery feathered raven from yesterday? Her voice trembled slightly from the overwhelming shock. Lu Ming turned his head, casting her a calm glance, and nodded affirmatively. Upon receiving confirmation, Gu Qingming inhaled sharply, her mind rapidly piecing together all the threads of evidence. Yesterday afternoon, the store manager had closed early. This morning, he descended from upstairs, looking weary. Yet this near-death fiery feathered raven had undergone a miraculous transformation. Did the store manager close the shop yesterday to nurture it? Gu Qingming's tone transitioned from questioning to incredulity. Lu Ming did not deny it. At that moment, the last vestige of doubt in her heart, stemming from the expenditure of 3 million, vanished completely. The reality before her was more persuasive than any grandiose rhetoric. He truly possessed the ability to facilitate miraculous transformations in pets. Although the fiery feathered raven was merely an ordinary pet, this transformation was nothing short of revolutionary. And her red sparrow. It seemed as if Lu Ming could read her thoughts as his gaze settled upon her. Having charged you 3 million credit points, I cannot have you waiting indefinitely. His voice was calm, yet resonated like celestial music in Gu Qingming's ears. Today, I will teach you how to nurture that red sparrow. Gu Qingming's eyes sparkled with newfound brightness, akin to stars igniting into flame. All her previous reticence and pride evaporated. leaving only unadulterated joy that seemed on the verge of overflowing. Really? Store manager. Her voice rang with exuberance, akin to a spring brook bubbling forth, melodious and delightful. Her beautiful almond-shaped eyes shone brilliantly, reminiscent of the most dazzling star in the night sky, fixated unwaveringly on Lu Ming. The airs of propriety instilled by her affluent upbringing, and the teasing dance of distance, paled in significance against the tangible hope that lay before her. Her red sparrow, the mythical creature into which she had poured all her expectations and resolve, was finally about to embark on its metamorphosis. Lu Ming appeared accustomed to her exuberance, simply nodding in acknowledgement before turning to walk towards the back of the shop. Keep up. Oh right. Gu Qingming, as if awakening from a dream, hurriedly followed him, her steps quickening like a little tail. The two made their way directly to the birdcage, where soft straw lined the bottom, accompanied by a bowl of clean water and food. In the farthest corner of the cage, a small bird, entirely crimson, huddled tightly, its feathers ruffled, visibly anxious. It was indeed Gu Qingming's red sparrow, which boasted an impressive potential value of 10. Yet, upon the appearance of Lu Ming, the red sparrow seemed to sense something. Suddenly trembling and emitting a low, terrified chirp, its gaze transcended Lu Ming, fixating intently on the pitch-black bird perched upon his shoulder. A primal fear, rooted deep within the bloodline, manifested as an instinctive reverence of the lower beings toward their superiors. The crimson bird, known as Chu, had all its feathers bristling, desperately shrinking into the corner, wishing to embed itself into the wall, its entire form trembling uncontrollably. Quack! The little black bird on Lu Ming's shoulder tilted its head, its beady eyes reflecting a hint of confusion. It merely cast a cursory glance at its crimson counterpart, exuding no overt pressure. Yet the invisible aura it emanated sent Chu into a state of sheer terror. Chapter 75, Nirvana Sand? It was a mere fabrication of mine. This scene was eerily reminiscent. Gu Qingming's footsteps abruptly halted, her pupils reflecting the abject horror of Chu, as memories of yesterday's events flashed through her mind. When she encountered that golden-haired macaque, her own Chu had also cowered on the ground, not daring to lift its head. She had thought it was merely an individual difference between species. Yet now, a similar spectacle unfolded between two avian phantom beasts. Her Chu, though yet to complete its contract, possessed undeniable potential, standing out among its kin. Meanwhile, the creature on Lu Ming's shoulder, which had merely been a barely alive drab bird just yesterday, had undergone a transformation overnight, establishing an absolute dominance over Chu. The shopkeeper, Gu Qingming, spoke with a somewhat dry voice. It's just a little unaccustomed. Lu Ming's tone remained unperturbed, as if discussing a trivial matter. When the life level of a species ascends to a new height, it naturally instills a sense of intimidation towards those of a lower tier from the same lineage. You'll get used to it. Get used to it? The notion of a life level ascension seemed rather exaggerated. Isn't my bird a phantom beast? How could an ordinary pet compare to my phantom beast? Gu Qingming's lips twitched slightly. Just moments ago, she had discreetly scanned the little bird on Lu Ming's shoulder with her personal terminal, which still indicated it was not a phantom beast. Such a miraculous overturning of common knowledge. Could it be a regular occurrence for him? She inhaled deeply, forcibly suppressing her unease. Though astonished, Lu Ming's exceptional demeanor instilled an unprecedented confidence in her regarding Chu's future. Lu Ming paid no heed to her internal reflections, proceeding directly to the cage. He did not open the cage door. Instead, he retrieved a plain white porcelain bottle from his pocket, removed the wooden cork, and poured a few grain-like particles into his palm. The grains were dark golden in hue, varying in size, resembling ordinary river sand, yet their color was distinct, devoid of any scent or detectable energy fluctuations. What is this? Gu Qingming inquired curiously, leaning closer. Something to nurture Chu, Lu Ming replied succinctly. Gu Qingming blinked, struggling to believe it. Just this? A handful of sand? She had encountered high-grade materials for nurturing phantom beasts before. Those substances were invariably luminous, fragrant, or imbued with immense energy. Yet the few grains before her were so utterly mundane that one would hardly glance at them if cast to the ground. Lu Ming seemed to perceive her skepticism, but offered no explanation. He extended his hand toward the cage, gently blowing a breath toward the trembling Chu inside. The dark golden grains floated gracefully into the cage, landing precisely in front of the feeding bowl. An extraordinary scene unfolded. In the preceding moment, Chu had been quaking in fear of the little black bird, yet upon sensing the presence of the grains, its body suddenly stiffened. A flicker of struggle crossed its terrified eyes, but soon, a yearning from the depths of its soul overpowered the fear rooted in its bloodline. Cautiously, even reverently, it took small steps toward the feeding bowl. It glanced at the little black bird on Lu Ming's shoulder, recoiling slightly in trepidation. Yet ultimately unable to resist the fatal allure, it buried its head in the bowl. Tap, tap, tap. The crisp sound of pecking resonated in the tranquil courtyard. Chu devoured every last grain of dark golden sand. After finishing, it stood dazed, as if savoring something. Moments later, a visible surge of red light erupted from within its being. The radiance was not blinding. Rather, it was remarkably gentle, akin to the warmth of fire jade. Amidst the glow, Chu's body trembled slightly, emitting a melodious cry that transformed from fear to one filled with joy and elation. Its feathers, visible to the naked eye, became more vibrant and luminous. It was a hue reminiscent of a burning, flowing flame, with each feather's edge glimmering with a faint golden sheen. The already remarkable spirit state soared to its zenith, its eyes gleaming with divine light, and in its gaze, there emerged a hint of regality, though its size remained unchanged. The overall impression it conveyed was utterly transformed. Ming was left speechless, her mouth agape, unable to utter a single word. If the transformation of the blazing feathered crow was a metamorphosis, then the change in Chu before her was instantaneous. In less than a minute, a handful of unremarkable grains had facilitated such an astonishing evolution in her Chu. This was no mere nurturing. It was akin to divine enlightenment. She had spent 3 million credit points to acquire Chu's potential, and now, Ming was demonstrating how to unlock that potential into tangible strength. In that moment, she finally comprehended. This seemingly ordinary pet shop was not selling phantom beasts. It was peddling miracles. How do you feel? Ming's voice jolted her back to reality. Incredible. Ming's tone brimmed with excitement, her gaze toward Ming having shifted from initial scrutiny and curiosity to fervent admiration. Shopkeeper, what exactly is this? It's extraordinary. Ming returned the porcelain bottle to his pocket, his expression nonchalant, as if he had merely fed a few grains of birdseed. Nirvana sand. He casually named the dark golden grains. Although termed Nirvana sand, they were, in fact, ordinary sand that he had specifically subjected to the sun's true fire, courtesy of the little black bird earlier that morning. Knowing Ming's likely attitude today, he had expended considerable effort to prepare it early in the day. The transformation in Chu was solely due to the power contained within the grains, derived from the little black bird's solar feathers trait, which he had employed to mend Chu's latent injuries. Nirvana sand? Ming murmured, her eyes sparkling even brighter. Nirvana, rebirth, this name could not have been more fitting. She gazed at the cage containing the resplendent Chu, now a bird of entirely different caliber, her heart ablaze with unprecedented fervor. With such a divine object in her possession, surpassing her sister Gu Xiaoyin seemed within reach. She was determined to acquire more, no matter the cost. As Ming found herself engulfed in boundless daydreams of the future, Ming's voice, as calm and unassuming as a tranquil stream, fell upon her like a bucket of perfectly chilled water, dousing the fervor in her heart. Chapter 76. Profitability must be sustainable. The unscrupulous store manager. Today is merely the first instance. Let it acclimatize. Henceforth, we shall proceed once daily for a month, establishing a foundation. Indeed, Ming nodded vigorously, resembling a diligent student intent on absorbing every lesson. However, Ming's tone shifted, his gaze fixating upon her with a peculiar expression. What I just provided you was a trial version. Trial version? Ming paused momentarily, then quickly grasped the implication, tentatively inquiring, does the official version require a purchase? Ming shot her a sidelong glance. The young lady is quite astute. She has already inquired before I even mentioned it. With this thought, Ming extended a solitary finger. 100,000? Ming's heart skipped a beat. She had some understanding of the store manager's character. This single digit surely did not signify 10,000. Although she had prepared herself for the inevitable truth that the Nirvana sand would be exorbitantly priced, the figure still stung her. Her modest savings had already been depleted, and acquiring another 100,000 might necessitate incurring debt. Ming shook his head. Ming's heart sank. Could it be that she had overstepped her bounds? No need for 100,000, merely 100,000 credit points. Ming unveiled the answer. Phew. Ming exhaled a long sigh of relief. Thankfully, it was not 100,000. While 100,000 credit points was still quite costly, for the future of the Red Sparrow, it fell within an acceptable range. A bottle priced at 100,000, based on the previous quantity, should suffice for a month's sustenance for the Red Sparrow. After a month, spending 100,000 on nurturing would be worth it. She immediately straightened her posture, the aura of a small, wealthy lady returning. No problem, store manager. Let us start with, a bottle. However, Ming's subsequent words caused her smile to falter abruptly. I meant 100,000 each time. The air seemed to freeze in that moment. Gu Qingming's expression morphed from one of extravagance to shock, then to a daze, ultimately settling into an absurd look of disbelief as if questioning whether she had misheard. 100,000 each time? Her voice shifted in pitch. The few grains you just used were worth 100,000 credit points? Indeed, Lu Ming nodded, matter-of-factly stating, no deception between young and old alike. Gu Qingming felt her breath constrict. 100,000 each time, once a day for a month, that amounts to 300,000. She had only spent 300,000 to acquire this red sparrow. Now, the monthly sustenance would cost an equally staggering sum? Was she feeding sand? This was clearly feeding credit points. Moreover, it was as if ground to dust before being fed. Her petite face flushed crimson, a mixture of astonishment and urgency. She wanted to voice her grievance. Store manager, this pricing is rather exploitative, but the words caught in her throat. Gazing at the spirited red sparrow within its cage, its feathers shimmering with a faint golden hue, she began to reconsider the price, realizing it might not be entirely unreasonable. After all, the results were tangible. Such a miraculous substance that could facilitate the evolution of a beast's bloodline. 100,000 per dose. Even if it were to be pricier, there would surely be countless individuals vying for it. Outside, such items were not even available for purchase with money. Yet, while she could rationally accept it, the emotional pangs of loss persisted. 300,000. That was indeed 300,000. How many excuses would she need to concoct? How much coaxing would be required to gather that pocket money? Now, this sum was merely sufficient for the Red Sparrow's monthly treat. No wonder the store manager had previously, when the price was 500,000, kindly allowed her to pay only 300,000. He had clearly intended to ensnare her from the outset. She could envision her bleak existence over the coming months, even years. No new cars, no limited edition handbags, no vacations. Every credit point would need to be painstakingly divided, half for sustenance, the other half turned to sand, to nourish the bird. At this thought, Gu Qingming's expression fell, her beautiful eyes brimming with a sense of injustice, resembling a squirrel bereft of its cherished nuts. Store manager. She attempted one last desperate plea, her voice tinged with a barely perceptible quiver. Could there be a discount? After all, I'm a store employee, entitled to an internal price. Lu Ming glanced at her, leisurely tidying up the small jade plate used by the morning's little crow, gently sweeping aside the remnants of dark red sand. His movements were unhurried, as if he had not heard Gu Qingming's request. Only after he had cleaned the plate and returned it to its place did he lift his gaze and say, in light of your earnestness, I can offer you an exclusive service, considered an employee benefit. What service? Gu Qingming's eyes sparkled instantly. Did this mean a discount? The value of this service far surpasses any trivial discount you might envision. As Lu Ming spoke, he picked up the dish containing the remnants of Nirvana sand and approached the birdcage. Gu Qingming's curiosity piqued, momentarily distracting her from her financial woes as she followed him. Lu Ming opened the cage door, carefully pouring what appeared to be ashes of the dark red sand into a shallow ceramic bowl prepared at the bottom of the cage. What is this for? Are we recycling waste? Gu Qingming muttered softly. To her, these remnants seemed nothing more than burnt ashes, fit only for the trash bin. Lu Ming remained silent, extending a finger that shimmered with an imperceptible trace of spiritual power, lightly tapping the center of the bowl filled with sand. In the next moment, a wondrous spectacle unfolded. The once dull grains of sand seemed to be infused with life. One by one, they ignited with a faint red glow, though not blinding, they emanated an inexplicable warmth. Soon, these points of light interconnected, swirling like celestial bodies, forming a complex and enigmatic miniature star map within the small ceramic bowl. A warm, dry aura radiated from it, rendering the air around the cage pure and fervent. Chapter 77. The method is yours to learn. Work hard. The red sparrow, previously preening its feathers, was immediately captivated by this newfound essence. Curiously, it leapt from its perch and approached the earthenware basin, tilting its head to take a glance, before tentatively dipping a paw into the warm sand. A clear and joyful chirp rang out, as if the crimson sparrow had stepped into the most luxurious hot spring in the world, relaxing its entire body in bliss. It merrily trotted about in the basin, flapping its wings, eventually curling up and burying itself within the thin layer of warm, glimmering gravel, with only its tiny head peeking out, eyes blissfully squinted in contentment. Under the radiant glow, the feathers on its body shimmered with an even more pronounced golden luster. Gu Qingming watched in astonishment, acutely aware that the sand within the basin was conjuring a unique energy field, an unparalleled nurturing environment specifically tailored for fire element mythical beasts. The crimson sparrow was continuously absorbing the purest fire energy, a nourishment far more refined than any extravagant temperature-controlled chamber or energy stone array. What kind of sand is this? Gu Qingming pondered, feeling that there were numerous varieties in Lu Ming's possession. It remarkably resembled the Nirvana sand previously fed to the Crimson Sparrow by the shopkeeper. Just as this thought crossed her mind, her eyes widened in sudden realization. Is this made from the residue of burnt Nirvana sand? Did you create this Nirvana sand, shopkeeper? She asked incredulously. What else could it be? Lu Ming retorted. Do you think 100,000 credit points were merely for feeding it a few grains of sand? Crafting Nirvana sand is quite labor-intensive. Had you not been an employee, I wouldn't have spent my time on this. Lu Ming yawned, unconsciously admitting that he hadn't lied about this. If not for the need to produce this so-called Nirvana sand, he wouldn't have had to rise so early today. Gu Qingming's cheeks flushed slightly. Suddenly, she felt that the 100,000 didn't seem so exorbitant after all. It was akin to a buy one get one free offer, no? It was like purchasing one and receiving a luxurious 5-star suite as a bonus. With ample sustenance, complemented by a top-notch energy spa, available 24 hours a day. How long can this nurturing environment last? She inquired anxiously, fearing that the effect might be fleeting. As long as new residual sand is replenished daily. The energy field will not dissipate, Lu Ming replied nonchalantly. Thus, this is considered a complimentary gift with your purchase of Nirvana sand, valid for a lifetime. For a lifetime. Gu Qingming's heart settled completely, her previously aching heart now remarkably healed. She gazed at the Crimson Sparrow, which was on the verge of dozing off in its sandy bath. A genuine smile finally gracing her face. Worth it. Absolutely worth it. However, Lu Ming seemed disinclined to let her revel in joy too soon. Don't celebrate too early. He interjected, shattering her fantasies. Top-quality ingredients and an exceptional environment are merely external factors. To truly transform the Crimson Sparrow, to evolve it into a legendary existence, the most crucial element lies within you. Within me? Gu Qingming pointed to herself, bewildered. Indeed, Lu Ming nodded, his gaze piercing. The power of Nirvana sand is excessively tyrannical. Although the Crimson Sparrow possesses immense potential, it remains in its juvenile stage. Direct absorption would impose a tremendous burden on its body. The first time, I utilized my soul power to help guide and dissipate a significant portion of that energy, allowing it to remain unharmed. Gu Qingming's heart trembled as she recalled the moment Lu Ming's fingertips had brushed the top of the Crimson Sparrow's head. So that was it. She had thought it was merely a simple act of soothing. Then, moving forward, you will need to do it yourself, Lu Ming interrupted her. Me? Gu Qingming felt a wave of self-doubt. Can my soul power handle it? Your normal soul power, of course, cannot. Lu Ming's response was direct and unyielding. When I sold you the Crimson Sparrow, you should have been aware that it requires nurturing with special soul power. Lu Ming calmly stated the facts. The state of your Phoenix Heart Flame soul power is highly compatible with the Crimson Sparrow's bloodline source, making it the optimal medium for channeling the power of Nirvana sand. What should I do? Gu Qingming steadied her mind, earnestly seeking guidance. Quite simple. Lu Ming finally exhibited a hint of encouragement, beginning his instruction. Every day, after the Crimson Sparrow has consumed the Nirvana sand, you will channel your soul power and enter the state of Phoenix Heart Flame. His voice was clear and steady, imbued with undeniable strength. Then, place your palm against the cage wall. Direct contact is not necessary. Utilizing your soul power in this state, slowly and continuously, transmit energy to it from a distance. Remember, this is not about force-feeding, it is about guidance. Just like directing a warm stream to soothe an impending eruption of magma. Your aim is to assist the Crimson Sparrow in adapting to and absorbing that tyrannical energy within, while simultaneously establishing the deepest soul connection with it during this process. In simpler terms, Lu Ming summarized, cultivate a bond with the Crimson Sparrow. Cultivate a bond. Gu Qingming mulled over these words, gazing at the defenseless little creature in the cage, then glancing at the inscrutable man beside her, her heart a whirlwind of emotions. She understood now. Money must be spent. Effort must be exerted. Heart must be invested. This was the essence of true nurturing. It was an expensive, arduous journey, yet filled with hope. Her gaze gradually shifted from confusion to determination as she nodded emphatically. I understand, shopkeeper. Excellent. Lu Ming expressed satisfaction with her attitude, nodding in approval. Gu Qingming took a deep breath, preparing to inquire about further details, such as the intensity and duration of soul power output. However, Lu Ming had already turned away, gesturing towards the counter with an air of nonchalance, speaking in a tone that suggested a superior addressing a subordinate. That's enough. The nurturing environment is ready, and the guidance method has been imparted. For the remaining time, focus on your work. The fervor and emotion that had risen within Gu Qingming were abruptly stifled by his words. She glanced at the Crimson Sparrow, now dreaming peacefully in its cage, then at the apron emblazoned with the name of the mountain and sea pet store that adorned her. Finally, her gaze returned to Lu Ming's unflappable visage. After spending 300,000 to acquire a pet and preparing another 300,000 for its sustenance, would she still have to dutifully stand at the counter, sweeping floors and cleaning windows? Observing Lu Ming's expression that signaled the end of teaching time and the commencement of work hours, Gu Qingming ground her molars, ultimately squeezing out 3 words through gritted teeth. Yes, shopkeeper. Chapter 78. Learning to Self-PUA. Mountain and Sea Pet Store. The afternoon sunlight streamed through the pristine glass windows, casting elongated beams of light across the wooden floor. Gu Qingming was delicately applying a light green nutrient solution to the crimson sparrow's petite beak with a cotton swab. The crimson sparrow affectionately rubbed against her fingertips, emitting a clear and melodious chirp. It had been a week, an entire week, during which she had diligently taken on the role of the most devoted caregiver, meticulously adhering to the exorbitant nurturing plan left by Lu Ming for the juvenile crimson sparrow. The daily expenses made her, once a small fortune holder, flinch. On that day, a few grains of nirvana sand forced her to deplete all her pocket money and even humble herself to borrow from her circle of friends. Yet all the sacrifices transformed into immense surprise and satisfaction upon witnessing the crimson sparrow's transformation. Initially, the resplendent plumage of the crimson sparrow was a mere pristine white. Although it possessed extraordinary potential, it paled in comparison to the truly exceptional mythical beasts that graced the realm. However, now beneath that luminous white sheen, there flickered a delicate blue aura, reminiscent of the dawn light breaking through a profound night sky, mysterious and brimming with hope. Above the white brilliance lay the refined blue radiance of a higher-tier mythical beast, followed by hues of purple and pink, culminating in the fiery orange of her sister's esteemed phoenix of the pool. Though lacking concrete evidence, there existed a whisper of a rumor that the type of radiance a mythical beast could manifest was intrinsically linked to its inherent potential. The greater the potential, the lower the initial radiance upon birth, yet with diligent nurturing, it could transcend to a higher brilliance. Even if the phoenix of the pool were not to be bestowed upon me, I am resolute in my belief that I can cultivate a truly epic mythical beast of orange radiance with my own hands. Despite the considerable distance to the orange brilliance of the phoenix of the pool, Gu Qingming was filled with confidence. This was all thanks to the crimson sparrow. In just 1 week, it had already begun to show signs of breakthrough. The elevation of radiance, a feat many mythical beasts fail to achieve in their lifetime, was now manifesting in the crimson sparrow she held. The visible rate of growth was nothing short of astonishing. Should the so-called masters of mythical beast cultivation from her family witness this, they would surely be left agape. Chirp. The crimson sparrow seemed to sense Gu Qingming's elation, fluttering its wings and gently alighting upon her shoulder, nuzzling its warm little head against her cheek. In that instant, her heart melted. The experience of nurturing and witnessing its gradual ascent in strength was unlike anything she had ever encountered. Unlike the cold, calculated contracts orchestrated by her family, this crimson sparrow was her own unique pride. The more she perceived its growth, the more she revered the enigmatic shopkeeper. It had been nearly 10 days since she had met the shopkeeper, yet she still had not learned their name. She had contemplated leveraging the influence of the Gu family to investigate, but knowing that her cultivation plan for the crimson sparrow relied on the shopkeeper, she hesitated to create animosity. The shopkeeper's reticence regarding their name implied a deep regard for privacy. Gu Qingming silently reassured herself that the crimson sparrow was her sole solace within this quaint pet shop. In her eyes, the shopkeeper was nothing short of a peculiar enigma. For an entire week, they had almost exclusively occupied the second floor, tinkering with inscrutable contraptions. Other than their regular descent to assist her in assessing the crimson sparrow's data every other day, Gu Qingming hardly glimpsed them. Throughout this week, even the golden-furred monkey they referred to as Little Saint seemed to have vanished, leaving only the fiery-feathered crow known as Little Wu. To this day, Gu Qingming remained oblivious to what mythical beast this unfathomable shopkeeper had contracted. Yet she could sense it, a faint, elusive aura occasionally seeping from the second floor. The presence was tranquil as a deep abyss and profound as the ocean, yet it bore an oppressive weight that sent shivers through her very soul. This sensation was more daunting than the pressure exerted by her sister, who was hailed as the Kirin Maiden of the Gu family, a being of such overwhelming depth. Why would they condescend to reside in such a nearly defunct pet shop? Gu Qingming picked up a broom, sweeping away the non-existent dust within the shop, while internally grumbling. This fellow hasn't sold a single pet in an entire week. Are they truly planning to rely on me to sustain the entire establishment? Truly the laziest shopkeeper in history. She quietly mocked, yet her lips involuntarily curved into a smile. It was rather pleasant to be unencumbered by oversight. Gu Qingming had learned to master the art of idling during work hours. Engaging with the crimson sparrow, browsing forums, and watching dramas made her feel as though she had struck gold. Yet she had entirely forgotten that Lu Ming had not paid her a single credit. Everything she did was merely voluntary labor. Slacking off at work, what a delight. After tidying the area around the Crimson Sparrow, Gu Qingming picked up her personal terminal, ready to project her drama and continue her idle pursuits. Just then, a certain chat group on her terminal began to flash wildly, inundated with a series of urgent notification sounds. Curiously, she opened it, revealing a chat titled 9 Leaf City Retirement Preparatory Team, which was being spammed with messages. Song Zai, Gu Qingming, where are you? Come out. Wu Hui. Gu Qingming, confess and be lenient. Resist and face severity. Have you encountered some trouble? Gu Qingming was momentarily taken aback. Before she could respond, new messages popped up. Song Zai. Wu Hui, you're here too? Perfect timing. I need to ask you something. Did Ming borrow money from you 3 days ago? Wu Hui, huh? Song Zai, how did you know? She just borrowed 100,000 credit points from me yesterday, claiming it was urgent. Song Zai. Shocked to the point of jaw-dropping JPG. She borrowed 100,000 from me 3 days ago. I thought she was just in a tight spot. Didn't he think much of it? The chat group fell silent for 2 seconds. Then, a usually quiet boy with an orange cat avatar chimed in. Yang Chun. That's right. A week ago, Qingming borrowed 500,000 credit points from Ming. Song Zai. Wu Hui. Yang Chun. She said it was an investment for her future, so I lent it to her. At this point, the group erupted into chaos. Song Zai. Gu Qingming. Gu Qingming. Gu Qingming. Wu Hui. Gu Qingming, come out. Quick. Yang Chun. Gu Qingming. You haven't really stumbled into some illegal organization, have you? Like one that requires you to pay first, and then recruit others? Song Zai, exactly. Don't be foolish. Ming. Even though we aren't regarded highly at home, we shouldn't resort to self-destruction. Wu Hui. I calculated it. Just the 3 of us. You've borrowed 700,000. What on earth are you doing? 700,000 credit points could buy a purple radiant mythical beast cub. Looking at the barrage of anxious inquiries from her friends on the screen, Gu Qingming rubbed her forehead, feeling somewhat helpless. She had anticipated that this matter would not remain concealed for long. This 9 Leaf City Retirement Preparatory Team was a group she had formed with a few friends in similar predicaments. The members were primarily the second sons and daughters of prominent families within 9 Leaf City or those of modest talent with no inheritance rights, marginalized individuals. Typically, they would either jest and commiserate about their illustrious siblings or exchange tips on where to languish comfortably, true allies in idleness. Due to their lack of recognition within their families, their allowances, though greater than average, were minuscule compared to those of core descendants. In her dire financial straits, she had no choice but to seek assistance from this circle of trusted friends. Watching the increasingly absurd speculations in the group, everything from romantic scams to kidnapping and extortion, to disastrous investments in virtual currency, Gu Qingming couldn't help but chuckle in disbelief. Taking a deep breath, her fingers swiftly danced across the screen. Gu Qingming, stop. Everyone halt. Is your imagination running a bit too wild? Gu Qingming, I'm perfectly fine really, having neither fallen victim to deceit, nor been ensnared in a pyramid scheme, nor abducted. Song Lai inquired. Then why have you borrowed so much money? Are you aware that Yang Chun almost reported it to the authorities? Yang Chun replied. I was merely a bit concerned. Gu Qingming rolled her eyes and said, I work part-time at a pet shop and purchased a mythical beast. The message sent out was met with a profound silence in the group chat. Wu Hui exclaimed, part-time? You, a young lady, working part-time? Song Lai added. The crux of the matter is the mythical beast. Didn't you say you looked down upon the purple huakai arranged by your family? How could you possibly buy one from an outside pet shop? What could they possibly have of quality? I hope you haven't been fooled into thinking a common rodent is a chinchilla. The friend's skepticism came pouring in, their words laced with disbelief and concern. Gu Qingming gazed at the crimson sparrow on her shoulder, preening its feathers, a flicker of pride igniting in her eyes. Fooled. A common rodent? They had no idea of the miracle she had encountered. Clearing her throat, her fingers danced over the keyboard with a hint of boasting. Gu Qingming. The mythical beast I purchased has a potential rating of 10. Gu Qingming. It is on the verge of evolving from a white huakai to a blue excellence. Gu Qingming. All my funds have been invested in its training. Legitimate expenses, with receipts, so do not speculate. In due time, I shall bring it out for you to behold. After sending these messages, Gu Qingming could almost envision the astonished expressions of her friends on the other side of the screen. Closing the chat interface, her feelings of helplessness and frustration vanished, replaced by an unprecedented sense of pride and anticipation. Just wait. Not only you all, but also the Gu family and my sister. One day, I shall leave you all astounded. And the catalyst for it all is this seemingly ordinary yet unfathomable Shanghai pet shop and the store manager, who is shrewder than a fox. In the private chat group formed by Song Lai, Wu Hui, and Yang Chun, the atmosphere grew tense. The group name was quite straightforward. Is Qingming being silly again today? Wu Hui was the first to shatter the silence, unleashing a flurry of angry emojis. Wu Hui, it infuriates me. Have you seen the moments Qingming posted? What does she mean by my red sparrow baby is in great condition today? She's cradling that red-feathered chicken, grinning like a blooming flower. Wu Hui, 3 million. That's 3 million credit points. Just for a bird that isn't even as big as a palm. It doesn't even have proper feathers. It looks just like a dyed chick from a roadside stall. The typically placid Song Lai chimed in unusually. Song Lai. I looked up the shop owner. Qingming said he was quite young, around our age. Could he be a fraud? That girl, with her naivety and wealth, is an easy target. Wu Hui, he must be a fraud. What white hawkeye? What potential 10 red sparrow? I've never heard of such a thing. Our beast taming instructor has said that red sparrows possess no mythical beast potential. A 1 is the best they can achieve. And as for the training methods? I suspect it's all a ruse to trick her into becoming free labor. This is unacceptable. Song Lai. Shall we consult Aunt Lin Su? She is Qingming's mother. She wouldn't just stand by and watch her daughter be swindled, would she? Wu Hui immediately dismissed the suggestion. Wu Hui, no? Have you forgotten Aunt Lin's temperament? If she finds out, the first to be scolded will surely be Qingming. She might even toss that bird aside and ground Qingming. In that case, Qingming wouldn't resent the fraudster. She'd direct her ire at us. Wu Hui, how about I ask Sister Xiaoying? She's well-informed and surely can discern the truth. This time, Yang Chun, who had remained silent, finally spoke up. Yang Chun, no. Just those two simple words caused the discussion in the group to come to an abrupt halt. Yang Chun, you all know Qingming's nature better than anyone. How competitive she is, how desperately she wishes to prove herself before Gu Xiaoying. Do you not? If this matter reaches Gu Xiaoying, regardless of whether that red sparrow is real or not, where would Qingming's dignity lie? She would feel that we were mocking her, that we are reporting her to Gu Xiaoying. Yang Chun's words fell like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing the anger that Wu Hui and Song Lai had been feeling. They had to acknowledge that Yang Chun was right. Gu Qingming's pride was as vast as the heavens. Song Lai, what then? We can't just watch her be deceived, can we? 3 million is no trifling sum. More importantly, it's about her spirit. I fear that if she is duped, she will sink into despair. Yang Chun. Thus, until we have concrete evidence, we must remain discreet. We will investigate on our own. Wu Hui, investigate? But we don't even know where that shop is. Qingming is tight-lipped, unwilling to reveal a word, fearing we might meddle. Yang Chun sent a please wait emoji. A few minutes later, he shared an image in the group. It was the very photo Gu Qingming had posted, where she cradled the red sparrow, beaming with joy, with a corner of the pet shop visible in the background. Yang Chun zoomed in on a corner of the image, which reflected a glass window, vaguely showcasing the scene of the opposite street, where the end of a sign revealed a character for medicine and half of a character for hall. Yang Chun, when Qingming took the photo, she deliberately avoided all signs that could disclose the location, but she forgot that glass reflects. He then sent a screenshot of a map, marking a location with a red circle. Yang Chun, based on the time she posted the photo yesterday, combined with the angle of sunlight, and the distribution of the Darantang pharmacy chain, I narrowed it down to 3 blocks in the Eastern District. Using Street View maps for comparison, I located it. The shop is called Shanghai Pet Shop, situated in a rather secluded alley. Wu Hui and Song Lai simultaneously sent a barrage of worship emojis. Wu Hui, as expected of you, Yang Chun, a walking search engine. Song Lai, incredible. Yang Chun, enough of the flattery. Let us head over now. Let us not alert Qingming. We'll pose as ordinary customers and confront that shop owner. I'm curious to see what kind of person dares to target our friend. Wu Hui, understood. I'll set out in half an hour. Song Lai, I'm ready as well. The trio agreed to meet at the street corner, embarking on a mission to rescue their naive and sweet friend. Chapter 80, a collaborative assault. Inside Shanghai Pet Shop, Lu Ming was using a sophisticated soul power detector to conduct a routine check on the red sparrow perched upon a branch of the phoenix tree. The device's probe gently swept over the red sparrow, with a series of data rapidly refreshing on the adjacent display screen. The soul power fluctuations were stable, and the vital signs were highly active, showing an improvement of 0. Free from yesterday. Lu Ming nodded, recording the data. This red sparrow, with a potential rating of 10, was akin to an uncut jade, with every slight change worthy of documentation. Although Gu Qingming, the little heiress, often boasted, she exhibited an unexpected meticulousness in caring for the red sparrow. She fed it daily and groomed its feathers without fail. Perhaps this was what they referred to as love extends to the things one cherishes? Driven by the desire to possess a powerful mythical beast, she poured all her efforts into nurturing this little creature. The red sparrow, in turn, responded well to Gu Qingming, and the bond between them grew ever stronger. Likewise, The red sparrow was fond of Lu Ming's presence. After all, it was due to him that its fate had begun to change. Upon witnessing Lu Ming pacing in front of his cage, the crimson bird affectionately nudged his finger with its small head, producing a melodious chirp. Lu Ming smiled gently as he stowed away his instruments. At that moment, the wind chime at the shop's entrance tinkled, its clear sound resonating through the quiet establishment. A customer had arrived. Lu Ming lifted his gaze towards the door, where 3 young individuals entered, 2 girls and a boy, seemingly in their mid-teens, a year or 2 younger than him. The leading boy was clad in a well-tailored casual outfit, exuding a composed demeanor. His eyes, though casually surveying the shop, held a keen sharpness that suggested scrutiny. The 2 girls beside him possessed distinct characteristics. One sported a high ponytail, radiating youthful exuberance. Her gaze filled with curiosity and a hint of barely perceptible wariness. The other appeared much more demure, trailing behind her companions with a shy glance around. Yet her eyes similarly searched for something. As Yang Chun and his companions stepped into the shop, a sense of dismay enveloped them. It was far more ordinary than they had anticipated. The shop was compact, even somewhat cramped compared to their own homes. Aside from neatly arranged shelves of pet food and supplies, there was nothing particularly remarkable about it. This was the place where Gu Qingming had invested 3 million credit points? Wu Hui nearly lost her composure, but Yang Chun silenced her with a mere glance. The trio's eyes collectively traversed the small space, eventually converging on the figure behind the counter, and then they froze in unison. The young man behind the counter donned a simple white t-shirt, his soft black hair framing a handsome visage. He radiated a peculiar aura of cleanliness, reminiscent of sunlight bathing a tranquil afternoon, gentle and serene. He was exceedingly young, too youthful to be the proprietor of a shop capable of offering 3 million worth of merchandise. He resembled a diligent student working part-time in a nearby university town. Was this the one who deceived Qingming out of 3 million? The only indication that this individual might be connected to the pet shop owner was the black crow perched on his shoulder. Unfazed by their presence, the crow remained still, silently observing the newcomers. As Yang Chen's gaze shifted from the crow to meet Lu Ming's eyes, he felt an almost imperceptible contraction in his pupils. Something was amiss. The calmness in this person's gaze was unsettling, as tranquil as an unfathomable ancient pond. When he looked over, Yang Chen was struck by the illusion that all his thoughts were laid bare before him. A con artist should not possess such eyes. Beside him, Wu Hui felt a mental string named Justice snap the instant she laid eyes on the young man's face. Her expression flushed with indignation, the color spreading uncontrollably to her ears. How infuriating! This unscrupulous merchant, this deceiver, how could he be so attractive? Those refined features, that straight nose, that pristine aura. Could it be that Qingming, the beauty enthusiast, had fallen for him because of his looks? In that moment, Wu Hui sensed that their morale had already faltered before the battle had even begun. In the corner, Song Lu lowered her eyelashes immediately, her pale cheeks tinged with a delicate blush. Being under the gaze of such clear, innocent eyes made her heart skip a beat, causing her to forget all the rehearsed lines she had prepared. Could a con artist truly look like this? He appeared more dazzling than the most popular heartthrob at school. Each of the trio harbored their own thoughts, and the atmosphere in the shop descended into an eerie silence. At that moment, the young man set aside his instruments, raised his eyes towards them, and a gentle smile graced his lips, his voice resonating like the soft chime of jade. "What can I assist you with today?" Lu Ming's tone was calm and clear. Noticing the young man's approach, Yang Chen stepped forward with a warm, unassuming smile, resembling a genuine customer. "Hello, boss. We're just browsing. We heard that you have some rather unique mythical beasts here." His gaze seemingly wandered to the vibrant red bird perched on a branch. Likely the same crimson bird that Qingming had purchased. It indeed appeared more spirited than an ordinary crimson bird, its feathers glistening with vivid hues. But could that possibly justify a price of 3 million? Yang Chun was skeptical. Lu Ming's gaze swept over the trio with subtle indifference. He sensed that they were not ordinary customers. A faint aura of soul power emanated from them, albeit weak, indicating they hailed from families of beast masters. Particularly, the leading boy, though seemingly mild-mannered, bore a gaze filled with inquiry and scrutiny that was almost transparent. Unique mythical beasts? Lu Ming raised an eyebrow, a knowing smile gracing his lips. It was evident that those aware of the existence of mythical beasts in this shop were connected to Gu Qingming, who conveniently was not present at the moment. "Indeed, we have mythical beasts here, each one quite special. It merely depends on whether you possess the discernment and fate to recognize them." He gestured towards the crimson bird. "However, excluding it, it is merely a non-sale item being cared for by one of our employees." Wu Hui, with her forthright nature, could not help but interject, "Boss, your words are rather presumptuous. How special can an ordinary crimson bird truly be?" She deliberately emphasized the word ordinary, her tone dripping with provocation. Song Lu discreetly tugged at her sleeve from behind, signaling her to temper her enthusiasm. Yang Chun maintained his smile, continuing the conversation. My friend here speaks rather bluntly. Please do not take offense, boss. What we mean to say is that we wish to witness some truly rare mythical beasts. After all, an ordinary pet shop would hardly satisfy our appetites. Implicitly, they conveyed that they were not just ordinary individuals and that they would not be easily deceived by common merchandise. Lu Ming understood their underlying insinuation, his smile unwavering. Rather than feeling angered, he found their demeanor somewhat amusing. He had already surmised that these three were likely friends of Ming, perhaps misinterpreting her actions and coming to her defense. There were indeed rare, mythical beasts available. His gaze shifted towards a corner of the shop. However, I fear you may not be able to afford them. Lu Ming's tone was remarkably placid, as if stating a mere fact. Yet, to Yang Chun and his companions, it felt like pouring fuel on a fire. Afford? Wu Hui laughed, though it was fueled by indignation. Boss, your shop may be small, but your claims are rather grand. Whether we can afford it is not for you to decide. It depends on whether what you present is worth the price. Yang Chen's smile faded, his gaze growing colder. Perhaps you could present the mythical beasts for us to see. As for the price, if the items are good, it is naturally not an issue. They had come with the intention of challenging the establishment. The more arrogant their opponent appeared, the more convinced they were that this was merely a ruse. What could a con artist possibly offer that was genuinely valuable? It was likely nothing more than bluster. Observing the trio's expressions that conveyed a sense of wealth and readiness to negotiate, Lu Ming understood their mindset well. What he desires is precisely this effect. Without allowing you to witness a true myth, how could you ever comprehend the insignificance of your own world? Lu Ming slowly turned around, speaking in a calm tone. Given your earnestness, allow me to demonstrate. With those words, Lu Ming disregarded the varied expressions on the faces of the three, turning to walk deeper into the store. Following his lead, the small crow perched on his shoulder lazily preened its feathers, its golden eyes nonchalantly scanning the trio, exuding an air of superiority akin to that of a scrutinizing deity regarding mere insects. The trio, feeling the dismissive gaze of the crow, experienced a wave of discomfort. Yet, witnessing Lu Ming's departure, they exchanged glances before following suit. At the back, Song Lu couldn't help but tug at Wu Hui's sleeve, whispering in a hushed tone, Wu Hui, why do I feel like that black crow is always watching us? It's giving me the creeps. It's just a crow. What could be so extraordinary about it? Wu Hui replied dismissively, though inwardly she too felt a twinge of unease. The bird's gaze was distinctly more sentient than that of a typical avian creature, almost imbued with a hint of disdain. This unsettling thought gnawed at her. Yang Chen's thoughts ran even deeper. Since their entrance, he had been observant. The red sparrow entrusted to Ming was indeed far more intelligent than its kin. But to claim it was worth 3 million was sheer folly. However, the black bird upon Lu Ming's shoulder emanated an entirely different aura. It appeared to be an ordinary pet, devoid of any soul power fluctuations, resting quietly as if merely a decorative piece. Yet, Yang Chun felt an inexplicable strangeness about it. This is abnormal. Could it be that this crow is a mythical beast? No, that's impossible. Yang Chun quickly dismissed his own thought. He understood Ming's nature well, innocent and kind, easily swayed by sweet words. This shop reeked of peculiarity, the proprietor feigning profundity, likely employing some novel scam aimed specifically at naive beastmasters from affluent families. With this realization, Yang Chen's gaze regained its determination. Today he must expose this deception, both for Ming's sake and to uphold the dignity of their circle. The group followed Lu Ming through aisles laden with various pet supplies until they reached a corner of the store. The sight before them compelled all three to halt in unison. Contrary to their expectations of high-tech breeding chambers or rune-etched confinement cages, they were met with a sizable indoor rockery. The foam mountain mimicked natural rock formations, featuring cliffs, platforms, and even a small waterfall. The water cascading gently into a clear pond below, where several koi swam leisurely. This was Lu Ming's sole modification to the store in the past week. Upon the rockery, 7 or 8 golden snub-nosed monkeys frolicked playfully. Their bodies were adorned with lustrous golden fur, shimmering under the lights, their dark eyes brimming with vitality. Some chased each other, agilely leaping between the rocks. Others sat by the waterfall, splashing water onto their faces, while a few curiously tilted their heads, observing the unexpected guests with unabashed interest. What astonished the trio most was the absence of any restraints on the monkeys. No collars, no shackles, not even a symbolic cage. They lived freely in this little paradise, as if it were their true home rather than a mere pet shop. As they approached, one audacious little monkey even leaned over the rockery, chattering at them with curious black eyes, seemingly unafraid. The three exchanged bewildered glances, each reflecting surprise and confusion. Such lively and well-cared-for golden snub-nosed monkeys could only be found in a zoo, not in a pet shop. Ming paid no heed to their astonishment. He casually leaned against the railing by the rockery, and unbeknownst to them, he had cradled a snow-white raccoon in his arms. The feline appeared to be an ordinary white cat, lazily curled up in his embrace, purring contentedly. Ming gently stroked the soft fur of the white cat with one hand while the other rested casually on the railing, emanating an air of unexplainable relaxation. He stood still, seemingly devoid of any intent to proceed further. The trio likewise remained stationary, their expressions one of confusion. Yang Chun scanned the surroundings. Noticing that besides the monkeys, there were no other beings that resembled mythical creatures. Furrowing his brow, he stepped forward, striving to maintain a polite tone. Sir, we did not come here to see monkeys. Where, may I ask, are the rare mythical beasts you mentioned? Wu Hui, unable to contain herself, felt that Ming was toying with them, her frustration flaring up. Mr. Shopkeeper, you brought us to see a monkey mountain? Do you possess any sincerity in your business? Ming did not even lift his eyelids, merely gesturing with his chin towards the rockery. The mythical beasts you seek are right here. His voice was devoid of inflection, as if stating an utterly commonplace fact. Are they not here? Upon utterance of those words, the air seemed to thicken. The expressions of Yang Chun, Wu Hui, and Song Lu transformed instantly into a tableau of incredulity. What did you say? Wu Hui almost believed she had misheard, her voice rising as she pointed at the monkeys playing upon the rockery. You mean these monkeys are the mythical beasts? Chapter 82, A Reaction of Replication. Wu Hui laughed in disbelief, as if she had just heard the funniest joke of the year. The golden snub-nosed monkeys, animals whose ornamental value far outweighed their utility, possessed minimal bloodline potential, not even qualifying as the lowest tier of mythical beasts. At best, they were merely intelligent, albeit expensive, pets. Now, this shopkeeper was claiming that a group of ordinary golden snub-nosed monkeys represented the rare mythical beasts he feared they could not afford? Was this not mockery? It was a blatant insult. The last trace of a smile faded from Yang Chen's face as he fixed a sharp gaze upon Ming. Shopkeeper, we came here with sincerity. If you believe that our youth makes us easy to deceive, you may have miscalculated. His voice was low, yet the warning within his words made the surrounding atmosphere drop several degrees. Song Lu also furrowed her delicate brows, though she remained silent. The disappointment and confusion in her eyes were unmistakable. She had harbored a glimmer of curiosity about this shop, but it seemed, as Yang Chun had said, to be merely a sensationalist ruse. Faced with the trio's skepticism and ire, Ming finally reacted. He slowly raised his head, his gaze sweeping over their cold expressions, his deep-set eyes betraying no hint of having been unmasked. It was as if he were observing three children confined within their limited worldview. I have stated. He gently stroked the chin of the white cat nestled in his arms, his tone remaining placid. Every mythical beast in this shop is exceptional. It merely depends on whether you possess the discernment to recognize it. Ming's demeanor was peculiar. No, to label it peculiar would be inaccurate. It was rather excessively nonchalant. The three were fully armed and had explicitly requested to see mythical beasts. Before the shopkeeper stood three young individuals, whose distinguished lineage was unmistakable. He maintained an air of nonchalance akin to handling a mundane transaction worth merely a few hundred credits, not even raising an eyebrow. Such tranquility was, in itself, profoundly abnormal. Wu Hui and Yang Chun exchanged a glance, each perceiving a shared sense of bewilderment in the other's eyes. Boss, we are friends of Gu Qingming. We have heard that she spent a considerable sum purchasing a scarlet sparrow from you. Yang Chun stepped forward, candidly revealing their true intent for the visit. He habitually assumed the role of negotiator and pressure exerter within the group. Although his tone remained courteous, it bore a hint of scrutiny. I believe this price is sufficient to warrant a visit from the Enforcement Division of the Beastmaster Association. While Qingming may have acted impulsively, as her friends, we cannot stand by and watch her be deceived. Indeed, Wu Hui crossed her arms, her demeanor more forthright and her words more direct. Don't assume we are gullible fools. Be sensible and return Qingming's credits, or this matter will not conclude today. Ming merely leaned against the railing, occasionally petting a cat or feeding a little crow. The price is fixed, fair to all. Whether to buy or not, it is entirely voluntary. Ming's imperturbable demeanor only served to further ignite Wu Hui's anger. Just as she was about to erupt, her companion Song Luai gently tugged at her sleeve. Song Luai had remained silently contemplative, her serene countenance imbued with thought. She understood her dear friend Gu Qingming. While undeniably infatuated with handsome individuals, she was no airhead. 3 million credits, while not an insignificant sum, could indeed procure a high-quality beastling with potential ranging from 67. How could Qingming so extravagantly splurge for a mere attractive shopkeeper? Unless Song Luai's gaze drifted from Lu Ming's excessively handsome face, finally settling on the golden-furred macaques in their cages, grooming one another and frolicking about. Were these little monkeys truly just ordinary pets? An absurd yet inescapable thought began to take root in her mind. Silently, she retrieved her latest model personal terminal from her pocket. While Yang Chun and Wu Hui continued their verbal sparring with Lu Ming, Song Luai discreetly activated the scanning function of the built-in Beast Encyclopedia. A gentle blue beam emanated from the terminal, precisely enveloping the nearest macaque that was nibbling at its fingers, identifying biological information. Data matching. The argument between Yang Chun and Wu Hui abruptly ceased as they noticed Song Luai's actions and the distinctive scanning beam. Lai, what are you doing? Wu Hui inquired, puzzled. Scanning an ordinary monkey? The encyclopedia will misidentify it. Yang Chun furrowed his brow, deeming Song Luai's actions superfluous. However, the next moment, a series of astonishing details materialized on Song Luai's personal terminal, causing her mind to momentarily stall. Beast name, golden-furred macaque. Status, juvenile stage. Attribute, strength, weak. Soul power level, not tiered. Potential level, 10. Brilliant fluorescence, white. Description, suspected to have undergone an unknown beneficial mutation. Possessing exceptional intelligence and potential compared to its peers. Status, special factor overload, adapting. Skills, none, awaiting awakening. The world seemed to be muted at that moment. The blood drained from Song Luai's delicate face. Her beautiful eyes widened in shock, and her breath hitched. Her fingers, gripping the terminal, turned pale from the tension, trembling slightly. Potential level 10. How could this be possible? What does a potential level 10 even signify? It is a number that exists only in legends. A potential reserved for epic beasts, the pinnacle of talent coveted by every Beastmaster family, worthy of being a clan's treasured possession. Only a few families can boast a sporadic potential level 10 epic beast. Song Luai, what is the matter? Yang Chun sensed her intense emotional turmoil, his heart tightening. Without answering, Song Luai mechanically turned the terminal screen towards Yang Chun and Wu Hui. You guys look. Her voice was hoarse and weak, trembling with disbelief. Yang Chun and Wu Hui leaned closer in confusion. When their eyes fell upon the terminal's clearly displayed lines of text, especially the glaring number 10, their expressions froze simultaneously. Are you joking? Wu Hui exclaimed, her voice sharp and slightly off-key. Is the terminal malfunctioning? Or has it been compromised? Yang Chun's reaction was somewhat more composed. Yet his furrowed brow and suddenly constricted pupils revealed his own astonishment. He snatched Song Luai's terminal, scrutinizing every word, attempting to uncover any trace of forgery or error. However, the data format, the identification template, everything conformed to the official standards of the Beast Encyclopedia, with no discrepancies whatsoever. Impossible, absolutely impossible, Yang Chun muttered to himself, unable to accept the reality. An ordinary pet macaque, potential level 10? This was more ludicrous than being told that the abyss would be completely purified tomorrow. If this were true, did it mean that this unassuming little shop housed 8 of the special beasts spoken of by Gu Qingming? I must try as well. Wu Hui immediately produced her sports model terminal, almost rudely directing it at another monkey for scanning. Yang Chun, snapping back to reality, swiftly retrieved his own device and aimed it at a third macaque. Beep, beep. 2 scanning beams simultaneously illuminated different targets. The shop was enveloped in an eerie silence, punctuated only by the faint hum of the terminals and the confused chattering of the monkeys. 1 second, 2 seconds. The identification results appeared on both screens almost simultaneously. Identical. Every character, every punctuation mark, matched perfectly with the results displayed on Song Luai's terminal. Potential level, 10. That vivid crimson number struck Yang Chun and Wu Hui's hearts like a hammer. Wu Hui's mouth fell agape, her beautiful face frozen in a daze. Resembling a statue turned to stone in an instant. Yang Chun swayed, instinctively grasping a nearby shelf to steady himself. He felt as though his worldview was being mercilessly torn apart and reshaped by an incomprehensible force. The rationality and logic he prided himself on felt utterly feeble in that moment. 3 million? Gu Qingming spent 3 million on a potential level 10 beast? This was not merely a scam. It was akin to a windfall from the heavens, a diamond-laden pie that could crush a person. Just moments ago, they had indignantly accused the shopkeeper of being a fraud. A sensation of indescribable heat surged from the soles of their feet to the crown of their heads, causing Yang Chun and Wu Hui's cheeks to flush a deep crimson, an amalgamation of embarrassment, shock, absurdity, and unrestrained elation. Countless emotions intertwined, transforming their minds into a boiling cauldron of tumult. The 3 of them instinctively raised their heads, regarding the shopkeeper, who had remained unfazed while casually petting a cat, with the gaze one might reserve for a monstrosity. At that moment, A hint of wicked amusement seemed to curl the corners of Lu Ming's lips. The shop was enveloped in an eerie silence, punctuated only by the oblivious chattering of monkeys and the increasingly labored breaths of the trio. The white raccoon cat cradled in Lu Ming's arms lazily yawned, shifting into a more comfortable position, its tail gently brushing against his arm. Meanwhile, the little crow perched on Lu Ming's shoulder pecked at its feathers, clearly disinterested in the three individuals before it. Every subtle movement of the golden-haired monkeys, the white raccoon cat, and the little crow seemed to carry a silent mockery in the eyes of Yang Chun, Wu Hui, and Song Lai. Rooted in place, the trio felt the heat in their faces intensify rather than wane, as if they were three ducks caught by the neck, rendered speechless after having approached with such bravado. Especially for Yang Chun, it felt as if his cheeks were being roasted over an open flame, every inch of his skin protesting in fervent agony. His once proud logic and judgment lay utterly shattered before the glaring number 10. He had been wrong, egregiously so. Who was Gu Qingming, the daughter of Gu Qianyu, the chief developer of the Phantom Beast Compendium, who had grown up immersed in the world of phantom beasts, possessing insights and discernments far beyond that of an ordinary person? How could she possibly spend 3 million on a mere ordinary red sparrow? He had foolishly deceived himself into thinking she had been duped, blinded by superficial allure. Now, it was evident that it was he who had been blinded. His preconceived biases and disdain for this unassuming little shop had led him to such a foolish conclusion. If only they had not barged in so aggressively. If he had been a tad more cautious, even scanning the red sparrow with the compendium first, perhaps he would not have found himself in such an embarrassing predicament. Yang Chen's gaze involuntarily drifted toward the red sparrow, which had been dozing throughout. Its feathers were of pure hue, its form well-proportioned, yet it exhibited no obvious peculiarities. But now, he could no longer afford to underestimate any creature within this establishment. Perhaps, as Gu Qingming had asserted, the potential of that red sparrow truly was a 10? This thought struck him like a lightning bolt, cleaving through the chaos of his mind. A terrifying yet irresistibly enticing possibility began to flourish within him. He had to turn the tide, to amend the dreadful impression he had just made. He quickly exchanged glances with Wu Hui and Song Lai. Wu Hui's face bore a mixture of daze and fervor, clearly having arrived at the same realization. Meanwhile, Song Lai clenched the hem of her garment, her eyes darting about, betraying a glimmer of yearning. The three reached a silent consensus in an instant. Yang Chun took a deep breath, as if making a momentous decision, and stepped forward slightly. That step seemed to consume all his strength. Striving to conjure a smile he deemed sincere and warm, he fought against the stiffness that made his lips twitch awkwardly. "You're the shopkeeper, right?" Yang Chen's voice emerged somewhat hoarsely. He cleared his throat, attempting to infuse his tone with a more natural cadence. "I must apologize for my earlier presumptions." Lu Ming finally diverted his gaze from the white raccoon cat, lifting his eyelids to cast a fleeting glance at Yang Chun, yet remained silent. The calmness in his eyes was unruffled, devoid of mockery or astonishment, as though observing an inconsequential stranger. Yet, the more inscrutable Lu Ming became, the more anxious Yang Chun felt. It was a clear case of failing to recognize the mountain before them. Yang Chun steeled himself to continue speaking, his mind racing to unearth every conceivable word that might bridge the chasm between them. "Truly, I never imagined that in a place like Jui City, I would encounter such a profound connoisseur as yourself. Your establishment, appearing ordinary at first glance, is, in fact, a veritable treasure trove that has opened my eyes to new horizons." Beside him, Wu Hui was nearly clawing at her sneakers in disbelief. She had never witnessed Yang Chun display such obsequiousness. Song Lai, too, wished she could bury her head in the ground, utterly mortified. Lu Ming finally reacted with a faint acknowledgement, a simple as if responding to a passing breeze. Then, he returned his attention to the cat, as though Yang Chen's impassioned declaration had been nothing more than an inconsequential gust of wind. The atmosphere grew heavy once more. Yang Chen's smile froze upon his face. Caught in a bind, he felt akin to a mediocre actor performing a monologue before an indifferent audience. "Lu Boss," he resolved to shift his approach, desperately seeking a topic. "Your golden-haired monkeys are truly astonishing in their cultivation. Forgive my impertinence, but I dare say your breeding techniques likely surpass even those of official breeding facilities. Have you conducted unique research on genetic optimization, or is this an entirely new subspecies?" He began to elaborate fervently, discussing phantom beast genetics, market rarity, cultivation costs, and future potentials, attempting to showcase his extensive theoretical knowledge to prove he was not merely a frivolous scion. However, Lu Ming remained impervious, fixated solely on the cat in his arms. Yang Chen's tongue grew parched, yet he was met with a chilling silence. He felt as though all his wisdom and eloquence had dissipated into a cotton ball, ineffectual and absurd. Wu Hui, unable to bear it any longer, subtly tugged at Yang Chen's sleeve, her eyes imploring him, Stop talking. This is too embarrassing. Yang Chen's voice faltered abruptly, his face cycling through shades of pale and flushed. Overwhelmed by humiliation. Just as the suffocating silence became unbearable, a clear, melodious sound of wind chimes shattered the tension. Tingling bells. The shop door swung open, and a radiant figure stepped inside. "Shopkeeper, I'm back. I even brought you milk tea." Gu Qingming's voice resonated with its usual vigor. She wiggled the cup of milk tea in her hand, but upon lifting her gaze, she froze. "Oh, Yang Chen, Wu Hui, Songlai." She blinked in surprise. "What are you all doing here?" Chapter 84, another 600,000 knocked in. Gu Qingming's entrance was like a stone cast into a stagnant pond, instantly disrupting the stifling atmosphere. Yang Chen's rigid smile collapsed in an instant, replaced by a complex expression of shock, embarrassment, and a flicker of salvation. Wu Hui and Song Lai appeared to find their anchor, casting simultaneous pleading glances at Gu Qingming. "You all." Gu Qingming surveyed the expressions on her three friends' faces before glancing at the indifferent shopkeeper, who was still engrossed in petting the cat. Her perceptive mind immediately sensed something amiss. She placed the milk tea on the counter with a crisp clink, hands on her hips, assuming an interrogative stance. "What is going on here? Why are you all standing around like wooden posts?" "Yang Chen, didn't you say you were going to the Phantom Beast Battle Arena in the west of the city today?" called out. Yang Chen gulped, his gaze flitting away. Unwilling to meet Gu Qingming's eyes, he would rather confront a third-tier soul beast, the explosive mad lion, than meet the clear yet scrutinizing gaze of his friend. Lu Ming finally ceased his feline indulgence. He gently placed the comfortably purring white raccoon on the counter, stood up, and addressed Gu Qingming. "You're back. Perfect timing. The shop is yours now." His voice, though soft, resonated clearly in everyone's ears. Without casting another glance at Yang Chen and the others, he, accompanied by the quietly perched little crow on his shoulder, bypassed the counter and ascended the staircase to the second floor. The white raccoon, displeased at being set down, leapt gracefully from the counter, striding elegantly to follow closely behind Lu Ming. Throughout this encounter, Lu Ming exhibited no extraneous emotions, as if Yang Chen and the others were merely ordinary customers. As his figure vanished around the staircase corner, the oppressive, invisible weight that had enveloped the first floor dissipated like mist. Yang Chen exhaled deeply, feeling as if he had just been pulled from the depths of water, utterly drained. He instinctively raised a hand to wipe his forehead, only to discover it was already slick with cold sweat. Wu Hui and Song Luo similarly relaxed, their tense shoulders slumping. "All right, can we speak now?" Gu Qingming asked, arms crossed, her demeanor leisurely as she scrutinized her three friends, a teasing smile playing on her lips. "My esteemed strategist, accompanied by my two dearest friends, has silently infiltrated my workplace. What is the play here? Disguised reconnaissance? Or are you here to champion my cause, believing I have been duped by a nefarious employer?" Her tone seemed lighthearted, yet each word struck like a hammer, precisely targeting the hearts of Yang Chen and his companions. No matter how thick-skinned Yang Chen was, he felt a twinge of embarrassment at this moment. He cleared his throat, attempting to defend himself. "Qingming, that's not what we meant." "Oh, what did you mean then?" Gu Qingming raised an eyebrow, her bright eyes glimmering with mischief. "How do you explain your earlier silence? Akin to seeing a ghost?" The shopkeeper didn't seem that terrifying, did he? She emphasized the word terrifying with exaggerated weight. Wu Hui, being straightforward, couldn't contain her words. Seeing Yang Chen at a loss for words, she leaned closer to Gu Qingming and whispered the entire sequence of events that had just transpired. From their initial doubts to being utterly crushed by the Terminal S Beast identification report. With each detail Wu Hui recounted, Gu Qingming's expression transformed, first widening in surprise, then dawning with realization, and finally blooming into unabashed pride and delight. Clearing her throat, she mockingly recited, "Suspected unknown benign mutation, possessing far superior spirit and potential. TSK. Potential level 10, white luminous brilliance. Yang Chen, my future beast identification master. Care to enlighten us on this level?" Yang Chen's face flushed a deep crimson, akin to liver paste. This felt like public execution. He wished he could find a crack in the ground to hide in. His pride in knowledge and insight was shattered before reality, and now his friends were mercilessly resurrecting it. "Qingming, I was wrong," Yang Chen conceded, his demeanor shifting a complete 180 degrees, his face awash with sincere apology. "We were blind to your brilliance and underestimated your insight. We should never have doubted your judgment, nor that of the esteemed individual." "Exactly, Qingming, we were mistaken." Wu Hui and Song Luo chimed in eagerly. They genuinely felt a sense of relief and apprehension, relieved that they had not offended an unfathomable powerhouse due to their ignorance, and grateful that this powerhouse appeared to have a good relationship with their friend. Observing the three friends' dejected expressions, Gu Qingming's sense of self-satisfaction swelled. She lifted her chin, like a proud little peacock, pacing around the shop before finally speaking leisurely. Apologies. I can accept. Upon hearing this, Yang Chun and his companions brightened, thinking the matter would soon be laid to rest. However, Gu Qingming's tone shifted, and with a sigh, a touch of perfectly measured sorrow graced her features. But, you know, I just acquired that red sparrow. The shopkeeper mentioned it's in poor condition and requires specific soul energy nurturing, alongside a plethora of rare supplements for recovery. That all costs money. She blinked her eyes, feigning a pitiful look at the three of them. Your commotion today has put me in a foul mood. If I'm in a bad mood, I can't concentrate on work. If I can't focus on work, I want to earn money to buy supplements for my little Hong. What do you suppose I should do? Yang Chun, astute as ever, immediately caught the underlying message. His lips twitched, mentally cursing the little fox. Yet he was compelled to force a smile. Of course, Qingming, your dedication to the health of the red sparrow is admirable. As friends, we ought to offer our unwavering support. How about I sponsor 200,000 credit points as a welcome gift for little Hong? Really? Gu Qingming's eyes sparkled. Then she turned to Wu Hui and Song Luo. Wu Hui promptly thumped her chest, exclaiming, count me in. I'll contribute 200,000 as well. Though timid, Song Luo nodded vigorously, signaling her agreement. Oh dear, this is quite embarrassing. Gu Qingming feigned modesty, yet her hands swiftly opened her personal terminal, pulling up the payment code. Since you are all so sincere, I shall not stand on ceremony. Rest assured, every cent will be spent on the red sparrow's needs. Next week, I shall treat you all to a meal while it dines. As Yang Chun, Wu Hui, and Song Luo begrudgingly transferred the funds, they inwardly lamented. A single meal costing 600,000 was not merely for supplements. It felt like they were parting with their very lifeblood. Gu Qingming gazed at the newly added 600,000 credit points on her personal terminal, her mood instantly brightening. Excellent. The funds for the red sparrow's sustenance were secured. Chapter 85. Must become a shop assistant. Meanwhile, on the second floor, Lu Ming's room was simply furnished. Apart from a bed and a desk, there was nothing else. He placed the little crow on the floor and sat down at the desk. The little crow, sensing Lu Ming's focused aura, refrained from wandering, quietly settling beside his feet and gazing up at him with its glossy eyes. Lu Ming paid it no mind, his consciousness already delving into the abyssal patterns on his right hand. Buzz. The abyssal patterns seemed to awaken from slumber, faintly glowing. A cool yet benign power spread from his consciousness. The scenery before him was swiftly engulfed by an endless darkness. In the next moment, as if transcending the rivers of time and penetrating the barriers of the world, a deafening roar erupted in his ears. It was a waterfall. Torrential waters cascaded from above, crashing into a deep pool, sending up countless splashes, the moist and refreshing air enveloping him. His gaze pierced through the thick curtain of water, landing steadily within the cave. Inside the water curtain cave, a small figure sat cross-legged, embodying a regal presence. It was the little sage. At this moment, it was surrounded by shimmering rings of faint golden light, each breath seemingly consuming and exuding a mysterious energy. The originally diminutive figure seemed to have gained a hint of stature, its fur shimmering ever more brilliantly, akin to flowing gold. The inheritance progressed smoothly, and a flicker of satisfaction emanated from Lu Ming's consciousness. The little saint was one step closer to its true metamorphosis into the legendary Qi Tian de Sheng, a being capable of stirring the very winds and clouds of the three realms. Lu Ming gradually withdrew his awareness, the radiance of the abyssal patterns fading, and his right hand returning to its normal state. The room lay in tranquil silence, punctuated only by the faint sound of little Wu's breath. He cast a glance downward, observing the little creature gnawing at his pant leg, its head tilted, dark, beady eyes fixated on him, as if curious about his recent stillness. Lu Ming extended his hand, gently stroking its small head. Little Wu blissfully squinted its eyes, emitting a soft, purring sound. With the assurance that the little saint's inheritance was intact, a weight lifted from Lu Ming's heart, allowing him to continue his cultivation. Downstairs, the atmosphere was decidedly peculiar. Yang Chun, Wu Hui, and Song Lai sat side by side on the sofa, their expressions mirroring profound anguish, as though they had just weathered a devastating financial storm. At the eye of this tempest, Gu Qingming reclined leisurely against the counter, contentedly refreshing her terminal balance, her radiant smile starkly contrasting with the gloomy countenances of the other three. 600,000 had simply vanished. Yang Chun lifted a glass of water, attempting to mask his anguish with the act of drinking, yet his trembling hand betrayed him. Clearing his throat, he cast a casual glance toward the self-satisfied Gu Qingming, feigning nonchalance as he inquired, Qingming, is your red sparrow truly so remarkable? Spending 3 million, with further substantial investments to follow, what if it fails to yield the desired results? Wouldn't that be a colossal loss? This concern resonated among the trio. They were aware that beasts of illusion with a potential rating of 10 were exceedingly rare. Yet the manifestation of such traits within a beast adorned only with white luminescent markings left them feeling somewhat apprehensive. They were well aware of Gu Qingming's extravagant spending habits. But this impulsive decision was unprecedented. As the pioneer in this venture, her experience following the acquisition of the Red Sparrow was of paramount importance. Failed to achieve the desired results? Gu Qingming appeared to have heard the most ludicrous of jokes. She set aside her terminal, lifted her chin slightly. A hint of arrogance returning. She could scarcely be bothered to elaborate further. With a few elegant taps on her personal terminal, her movements flowed seamlessly. A faint blue light screen rippled through the air like gentle water waves, hovering steadily before the trio. Upon this luminous screen, lines of data materialized clearly. Beast name, Red Sparrow. Status, juvenile phase. Attribute, fire weak. Soul power level, not yet ranked. Potential level, 10. Luminescent markings, white. Description, a bird suspected of undergoing an unknown beneficial mutation, possessing far superior intelligence and potential compared to its peers. Status, special factors overloaded, vitality waning. Urgently requires specific attribute soul power for nurturing and guidance. Skills, none, awaiting awakening. Each word struck the three with the force of a hammer, resounding heavily in their hearts. Beneficial mutation due to special factor overload. Wu Hui murmured, her voice laced with a barely discernible tremor. This was far from an ordinary Red Sparrow. Far from ordinary indeed. Yang Chun set down his glass, his gaze a tumult of emotions, shock, horror, and an undeniable envy. Qingming, this is a gamble of grand proportions. If successful, it will elevate you to unimaginable heights. At this moment, they finally comprehended the true purpose behind Gu Qingming's extravagant expenditure of 3 million. Everything hinged upon that unique factor. They also grasped the precision and acumen behind her seemingly impulsive actions. Now, having savored the bewildered expressions of the trio sufficiently, Gu Qingming leisurely retracted the light screen. Her tone imbued with an unmistakable pride and affection. Do you still believe I have made a poor investment? Yet, immediately, a more pressing issue emerged. Yang Chen's lips twitched, his expression transforming into one even more grim than when he had lost 20,000. Given our earlier attitude, will the shopkeeper even sell us any beasts of illusion? He now wished fervently to travel back half an hour, to deliver 2 resounding slaps to his previously arrogant self. Wu Hui and Song Lai's faces also fell. Indeed, their earlier threats and cup-slamming antics had left little doubt about their confrontational intent. Were they in the shopkeeper's position, they would likely be permanently blacklisted. Observing the trio's unease, Gu Qingming suppressed a chuckle, feigning gravity. Well, that is hard to say. She paused, teasing their anticipation before continuing slowly. The shopkeeper can be a bit peculiar. But he is not entirely averse to conducting business. He certainly aims to profit. The trio exhaled in relief. However, Gu Qingming's tone shifted. He has a rule. What rule? Yang Chun immediately probed, willing to accept any stipulation if it meant acquiring a beast of divine potential. Gu Qingming's gaze swept across the three of them, a sly smile gracing her lips. To purchase a beast from him, you must first become an employee of our Shanghai pet shop.